Luo Tao trudged along the streets of Chicago, his head hanging in dejection. It had been an entire day, yet he had not found even a job that could barely keep him fed. America's economy in 2020 was truly abysmal. Unemployment was everywhere. A young man like him, just 18, with neither education nor work experience, was practically wasting his strength. Luo Tao had been born in the United States and once had a relatively happy family. 6 years ago, however, his mother died in a car accident while traveling with his father. His father, the driver that day, escaped with only minor injuries. From that moment on, his father became utterly broken, sinking into alcoholism and never again going out to work. Fortunately, there was unemployment benefit in America, otherwise Luo Tao could hardly imagine. Perhaps he would not even be alive now. He was not afraid of death. Truly, for his life held no happiness at all. Since losing his mother's gentle care, his drunken father would either beat him or curse him whenever he came home. After each beating, Luo Tao would wipe his tears, clean the house, cook the meals, and wash the clothes. He had long since had enough of it. With such a family background, he could hardly expect good grades at school. His memories of youth were shrouded in gray. Yet being beaten as routinely as eating had forged a strong body. At 1.83 meters in height, he looked robust. At 18, he thought that if he could still grow taller, perhaps in a country like America, he might squeeze into some sports circle. He let out a self-mocking laugh. After turning 2 corners, he was almost home. Just as he was about to buy a newspaper nearby to look for any possible opportunity, a sudden commotion rose ahead. Someone was arguing. With a single glance, Luo Tao recognized one of them as his father, Luo Zhihua. Several black men were shoving his father, pushing and cursing, on the verge of throwing punches. Luo Tao rushed forward, placing himself protectively in front of his father. Luo Zhihua was drunk again, his mind muddled, babbling incoherently. The bottle in his hand wobbled as he swayed, the stench from his body making people frown. Seeing that Luo Tao was alone, the leader of the group spoke with an overbearing air. "Hey, Asian kid, who is this old?" Guessing that his father was likely at fault, Luo Tao forced himself to hold back his words and replied, "He's my father." "What do you intend to do?" On hearing that, the black men relaxed a little, now that someone could be held responsible. 2 of them lifted their t-shirts, saying, "Damn it, this old man got our clothes dirty. You know these are limited editions. You're just in time, pay up." Luo Tao gave a bitter smile. Money. There was some at home, but if they paid this compensation, the 2 of them would have nothing left to eat for the rest of the month. "We don't have money. Please forgive us. If you want, I can wash them for you by hand." The men did not bother listening. In America, money made you a lord. Oh, without it, nothing else mattered. Damn it, no money. Then what's the point of talking? Brothers, beat him up. The men rushed at him. Luo Tao was not timid by nature and was about to fight back when he suddenly thought of his father behind him. These men showed no restraint if they hit his father. He sighed inwardly. This time his anger would have to be swallowed. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tao wrapped his arms around his father, using his own body as a shield. Only one thought remained in his mind: "You gave me this life. If need be, I'll simply return it to you." Sticks, fists, and even the bottle rained down upon his back. Perhaps because he offered no resistance, their interest quickly waned, and they left cursing. When the sound of their footsteps faded, Luo Tao clenched his jaw and forced himself upright. Having been beaten since childhood, he was almost used to it. Aside from a bit of blood at his neck, he was largely fine. After loosening his limbs, he helped his father up, ready to go home. Just then, a middle-aged white man stepped out from a car parked across the street. He walked up to Luo Tao and took a business card and $50 from his wallet. "Young man, I saw what happened just now. Your actions moved me, and your physical condition is quite impressive. I have a job for you. I wonder if you'd be interested." Luo Tao settled his father onto a nearby seat before accepting the card. On it was written Amateur Boxing Manager Raul Anderson. Amateur boxing, heavens. Did he want Luo Tao to box? In America, boxing was a wildly popular sport. If one could achieve something in it, success and fortune would follow. Luo Tao spoke with unusual excitement. "Mr. Raul, that's wonderful. My name is Luo Tao, and I'm very willing to become a boxer. Thank you for giving me such an opportunity." Raul's expression turned awkward for a moment, then he laughed. "Oh, Luo Tao, you may have misunderstood. The job I mean is professional sparring partner work, you know. The kind where you accompany boxers during practice." The smile on Luo Tao's face froze. So he was to be a human punching bag. What kind of job was that? Seeing his hesitation, Raul hurried to add the pay for this job is actually quite good, $30 per hour. It's really not that hard, and we're sincere about it. This $50 is your supervision fee. Don't worry, I'm no fraud. Luo Tao looked at the money, uncertain. $30 an hour was decent, yet the idea of serving as someone's punching bag was hard to swallow. At that moment, Luo Zhihua suddenly began rambling drunkenly again, dragging Luo Tao back to reality. Forget it. He would give it a try. In his situation, what other choices did he have? Having a job at all was already something rare. Once Raul saw him nod, he wrote down an address and told him to call when the time came. Luo Tao pocketed the slip and supported his father as they headed home. Watching their backs recede, Raul let out a long breath. Damn it, Richie's hits too hard. Every week we have to change sparring partners. I wonder how long this kid can last. After 2 more street corners, father and son finally reached home. They lived in a rather shabby apartment. The house they had owned when he was small had long since been sold by his father and turned into bottles of liquor with which to wash away his endless remorse. Luo Tao could not understand when after 6 long years his father would finally step out of the shadows. As a child, every time his father hit him, he would hate him for causing the loss of his mother. Gradually he grew numb. He felt that his father held not a shred of affection for him, knowing only how to demand and take. A poorly cooked dish, clothes not washed clean. Anything could become an excuse for a beating. Yet now at 18 Luo Tao found himself more understanding of his father's situation and felt a trace of pity. Perhaps he thought his father was the most pitiful person in this world. Late into the night, Luo Tao lay awake. To be honest, he was not very interested in the sparring job. He was no fool with the current economic downturn. If it were truly a good job, Raul would not be recruiting randomly on the street. But with little education, no work experience, and his father's condition, finding decent work was almost impossible. The next day, following the address on the slip, Luo Tao found Raul, who led him to a boxing training gym. Since Luo Tao had never worked as a sparring partner before, Raul did not send him straight into the ring. Instead, he carefully explained the main points and rules of sparring. There were many types of sparring: physical training sparring, technical sparring, live fight sparring, and so on. Sparring partners usually went on with mitts or defensive pads, specialized cushions used to block a boxer's strikes. The job Luo Tao was about to take on was physical training sparring. In this role, he would be passive, allowed only to defend, and parry, forbidden to strike back. A good physical training partner could let the boxer maintain the thrill of constant offense without suffering too much damage himself. Raul's requirements for Luo Tao were not high. He only hoped that Luo Tao could withstand Richi's attacks for more than half an hour. That would be considered officially passing. Luo Tao looked down at the mitts in his hands, thick round pads. It should not be too hard, he thought. His body was strong, lasting half an hour ought to be easy. So he nodded. Before they went into the ring, Raul gave him a special reminder. Richi's rear hand punch was extremely heavy. If possible, he should avoid taking it heated. Luo Tao felt that Raul was being quite responsible, which moved him a little. Once he stepped onto the ring, he even felt a flicker of excitement. So this was a boxing stage. The floor under his feet was soft and springy, surprisingly comfortable. Perhaps this job might actually be pretty good. Richi's himself was tall and burly with thick arms and broad shoulders, a clear power-type fighter at a glance. Seeing Luo Tao step onto the ring, Richi's paused, then shouted to Raul in Asian. "Damn it, Raul, I told you I wanted a black guy. These Asians don't have the physique. They can't last." Raul, leaning on the outer ropes, did not bother to be polite. "Shut up, Richi's. And how are black guys? You know that better than anyone. Haven't I found enough of them for you? Those black boys have no sense of time. Do you think you can tolerate that?" At this, Richi shrugged, but still looked down on Luo Tao. "Find an Asian kid, let me see how much punishment you can take. I haven't had a good thrill in a long while." Luo Tao was not used to the confrontational atmosphere in the ring, but Richi's contempt displeased him. He raised his hands, assuming a guard, and prepared himself as best he could. Raul pressed the timer in his hand and shouted, "Begin." Richi's chuckled lightly, touched gloves with him, and said, "Kid, you'd better stay focused. I'm coming." With that, he stepped in and opened with a jab. Luo Tao caught the punch on his mitt. The force was impressive. If that landed directly, it would hurt terribly. He couldn't help but grow serious. He did not realize that punch had merely been a test. Next, Richi's launched a barrage of combination punches, his fists growing ever faster, his power ever greater. Luo Tao felt himself losing the rhythm. Richi's jabs were particularly troublesome. When Luo Tao raised the mitts to guard, they blocked his vision, and the jab's impact was followed immediately by a hook to his ribs. By the time he tried to adjust his defense, it was already late. When he shifted his focus to those openings, Richi's switched again, firing straight jabs followed by heavy rear-hand crosses in succession. Richi's rear-hand punches were indeed crushing. Even through the thick padding, Luo Tao could feel the violent shock, each blow driving him step by step backward. While he was still reacting on instinct, Richi's suddenly shifted to an uppercut. Caught off guard, Luo Tao took the full force of the blow on his jaw. With a resounding crash, Luo Tao fell stiffly onto the canvas. What a heavy punch. His head felt as though a computer infected by a virus running sluggishly. The sounds around him seemed to come from another world. Only after a long while did he feel slightly better. Raul climbed into the ring and helped him up. "Well, Tao, are you all right? Come down and rest for a bit." Luo Tao nodded. For the moment, he had completely lost his ability to continue. Now he understood how terrifying a boxer's strike could be when it landed clean. Thankfully, the gloves had absorbed some of the impact. His head was only stunned by the shock. Once he stepped down from the ring, the dizziness began to fade. Raul handed him a bottle of water and sat down beside him with a smile. "Feeling better now? When you're sparring, you must keep your focus. Otherwise, this sort of thing will happen often. Now tell me, do you still have the courage to continue with this job?" To be honest, Luo Tao wanted to back out. That punch had not been light, and suffering such pain for a bit of money hardly seemed worth it. But remembering what Richi's had said at the start, his heart refused to yield. He turned and asked Raul, "How long did I?" Raul took out the timer. "Oh, 27 minutes. But if you quit now, I can still pay you for a full hour." Luo Tao shook his head. That was not what he meant. The fact that he had not managed to last the full half hour was something he found hard to accept. Mr. Raoul, I'd like to try again. I don't believe I can't even reach the passing line. Raoul opened the water for him and continued, Tao, your physical condition is excellent. If you watch carefully and learn, you'll make it. Riches is training at full intensity for the Chicago Golden Gloves Championship, so he won't hold back. But as long as you pay attention to his rear hand, you should be fine. During their earlier exchange, Luo Tao had noticed that although Riches' rear hand punches were heavy, his lead jabs were not especially threatening. He had simply been too nervous on his first time in the ring. This time he was certain he could hold on. Raoul did not send him up immediately, instead allowing him extra rest. Then he stood and spoke a few words. They were too far away for Luo Tao to hear, but Riches clearly looked a little surprised and kept glancing over at him. When Luo Tao stepped onto the ring the second time, Riches seemed much more relaxed. Smiling, he said, Kid, Raoul says your name is Tao? Strange name. But taking one of my heavy punches and recovering so quickly means you've got some talent. I hope you can hold on. Don't expect me to go easy, though. I've got a fight coming up soon. Luo Tao noticed the change in his attitude. Don't worry, I'll endure. Riches nodded and called to Raoul. Raoul started the timer. This time Luo Tao focused entirely on Riches' rear hand. Though he was struck repeatedly by jabs, he endured until Raoul called a halt. Luo Tao had finally become Retcher's official physical sparring partner. Although the actual training only lasted a mere 2 hours, he still felt an immense pressure weighing on him. Several jabs had slammed into his head. On the ring, he had felt nothing unusual, but once he stepped down and began to rub the spots, a numb, swollen ache slowly bloomed. Raoul handed him an ice pack. Press this on, otherwise it'll puff up. But don't worry, sleep it off, and it will fade. It won't affect you much. Luo Tao nodded without a word. The pain itself was nothing new. What truly oppressed him was his stamina. After 2 hours of training, he was utterly exhausted, yet when he looked up at Retchers on the platform, the man was still bursting with vitality, as if he had only just warmed up. Could a difference in race really mean their bodies were worlds apart? Seeing that he had passed the assessment, yet looked so dejected, Raoul grew curious. Tao, what are you thinking? Are you planning to give up this job already? Luo Tao slowly shook his head. Mr. Raoul, no. I think I've already developed a genuine interest in it. It's just, only after truly stepping into boxing did I realize how far behind I really am. Hearing this, and then glancing up at Retchers on the ring, Raoul understood. Luo Tao's confidence had suffered a heavy blow. Raoul did not mock him. Instead, he spoke to Luo Tao with gentle warmth. Don't lose heart. You've already done very well. Do you still remember what you told me when we first met? You said you were very willing to become a boxer. I quite liked you in that moment. Luo Tao lowered his head. I must have made you laugh, Mr. Raoul. Back then I understood nothing, that's why I dared to say such things. Now I can't even do the job of a sparring partner properly. How would I dare to dream of more? No. Raoul suddenly stood up, startling Luo Tao badly. His face had gone steely, as though he were truly angry. Tao, don't give up your dreams so easily. You're only 18 and your natural conditions are excellent. Whether it's height or reach, in all aspects you hold tremendous potential. You must learn to believe in yourself. Luo Tao was deeply grateful for Raoul's encouragement, yet he still hesitated. But I have no foundation and no coach to guide me. Is it really possible? Raoul patted him on the shoulder. Don't rush. First do your job as a sparring partner well, slowly you'll come to understand. Let me give you a line: if you want to reach the 3rd floor, you must first step onto the 2nd. There's nothing more to think about. Don't stand on the ground floor staring up forever. Do you understand? Luo Tao seemed to grasp the meaning behind his words. The dull gray life he had known began to show a faint hint of light and color. He began to feel that perhaps there was still hope for his life. The sparring work that started punctually every morning from 9:30 to 1:00 made his days full and orderly. During the practice bouts, Luo Tao discovered many of his shortcomings. His stamina was poor, his reaction speed too slow, his resistance to blows weak. He paid for each of these realizations in pain. Raoul was very busy every day and had little time to give him long-term attention. What could he do? Train. Raoul was right. Stop thinking only about distant goals. Get to the 2nd floor first. Make yourself a little stronger. Even the slightest gain is far better than standing still. No one devised a training plan for him, so he forced himself to rise at 6:30 each morning, running, frog jumps, push-ups, horizontal bar exercises. He trained until 8, then prepared breakfast for his father, cleaned the house, helped his father wash up. At 9 he headed out running to the training hall. After the physical training ended, he ran home again to cook lunch for his father. His hours were packed to the brim. The afternoons became a rare slice of free time. Luo Tao began to truly focus on boxing, searching for boxing programs on television, studying the rules, and learning everything he could about professional bouts. His father, Luo Jihua, went out to drink every day shortly after noon, and had done so for 6 years straight. When Luo Tao was little, he was powerless to stop him. At 11, his father simply stopped coming home at night. When hunger became unbearable, the boy had to find a way to cook for himself. His arm was burned by the stove fire, and the scar remained to this day. As he slowly grew older, he still could not stop his father's drinking. He did not know how to even begin to speak. Sometimes Luo Zhihua would stagger home in the middle of the night and collapse straight into sleep. On those nights, Luo Tao would feel strangely fortunate. He had escaped a beating. In 6 years, father and son had not had a single proper conversation. Their only remaining forms of communication were fists and tears. For this father, Luo Tao no longer held any hope. As a child, he had often dreamed that his father would suddenly awaken to his wrongdoing and look upon him with a gentle smile. But now he had long since abandoned that beautiful fantasy. As long as his father did not cause trouble, that was enough. Let him be. As for being beaten, truth be told, as long as he had the strength to endure it, he treated it as training for his ability to take blows. From televised professional boxing broadcasts, Luo Tao absorbed a wealth of information and came to truly understand just how arduous boxing really was. Stamina, explosive power, durability, evasive movement, anticipation, footwork, strength, punching, speed, rhythm. He recorded an entire series of professional terms, planning to ask Raul about them when he had time and hoping Raul might guide his training. Yet when he brought his notebook to Raul gently closed it. Forget these things for now, Tao. Don't overthink it. All of this was compiled by other people. You are a fighter, not a judge nor a commentator. What you need to do is simple: make yourself stronger. Luo Tao didn't quite understand. All these concepts were crucial indicators of a boxer's strength. How could they be useless? Seeing his confusion, Raul continued, boxing is a confrontational sport, a battle between people under rules. In this extreme contest, any resource can be transformed into a factor in combat. Strength is important, but willpower, intelligence, luck? Which of these is not important? Some inspiration flickered in Luo Tao's heart, though it was not yet entirely clear. Raul went on: the reason boxing possesses such inexhaustible charm lies in the fact that it is not merely a comparison of numbers. In this respect, it is very similar to football. No one can accurately predict victory or defeat before the match begins. The reasons that can lead you to defeat may be countless, but the path that can lead you to victory is only one: effort, more effort, effort beyond everyone else in the world. These words sank deep into Luo Tao's heart. His fists clenched so tightly the veins on his neck bulged. Seeing this, Raul gave a wry smile and quickly added, "But Tao, for now you need to set a small goal and strive to complete it. For example, becoming a practical sparring partner." A practical sparring partner. Luo Tao snapped out of his excitement. Yes, a practical sparring partner. In essence, it's the fighter's live training opponent, wearing protective gear to trade blows with him, allowed to counterattack and to dodge. Many professional fighters worked such sparring jobs in their early years. Luo Tao's eyes brightened. In that case, it was truly mutual combat, and he desperately needed such opportunities. "Mr. Raul, how can I become a practical sparring partner?" Raul laughed. "Actually, it's quite simple. You can challenge one of the practical sparring partners. As long as you can win a 4-round challenge match, whether by points or by knocking him down, it all counts." Luo Tao's eyes widened. "Is it that easy?" "Easy? No, Tao, it's far harder than you imagine. Those practical sparring partners earn their living by skill, and you're still far behind. Don't be fooled by your decent physical condition. Under proper boxing rules, you might not even be able to beat me." Raul shook his head as he spoke in a lazy tone. Impossible, he thought. Luo Tao felt unconvinced. Though Raul was not small in terms of physical quality, he was far inferior. He wanted to retort, but remembering Raul's status, he swallowed the words. Seeing the doubt written all over his face, Raul chuckled and took off his suit jacket. "All right, then I'll give you a little guidance. But my time is short. I'll give you only 2 attacking rounds. Come, let me see what kind of talent you have." Luo Tao glanced down at his own fists, hesitating. He worried whether Raul could withstand his blows, for if he failed to pull back in time, it would be terribly awkward. Seeing him delay, Raul's expression darkened. "What? You don't trust me? Fine, then don't come to me again." Luo Tao hurriedly replied, No, that's not it. I really am going to throw punches now." Raul nodded, tucking his elbows in tight and raising his arms into a defensive posture. Seeing this, Luo Tao steeled himself, driving out a lead hand jab, only for Raul to brush it aside with ease. Luo Tao immediately followed with a wide rear hand swing, but Raul seemed to have anticipated it. He dipped down and snapped an angled hook into Luo Tao's ribs. Fortunately, Raul's power was not great. The punch remained within Luo Tao's tolerance. After that, Luo Tao threw another 5 or 6 punches, but Raul moved like a top-tier expert, slipping away from each strike ahead of time and countering whenever he could. Though Luo Tao endured it, Raul wasn't wearing gloves. Those few punches still left him feeling a lingering numb soreness. "Stop, that's enough," Raul called, laughing. "Well, don't I feel impressive?" Luo Tao no longer wanted to continue. The whole exchange had left him feeling stifled. "Yes, Mr. Raul. You're not secretly a retired world champion, are you? You're far too nimble." "World champion?" Raul burst into hearty laughter. "Tao, it's not that I'm some great master. It's that you're far too raw. Every time you punch, you load up on the pullback, your shoulder rising. Anyone with a bit of fighting experience can read you in advance. Only when someone points it out will you understand. Take it slowly, kid. Boxing isn't nearly as simple as you think." That brief bout with Raul made Luo Tao realize the depth of boxing. After Raul left, he remained in the training hall the entire day. With Raul's guidance in mind, he watched others train and spar, and indeed noticed differences. Their shoulders barely lifted when they punched, most blows shot straight out quickly, and their timing was sudden and sharp. He realized he had never paid attention to such details before. That night back at the apartment, Luo Tao felt dispirited. Was he truly incapable of even becoming a practical sparring partner? If he only worked as a physical sparring partner, it was too low tier, little pay, and unstable besides. Anyone with decent physical fitness could do it. No, he had to train hard and fight to become a qualified practical sparring partner first. As he delved deeper into boxing, his interest grew stronger. What's more, a practical sparring partner earned $50 an hour and could even work part-time. By any measure, a very decent job. But he had no foundation, no coach, not even a proper training venue. He wanted to work hard, yet had neither direction nor conditions. How was he supposed to move forward? Standing on the balcony and gazing up at the night sky, Luo Tao released a long sigh. At that moment, it seemed as though a star in the firmament shot a ray of light straight into him. An ethereal voice rang beside his ears. Suitable binding target detected. Greedy Wolf Boxing King system, binding in progress. Congratulations, binding successful. Initial activation reward, 3 free attribute points. Please check. Luo Tao jolted in shock. A Boxing King system. He searched himself from head to toe, but found nothing unusual. Had he gone mad, fallen into delusions? Finally, when he silently intoned the word system in his heart, a semi-transparent interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. A system description unfolded. It existed so that readers could more vividly perceive the changes in the protagonist's attributes and strength over time, and was not meant as a vehicle for nonsensical wish fulfillment. System Binder Luo Tao. Age 18. Height 183 centimeters. Reach 185 centimeters. Weight 7 kilograms. Profession boxing sparring partner. Reputation an obscure nobody. System talent Greedy Wolf Power beginner level. After defeating an opponent, he would permanently draw 15% of the opponent's best attribute points. Strength 6. Stamina 6. Boxing technique 2. Footwork 3. Reaction 3. Punch speed 4. Coordination 6. Explosive power 5. Recovery 6. Evasion and anticipation 4. Ability to absorb blows 8. Lead hand punch power 4. Rear hand punch power 6. Free attribute points 3. Overall evaluation: a boxing novice with decent physical qualities whose only real merit is that he can take a beating. Recommendation: continue working as a sparring partner. After carefully studying the system panel, Luo Tao fell silent. The system's comprehensive evaluation stated bluntly that he was merely a novice in boxing. Although the specific values for various physical attributes were not marked as maximum or average, the mention of his resilience in the comprehensive evaluation indicated that this attribute was likely above average. By this calculation, the normal average value for a beginner boxer should be either 6 or 7. However, even counting it as 6, Luo Tao still had a total of 7 attributes below standard, especially in boxing technique, which was severely lacking. Fortunately, he had 3 free attribute points from the system reward to improve his boxing technique first. However, Luo Tao suddenly hesitated. He could enhance aspects like boxing technique, strength, and stamina through self-training, but for specialized training in reflexes, evasive anticipation, and punching speed, he lacked professional guidance and training equipment. That was the real challenge. It was better to wait and see. After all, even with these 3 points, he would still be a novice. With the system, at least, he could clearly see his shortcomings. Listing boxing technique, footwork, reflexes, and evasive anticipation in his mind, Luo Tao prepared to focus on strengthening these areas during training. While serving as a sparring partner for Richeese, he began consciously attempting to evade using footwork to create distance. However, the actual results were not good. Richeese's punches were fast, and sometimes it was a problem of anticipation, while at other times, even when he predicted his attack correctly, his body was unable to react quickly enough, always a step behind, leading to him getting hit and ending up with a bruised face. After several rounds, Richeese noticed something was off. Why aren't you defending anymore? Starting to learn how to? Luo Tao nodded while holding his ice pack. I want to give it a try. Ha ha ha. Richeese laughed heartily. Tao, listen to me, your idea is good, but I think this path won't work for you. Your body coordination and reflexes are too poor. It would be better to strengthen your defense and rely on your physical attributes to take the hits. Look at what you've done to yourself. I feel embarrassed to hit you. Luo Tao retorted, forget it. Don't think I don't know, you probably love it this way. I could feel you getting more excited as Richeese, exposed by Luo Tao, chuckled awkwardly, then put his arm around Luo Tao's shoulder as they sat down together. Ha buddy, I like you more and more. I'm not bragging, I'm a well-known heavy hitter in the amateur boxing scene. You've managed to withstand so many of my powerful punches, which is quite impressive. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. I won't change sparring partners for this training. Having grown up in America, Luo Tao knew that these Americans often exaggerated. Richeese's powerful punches had some force, but since he could withstand them, it indicated they were at most an 8 in power, slightly above the average level for ordinary boxers. But to claim he's somewhat famous among amateur boxers was a bit far-fetched. As for Ricci's assurance of stable work, Luo Tao wasn't thrilled. Who would want to be a sparring partner indefinitely? Tao had made up his mind to quickly improve his strength and become a real sparring partner. Since practicing evasive anticipation wasn't going well, Tao decided to focus his main energy on boxing technique. Fortunately, there were plenty of punching bags in the training hall, and he began practicing according to the instructional videos on his phone. However, after 2 days of practice, there was still no improvement. His boxing technique value remained stagnant. Luo Tao didn't lose heart. He knew that improving strength wasn't easy. While he was concentrating on practicing punches, Raul quietly stood behind him. After watching for a while, he shook his head and frowned, then patted Tao's shoulder and said, "Stop for a moment. Practicing like this won't yield any results. How about this? If you're willing to pay me $50, I can guide you a bit." Seeing it was Raul, Luo Tao was somewhat surprised, but Raul's words made him hesitate. $50 wasn't much, but Tao could only earn $60 for a day's sparring. However, this was how it was in America. It was normal for others to provide paid assistance. "Okay, Mr. Raul, if it weren't for my low earnings, I wouldn't mind paying you $100. Hearing this, Raul smiled. "Don't rush. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely have opportunities to earn big in the future. But right now, practicing punches like this is incorrect. You need to coordinate your breathing rhythm with your punches and also master the technique of exerting force. For example, using your waist to generate power like this." After a thorough explanation and demonstration, Luo Tao finally had an epiphany. With these techniques mastered, he felt a noticeable difference when hitting the punching bag as his punches became more forceful and rapid. It seemed that having professional guidance made a significant difference. Seeing that Luo Tao had grasped the method, Raul nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave, casually saying, "All right, just keep practicing like that. 20 minutes a set, and don't do less than 4 sets a day. Also deduct the payment from your earnings tomorrow." Seeing Raul about to leave, Luo Tao hurriedly ran up to stop him. "Mr. Raul, how about you guide me more in the future? I need practice in other areas too." Raul shrugged, interrupting him. "Tao, you have great ambition, but I can't help you. In your situation, it's best to find a professional boxing coach, but their fees are not cheap. You need to think it through." Raul's words left Luo Tao in silence. Consider. He didn't even have the qualifications to consider. With this little income, how could he afford a professional boxing coach? Moreover, his family situation. After practicing boxing for an entire afternoon at the training hall, Luo Tao hurried back. The end of the month was approaching, and during this time, before the relief funds came in, his father often caused trouble due to drinking when there was no money. Sure enough, in front of a familiar bar in the nearby neighborhood, Luo Tao found his father, Luo Zhihua, entangled with the staff. Upon seeing Luo Tao arrive, the staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You're just in time. Take your father away. He can't pay the bill and still wants to drink, which puts us in a difficult position. All right, we'll leave now. I apologize for the inconvenience we've caused you." Luo Tao helped his father up and turned to leave, but Luo Zhihua, still craving alcohol, stubbornly refused to go, shouting loudly, "Give me a drink. I'm not leaving. Give me a bottle of wine." The shouting startled the patrons inside, and the staff became somewhat displeased. But Luo Zhihua gripped the doorknob tightly, refusing to let go. Luo Tao, anxious and sweating profusely, could only pull out a $50 bill from his pocket, planning to buy a cheap bottle of wine to coax his father back. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the money, Luo Zhihua suddenly became invigorated, snatching the money away. "Haha, money. No, where did you get this money from? Do you have more? Give it all to me, hurry up." After saying this like a madman, he rushed at Luo Tao, rummaging through him. The more than $300 Tao had saved over the past few days were all found by him. "All right, now I don't even have money for drinks, yet you have so much hidden on you. Did you rob someone? Do you have more? Give it all out." In front of so many people, Luo Tao felt his face burning with embarrassment, loudly defending, "I don't have any more, you just this much. This is my work earnings." Unexpectedly, Luo Zhihua slapped him across the face. "Bullshit. Where did you get a salary? There must be more. If you don't take it out, I'll beat you to death." He began to grab and scratch at him, throwing punches. Humiliation and grievance surged within him, but Luo Tao felt helpless. He could only curl up on the ground, holding his head in tears, allowing Luo Zhihua to have his drunken rampage. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore. A middle-aged man of Chinese descent, around 40, approached and grabbed Luo Zhihua, saying, "Stop it. If this continues, you'll soon attract the police." But half drunk and half awake, Luo Zhihua shouted with a breath of alcohol, "I'm beating my own son. I don't need your interference. I'm not afraid of the police coming." After saying this, he lunged at Luo Tao again, but unexpectedly slipped and fell onto Tao's legs, hitting his head, and then fell unconscious. Startled, Luo Tao and the middle-aged man quickly checked him. After carefully inspecting, they found no injuries. He had probably fainted from the alcohol, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man took out a business card. "My name is Miao Zhipu, and I'm a doctor. Don't worry, I've checked. Your father is fine. He just fainted from drunkenness. Here's my number. If he has any problems, call me." Luo Tao, his face flushed, said, No, mister. Now what happened just now has nothing to do with you. I want to thank you for your help earlier. My father often faints like this. It's fine, he'll be okay, after sleeping it off. After carrying his father home, Luo Tao took advantage of his father's drunkenness to quietly collect the money from him, knowing that he would not remember anything that happened the day before after such a heavy drink. He also pulled out an oil paper package from beside the toilet in the bathroom, filled with the spare change he had saved over the past 6 years. A child from a poor family learns to be resourceful early. If it weren't for Luo Tao's habit of saving money since childhood, both father and son would have starved long ago. However, with only the little money he managed to save from his meals after paying the utility bills and rent, he was left with almost nothing. He counted the spare change along with his earnings from being a sparring partner, totaling only $1,763, which was still a long way from the $800 needed. Sitting on a broken chair, he calculated that if he relied solely on his earnings as a sparring partner, it would take at least 3 months to gather the money for his father's alcohol rehabilitation, but Mr. Miao said his father needed treatment urgently, or there would be life-threatening risks. Despite his father's many shortcomings, he was still the only family member Luo Tao had in this world. If only he could get a job as a practical sparring partner. Raoul had said that practical sparring was in high demand and was easy to find part-time work, with monthly earnings reaching 5,000 to 6,000 being entirely possible. However, with his current strength, challenging others would almost certainly lead to defeat. The bottom line was that his skills were inadequate. In this predicament, boxing became Luo Tao's only hope, and as long as there was hope. The next day, when his father woke up, he indeed had no memory of the events from the previous day. After eating breakfast prepared by Luo Tao, he habitually went out. Luo Tao felt helpless about all this. As a son, he could only think of ways to gather money for his father's treatment. Arriving at the training gym after training with Leches, Luo Tao practiced his boxing furiously, as if the punching bag before him bore a grudge against him. Raoul had given him a task of 20 minutes per set, but he extended each set to 40 minutes. His efforts were finally paying off, as by the 4th day, he began to see results. Ding! After rigorous training, your boxing skills have improved, and your boxing attribute value has increased by 1. Keep up the good work. This heavenly sound was simply delightful. At the same time, a refreshing sensation arose, almost sweeping away the fatigue from his boxing practice, making his mind clearer, and even the slight soreness from training with Leches quickly faded away. He quietly checked the system panel, and indeed his boxing skill value had become 3, but the overall evaluation and other aspects remained unchanged. It was a pity that this little progress could not help him escape his predicament, but as long as the training was effective, Luo Tao firmly believed that one day he would grow and improve. After finishing a day of training, on his way back to the apartment, he ran into his friend Hua Tianqi, who had come looking for him. They were high school classmates, both struggling academically, and naturally became inseparable friends. Wow, Taozi, where have you been these days? I've looked for you several times, you're never home. You wouldn't have had a romantic encounter. Luo Tao chuckled bitterly. Am nothing like you, always dreaming of marrying into the presidential family. What do you want from me? Well, hey, race the thing. I have a good job opportunity one want to invite you to. Recently, Boeing has received a large shipment of medical equipment and masks due to the pandemic and urgently needs temporary workers for loading and unloading. Since some of it is precision equipment unsuitable for mechanical handling, they're looking for temporary workers. I heard the pay is good. Are you interested? Oh, Luo Tao's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity, but would it conflict with his sparring job? But I've taken a sparring job, so I won't be free during the day. Is it possible to work at night? What? You're working as a sparring partner? Hua Tianqi was taken aback. Taozi, are you crazy? Those boxers hit hard, and if you end up with any hidden injuries, it'll be troublesome. You should really consider switching jobs. I know. Luo Tao nodded, but good jobs are hard to come by, and am currently in big trouble. Luo Tao and Hua Tianqi had no secrets from each other, so he told him about his father's situation. As a close friend, Hua Tianqi was well aware of Luo Tao's family situation and had witnessed Luo Zihua's drunken antics many times, which made him uneasy. After Luo Tao finished speaking, Hua Tianqi said, "If we can help your dad quit drinking, that would be amazing. But Taozi, $800 is no small amount. Can you raise that much? I guess I'll just have to gather it slowly, or what else can I do? Do you have any good ideas?" Hua Tianqi quickly shook his head. What good ideas could I have? You know I'm broke, but let me ask you a question, and please don't get mad. Go ahead. With the way your dad treats you, don't you hate him? Luo Tao was not angry. He sighed and said softly, I have hated him. But who made him my father? Perhaps I owe him from a past life. Besides, now that I've grown up, I sometimes feel that he is actually quite miserable, just unable to find relief. Anyway, I hardly hate him anymore. Tianqi, do you know? I've always envied you for having a happy family. Envied me. Hua Tianqi laughed self-deprecatingly. Am envious of you. You didn't get into college, and Uncle Luo doesn't care about you. I'm the one who's miserable. Those two old folks are still pushing me to study, especially my mom's nagging. As he spoke, Hua Tianqi suddenly noticed that Luo Tao's expression was off, and quickly stopped talking. His mother was Luo Tao's biggest scar. Back in school, he would often get into fights because of it. Hua Tianqi quickly said, Sorry buddy, I didn't mean it. He'll go help us find work right away, and he'll let you know as soon as I have good news. Don't forget to keep your phone on." After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Luo Tao understood that he meant no harm, but whenever someone mentioned his mother, he felt an emptiness in his heart. 6 years ago, he had a perfect family, but everything changed after his mother passed away. The pain and loneliness were something he himself couldn't explain how he endured. After returning home, he quickly made himself a bowl of noodles. After eating, he threw a few punches into the air in his room, then sat down in boredom. Without training equipment, practicing like this had almost no effect. Luo Tao had no choice but to take out his phone and search for various boxing videos to increase his knowledge of the sport. Since his boxing skills had improved, he had a deeper understanding of these videos. Counter punches, defensive punches, combination punches. The application of these techniques gave him a richer experience. Additionally, the styles of renowned boxers in the videos sparked his thoughts. Ali, Tyson, George Foreman, Hamed, Pacquiao, Mayweather. Each of these boxers had distinct characteristics. Some were aggressive while others were technical. Luo Tao admired the heavy hitters for their overwhelming might and revered the technical fighters for their elegant evasions and ability to control the pace of the match. However, after watching others' videos and then checking his own attributes panel, he could not figure out which direction his development should take. If only he had a professional coach. Unfortunately, that was just a luxury for Luo Tao. He had asked laches at the training gym, and a competent boxing coach charged at least $260 an hour, which he couldn't afford. He would have to explore on his own. The next afternoon, he indeed received a call from Hua Tianxi informing him that Boeing needed temporary workers for unloading at night, and he could start that evening. Luo Tao immediately agreed. Since he would be working at night, Luo Tao quickly returned home to rest up. He was told that the pay for this job was piecework, meaning the more he worked, the more he earned, and he needed to be in good spirits. At 1:00 p.m., Luo Tao and Hua Tianxi arrived at the Boeing headquarters. A supervisor quickly assigned them tasks. The work was straightforward, involving unloading various medical supplies from the aircraft's cargo hold. However, these supplies were quite heavy, and the pace of work was fast. Hua Tianxi could hardly keep up after just half an hour. "What on earth is in these boxes? They're so heavy," Hua Tianxi complained, dripping with sweat. But Luo Tao never stopped. "What does it matter? To me, they are all money for my father's treatment." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hua Tianxi looked at Luo Tao enviously and said, "You really are strong. How come you're not tired?" In truth, Luo Tao was tired, but he was managing to hold on. He reasoned that this was just like physical and strength training, so he worked even harder. However, by 1:00 a.m., Luo Tao could no longer continue. To his surprise, the system issued him a warning. "Ding, excessive physical consumption detected in the host. Please pay attention to reasonable training to avoid exhaustion injuries." Glancing at the system panel, his physical attribute value had turned red, indicating 2. Luo Tao knew he had to rest, so he sat down to wait for his strength to recover. Thus, while recovering, he continued working until 6:00 a.m. After some breaks, he managed to complete his shift. According to the calculations, he earned $312 that night, which was a decent income. On the other hand, Hua Tianxi only made a little over $180, feeling exhausted like a dog, nearly too tired to speak. On the way home, Hua Tianxi felt reluctant to continue, saying, "Taozi, are you coming back tomorrow? I can't handle this anymore. This work is too strenuous. It's almost killing me." Luo Tao, equally exhausted, responded, "Come on. Maybe it's just us not being used to it. Didn't you see how fast others worked? To make that amount of money, no matter how tough it is, I have to come." Hua Tianxi rubbed his sore shoulders and reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll give it another try. Damn it. Perhaps I should consider reviewing for a retake." By the time he got home, it was nearly 6:30 a.m., just around the time Taozi usually woke up. However, today's workout was out of the question, as soon as he entered the door, he collapsed into bed. An hour and a half of sleep was definitely insufficient, but by 8:00 a.m., Taozi still forced himself to get up to make breakfast and help his father wash up. When he arrived at the training hall, he was in terrible spirits and struggled to keep up with Richi's attacking rhythm during their training session, making several mistakes and even taking several heavy punches from Richi's. Seeing his poor condition, Richi's paused, saying, "How did you go to a nightclub last night? Why are you so out of..." Luo Tao helplessly shook his head. "No, I'm sorry, Richi's, I'll get my act together. Let's continue." Forcing himself to stay focused, he managed to finish the training session, but the punches he took today were at least 3 times more than usual, causing his head to swell and contort. This scene caught Raul's eye as he passed by. He walked over to inspect Taozi's injury and said, "What's going on with you today? Richi said your performance is lacking. This cannot continue." Raul's tone was somewhat stern, and Luo Tao understood that this would affect Richi's training effectiveness, which was understandably unwelcome. Unable to think of any alternatives, he explained his father's situation and his night job to Raul. Raul was shocked after hearing this. "Oh my god, you mean you moved cargo all night and then came to train?" Luo Tao nodded. Raul furrowed his brow. "Tao, I deeply sympathize with your father's situation, but you can't continue like this. Richi's training cannot be too severely affected. You accepted payment, so you must fulfill your duties. Otherwise, I will have to replace you. Do you understand?" Luo Tao had nothing to say and could only nod. I understand, Mr. Raoul. I will find a way to handle it myself as soon as possible. Patting him on the shoulder, Raoul continued, That's good, Tao. Go rest now. I hope you realize that if you want to be a boxer, your body is your greatest asset. Don't be short-sighted. Raoul's words were indeed correct, but Luo Tao could not give up his nighttime job. His father's condition needed urgent treatment, and as long as he could gather that sum of money, any sacrifice was worth it. Even if it meant losing this training job, Taozi would not regret it. During the afternoon boxing training, Luo Tao shortened his time at the gym and returned home earlier to catch up on sleep, hoping to be in better shape tomorrow. After all, the income from his training job was crucial to gathering that money. That night, Hua Tianqi indeed managed to come back, which made Luo Tao very happy. Having a friend around to chat and laugh with made the work much easier. However, for Hua Tianqi, it was the most challenging night. The soreness from the previous day hadn't fully dissipated, and after a short while of work, he felt completely drained, sitting to the side, not wanting to move. Luo Tao smiled at him, saying, Come on, Tianqi, you keep dreaming about romantic encounters. You need to be in good shape. I think this work is great, just treat it as a workout at the gym, and you can earn money too. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Hua Tianqi rolled his eyes at him. How can it be the same? It's obvious you've never been to the gym. There are beautiful girls there to keep you motivated. In this place there's nothing. If there were beautiful girls watching, I'd definitely work faster than you. Having endured until after 4:00 a.m., Hua Tianqi finally couldn't go on. Luo Tao himself began to worry that if they continued like this, he would surely lose today's training job. Oh well, what can be done? At worst, he would find a new one after settling his father. Just then the system notification sounded. Ding. Through hard training, your physical stamina has increased, and your stamina attribute has risen by 1. Please keep up the good work. Immediately, that familiar and wonderful refreshing sensation swept through his body, washing away a whole night of fatigue. His mind became clear and invigorated as if he had just woken up after a full night's rest. This feeling was truly addictive. It seemed that today's work was secured, and after regaining his condition, the tasks became exceptionally easy, leaving Hua Tianqi beside him astonished. Taozi, did you take some energy pills? How did you suddenly become so vigorous? Luo Tao teased him. If you keep at it, you will too. That's how it is. Once you get into the groove, it becomes much less tiring. Hua Tianqi skeptically tried working again, but soon became exhausted again. I can't do it anymore. Even if a super beauty came right now, I still couldn't manage. By 6:00 a.m., after tallying up, Hua Tianqi had only earned a little over $160, while Luo Tao had made over $370, nearly matching what he earned in a week of training. The important thing was that he now felt full of energy and had no problem attending training. Today, Luo Tao was in a good mood and treated Hua Tianqi to breakfast, also bringing a portion for his father. After getting home, he took a cold shower, feeling fantastic. If he continued like this for another 10 days or so, he would barely manage to gather enough for his father's treatment. Watching his father asleep on the sofa, Taozi was filled with mixed feelings. Perhaps his life was truly about to change. Jogging lightly to the boxing training hall, Luo Tao felt great today. Training with Richeese had become much easier, and during a break, he half-jokingly asked Richeese, Brother Richeese, what do you think? If I challenge those sparring partners now, do I stand a chance? Richeese laughed at him. Kid, you've only been training for a few days, and you want to be a sparring partner already. Your ability to absorb hits is indeed good, but you are lacking in other areas such as boxing techniques, speed, strength, rhythm, and so on. Those sparring partners have extensive combat experience, and these are things you can't compare to. Listen to me, just settle down and train for a year or two before considering that. You're still young, there's no rush. Haha, I was just joking. But Brother Richeese, what do you mean by rhythm? Well, how do I put it to you? Every boxer has their unique offensive rhythm. If he can perform within that habitual rhythm, his strength can be fully realized, much like the beat of music. Now close your eyes and feel it. I'll demonstrate. Luo Tao quickly closed his eyes and Richeese began to strike him lightly, and quickly bang, 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 bang. After a few rounds, Luo Tao finally understood this rhythm was actually a habitual punching pattern, a unique rhythmic style developed through long-term practice. So this is what rhythm means. Seeing that he comprehended, Richeese continued, Don't underestimate this little rhythm, you'll understand later. If you get used to punching in a slow rhythm, when facing a fast-paced opponent you won't keep up and will be at a disadvantage. However, a fast-paced fighter, if their rhythm is interrupted or disrupted by the opponent, will also find it frustrating. Choosing how to adapt varies from person to person, and it's best to have a professional guide you. In recent days, after becoming familiar with Lai Keisai, Luo Tao learned a lot of practical information from him and gradually recognized his own current strength. In short, in the eyes of others, he was just a rough, large fool, and apart from that, utterly useless. After checking the system panel, Luo Tao had to admit that it was indeed the case. Analyzing his attributes, Luo Tao's physical foundation was decent, but his reaction time was notably low and other technical attributes were pitifully low. It was fine to start from a lower point, but the problem was that Luo Tao had no guidance at all. He lacked the methods and equipment for technical training. For now, he could only practice his punches on a sandbag. Did he really have to train for a year or two before he could challenge those skilled sparring partners? Luo Tao was not lacking in determination, but he worried that his father would stop him from working as an ordinary sparring partner, as being a human punching bag was not considered a good job in the eyes of others. Life was simple and repetitive. After improving his physical condition, the unloading work at night became a bit easier, allowing Luo Tao to barely manage the sparring work the next day. Although the unloading work was extremely tiring, Luo Tao had received some pleasant surprises. By the 5th day his strength had actually improved a bit, and on the night of the 9th day his physical condition improved again, which delighted him. However, the second improvement in physical condition made Luo Tao realize some patterns in attribute training which should be related to training intensity, and it became increasingly difficult over time. It seemed that adding those 3 free attribute points to the strongest attribute was the most cost-effective option, but Luo Tao did not want to do that. No matter how high his resistance to blows was, it would not change his current predicament. He decided to hold on to them for now, as he had not yet determined his development direction. Just as Luo Tao had gotten used to this rhythm of life, Boeing Company notified them that the transfer of medical supplies had been halted, which made Luo Tao quite helpless. He had just a few days left before he could gather enough for his father's medical expenses, and yet work was suspended at this critical time. Hua Tianqi noticed that Luo Tao seemed troubled and cheerfully took out his payment, handing it over to Tao Zi, saying, "Buddy, this is all I have. Take it for emergencies. If it's not enough, there's nothing I can do." In an instant, a warm current surged through Tao Zi's body. "No, Tianqi, that won't do. This is your first income, your hard-earned money. How can I?" Hua Tianqi stopped him, saying, "Just take it to Uncle Luo first. It's not a gift. You'll have to pay me back in the future. Once you become a great boxer, you'll at least owe me 10,000. With that, he forcefully stuffed the money into Tao Zi's pants pocket. Luo Tao could only accept this deep brotherly bond, but Tianqi's words made him smile bitterly. "Becoming a boxer? I can't even get a sparring partner now. If I ever become a boxer, I'll buy you a big villa." "Haha, that sounds good. It must come with a few beautiful foreign girls, the kind with great figures. While soaking in an outdoor pool would be the ultimate enjoyment." Luo Tao laughed. "With your physique, aren't you afraid of being drained dry?" "I'd still be willing, haha." With Hua Tianqi's contribution, the medical fee was almost complete. Just 2 more days of sparring would suffice, and seeing hope made Tao Zi feel more energized. 2 days later, as soon as he received his daily payment from Raoul Luo, Tao immediately excitedly called Dr. "Meow, hello Dr. Meow, this is Luo Tao. I've gathered the money for my dad's expenses. Please tell me the address, and I'll bring it over right away." After learning Dr. Meow's home address over the phone, Luo Tao dashed home, stuffed a pile of cash and relevant documents into a bag, and headed straight there. Mr. Meow lived in the northern part of the city near Northwestern University and close to Lake Michigan, a true affluent neighborhood. Tao Zi rarely came here, but fortunately Mr. Meow's large house was easy to find. Standing outside the door, he felt a bit nervous, hesitated for a moment, and finally rang the doorbell. A fashionable young woman answered the door. Upon seeing Luo Tao, she asked, "Who are you looking for?" Luo Tao's eyes lit up, quickly pulling out Mr. Meow's business card. "Oh, I have something to discuss with Dr. Meow. I just spoke with him on the phone." The girl glanced at the card, and then looked at Luo Tao with slight dissatisfaction, calling inside, "Dad, someone is—" Soon Miao Zhipu came out. "Oh, little Tao is here. Coming quickly. Oh, this is my daughter Miao Suyin. Suyin, go help the guest with a cup of tea." Luo Tao, drenched in sweat from running quickly, waved his hand. "Oh no, Dr. Meow, I won't go in. The money and documents are all in here. Can I just hand them to you?" "I can help you with the paperwork. Once the admission time is set, I'll notify you. You should come in and sit for a while, have a cup of tea before you leave." No, thank you so much, Uncle Meow. You've helped me tremendously. I won't disturb you. I'll wait for your call. Goodbye." Luo Tao was self-aware enough to know that he and Dr. Meow were not in the same social class. It was already very difficult for the other party to help him out of kindness. He did not dare to have any overreaching thoughts. With a clear path for his father's situation, Luo Tao felt relaxed, but when he thought about separating from his father for 3 months, he felt a bit reluctant. Although they had rarely opened up to each other over the years, they had relied on each other for survival. Now that he was leaving, he would feel even more lonely. The progress of events went smoothly. The next afternoon, Dr. Meow called to inform him that the necessary paperwork had been completed and the hospital could send a vehicle to pick him up at any time. After hanging up, Luo Tao hurried home, found his drunken father nearby, and called Dr. Meow again. The hospital's vehicle arrived quite quickly, and Mr. Meow personally came to help lift his father into the car. He then said to Luo Tao, "Little Tao, don't worry. The University of Chicago Medical Center is a government-designated rescue unit with great benefits and advanced medical standards. Your father's alcoholism can definitely be cured. However, during this period, no family or friends are allowed to visit. If anything comes up, you can call me, and I will keep you updated on your father's condition." Luo Tao nodded. "Understood, Uncle Meow. Thank you so much for all your trouble." As he spoke, he pulled out the only $200 he had. His face flushed as he handed it over. I only have this much. In the future, Dr. Meow was taken aback for a moment, and slowly pushed the money back, saying, "Little Tao, you're a good kid. I could easily help you, but I'm a doctor. I've seen too many situations like yours. So I hope you can understand. Luo Tao jumped up as if stung by a scorpion. Dr. Miao, I never thought that way. If it weren't for you, I would. You are a great benefactor to our whole family. How could I think that? Uncle Miao, I bow to you. As he spoke, Luo Tao knelt down, and Miao Jipu hurriedly grabbed him. It took all his strength to stop put the money away. After your father is discharged, make sure to give him proper nutrition. After years of heavy drinking, his health has suffered greatly, and he will need a lot of money in the future. I will notify you in advance before he is discharged. After saying that, Mr. Miao returned various documents used for the procedures to Luo Tao. Reluctantly, Taozi leaned against the car window for one last look at his father before Mr. Miao drove away. Standing on the street watching the vehicle depart, Luo Tao felt a mix of emotions. Relieved, yet disappointed, melancholic, yet filled with hope. He wondered if his father would regain his confidence in life after quitting drinking, and also worried whether he would agree to let him continue working as a boxing sparring partner. Now left alone, Luo Tao finally found freedom. He woke up every morning at 6:00, trained until 8:30, and then ran to the training hall to begin his sparring duties. In the afternoon, he dedicated all his time to practicing boxing. Moreover, he bought a new punching bag so he could continue his practice at night. While accompanying Lycasis in training, Luo Tao tried his best to dodge and evade, aiming to improve his reaction and evasion prediction abilities. Unfortunately, his efforts did not yield much success. Although Lycasis' punching speed was not particularly fast, Luo Tao found it impossible to avoid them, suffering greatly as a result, with each training session leaving him bruised and battered. Ding! After rigorous training, your resistance to blows has improved. Please keep up the hard work. Luo Tao was so exasperated that he couldn't help but laugh. He had not improved as he had hoped, but rather could take even more punishment. Was he destined to be a human punching bag for life? With a breath held in frustration, Luo Tao practiced his boxing frantically. However, the boxing technique that had improved in just 4 days last time showed no signs of progress this time. It was not until the 7th night after his father's departure that Luo Tao's boxing finally progressed during practice at home. System binder: Luo Tao, age 18, height 183 centimeters, arm span 185 centimeters, weight 75.8 kilograms. Occupation: boxing sparring partner. Reputation: unknown. Individual system talent: beginners, greed, wolf power. After defeating an opponent, extract 15 of their excellent attribute points. Strength 7, stamina 8, boxing skill 4, footwork 3, reaction 3, punch speed 4, coordination 6, explosiveness 5, recovery 6, evasion prediction 4, resistance to blows 9, front punch power 4, rear punch power 6, free attribute points 3, comprehensive assessment, a boxing newcomer with decent physical fitness. It may be worth considering practical combat training, as real combat is the best form of training. After reviewing the system panel, dripping with sweat, Luo Tao was taken aback. The comprehensive assessment had actually changed, and it even suggested he engage in practical combat training. Indeed, was there any better training than real combat? After all, he had no professional coach, and continuing to train like this would not yield any significant progress. It had taken him so long to raise his boxing skill from 3 to 4, and in another 6 months, he probably wouldn't achieve any results. But he had less than 3 months left. Who knew what condition his father would be in when he returned? He had to make a decision. Moreover, there was nothing to fear. At worst, he could accumulate experience from losing. However, when he brought up this idea to Raoul the next day, it caught Raoul by surprise. Tao, I don't recommend you do this. You've been training hard and made some progress, but you have only been training for a short time. If you had another 6 months of training, then you might have a chance to try. Luo Tao quickly replied, Mr. Raoul, just let me try. My father has gone to the hospital to quit drinking. After more than 2 months, I don't know if we'll have another chance to box. I want to achieve some results before he comes back. That way there is more hope. Well, Raoul frowned and thought for a moment. Alright, I can help you contact an opponent to see, but the rest is up to you. Also, you need to prepare a challenge fee of 1,000 yuan. As soon as money was mentioned, Luo Tao started to worry again. Why do I need to prepare a challenge fee? I just finished gathering medical expenses for my father. Where am I supposed to get that much money? Raoul laughed. Silly boy, no one will fight you for money. However, if you win, you can earn money and gain a new job. Of course, if you're not confident, then just train for a few more months. Luo Tao lowered his head and said, I have confidence, but I just don't have money. Raoul rubbed his chin and looked at Luo Tao. Okay, if you have confidence, I can front this money for you. However, if you win, I will need to collect back 1,100 yuan. If you lose, I will deduct 1,000 yuan from your earnings. How does that sound? Luo Tao lifted his head, thought for a moment, and realized that 1,000 yuan was not a small sum for him. That was more than half a month's pay. However, he finally gritted his teeth and said, Alright, Mr. Raoul, let's do it your way. Raoul, seeing him agree, wasted no time and began measuring his weight, height, and arm span. Seeing Luo Tao's confusion, Raoul explained, even though we are not professional fighters, we still have to follow the rules. You can only challenge opponents whose weight is close to yours. Before the challenge, both sides must communicate their fighting characteristics and physical dimensions. This is essential, otherwise no one will fight you. Luo Tao suddenly understood initiating a challenge was so complicated. No wonder he had trained for so long without encountering anyone. After measuring these stats, Raoul recorded them and informed Luo Tao that if classified by professional fighter levels, his weight fell into the middleweight category. This level was highly competitive, and there were many representatives of both aggressive and technical styles that he could learn from. He should take time to observe others' fighting styles. After saying this, Raoul changed into a suit and went out to train. Once Raoul left, Luo Tao lost interest in training, pulling out his phone to search for various videos of middleweight matches. Golovkin, Alvarez, Jacobs, Lipinets, Garcia, Crawford. As he watched, Luo Tao felt overwhelmed, losing confidence in himself. Just look at their evasions, their ability to seize opportunities, their heavy punches and punch speeds. Luo Tao began to regret, could he really succeed in this challenge? Compared to these individuals, his body felt clumsy like a bear. If he failed in his challenge, not only would he lose money, but he would also become a laughingstock. He decided to wait, perhaps Mr. Raoul wouldn't be able to contact a suitable opponent. However, to his surprise, Raoul returned with a smile less than 2 hours later. Tao, you are quite lucky. In this weight class there happens to be an opponent who is suitable for you. Here is his information. Luo Tao nervously took the information and saw that it was Jonathan, aged 40, standing at 178 meters, weighing 73.8 kilograms with an arm span of 180 centimeters. Raoul added some explanations from the side. This Jonathan is a Caucasian. He is currently a sparring partner for the Black Hurricane Cayman, relatively agile, with good evasion prediction and rich boxing experience. However, he is aging and Cayman is somewhat dissatisfied with his fighting style, so this is a great opportunity. However, the premise is that you must first defeat him. At this moment, Luo Tao felt a bit uncertain. Mr. Raoul, do you think I have a good chance? Raoul responded, Tao, you can't think like that. In boxing, you must first have the belief that you will win. Jonathan is not known for his heavy punches. Given your resistance to blows, I think the likelihood of you being knocked down is very low. However, his experience is rich and his punch speed is not slow. You should devise a way to counter him, otherwise if he wins by points you will also be deemed to have failed the challenge. Additionally, the challenge is set for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with veteran boxer Yi serving as the referee. You can rest assured regarding fairness. As for your strategy, you should think about it yourself. No one knows you better than you do. Adjust your mindset, maintain your physical condition, and don't underestimate the 4 rounds. It won't be easy once you're in the ring. Luo Tao felt a bit disoriented now. Oh no, scheduled for tomorrow morning. What about my sparring work? Raoul laughed lightly, gently hitting him. Why are you still thinking about this? Don't worry, I will arrange it. We will gather here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and I will take you to the Morsa Tavern where the challenge will take place. Don't be late, and keep your phone on. Raoul said a lot, but Luo Tao didn't remember any of it afterward. He left the training hall feeling as if his mind was in a chaotic mess. He took out his phone to call Hua Tianqi, wanting to inform him about this matter, but the call kept failing. He had no idea. Back at home, he pondered for a long time, but couldn't find any effective countermeasures. He watched many related videos, but none seemed suitable for his current situation. At 10 o'clock at night, Hua Tianqi finally returned the call. Taozi, I just saw your call. I went to try out a review class earlier, and I must say there are indeed a few impressive girls in this class. Hey, I just wanted to give it a try. The first class is free. But enough about me, what's going on with you? Well, I'm going to have a challenge match tomorrow morning, and I'm feeling quite unsure. I wanted to chat with you about it. What? You're competing tomorrow morning? Wow, that's great news, Taozi. I believe you can do it. When is the match? They'll definitely be there to support you, so they can see how formidable I am in society. Hua Tianqi on the phone sounded even more excited than Luo Tao, who was blushing from the compliments. Alright, but my opponent is an experienced veteran. There's a chance I might lose tomorrow. After a brief silence, Hua Tianqi's voice came through again, noticeably calmer. Taozi, I don't know much about boxing, but remember it's just 1 head and 2 arms. Channel the spirit you had during your school fights. Winning or losing is secondary. We must maintain our momentum. Like I said, I believe you will win. Although this advice lacked professional depth, Luo Tao felt his blood boiling with excitement. Tianqi, you're right. Regardless, I'll give it my all. Yes, that's the spirit. Just tell me the time and place, and I'll be there to cheer you on tomorrow morning. It starts at 9 at the Morsa Old Tavern. No problem, see you tomorrow morning. Get some rest, and be in good spirits. After hanging up, Luo Tao felt a wave of determination wash over him. He decided not to dwell on the match and to adapt as it unfolded since he couldn't figure it out anyway. The next day, accustomed to waking up early, Luo Tao completed his workout routine as usual and hastily had a bite to eat before jogging to the training center. Even though it wasn't yet the agreed time, Raoul was already waiting for him. Seeing that Luo Tao seemed to be in good shape, Raoul cheerfully said, Tao, I knew you would arrive early. Haha, just relax, this isn't a professional match. I didn't expect Mr. Raoul to arrive even earlier than me, Luo Tao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Why do you insist on going to the tavern? I think the training center's ring is just fine. Raoul laughed. Come on, let's get in the car and talk on the way. In the car, Raul explained to Luo Tao that holding challenges at taverns is a tradition among amateur boxers. To integrate into the amateur boxing scene, having boxing skills alone isn't enough. Fame, popularity, and connections are equally important. Taverns that frequently host boxing matches are filled with a myriad of boxing-related personnel, including retired coaches, boxers' agents, and small-time reporters, as well as numerous boxing fans. Demonstrating one's strength and fighting style in front of these individuals is the true essence of a challenge match. Moreover, holding matches in such venues brings more excitement and helps fighters acclimate to the competitive atmosphere. After all, once entering professional matches, they may have to face thousands of live spectators. Hearing Raul's words, Luo Tao couldn't help but feel nervous. He had never faced such a situation before. Noticing Luo Tao's anxious demeanor, Raul laughed heartily. "Don't be nervous, Tao. When newcomers like you step into the ring, there are very few people watching. Matches featuring well-known fighters are usually scheduled during prime time in the evening. At 9 in the morning, the tavern has just opened, so there won't be many spectators at all." Finally, Luo Tao relaxed. Raul continued, "We can talk more about this later, Tao. Remember, no one pays attention to a loser, so winning is the most crucial part. That's the foundation for your journey toward success." The car quickly arrived at the Morsa Tavern. Upon entering, there were indeed not many people inside. A few were scattered around the booths and bar. Raul, clearly familiar with the place, casually greeted some acquaintances before leading Luo Tao straight to the locker room to begin preparations for the match. After putting on the protective cup and boxing shorts that Raul prepared, wrapping his hands with bandages and putting on the gloves, Mr. Raul applied some petroleum jelly to his face and tightened his shoelaces. Aside from wearing a mouthguard right before entering the ring, it could be said that all preparation work was complete. Mr. Raul had Luo Tao stand up to stretch a bit and check for any discomfort. He also taught him a few breathing adjustment tricks for which Luo Tao was very grateful to Mr. Raul. Soon a tavern staff member came to inform them that it was time to step into the ring. Mr. Raul stood up, checked Luo Tao's gloves one last time, and then led him out of the locker room. Upon exiting, they encountered Jonathan, the opponent, coming out from another locker room. After sizing up Luo Tao, he disdainfully said, "So this Asian kid is the one who challenged me. Tisk, looks like today's match is a sure win for me." Raul frowned. "Jonathan, put away your bravado. Let's settle this in the ring." Jonathan chuckled, deliberately bumping fists with Luo Tao. "Mr. Raul is right. We'll see who's better in the ring. I'll teach him how to box, ha." Unable to hold back any longer, Luo Tao was about to retort when Raul pulled him back and whispered in his ear, "Ignore him. He's trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. Just think of him as talking nonsense and stay calm." After arriving in the lobby, Hua Tianqi rushed over drenched in sweat. "Taozi, I'm here. This place is really far. I nearly died riding that old bicycle, but I made it just in time." Seeing Hua Tianqi calmed Luo Tao's heart, significantly easing the earlier unpleasantness. As the match was about to begin, he quickly introduced Raul, saying, "Mr. Raul, this is my good friend Hua Tianqi. If you need anything, you can ask him for help." Raul took out the mouthguard soaked in water and helped Taozi put it on, glancing at him. "Oh, perfect. Let him be my ringside assistant for a bit." "No problem. Just leave it to me, Taozi. Go for it." Hua Tianqi nodded while wiping his sweat. At that moment, an elderly boxer in his 50s stepped onto the ring with a microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's first preliminary match features the challenge from the Chinese player Tao against the local veteran Jonathan. Now please welcome both fighters to the ring." As the announcement rang out, the patrons in the tavern looked up, but their reaction was tepid. Not a single clap was heard, clearly showing a lack of interest in the match. Raul patted Luo Tao on the shoulder. "It's normal for newcomers to experience this. I'm just a manager, and it's quite difficult for me to provide you with accurate tactical guidance. You'll have to rely on yourself." Luo Tao nodded, then took heavy steps up to the boxing ring. Upon entering the ring, the old referee first checked both fighters' gloves and mouthguards, briefly explained the match rules, and finally announced the start of the match after they touched gloves ceremonially. The 4-round challenge match finally began, and right from the start, both sides fought cautiously. However, after Jonathan tested the waters with a couple of exchanges, he quickly realized that Luo Tao's punch speed was not fast, and his jabs posed little threat. With his rich experience, he soon initiated an aggressive attack on Luo Tao. Originally, Luo Tao had a slight advantage in reach, but during the exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. His slow punch speed and the opponent's agility meant that his jabs were ineffective, and several of his heavy punches were evaded, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. With a series of rapid strikes, Jonathan landed 2 jabs on Luo Tao, scoring points before smoothly retreating, not overreaching in his attack. Fortunately, Luo Tao had a good ability to absorb hits, and Jonathan's heavy punches posed almost no threat to him. However, the effective points were rapidly widening the gap, and this couldn't go on. On the sidelines, Hua Tianqi watched anxiously Taozi attack. "Oh no. Aim better." Raul quickly grabbed him. "Don't shout, you're only distracting him. Don't rush, just observe." Luo Tao felt a bit anxious as well. Jonathan was like an annoying mosquito, buzzing and biting whenever he let his guard down. When he tried to swat him away, he found he couldn't catch him at all. Luo Tao changed his strategy, taking the initiative to occupy the center circle, pressuring Jonathan's movement area and countering with jabs when his opponent attacked. This change proved somewhat effective, but Jonathan quickly sensed Luo Tao's intention. He feinted to the left, and indeed Luo Tao fell for it, throwing a punch to intercept. However, Jonathan executed a beautiful pivot and circled behind Luo Tao, thwarting his attempts to force the opponent into a corner for close combat. Hua Tianqi seemed to have noticed Luo Tao's plan as well, but upon seeing Jonathan escape, he stomped his feet in frustration. Damn, he got away. Mr. Raoul, think of a way. If this continues, Taozi will lose. Raoul frowned. Don't rush, let me think for a moment. On the ring, Luo Tao tried again to pressure Jonathan, but unsurprisingly, he was once more evaded. This proved that this method was not suitable for him, and instead, during the pressure, Jonathan scored several points. The bell rang, signaling the end of the 2-minute round. Without a doubt, Luo Tao suffered a significant defeat in points this round. Returning to the corner, Raoul and Tianqi hurriedly wiped his sweat and applied Vaseline. Raoul leaned in and said, Tao, that method of yours isn't working. The opponent is very agile and experienced. I've thought it over. You can only rely on your heavy punches now. Knocking him out is your only hope for victory. Luo Tao knew that if it came down to points, he had no chance. But due to his punch speed, his heavy punches simply couldn't reach the opponent. Feeling helpless, Luo Tao gritted his teeth and accessed the system panel, directly allocating some points to his punch speed attribute. After a familiar wave of comfort, he felt invigorated, and his punch speed increased to 5. The second round began, and as soon as they exchanged blows, Jonathan quickly noticed the change in Luo Tao. Given Luo Tao's punch speed, he should have been able to dodge easily, but the sudden acceleration threw off his calculations, and Luo Tao's rear swing punch nearly landed, forcing him to quickly retreat. Such occurrences were rare. Could it be that the Asian kid in front of him had deliberately hidden his strength in the Although Luo Tao had yet to land a single heavy punch on Jonathan, Jonathan did not dare to underestimate him. Having already gained a significant advantage in points, he was determined not to give Luo Tao any chance to turn the tide. Jonathan began to change his strategy, moving around and seizing opportunities to exchange jabs, with Luo Tao focusing entirely on Luo Tao's heavy punches. If he sensed any signs of an attack from Luo Tao's rear punches, he would immediately withdraw to create distance. This made Luo Tao feel extremely frustrated. His opponent was slipperier than an eel. What could he do? Since the opponent had no intention of engaging in a stand-up fight, Luo Tao had a sudden inspiration. Lowering his center of gravity slightly and applying force through his legs, he swayed his upper body and made a pendulum-like advance, quickly closing the distance to Jonathan, planning to engage in close combat. The sudden advance caught Jonathan off guard, but with his wealth of experience, he knew that engaging in close combat with Luo Tao would put him at a disadvantage. He quickly grabbed Luo Tao's neck tightly and pressed down with all his strength, while also squeezing his arms to protect his ribs. In this situation, Luo Tao's fists could not generate any power. Jonathan held on tightly, and after several attempts to break free, they were eventually separated by referee Old Joel. The second round ended. Although Luo Tao showed some improvement, due to Jonathan's almost unscrupulous counter-strategy, he did not gain any actual point advantage, and his heavy punches remained ineffective. During the halftime break, Luo Tao spat out his mouthguard angrily and said, Mr. Raoul, you saw it too. That guy is too unscrupulous. As soon as I get close, he clings to me tightly. How can I fight like this? Raoul shook his head. Tao, now is not the time to be angry. Jonathan's counter-strategy is somewhat unscrupulous, but it doesn't violate any rules. This guy has plenty of experience in the ring, and we must find other ways to deal with him. However, this also shows that Jonathan doesn't want to engage in close combat with you. That's his weak point. Keep it up, Tao. You did well this round. Hua Tianqi also offered advice. Come on, Taozi. That guy is older. He definitely can't compete with you in terms of stamina. Even if it drags on, you'll tire him out. Luo Tao shook his head after hearing this. If there were more rounds, there might be a possibility, but with only 4 rounds, Jonathan would likely be fine holding out. After a minute of rest, and only a few words exchanged, the bell rang, and both sides re-entered the ring. This time, Jonathan was even more ruthless, simply abandoning the initiative and adopting a fully defensive stance, clearly determined to win on points. Luo Tao felt a deep resentment, but there was nothing he could do. The initiative was in his opponent's hands, and he could only do his best to attack. However, after 2 consecutive advances, he was tightly held by Jonathan. Finally, referee Old Joel could no longer watch and warned Jonathan, hoping he would fight more actively, otherwise the audience would soon fall asleep. But Jonathan didn't care. A victory was already in sight. In this situation, even if the referee imposed penalties, it would only deduct a point or 2, which would have little impact on the outcome. Seeing that the third round was about to be dragged out, as well, Luo Tao grew anxious. In a rapid advance, he suddenly hit the brakes. Jonathan, who had gotten used to holding onto him, suddenly realized he was holding nothing but air and knew something was wrong, but it was too late. With a thud, Luo Tao's rear heavy punch hit Jonathan for the first time in the entire match. Jonathan, hit by the punch, took a step back, feeling a bit dizzy. Luo Tao saw this and recognized it as a great opportunity. He quickly charged in with a flurry of combination punches, but Luo Tao's heavy punches still lacked the power needed. Jonathan recovered quickly, and with his vast experience, he defended effectively, ultimately managing to withstand the onslaught. Just then the bell rang. Round 3 had ended. Luo Tao stamped his foot in frustration. What a golden opportunity it had been, yet he had failed to seize it. Clearly the power of his rear hand punch still fell short. At ringside, Lao Er and Hua Tianqi erupted in elation when they saw Taozi's rear hand punch finally land squarely on Jonathan's head. His sudden sharp deceleration mid-combo had been remarkably instinctive. Even Lao Er hadn't anticipated such quick-witted adaptability from Luo Tao. Yet Luo Tao's subsequent flurry of punches lacked cohesion and depth, failing to deliver layered all-around pressure. Instead, he relied solely on thunderous left-right swings, just enough for Jonathan to endure. Lao Er shouted frantically from below, "Hook! Throw a hook to his abdomen. Uppercut works too." But Luo Tao, riding a surge of adrenaline, heard nothing. Only the crisp ring of the bell pierced his euphoria, leaving Lao Er and Hua Tianqi gazing at him with profound regret. Back at the corner, Lao Er noticed Luo Tao's dejection and immediately rallied him. "It's all right, Tao. That guy just got lucky. You fought brilliantly this round, and you've already uncovered his weakness. 1 round remains. We still have a chance, but your combinations are too monotonous. Integrate uppercuts and liver hooks, then he'll struggle to parry." Luo Tao reflected in his eagerness to knock his opponent out. He'd indeed forgotten the hook entirely, a telling sign of raw ring experience. More than that, he regretted not amplifying the power of his heavy shots in round 2. Perhaps that single blow could have dropped Jonathan outright. No more holding back. With resolve hardening, Luo Tao allocated both remaining attribute points exclusively to rear hand punch power. With only 1 round left, victory demanded nothing less than a knockout. As the stat points cascaded in, a cool, soothing sensation rippled through his body. So pleasurable, he nearly sighed aloud. Yet worry swiftly followed. Yes, his punch now carried devastating force, but Jonathan would surely avoid repeating the same mistake. How then could he forge an opening? The rest period ended swiftly. Round 4 began. Jonathan, stung by the heavy shot in the prior round, grew bolder. In his eyes, Luo Tao's power punch was overrated, no longer a serious threat. Time to teach this Asian kid a lesson. A Chinese boxer. Huh? Can Chinese even box? Absurd. Determined to reclaim lost pride, Jonathan opened round 4 with relentless jabs, denying Luo Tao any chance to close distance. His sharp, accurate strikes regained momentum, mirroring round 1's early dominance. Luo Tao met the assault unflinchingly. His accelerated hand speed yielded some counterpunch success, but lacking Jonathan's technical polish and ring craft, he remained largely reactive. Worse, his opponent fixed his gaze on Luo Tao's rear hand, neutralizing the enhanced punch before it could land. Seconds ticked away. Panic rose in Luo Tao's chest. This pace spelled certain defeat. Then, after 2 crisp jabs, thump thump, Jonathan fired a straight right and sprang back to safety. Luo Tao suddenly recalled his conversation with Rek Hess about rhythm habits. Jonathan clearly favored this exact sequence. Perhaps he could exploit that predictability, find the gap within the pattern. With no time to deliberate, Luo Tao deliberately lowered his guard, inviting attack. Jonathan seized the opening, instantly stepping in with jabs leading the charge. Luo Tao committed fully, abandoning defense altogether. He absorbed the 2 jabs directly on his face. Jonathan landed cleanly, a flicker of triumph flashing across his features, then instinctively launched his trademark straight right. Now, as premeditated, Luo Tao dipped beneath the incoming right and unleashed his coiled rear hand, driving it deep into Jonathan's abdomen. The impact carried extraordinary force. An 8-point punch power far exceeded Jonathan's tolerance threshold. Jonathan staggered backward, doubled over in agony, unable even to straighten his spine. Impossible. How could this Asian boy pack such devastating power? Seizing the moment, Luo Tao surged forward without pause, unleashing a furious close-range combination. Though racked with abdominal pain, Jonathan raised his gloves to shield head and ribs. Time was scarce. He needed only to survive the round. Victory would still be his. But this time, Luo Tao's amplified power overwhelmed Jonathan's defense. Then, suddenly, an uppercut snapped upward, cracking against Jonathan's jaw. Darkness swallowed his vision. His mouthguard flew free as his body crumpled lifelessly onto the canvas. Referee Old Yoel, seasoned and swift, rushed in, pulling Luo Tao aside while kneeling beside the fallen fighter, ready to begin the count. This was no ordinary knockdown. Jonathan had slipped instantly into unconsciousness. Yoel waved off the contest decisively, then urgently signaled the corner staff to rush the ring for emergency revival procedures. Boxing is brutal. As Yoel's hand swept downward, Lao Er roared, "Brilliant. We won. Ha. Tao absolutely magnificent." Hua Tianqi, unfamiliar with boxing rules, shared in the joy upon seeing Jonathan collapse, but puzzled why did Lao Er declare victory before the referee's official announcement. On the ring, Luo Tao's mind reeled. Watching Jonathan receive urgent medical attention, guilt gnawed at him. He rushed forward to assist, silently praying he'll be fine, won't he? Thankfully, under the corner staff's expert care, Jonathan soon stirred awake. Assisted upright, he took a few tentative steps, seemingly unharmed. The match's dramatic reversal, wrought by a single seismic punch, drew glances from patrons seated nearby. At a table not far from the bar, a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses chuckled softly to the elder beside him. "Ha, Pedro, you misjudged this one. That Asian boy pulled off the comeback." Sometimes watching novice-level bouts holds its own charm, wouldn't you agree? Pedro lifted his glass, sipped thoughtfully, and replied indifferently, "So what?" Jonathan deserved his fate. After years of amateur boxing, he still clings to that rigid, predictable that greenhorn just happened upon a lucky break. Still, his technique is abysmal, though his physique isn't half bad, and his timing on that opening showed surprising intuition. A modest highlight. The middle-aged man paused, eyes gleaming. "Oh, old sorcerer, I haven't heard you speak so lucidly in ages. Could it be this Asian boy has piqued your interest?" "Nonsense." Pedro's eyes flared. His fundamentals are dreadful, clumsy as an ox. Not a soul in their right mind would scout him. And Sonny, I warn you again, call me that nickname once more, and I'll smash your new car to scrap. Sonny shrugged, unruffled. "Go ahead. I've got full insurance." On the boxing ring, as Jonathan has recovered, referee Ure announced the challenge, and Luo Tao achieved victory with a direct KO of his opponent. Unfortunately, the audience reacted coldly, with only Raul and Huatianchi cheering and clapping, while the patrons in the tavern seemed indifferent to such a low-level match. Huatianchi ran onto the stage and hugged Tauzi, excitedly jumping with joy. "What did I say, Tauzi? I knew you could do it. You were amazing, knocking him out with one punch. So exhilarating. I even feel like practicing boxing myself." Raul also came forward, saying, "Not bad at all, Tao. That punch to the abdomen was indeed spectacular. Congratulations on your first victory." Before Luo Tao could speak, Old Ure approached and said, "Young man, congratulations on your victory. As per the rules, this is the challenge guarantee you deserve, and I will hand it to you right now." Saying this, he took out a wad of cash. Luo Tao was somewhat stunned, and Raul laughed as he took the money, pulling out $200 and handing it to Old Ure. "This match nearly went 4 rounds. You worked hard. We should collaborate again next time if the opportunity arises." Old Ure accepted without hesitation, saying, "No problem, you're always welcome. But please get off the stage quickly. The staff needs to clean the ring and prepare for the next match." "Oh, okay, no problem. We'll get down now." Luo Tao and Huatianchi were completely unaware of these unspoken rules, thus they couldn't interject. At that moment, a celestial sound echoed in Luo Tao's mind. "Ding. Congratulations on achieving victory in your first battle. The Greedy Wolf talent has extracted 1 point each from your opponent's excellent attributes in reaction and evasion prediction. Additionally, for your first win, the system rewards you with 2 free attribute points and a chance to draw a small reward. Please check it." Luo Tao was shocked. Goodness, he had worked hard for days to barely earn an attribute point, yet a challenge match yielded 4 attribute points along with a lottery opportunity. Just as he was about to check the system panel, Raul pulled him down from the ring, saying, "Tao, what's wrong? Why do you seem off? Did you get hurt?" Raul quickly checked Luo Tao's head, and Luo Tao gently broke free, saying, "Mr. Raul, I'm fine. It was just that Jonathan falling surprised me. Luckily he's okay, otherwise I." Raul didn't expect Luo Tao to be so soft-hearted despite his size, saying, "Tao, you can't think like that. Boxing is a brutal competitive sport, and knocking down your opponent is a shared goal of both fighters. Do you wish to be the one who falls? As for safety, don't worry. Participants in such matches are all trained fighters, and with gloves and mouthguards, serious accidents rarely happen. Otherwise, this ancient sport wouldn't have lasted to this day. These matters are handled by professionals. You should focus on improving your strength, and hopefully you'll never be the one who falls." After changing in the locker room, Raul took out $700 from a wad and said, "Here, this is your earnings from this match. Rest well this afternoon. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to meet Kaiman. This guy has high demands for sparring partners, and you'll need to bring your best state." Luo Tao looked at the money handed over and said, "Mr. Raul, I think I shouldn't take this. You have helped me with the match and finding a job done so much for me, even covering the match fees. I can't take your money." "That won't do." Raul directly slapped the money into his hands. "If I were to do that, it would ruin my reputation. Take it, as this is what you deserve." Receiving the money, Luo Tao still felt uneasy. Earning so much in just a few minutes of competition felt like a dream. "How about I treat you and Tianchi to dinner as a token of my gratitude?" Raul laughed and pointed to his watch, saying, "It's only 9:30, others just finished breakfast." "Haha, you're too adorable, Tao. Put the money away and remember not to spend it recklessly. You'll need it for many things in the future. Let's go, the locker room is busy, and if we don't leave soon, others will rush us out." After exiting the locker room, as the three passed by the booth area, Raul spotted Pedro and Sonny and proactively greeted them, saying with a smile, "Old Pei, in just over 3 months the Golden Glove competition will begin. Can you spare some time to advise a few boxers under my management? Consider it a favor, the reward isn't an issue. You know I haven't had good results for over 2 years." Pedro glanced at him sideways without responding, leaving Raul somewhat awkward. However, he knew Pedro's temper well, otherwise he wouldn't have such a notorious nickname. Fortunately, Sonny interjected saying, "Raul, the quality of the boxers you signed isn't great. You don't even have one good prospect. Is this Asian kid a new signing of yours?" Raul turned to look at Luo Tao, saying, "No, this kid is still a complete novice. I'm just helping him find his way. However, this young man has a solid foundation and good character, but he lacks professional guidance." Raul glanced back at Pedro, but the old man showed no reaction. At that moment, Sonny subtly shook his head and Raul sighed, inwardly realizing there was little hope. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Well then, I won't disturb you two further. I wish you both a pleasant morning." After seeing Raul retreat with a somewhat awkward expression, Luo Tao tried to ask, "Sir, who were those two people? Was it some old man who upset you?" Hua Tianqi immediately chimed in, "Definitely, that old man's look was fierce, and he didn't seem like a good person." Raul quickly shook his head, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, those two are big shots in the industry. Don't guess wrong. One of them is the editor of the sports section of the Chicago Tribune, and the other is a very skilled boxing coach. Unfortunately, we can't afford this expert otherwise." "Sigh, a boxing coach?" Luo Tao was instantly intrigued. "Mr. Raul, is that coach really that skilled?" Raul nodded, saying, "This old man has a keen eye for talent and is experienced. The boxers he trains are recognized as strong in both technique and awareness within the industry. Unfortunately, perhaps it's due to his terrible temper and bad luck over the years none of his disciples have ever won a world championship. That might be his greatest regret." Hua Tianqi scoffed, saying, "Doesn't that just mean he lacks the skill? Otherwise, how could he fail every time?" Luo Tao was taken aback, saying, "Is there really such a thing? That's just too unfair." Raul patted him on the shoulder. "Fairness? Tao, you are still too young. Absolute fairness does not exist in this world. Well, that's it for today. I need to head back to the training hall. Are you planning to go back with your friends, or do you need me to give you a ride?" Luo Tao glanced at Hua Tianqi. "No need to trouble you, will go back with Tianqi." Hua Tianqi added, "Don't worry, I have a car." The two young men sat on a single bike, with Hua Tianqi pedaling heavily. "Damn, Taozi, you nearly flattened the tire as soon as you sat on. I should have just taken my dad's old car out." "Stop talking nonsense. Do you even have a driver's license?" Not yet, but it will be soon. I've passed the written test, and am just waiting for the road test. Once I get my license, I'll be the first to take you for a ride." "Where did you get the money to take the test?" "It's simple. I sold my guitar. I've realized that starting a band is completely unreliable. Once I have my license, if necessary, I can be a taxi driver. But enough of that, where are we actually going?" Luo Tao thought for a moment. "Let's go to Chinatown. It'll treat you to a meal." "Great. That's what I've been waiting for. But you should ride, letting a grasshopper carry an elephant. How can you even think of that?" Chinatown, as the largest gathering area for Chinese people, has always been bustling. However, this year's pandemic has greatly affected business and foot traffic. Taozi and Tianqi wandered aimlessly on the street. As children from poor families, what they called going out to play was mostly just strolling along the road. Here the prices were relatively low. Taozi casually picked some daily necessities, while Tianqi chose 2 cheap t-shirts of the same style. After putting them on, they looked at each other and burst into laughter. Many shops on the street had signs indicating they were for rent. It seemed that business was indeed tough this year. By noon, the two casually entered a small Chinese restaurant. As soon as they entered, the owner warmly greeted them, and after sitting down, they ordered 2 meat dishes and a staple food. Since there were not many customers in the restaurant, the dishes were served quickly by a plain-dressed young girl. The 2 single guys couldn't help but glance at her more than twice, making the girl blush. After placing the dishes down, she immediately turned and ran back to the kitchen. Such a shy girl is hard to come by. Luo Tao and Hua Tianqi found it quite amusing. Hua Tianqi winked. "Taozi, do you think this girl might be the owner's daughter?" Luo Tao shook his head. "No way. This girl looks like a novice. She probably can't find a suitable job and is temporarily working here. She's not bad, quite interesting. The food tastes okay, you should try." After a few bites, Taozi took out $1,000 from his pocket. "Tianqi brothers should settle accounts clearly. Hey, race 1,000 for you, he'll pay the rest in a few days." Hua Tianqi's face fell. "Taozi, that's not cool. We just sorted out Luo Shu's issue, and you're in a hurry to pay this small amount. Why don't you plan to treat me as a brother anymore?" Luo Tao pushed the money forward. "Tianqi, we are all good brothers. I can't express myself well, but I will remember your help with my dad for a lifetime. I wasn't in a hurry to pay you back, but I know that guitar is very important to you. If possible, I'd like to redeem it for you." "Stop talking. It's all sold to others. How can I get it back? Besides, I've really come to terms with it. Dreams can't be eaten. It's better to live realistically. My dad was right. When you see reality clearly, you grow up." After this statement, both fell silent. Yes, for 2 people at the bottom, just surviving is already quite difficult. Talking about dreams is indeed a luxury. Tianqi handed the money back to Luo Tao. "Taozi, you keep it for now. My dad provides for my living, so I'm doing better than you. You're shouldering the whole family. Who knows how much money Luo Shu will need. Don't think that just because you earned 700 from the match today, it's easy. I was watching with my heart in my throat. Brother, if there's a chance, let's change jobs. Luo Tao nodded. Alright, you help me pave the way first. If being a taxi driver can make money, you'll come find you. Since Tianxi was unwilling to talk about money, Taozi didn't bring it up again. At that moment, the girl from earlier came back with 2 bowls of soup noodles. Perhaps the noodles were too hot, or maybe she was a bit nervous around the 2 young men. As she placed them on the table, her hand shook, spilling some soup on the table and splattering onto their new t-shirts, startling her into a gasp. It was actually nothing, just a few small splashes of soup, but when the owner heard the noise and ran over to take a look, his face immediately darkened. Yuhi, hurry up and apologize to the guests. Really, business is already tough. How can you provide such service? He'll deduct today's loss from your pay, and you won't need to come in tomorrow. The girl named Yuhi trembled at those words, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. Luo Tao and Hua Tianxi couldn't sit still and said, "It's fine, boss. This little thing doesn't need compensation. This girl is just trying to make a living. We are all Chinese, no need to be so serious." Yes, we don't need to apologize either. Look, this girl is already scared to tears. Hearing them say this, the boss finally let the girl go, scolding her a bit more before sending her back to the kitchen to wash dishes. The earlier incident reminded Luo Tao of his experience washing dishes in a Chinese restaurant. Working outside is truly difficult. In comparison, being a sparring partner now, while still tough, is relatively better. After finishing their meal, he came out again, bowed, and said, "Thank you both for earlier. Let me cover this meal." Luo Tao naturally refused to take advantage. Since the other party wouldn't bring the bill, fortunately, there was a price list on the wall. Roughly calculating, the meal cost just over $34. Taozi took out $40 to give to Yu, he leaving the rest as a tip. Yuhi firmly refused to accept it. Taozi had to leave the money on the table and said as they were leaving, "Yuhi, we are all workers. Unpleasant things happen often, so don't take them to heart. Maybe hope will appear tomorrow. Keep it up." After leaving the restaurant, Hua Tianxi smiled. "We can consider this heroic rescue of a beauty, right? Taozi, this girl is great. Let's come back here for a meal next time." Luo Tao also laughed. "You always talking big. If you're so capable, why don't you just get yourself a girlfriend?" "Date? With what?" Hua Tianxi, pushing the bike, patted the seat. "You think I can just take her out for a ride on this? Don't joke around, brother. For now, the back seat of my bike belongs only to you." Riding the bike with his brother on the bustling streets of Chicago with cars and tall buildings all around, Luo Tao's heart was unsettled. Life may have its beautiful side, but it never belongs to the poor at the bottom. Tianxi sent Taozi back home, and then left directly as he wanted to practice driving in the afternoon to prepare for the driving test. Luo Tao pushed the door and returned to the empty house, feeling a pang of sadness. Today he had succeeded in his first challenge, but apart from Tianxi, there was no family member to share the joy with. He took out his phone and called Dr. Miao. It had been 9 days since his father was hospitalized, and he was unsure of the situation. He had wanted to make this call for a long time, but Taozi knew that Dr. Miao's time was precious, and he shouldn't keep bothering. Fortunately, Dr. Miao informed him that his father's condition was good after being admitted, although he was emotionally unstable, which was a normal reaction. From now on, every 10 days, he would send updates on Luo Zhihua's hospitalization to Luo Tao's phone via text message. After hanging up, Luo Tao felt a little better. As long as his father's situation was stable, perhaps in a couple of months, he would have a real home. Thinking of this, Luo Tao was filled with strength. After standing up and hitting a set of sandbags, he suddenly remembered that he still had a lottery qualification that he hadn't used. How strange, he could still draw a lottery. It wouldn't just be a participation prize, would it? Upon opening the system panel, a lottery interface indeed appeared. After clicking to start the lottery, the screen began to scroll wildly. The speed was so fast that Taozi couldn't see what rewards were available. As the scrolling gradually slowed down, he caught sight of a few entries like Recovery Power 1 and Explosive Power 1. So it was still about increasing attribute points, which was fine, and as long as it could enhance his strength, it was a good thing. However, when the scrolling finally stopped, the system prompt said, "Congratulations, you have drawn the Basic Talent Strong Physique. Please check it." What? Basic Talent? That sounds decent, now let's take a look. But when he returned to the system panel to check, he found System Binder Luo Tao, age 18, height 183 centimeters, a wingspan 185 centimeters, weight 75.8 kilograms. Occupation: boxing sparring partner. Reputation: an obscure nobody. System talent: basic greedy wolf power. After defeating an opponent, permanently draw 15 of their excellent attribute points. Minor talent: strong physique. Basic no attribute bonuses. Regular training can help you maintain a fit physique and enhance personal charm. Strength 7, stamina 8, boxing technique 4, footwork 3, reaction 4, punch speed 5, coordination 6, explosive power 5, recovery power 6, a dodge prediction 5, endurance 9, forehand punch power 4, backhand punch power 8, free attribute points 2. What the hell is this? There are no attribute bonuses at all. I'm not even competing in a bodybuilding contest. Oh, what's the use of having a good physique? It would be better to draw some attribute points. Even a little would be fine. Luo Tao ran to the bathroom, lifted up his t-shirt in front of the mirror, and compared for a long time, but he didn't notice any changes in his physique. This broken system must be malfunctioning. Since he couldn't see any change, Luo Tao decided to ignore it and focus on practicing boxing instead, as tomorrow's first sparring session was very important for him, and he hoped for a good result. The next morning during physical training with Leich's, Luo Tao felt a noticeable difference. After yesterday's sparring session, comparing it to Jonathan's punch speed, he realized that Leich's punches were not that hard to dodge. Many times he could predict the opponent's attack points. Even if he couldn't dodge, he could use the punching pads to absorb the blows or slightly shift his body to take the hits on less vulnerable areas. It seems that reaction and dodge prediction heavily influence actual combat. Leich's also noticed Luo Tao's significant change. Hey, you're getting smarter, kid. You took down Jonathan and you've improved quite a bit. Maybe you really have a talent for this. Luo Tao felt happy inside, humbly smiling. I'm still far behind you. I wish I could reach your level of skill, brother Lei. You've only been training for a few days. I've been in the amateur boxing scene for 3 years. Take it slow, kid. You've already got a good start. Be content. After spending a long time with Leich's, Luo Tao found him to be quite nice. He had provided him with a lot of help in training, and sometimes taught him some little tricks, though he also loved to brag. In the afternoon, Raul drove Luo Tao to another training venue to meet Kaiman. On the way, Raul explained some key rules for sparring. It turned out that sparring required wearing a full set of protective gear, helmet, boxing vest, mouthguard, plastic cup, and boxing gloves. During training, counterattacks were allowed, but such counterattacks were only to stimulate the trainee's offensive desire, not aimed at knocking down or causing serious harm. Raul specifically reminded Luo Tao of this, otherwise it could lead to awkward situations. Luo Tao quickly understood this point. After all, they were paying him to spar, not to get beaten up. The car soon stopped, and it was quite far from Taozi's home. Upon entering the boxing gym, Luo Tao found that the facilities here were much better than the previous training facility. Besides some professional boxing training equipment, there were also many fitness machines. Under Raul's guidance, they quickly found Kaiman, who was training by hitting the pair ball. He was a black boxer with a physique full of strong muscles. After greeting Raul, he turned his attention to Luo Tao. So this is the kid who defeated Jonathan, huh? You look pretty good. I heard you turned the match around with one punch. However, I hope you can surprise me in today's trial training, otherwise I can't guarantee the longevity of this job. He spoke so bluntly at first sight, and Luo Tao understood that this guy might not be easy to handle. No matter what, he would do his best. After putting on all the protective gear, the two stepped onto the boxing ring. Kaiman, however, did not immediately launch an attack, but smiled at Luo Tao, saying, I've heard your ability to take hits is quite good, and you have an offensive style, which is exactly the type of sparring partner I need. But just this isn't enough. I need you to pose some threat and pressure so that I can find enjoyment in the training. Don't worry, even if you accidentally hit me, it's fine. Go all out and show me what you've got. Hearing this, Luo Tao realized it was going to be a real fight. But this was different from Raul's expectations. He looked down at Raul, who smiled, and said, It's okay, Tao. Just do as Kaiman says, but make sure your strength is appropriate. Understood? Got it. With this reassurance, Luo Tao felt more confident. However, as Kaiman's attack began, he finally understood why the other party was nicknamed the Black Storm. This guy had an extremely fast punch rhythm and strong combination punching ability. Right from the start, Luo Tao was hit by more than 10 punches. Fortunately, with the helmet protection and his decent ability to take hits, otherwise he might not have been able to hold on. On the stage, Luo Tao felt immense pressure. This Kaiman was undoubtedly a master, fast and fierce in his attacks. If it weren't for the protective gear he was wearing, Luo Tao would have already been overwhelmed. Yet, even so, Luo Tao was not in a good position. His attacks and counterattacks were essentially ineffective against Kaiman. The latter's footwork was extremely agile. A slight evasion rendered all of Luo Tao's strikes futile, making him feel like a punching bag being battered from all sides. This won't do. If this continues, not only will my opponent look down on me, but I also won't be able to accept it myself. I must close the distance and shorten my attack range. With this thought in mind, Luo Tao lowered his center of gravity and charged towards Kaiman with a jab, but this tactic also failed against Kaiman. In just 2 short minutes, Kaiman had used 3 different methods to thwart Luo Tao's advance. The first time, caught by surprise, Kaiman countered the same way Jonathan did. As soon as Luo Tao lunged, Kaiman immediately embraced him, preventing Luo Tao from throwing any punches. The second time, wary of Luo Tao's approach, Kaiman swiftly sidestepped, leaving Luo Tao empty-handed. And on the third occasion, during Luo Tao's advance, he was met with a series of uppercuts from Kaiman. The heavy blows forced Luo Tao to halt his advance, and the continuous failures began to demoralize him, while Kaiman looked on triumphantly, saying, So how about it? Want to continue? Use whatever moves you have. Who could withstand this? Luo Tao's fierceness was provoked. Come on. As they resumed fighting, Luo Tao fortified his defense, while keenly observing Kaiman's attack rhythm. After 2 rounds, he seemed to discern a pattern of Kaiman's combinations featured a high proportion of hooks. He couldn't wait any longer. Now was the time to take a gamble. Kaiman launched another wave of powerful attacks. After a strong swing, Luo Tao, anticipating Kaiman's next punch, sidestepped and delivered a rapid rear hand punch to Kaiman's face, just as Kaiman's uppercut barely grazed the air. This move truly caught Kaiman off guard. Luo Tao's heavy punch landed, and Kaiman barely managed to lean back to evade it. Astonished, Kaiman quickly retreated, creating distance before raising his gloves to signal a pause. After spitting out his mouthguard, he clapped his gloves together and said, "Oh wow, not bad. That punch was indeed impressive. Although your overall performance isn't perfect, that one punch has piqued my interest. The sparring work is yours now. Keep it up, kid." Watching Kaiman's relaxed demeanor, Luo Tao felt a surge of frustration. The gap between them was too vast. From start to finish, he hadn't landed a single effective hit, which was terrifying. Below the stage, Raul seemed quite pleased with the outcome. He and Kaiman quickly reached an agreement for sparring, setting training sessions for every afternoon from 300 to 500 with an hourly rate of 65, which was a decent price. Once everything was settled, formal training would commence the next day. As they left the training hall, Raul smiled and said, "Tao, well done. Being able to train alongside Kaiman is undoubtedly significant for you. Trust me, you will greatly benefit from this in the future." Yet Luo Tao lowered his head, saying, "Mr. Raul, am I really that inadequate? If I weren't wearing protective gear, I might not even last 2 rounds. He's just too strong." Raul burst into laughter, responding, "Tao, how long have you been in boxing? If you had Kaiman's strength right now, I would have to suspect you were the illegitimate child of a god. You must understand that Kaiman is nearly a top-tier amateur boxer. Many professional agents are keeping an eye on him. It's quite normal for you to have a gap. Don't overthink it. Tao reaching this level so quickly is already quite impressive." Hearing Raul's words, Luo Tao felt somewhat comforted. "Understood, Mr. Raul. I will train hard and continuously improve myself." "That's the spirit. Since you've found a way up, are you still afraid of not making it?" "Huh. Oh, by the way, it's quite a distance here. I can't possibly pick you up every day. How do you plan to handle transportation?" This was indeed a problem. Luo Tao patted his chest, saying, "No worries, I'll just run over. Training starts at 3, so I will make it in time." Raul interjected, "Nonsense. It's at least 10 kilometers from your home. You not only have to train, but also conduct sparring. Even the gods above couldn't handle that." Then, Luo Tao contemplated, "I'll take the bus. Worst case, I'll just leave earlier." Sighing, Raul knew about Luo Tao's financial situation. "How about this? I happen to have an old bike at home that hasn't been ridden in years. I'll give it to you. Who knows if it still works? Come back to my place and check it out." Thus Luo Tao followed Raul back to his home. From the basement, Raul pulled out a dusty old bicycle, wiped it down with a cloth, and after a quick test ride, it was somewhat usable. Luo Tao expressed his gratitude to Mr. Raul repeatedly, but Raul looked at the dilapidated bike with concern, advising him to have it repaired before riding, as it wouldn't be safe. After getting on the bike and leaving Raul's house, Luo Tao's mood began to brighten. With the afternoon sparring job and the morning training, his daily earnings had reached 190. In a month, that would total 5700. This income was quite substantial. Many freshly graduated university students struggle to reach this level. Thinking about this, Luo Tao felt a rush of excitement, pedaling even faster. The bike's chain rattled loudly against the protective plate, which to Luo Tao's ears sounded like delightful music. However, unexpectedly, he was riding too fast. After just crossing a speed bump, both tires suddenly burst. He quickly jumped off to inspect, finding the tires were severely aged from sitting idle for too long, with large gashes making them irreparable. What a mess. Now it was over. After barely riding a few kilometers, he had to push the bike home. It would have been better to run back. In the scorching summer heat, pushing the broken bike along the hot road for quite a while, he finally spotted a bike shop. Luo Tao hurried over, hoping to find a replacement tire. The shop owner frowned at the sight of Luo Tao pushing the bike, saying, "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, this bike should have been manufactured in 1986. A collector's item, I suppose. I estimate you'll have to go to a museum in Chicago for a tire replacement." Luo Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. To his surprise, this bike was from the same era as his father. How disrespectful. However, it seemed impossible to repair it, so he might as well continue pushing it back. Luo Tao was about to turn and leave when the shop owner called after him, "Wait a moment, sir. Your bike is beyond repair. Aren't you going to buy a new one? I have the newest sporty single-speed bicycles guaranteed to please, and the prices are very attractive. The cheapest models start at just over 800 yuan, and you could own a titanium alloy bike." Luo Tao listened and shook his head. Paying over 800 for a bicycle felt extravagant. If it were 80, perhaps he might have considered it. Seeing Luo Tao turn to leave again, the owner grew angry. This young man pushing such a broken bike out of his shop was, in his view, the greatest insult. "Oh, I see," he cried. "Do you only like old bikes for collecting? My word. I'm a clever businessman. Nothing is impossible for Wodeman. Come, youngster, follow me," he declared, and roughly dragged Luo Tao down into the basement. "Here it is," he said. "This is a fine piece, a 2003 Shangkolu Z professional road bike, constructed entirely of chromoly steel, built to last, and certainly of collectible value. Interested?" Luo Tao examined it. Its condition was noticeably better than Lao Air's, and the tires did not appear severely aged. He asked cautiously, "How much?" "Ha, sir, today is your lucky day," Wodeman boasted. "You can have it for just $180. Luo Tao turned to leave, but Wodeman hurriedly stopped him. I bet you could not find many like this in all the United States. Or make me an offer. Luo Tao bit his lip. 50, he said. Damn, it's so hot today. Oh my god, Wodeman lamented. This is a classic Shang Ko Lu Z Model 80. 55. 70. 60 is my last offer. Alright, deal. After a heart-stopping negotiation, Luo Tao hauled the bike up from the basement for the second time that day. As he prepared to ride off on his new purchase, Wodeman's expression turned serious, and he stopped him. Sir, please take your collectible with you. Luo Tao glanced at the ruined bike on the ground. How could he ride this one, and take that other one as well? Naturally, I will not take it, he said. Oh no, Wodeman replied, if you refuse to take it away, I would not sell you this bike even for $180. Now Luo Tao was troubled. He knew that in the United States arranging a pickup from a recycling company for such large refuse would be costly, so he had no choice but to carry it himself. Thus on the streets of Zhejiang, Luo Tao sweatily pedaled one bicycle, while shouldering another. Passers-by assumed it was performance art, and gave him thumbs up in admiration. Life changed a little. Morning physical training with Lei Che-si became easier, yet the afternoon sparring sessions weighed heavily on him. Kai Man's attacks left him feeling unable to find a defense. 2 hours of training were held up almost entirely by willpower. These live sparring drills drained him far more than his manual loading work ever did. Even with a protective helmet, he returned home each night to a face marked with puffiness and bruises. He marveled at how heavy those punches truly were. What surprised Luo Tao was that abdominal muscles began to emerge. At first there were only 2 visible segments, yet he had never trained his abs deliberately. How could this have happened? Moreover, the musculature of his body was becoming more pronounced. Gazing into the mirror, he nearly doubted his own eyes. A youthful, vigorous physique, subtly bulging muscle groups, firm, well-shaped abs. Was this really him? His original body had always been sturdy, but far from handsome. How could it have transformed so much in just a few? He suddenly recalled the small talent he had drawn some days ago. It must be the culprit, he thought. How amusing. He had no idea how a flattering physique would assist his boxing, though. Well, he concluded it seemed to do no harm. Because he now held 2 jobs during the day, Luo Tao had little time for formal boxing practice and could only train in the evenings. Yet more than 10 days had passed since his last advancement, and his skill values remained stubbornly unchanged. Under the new routine, time flew. It was the 9th day accompanying Kai Man as a sparring partner, and they had grown somewhat familiar. Luo Tao's shape continued to change. A faint second row of abs emerged. During a break, Kai Man teased, how are you thinking of switching to bodybuilding? Tisk, those little muscles look great. Flash them in front of a pretty woman, and your success rate will skyrocket. How did you train them? Luo Tao blushed slightly. No, I do not have time to train specifically for that. Perhaps it is because I cycle so much. Cycling gives you abs? Kai Man asked, clearly intrigued. As they spoke, a crowd surged at the gym entrance. Leading it was a hefty young white man with an arrogant air, gold chains, and a big watch, sunglasses, and a wad of gum in his mouth. He swaggered with the same brash gait as the loudmouth, and bore a faint resemblance to Kong Nada. Beside him stood an opulent middle-aged lady, nearly 50, splendidly dressed, and imposing, her figure notably striking. 2 professional bodyguards flanked her. They were unmistakably of the upper echelon. Kai Man seemed to know the white youth, and murmured, Hebu Li. What is that kid doing here? Hebu Li strode to the ring, and greeted Kai Man. Hi Kai Man, is that the Asian kid called Tao by your side? Luo Tao started at the words. Someone wanted to challenge him. It felt odd. The man did not appear to lack money. Why pry into his livelihood? Kai Man was taken aback as well. What? Hebu Li, are you interested in being my sparring partner too? Hebu Li removed his sunglasses and flashed the gold watch on his wrist. Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in sparring. But this kid has taken my friend Qiao Nasen's job, and I must recover my friend's face. No problem, right? Kai Man frowned. I suppose that sounds all right. But Hebu Li, although you are not exactly formidable, you are an experienced amateur in the boxing scene. Taking on a newcomer to pad your record would not look honorable. Do not talk nonsense, Hebu Li shouted. I am standing up for a friend. It has nothing to do with boosting my record. This is none of your concern, Asian kid. Do you dare accept the challenge? Just as Luo Tao opened his mouth, Kai Man interrupted. Wait. That is against the rules. Hebu Li, if you want to issue a challenge, it should go through your manager and follow proper procedure. What is this, a street fight? Let the rookie discuss it with his agent, and then give you an answer, Kai Man suggested. Hebu Li sniffed. Very well. For the sake of him being a newcomer, I will give him 2 days. I hope he has the courage. Hebu Li then turned and left. The noblewoman behind him also departed, but before she went, she cast a lingering, amused glance at Luo Tao that sent a chill through him. As Hebu Li left, Luo Tao, somewhat puzzled, asked, Brother Kai Man, why don't you let me challenge him directly? Kai Man shook his head, saying, I just hope you take your time to think it through before making a decision. Tao, you are a newcomer, and the early battles are crucial for you. Many lose confidence after failing early on and drop out of the boxing scene, so I hope you choose your opponent wisely. Luo Tao detected the implications in Kai Man's words. Is this Hebu Li really that formidable? You seem to know him. He can't possibly be your old rival, can he? If that's the case, I might really be at a disadvantage. Kai Man chuckled. He's not worthy of being my opponent. This guy is at best a third-rate boxer in the amateur circuit. However, his style is quite similar to yours. He has decent resilience, and his heavy punches pack a punch. He can be classified as an offensive boxer. So if you accept the challenge, it will be a hard-hitting battle, and you must think it through carefully. Well, so he fights like that too. Upon hearing Kaiman's introduction, Luo Tao felt relieved. He was currently quite averse to technical opponents. When sparring with Kaiman, he couldn't land a single hit, and no matter how hard he struck, there was no space to exert himself, which was incredibly frustrating. Close quarters combat, heavy punches exchanged. This was the boxing experience he envisioned. The thought of participating in such a match made Luo Tao's blood boil with excitement. Seeing that Luo Tao was unafraid, Kaiman nodded slightly. Tao, you'd best give Mr. Raul a call. Listen to his advice before making a decision. Luo Tao knew he was ignorant and should not act rashly, so he found his phone and explained the situation in detail to Mr. Raul. Raul was also surprised that someone would challenge Luo Tao. He told Luo Tao to wait in place while he quickly gathered detailed information on the opponent before making a decision. About 2 hours later, Raul arrived in a hurry. As before, he handed Luo Tao a detailed document upon Hebulai, nicknamed the Mini Bulldozer, has a tough and aggressive fighting style, decent resilience, and his heavy punches are quite lethal. His amateur record stands at 6 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, with 4 of those victories by knockout. Age 24. Height 1.79 meters. Weight 77. 1 kilograms. Reach 182 centimeters. Seeing that Luo Tao had finished reading the information, Raul organized his thoughts and slowly said, Tao, this guy is clearly an offensive boxer who relies on physical strength. In his prime, he is not an ideal opponent for you who is just starting out in boxing. My advice is to avoid competing against him. Luo Tao widened his eyes defiantly, saying, Are you saying I'm guaranteed to lose? Raul replied, No, that's not what I meant. Raul shook his head and continued, Firstly, based on both your fighting styles, if you accept the challenge, it will likely turn into a KO battle with little chance of winning by points. In other words, it will be a brutal fight, and the cost is too high. Secondly, in this type of match, no one has sufficient confidence. Any heavy punch thrown in the ring could end the match, making it akin to gambling. Factors like luck, willpower, and stamina can be more crucial than technical skill. I believe you still lack experience, and facing this now is premature. Kaiman nodded along and added, Tao, such a heated clash can easily lead to serious physical damage, making it not worth it. I also suggest you back out. Hebulai obviously wants to use you to boost his record and reputation, while also showing off in front of his old flame. Don't fall for it. Although the two presented many reasons, at the end of the day, Raul and Kaiman were still worried about him losing. However, Luo Tao understood that his current technical skills were lacking, and without professional guidance, facing an offensive boxer Hedon was his only path to improvement. Luo Tao looked at Raul and said, Sir, I understand everything you said. You both are looking out for me, but I still want to take the challenge. Mr. Raul, you once said to believe in myself and not to give up on my dreams easily. For a poor kid like me, boxing is my only hope and dream. It is the battlefield of the brave, and I do not want to lose this brave heart. Seeing Luo Tao's determined gaze, Raul fell silent while Kaiman seemed to have an epiphany. After a long pause, Raul finally spoke. All right. Well said, Tao. I knew I didn't misjudge you. If you can defeat Hebulai this time, I will immediately sign a contract with you to officially enter the amateur boxing scene. Kaiman also patted him on the shoulder, saying, Good kid, you have guts. Just based on what you said earlier, I will definitely be there to cheer for you during the match. Luo Tao was stunned. Mr. Raul was actually going to sign a contract with him. Although he had no idea what the contract would entail, it meant he would officially become an amateur boxer, which was certain. From now on, he would no longer just be a sparring partner. He could proudly say, I am a boxer. Haha, this was simply too blissful, of course, provided he must defeat Hebulai. This fight must be a victory. Mr. Raul went out to give the opponent a response, while also coordinating the time and place of the match and other matters, while Kaiman coached Luo Tao on match experience, various combination punches and techniques. At first, Luo Tao thought Kaiman was hard to please, but in just a few days the other party had already started treating him as a friend, which was truly unexpected. That evening, while practicing boxing at home, Luo Tao received a call from Raul. The match had been confirmed. The venue was once again set at the Morsal Tavern, and the time was set for 1 a.m. 2 days later. Moreover, under the strong request of the opponent, the prize money was increased to $3,000. What? Luo Tao was taken aback. How could he afford such a large sum of money? But Raul told Luo Tao over the phone not to worry about that, and to focus on training. The money would be covered by Raul, and all the prize money after the victory would belong to Tao as Raul's investment before signing the contract. After hanging up the phone, Luo Tao's heart could not settle for a long time. Mr. Raul was too kind to him, and Lachers Kaiman and others had also given him much help. Ever since entering the boxing world, he had felt much warmth from the heart. For all this, he must establish a foothold in the boxing world. Hebulai let him come. In his prime, compared to the young, he was even less likely to lose. A foolish kid sleeping on a cold bed relies on his fiery spirit. He picked up his phone, intending to notify Huatianchi, but then thought better of it. The other party's wealthy companion was of unknown identity, and if something went wrong after the match, it would be bad for Tianqi. One must know that in America various underworld forces are nearly omnipresent. Over the course of 2 days, Luo Tao intensified his training, striving for a breakthrough in his attributes before the competition. However, despite all his efforts, there was no improvement. Only his abdominal muscles became more pronounced, two distinct blocks of muscle seemingly heralding a powerful force. While he couldn't achieve a breakthrough in attributes under Kaiman's guidance, Luo Tao mastered several practical combat techniques. For instance, the liver punch, when his opponent's head defense was tight, striking the liver area was a tactical strategy. A heavy blow to this area could inflict immense pain and cause difficulty in breathing, rendering the fighter nearly incapacitated. Moreover, Kaiman advised Luo Tao that his height provided a certain advantage, encouraging him to utilize hooks during exchanges and to be mindful of his opponent's swinging punches while strictly managing his stamina. Luo Tao committed all these points to memory and came to regard Kaiman as his true friend. These little techniques were all painstakingly distilled from Kaiman's long experience in actual combat, selflessly imparted to Luo Tao. This bond had long transcended that of ordinary friendship. After training on the second day, Luo Tao bowed deeply to Kaiman, saying, "Thank you, brother Kaiman. You have opened up a new world of boxing for me, and I will forever remember this knowledge in my heart." Kaiman quickly stopped him, saying, "Oh, don't say that it's nothing. Just keep pushing forward, Tao. You will definitely win. Tomorrow, I will be cheering for you from the sidelines. Now let's wrap up early so you can go home and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow's match will not be easy." Luo Tao nodded. "All right, see you tomorrow then." Watching Luo Tao gradually walk away, Kaiman sighed softly. Perhaps Tao was unaware that his unintentional words had rekindled Kaiman's faith in boxing. At the same time, Tao's determination reminded Kaiman of his younger self. "Go for it, Asian kid. Good luck." The next day, Luo Tao woke up on time to continue his training. He prepared breakfast for himself, but only ate a little. This was also something Kaiman had taught him. Eating too much could compress the stomach, affecting lung capacity. More importantly, if a heavy punch landed on the stomach, the feeling would be unbearable. The morning physical training had been cancelled anyway, since Lei Chaz was also a signed fighter of Raoul, making him a brother-in-arms with Luo Tao. At 10:30, Raoul arrived on time to pick up Luo Tao. Upon arriving at the bar, Luo Tao noticed that there were many more people than last time. Another match was taking place in the ring, and amidst the crowd there were both curses and hearty laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. While Raoul greeted familiar faces, he led Luo Tao quickly towards the changing room. As they approached the ring, Luo Tao unexpectedly spotted Sunny and Pedro sitting together. Raoul said nothing, merely nodding to Sunny before leaving. Once in the changing room, Raoul helped Luo Tao prepare for the match, casually saying, "Don't be nervous, I'll relax, and listen to me. Your ability to take hits is quite good, so focus on strengthening your head defense. Remember, if your opponent launches a fierce attack, don't worry about your pride, hold on to him, and disrupt his rhythm of attack. This will make him uncomfortable. Additionally, try not to go down, but if you do get knocked down by a heavy punch, remember, don't rush to get up. Use this time to recover, and when the referee starts counting to 7, rise slowly. Once you stand, make sure to defend well. Your opponent will definitely launch a fierce attack." Luo Tao smiled wryly, saying, "Understood, Mr. Raoul. Besides these defensive points, don't you plan to teach me how to attack?" Raoul was taken aback for a moment, then widened his eyes and said, "What? You better not hold back. Once you step into the ring, find the opportunity and unleash powerful punches without stopping. You absolutely cannot give your opponent any chance to turn the tables." After Luo Tao warmed up a bit, cheers erupted from the front, indicating that the previous match had concluded. Sure enough, someone soon came to inform them that they would be up in 5 minutes, urging them to prepare quickly. After giving Luo Tao one last check, Raoul decided to take him out early to avoid running into Hebri in the corridor. Listening to their nonsense would only affect their mood. As they entered the lobby, they caught the host making an opening statement. "Ladies and gentlemen, oh, and ladies." Luo Tao looked up and realized that the noblewoman who had been with Hebri that day was also present, sitting in a front row seat, clearly here to show her support. The host continued, "For this next match, everyone should pay close attention, because you might just miss it if you look down to light a cigar and look up again to find the match already over." Laughter erupted from the audience as the host explained, "According to the data, both fighters are aggressive and their styles are fierce and unyielding. This is bound to be a knockout battle. Both competitors are young, so let's see who can stand at the end." The host successfully stirred the atmosphere, and everyone began to focus on the match. Many veteran boxing fans also turned their attention to it, as such hard-hitting matches were rare in the amateur circuit. After all, few would risk themselves for a mere few thousand yuan prize. Seeing that everyone's attention had been captured, the host continued in his distinct tone, "The challenger is Hebri, known as the mini bulldozer, and the one being challenged is the rising star of the boxing world, the Chinese fighter Tao. This situation reportedly stems from some personal grudges." That's another highlight of this match. Immediately, murmurs erupted from the audience as many questioned whether Hebri was inflating his record. However, without understanding the personal grievances involved, it was difficult to draw conclusions. At a table further away from the ring, Sonny nudged Pedro with his elbow, saying, "Hey, it's that Asian kid from last time. This time he's going up against Hebri. How do you see it, old man?" Pedro had actually been listening for a while, saying, "What's there to see? Hebri may be a waste, but at least he has some foundation and experience. What does that kid have? He might be able to endure a few hits, but he will definitely lose in the second round. Oh, Pedro, you claim to have a good eye for people, but you already misjudged this kid last time. If you get it wrong again, what will you—" "Nonsense, that's impossible. If this kid wins, I'll have to study him carefully. Could it be that he really knows Chinese Kung Fu?" Luo Tao and Hebri stepped onto the stage from either side. After the referee briefly introduced the rules, he signaled for the two to touch gloves. Luo Tao extended his fist, but Hebri, with his mouthguard in place, muttered indistinctly, "Kid'll take you down in the first round." Luo Tao retracted his fist and glanced at the audience below. The hastily arrived Kai Min was making a V sign and shouting "Go." With the ringing of the bell, the first round officially began. Hebri seemed to disregard Luo Tao entirely. As soon as they engaged, he launched a fierce assault with a barrage of combination punches, aiming to quickly end the fight, leaving Luo Tao no choice but to defend. However, after 2 rounds of attacks, Luo Tao gained confidence. Although Hebri's heavy punches were significantly stronger than Jonathan's, they still fell within his tolerance. He assumed Hebri's level was similar to Richi's, and while Hebri's punches were slightly faster, the difference wasn't substantial. With that in mind, why was Hebri so arrogant? Luo Tao decided it was time to counterattack. "Let's see how well you can take a hit." Taking advantage of a pause in Hebri's assault, Luo Tao unleashed his own combination punches, which infuriated his opponent. From Hebri's perspective, if Luo Tao had continued to defend, he might have lasted until the second round. But now daring to counterattack was akin to a long-lived old man contemplating suicide. Hebri saw this as the perfect opportunity to take Luo Tao down. Both fighters simultaneously abandoned defense and engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. This scene left the audience in awe. In a boxing ring, the most common scenario is one where you attack while the other defends or dodges. Seeing 2 fighters standing still and exchanging full-force punches was literally a death wish. The spectators erupted in excitement. What the hell? Can boxing even be like this? It's so violent. Go throw heavy punches. Many couldn't sit still and had already risen, shouting, "Get him." "Oh no. If such heavy punches don't faze him, I need a drink. Damn, this is exhilarating." The audience below was in a frenzy. The waitstaff were thrilled, running around serving drinks, all of which meant commission for them. The viewers were enjoying the show, but Raoul and Kai Min were incredibly anxious. Was Luo Tao out of his mind? If this continued, someone could get seriously hurt. They had discussed numerous defensive strategies before the match, so how had it turned into this? Raoul was already gripping a white towel tightly. If Luo Tao showed any signs of weakness, he would immediately throw in the towel to stop the match. This style of fighting was simply too dangerous. In less than a minute, both fighters had exchanged at least 60 to 70 punches, yet these 2 monsters managed to withstand it all. Human stamina is not infinite, and as the fight dragged on, their punches began to weaken and slow down. They were simply out of energy. In such a situation, continuing was pointless. Both fighters instinctively ceased their attacks and stepped back, gasping for breath. They had held their ground, but upon stepping back, they realized their heads were swollen and battered, their features distorted, and the swelling was visibly increasing. Luo Tao felt as if his eyes were about to close. His head was numb and dizzy. He couldn't feel any pain. Damn, how could this guy take a hit? No wonder he was nicknamed the Mini Bulldozer. Meanwhile, Hebri was equally astonished. He had underestimated Luo Tao, thinking he was just a rookie, and being an Asian, surely he would be an easy target. He believed defeating him would boost his KO record and impress the wealthy lady he fancied. To his surprise, this kid was like a block of iron. How could he fight him? The referee was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation before. According to convention, fighters could not rest during the match, but now both had essentially lost their fighting capabilities. What to do now? Fortunately, the bell rang, signaling the end of the first round. A wave of disappointment rippled through the audience. Such an intense exchange was abruptly paused, leaving them yearning for more. Back in the corner, Luo Tao collapsed onto a stool. Raoul rushed over, first using a towel to wipe his sweat, then grabbed various ointments from the medical kit and began applying them while scolding, "My God. You fool, are you crazy? Continuing like this is akin to suicide. Don't let your emotions dictate your actions." "No, Mr. Raoul," Luo Tao replied calmly. "The speed of his punches is faster than mine. If we play by points, I will lose. The only way to defeat him is to engage him head-on. Trust me, sir, I can still take his heavy punches." No, Tao, this is too dangerous. Even though we haven't signed a contract yet, I have to take responsibility for you. Listen to me, if you continue like this, I would rather throw in the towel and forfeit. I promise you, even if we lose this match, the contract will still stand okay." Raoul was genuinely scared. Continuing like this was bound to lead to disaster, and they were only in the first round. "Please don't throw in the towel." Luo Tao panicked. "Sir, please trust me. I can do this. If you throw in the towel, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I'm begging you, give me one chance to prove myself." Raoul was in a dilemma. If anything happened to Luo Tao, how would he explain it to his father after being discharged from the hospital? Below the ring, the spectators were speculating about the match's outcome. Sonny appeared somewhat excited. Today's match is truly a rare sight. That kid has such strong physical qualities, and he dares to fight like this. Moreover, it seemed that Hebrus' heavy punches didn't pose much of a threat to him. Given the current situation, the outcome of this match was unpredictable. He then cast a meaningful glance at Pedro, who was furrowing his brow, unable to comprehend how a newcomer to boxing could possess such remarkable resilience. Could it be that this kid practiced hard qigong? Raul, by the edge of the ring, was still hesitant. Seeing the situation, Luo Tao knew his chances were dwindling. He pulled up the system panel and swiftly allocated 2 free attribute points to his rear heavy punch and punch speed, then said to Raul, "Sir, please give me one more round. Trust me, no matter what happens, don't surrender." Kaiman then spoke up. "I think we should give him one chance. Hebri must be feeling pressured as well, and his stamina is depleting rapidly. In this situation, it all comes down to willpower. If either can't hold on, they are basically guaranteed to lose." Yes. Luo Tao eagerly added, "If you're ready to throw in the towel at any moment, how can I fight this?" Raul was sweating profusely. However, looking into Luo Tao's hopeful eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. Finally, he sighed. "Fine, just be careful. This is no joke." The bell rang again, signaling the start of the second round. Cheers erupted from the audience as people around the world gathered to enjoy the spectacle. For them, the more intense and thrilling the match became, the better. Just as Luo Tao was about to turn around, Kaiman shouted Tao. He then discreetly pointed to his abdomen. Luo Tao immediately understood his meaning. Indeed, Hebula's head had excellent resistance to blows, but the internal organs were another matter. He could try to land a few punches on Hebula's abdomen. After both sides returned to the ring, Luo Tao, thanks to the miraculous effects of the system during attribute point distribution, had fully restored his energy and was in great condition. In contrast, Hebulai had not fully recovered his stamina, and his mindset had shifted. The situation had deviated significantly from his pre-match plan. Watching Luo Tao charge at him fiercely, Hebula's heart began to falter. Damn it, he had encountered a reckless young man. At Luo Tao's age, he was fearless and undeterred, charging forward even after such a beating, all for $3,000. It was as if he had no regard for his life. But Luo Tao had already attacked, and Hebulai could only brace himself. However, this time, he wasn't planning to let his guard down and engage Luo Tao in a brawl. Instead, he began to defend himself, preparing to counterattack at the right moment. This was indeed a reasonable strategy. However, after the previous round of intense fighting, the audience's expectations had risen. They had planned to watch the two continue their fierce exchanges, thinking if this Asian kid could endure, why were you backing down? Discontented boos erupted from the crowd. "You little brat, no matter how tough you are, you're still just a rookie. In terms of experience, you are far from adequate." But as Luo Tao's heavy punch landed on him, Hebulai immediately sensed danger. How could this be? In the last exchange, both of them had nearly exhausted their stamina, and there was no way he could have fully recovered in such a short time. Without sufficient stamina to support him, the power of his heavy punches should have slightly diminished. Yet how was it that this kid's punches were even fiercer? Moreover, as Luo Tao's punching speed increased, his flurry of combinations struck Hebulai without him daring to expose himself, and there were no signs of exhaustion in his stamina. If the first round had seen both fighters equally matched, the second round so far had been completely dominated by Luo Tao. This dramatic shift exceeded everyone's expectations. "Oh my god, old buddy, this kid isn't secretly using performance-enhancing drugs, is he? How could he suddenly become so fierce? If he keeps this up, that Asian kid is going to collapse soon." Sonny shouted excitedly from the audience. Pedro's face twitched as he fixed his gaze on Luo Tao in the ring. This kid had piqued his intense interest. As a professional coach, he keenly noticed that Luo Tao's punching speed, reflexes, and combination punching ability had improved significantly compared to when he first stepped into the ring. With his enhanced reflexes, he no longer appeared clumsy. Unaware of the events happening below, Luo Tao was steadily gaining momentum, becoming more in tune with the fight as he continued. Since his opponent was unwilling to engage offensively and was keeping his guard up, Luo Tao knew that to win, he had to break through Hebula's defenses with heavy punches. He alternated between jabs, straight punches, uppercuts, and hooks attacking his head, and then his abdomen, treating Hebulai like a punching bag. Hebulai could no longer hold on. Although his resistance to blows was quite good and his defense was adequate facing Luo Tao's all-around bombardment, he inevitably showed vulnerabilities in his defense. Luo Tao remembered that before the match, Kaiman had reminded him to try attacking Hebula's liver area. After several attempts that either got blocked or proved ineffective, he accidentally landed a heavy punch on Hebula's ribs, causing him to grimace in pain, unable to raise his protective fists. Seeing this unexpected success, Luo Tao was overjoyed. With his shoulders thrown back, he unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at Hebula's ribs. After just 4 or 5 punches, the battered Hebulai crumpled down on one knee, his face turning pale from the pain. The referee immediately stepped in to separate the two and began counting for Hebulai. In excruciating pain, Hebulai glanced at the crowd below and despite the agony forced himself to stand up. However, the side that took the heavy blows could not lift his fists anymore. The experienced referee knew the match could no longer continue and promptly waved to declare the fight over. Victory! Luo Tao excitedly ran to the edge of the ring, spat out his mouthguard, and shouted loudly to Raul and Kaiman, "Mr. Raul, I did it. Haha, I defeated him. Ha Tao, that was brilliant. That match was spectacular." Raul and Kaiman climbed up from the audience. "Congratulations, Tao, on defeating your first formidable opponent. Who would have thought Hebulai's weakness would be?" The three of them embraced in the ring, relishing the joy of victory. Unfortunately, the referee did not grant them much time. This wasn't a championship match and soon announced the result. Luo Tao won by technical knockout. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving victory again. The Greedy Wolf talent has extracted 1 point each of fist power and recovery from the opponent's excellent attributes. Additionally, you have achieved a minor reputation milestone, emerging as a contender. The system rewards you with 2 free attribute points and a chance to draw a small reward. Please check your status. As he left the ring, the audience erupted in applause for Luo Tao. Fans of boxing enjoyed such a hard-hitting style, some even gave him a nickname, "Hey Asian Kid, great job. From now on, we'll call you the Asian Bull." Luo Tao clasped his hands in gratitude to the audience, though he was not particularly fond of the nickname. However, he kept his thoughts to himself. After coming out of the changing room, the three of them were about to walk out when they were unexpectedly stopped by Hebulai's form. The wealthy woman openly scrutinized Luo Tao, a young boxer performing exceptionally well in the matches. "However, boxing is a dangerous sport. I wonder if you're interested in joining my company as a personal bodyguard. The salary is definitely generous." She elongated her last syllable, sending shivers down Luo Tao's spine. "Oh, madam, I apologize, but I am very passionate about boxing, so I can only appreciate your kind offer from afar." Although he felt a bit nauseous inside, Luo Tao did not wish to complicate matters further. After politely declining, he intended to leave. But the woman stopped him again, pulling out a gold-embossed business card from her handbag. "Don't be in such a hurry, young man. It's fine if you don't want to be my bodyguard. Here is my business card. We can arrange to meet for coffee sometime. That should be fine, right?" Luo Tao could no longer maintain his composure as this woman was blatantly flirting with him in front of so many people, showing no regard for her own dignity. He thought it was impossible to be polite with such a person and gritted his teeth, saying, "Auntie, I am Chinese and not accustomed to drinking coffee. Please do not block my way." Puffed. Kaiman beside him couldn't hold back his laughter, and the surrounding patrons also found it amusing. Sunny and Pedro, not far away, overheard the conversation, with Sunny nearly spitting out his drink. "Auntie, how this kid is quite fierce. I really like him more and more." The term auntie darkened the wealthy woman's expression, yet she could do nothing about it. Given Luo Tao's age, calling her auntie was not inappropriate. As Luo Tao and the others tried to leave, Pedro, who had stood up, called out to Raul, who has been training this Asian kid during this time. Raul was somewhat surprised. "Coach Pedro, no one is instructing him. This kid has been working as a sparring partner, and during his free time, he just practices hitting the punching bag and refining his boxing skills." Pedro seemed a bit skeptical. Can one make such great progress by just hitting the punching bag? He decided to see how the kid trains. "All right, today I happen to have some free time. Take me to your training gym." "Off." Raul was taken aback. Wasn't this old man completely uninterested last time? "What? Don't wanna?" Pedro frowned. "Forget it then, just pretend I didn't say anything." No. We would be very honored to receive your guidance. Let's go, we shall go right now." Raul was overjoyed and hurriedly led the way. After driving back to the training gym, Raul led everyone into a separate training room, where Pedro asked Luo Tao to demonstrate his usual training routine. Luo Tao did not understand what was so interesting about this, but still began to train earnestly as instructed. However, after just 5 minutes, Pedro called for a stop. "Is this how you always train?" "Yes." "Is there something wrong? Who taught you to box like this?" Luo Tao glanced at Raul but held back his words. "Sir, is it my striking technique that is incorrect? Please give me your guidance." Pedro also glanced at Raul, vaguely guessing a few things. He turned back and said, "What you're doing is called practicing dead punches. When you get on the boxing ring, your opponent won't just stand still like a punching bag for you to hit. Watch closely, you'll demonstrate it just once." After saying that, Pedro approached and kicked the punching bag, causing it to sway violently. He then began to throw punches while explaining, "At this moment, the punching bag acts like an opponent moving back and forth. When the bag moves back, you should use a chasing punch, primarily with straight punches, paying attention to your force and footwork coordination. When the bag moves forward, you should throw a counter punch, mainly with hooks, making sure to use your lead hand for protection, while also leveraging your waist and abdomen strength. Then you should step to the side of the punching bag. At this point, the bag becomes an opponent swaying side to side. In this scenario, use swinging punches to control the opponent's swaying space, while delivering heavy uppercuts." Luo Tao watched in awe, wanting to slap himself hard. Indeed, what a great method for practicing boxing. Why hadn't he thought of it himself? Training like this would undoubtedly be far better than before, and it would no longer be dull and tedious, becoming much more targeted. Looking at how Pedro threw punches despite his age, his movements were both decisive and methodical, his footwork extremely agile, circling around the punching bag like a butterfly, exuding a sense of lightness and fluid beauty. Luo Tao was mesmerized. All right, now it's your turn. Pedro stepped back slightly out of breath. Remember the key points I mentioned and the coordination with your footwork. Luo Tao confidently approached the punching bag, kicked it hard, and began practicing. However, he realized how difficult it was once he started. When the bag moved forward, he misjudged the distance, and he couldn't generate any force with his hook. When the bag moved back, it was even harder. His chasing punch didn't follow up promptly, and he couldn't reach it. He had just watched very carefully and thought he had learned it, but once he started, his body couldn't keep up. Sometimes when he finally managed to land a chasing punch, he didn't retreat in time, and the returning punching bag tripped him up. Pedro, watching from the side, shook his head. This kid was not up to par. His foundation was too weak. But where did his progress come from? He directly asked Raul beside him. What kind of sparring work does he usually do? In the mornings, he has 2 hours of physical training as a sparring partner, and in the afternoons, he also has 2 hours of practical sparring with Kaiman. Haha, this kid is indeed very diligent in his training. Oh, so he's the one they call Black Storm, right? Pedro nodded. He does have some technical foundation. This can be retained. It should be quite helpful for this kid. After observing for a while longer, Pedro finally couldn't hold back due to Luo Tao's poor performance. Pay attention to your force. What kind of punches are you throwing? The punching bag isn't even moving. Haven't you eaten enough? Your footwork needs to keep up and your upper body should sway smoothly. Don't be like a wooden post. When practicing boxing, you must maintain proper protection. Bad habits will ruin everything. Pedro's voice grew louder and Luo Tao felt immense pressure. He had already given it his all, yet his body just wouldn't cooperate. Within a short time, he was panting heavily, even more exhausted than during an actual match. What's going on? You can't even last a few punches. Keep going, no stopping. Pedro's roar immediately rang in his ears, and Luo Tao had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Raul walked over with some reluctance and said, Coach Pedro, this kid just finished a match and has many injuries. How about letting him rest for a bit? Interrupted by Raul's words, Pedro snapped out of his tense training mood. At that moment, he realized that Luo Tao was merely a fledgling novice, and he couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly before signaling for Luo Tao to take a break. Raul stepped forward quietly and probed, what do you think of this kid? Pedro slowly shook his head. His physical condition is quite good, but at the moment, he doesn't seem suited for the technical fighter route. I need to observe him a bit more. How about this? Let him train like this for a few days, and he'll check his training results later. We can have a detailed discussion then. All right, I'll definitely increase my supervision these days. Raul nodded eagerly. After sending Pedro off, Raul spoke to Luo Tao with a serious expression. Tao, keep it up. Your good fortune has arrived. If you can catch Coach Pedro's eye, your skills will surely progress by leaps and bounds. He is a well-known tactical coach. You should intensify your training these days and strive to get him to take you under his wing. Luo Tao hesitated a bit. Sir, this coach is indeed very capable. Those few moves just now have already benefited, but he's just too strict. With him around, I feel more nervous than when him in the ring, as if he wants to hit me. Raul laughed. What do you expect? The title of Devil Coach is not given lightly, but he truly means well for you. You should be grateful he is already old. If you had met him 10 years ago, oh boy, you would really be in for it. After hearing this, Luo Tao couldn't help but shiver. With the new training methods, Luo Tao became even more enthusiastic, needing no supervision from Raul. Using the sandbag as an opponent, he charged forward, retreated, and moved sideways. Luo Tao threw himself into it wholeheartedly. The swaying of the sandbag was quite rhythmic, and gradually, he found that rhythm. His punches became smoother, and he found the timing and technique of his strikes, with the sound of his gloves hitting the sandbag growing louder. But when you immerse yourself in something, time always flies by. Before he knew it, it was already past 5 p.m. Raul called him awake. All right, that's enough for today. Go home early, take a shower, and focus on healing your injuries first. All right. Raul pulled out a stack of money from his pocket. This $3,000 is your prize money for today's victory. Take it. Tomorrow, he'll draft a contract for you to review. Don't worry, even if you don't meet Pedro's requirements, he'll still help you find other boxing coaches. The important thing is to believe in yourself. This time, Luo Tao did not refuse again. After returning home with the $3,000, he felt a special sense of satisfaction. He never expected that a victory in a boxing match would yield such a significant reward. This was much easier than earning money through hard labor. However, the risks were also high. If he lost, not only would he be ridiculed, but he would also have to pay back $3,000. Mr. Raul was right, this was more like a gamble. The contract would be signed tomorrow, and once signed, he would officially become an amateur boxer. However, after receiving guidance from Pedro today, Luo Tao realized just how lacking he was. Currently, he could barely be considered to have brushed the surface of boxing. The road ahead was still long. Perhaps only by reaching the level of someone like Kaiman would he truly be regarded as a real boxer. That night practicing boxing alone at home, Luo Tao made an effort to recall and mimic the steps that Coach Pedro taught during the day. However, he found it hard to coordinate his steps with his punches, feeling quite awkward. After numerous attempts, when he was about to stop, due to exhaustion, suddenly a pleasant chime sounded in his ears. Ding. After diligent training, your footwork has improved. Footwork attribute has increased by 1. Please continue to strive. The familiar cool sensation surged through his body again, erasing his fatigue and reinvigorating him. Wonderful. His footwork had improved, confirming that Coach Pedro's training methods were comprehensive and quite effective. He almost forgot he hadn't claimed the reward he received during the day. Quickly opening the system panel and clicking to start the lottery, the interface began to scroll rapidly. When it finally stopped, it displayed reaction attribute increased by 1. Seeing this result, Luo Tao let out a long breath. Compared to the last minor talent, he preferred this direct small reward. That so-called robust physique talent had no practical use, and instead brought some unexpected troubles. It was truly speechless. System binder Luo Tao. Age 18. Height 183 centimeters. Wingspan 185 centimeters. Weight 75. 8 kilograms. Occupation boxing sparring partner. Reputation emerging. System talent basic greedy wolf power. After defeating an opponent, extract 15 of their excellent attribute. Minor talent strong physique beginner. No attribute bonus. Consistent training can help you maintain a fit physique and enhance personal charm. Strength 7. Stamina 8. Fist technique 4. Footwork 4. Reaction 5. Punch speed 6. Coordination 6. Explosiveness 5. Recovery 7. Dodge prediction 5. Resistance to blows 9. Forehand punch power 5. Backhand punch power 9. Free attribute points 2. Comprehensive assessment entry-level boxing standard. Poor tactical skills prevent you from leveraging your physical advantages. It is recommended to improve training levels or gain more practical experience. The various attribute values on the system looked a bit better, and the comprehensive assessment had changed to entry-level boxing standard. This judgment was indeed accurate. It seems that his technical level urgently needed improvement. For a boxer, having the worst attributes in fist techniques and footwork was quite troubling. He truly didn't know how he managed to win 2 matches, or perhaps it was what they called striking the master with wild punches. However, if he were to allocate the 2 free attribute points directly, Luo Tao felt a bit reluctant, as free attribute points were more targeted when applied in practice. Moreover, when adding attributes, the powerful recovery stimulation ability was also more practical. Forget it, let's focus on training first. The new training methods are quite good, and perhaps these 2 shortcomings will soon. To Luo Tao's surprise, his reputation increased. Upon careful recollection, he felt that this should be related to the level of affection the audience had for him. This was also great, as it provided him with another avenue to enhance his strength. A new day has begun. After a night of sleep, the wounds on his face had improved significantly compared to yesterday. Although there was still some swelling, it no longer affected his vision. After putting on a mask, Luo Tao continued his morning exercises, had breakfast, and then ran to the training gym. Despite his regular schedule, Luo Tao's excitement could not be concealed. Today might be the day he signs the contract, a day that was extraordinarily significant for him. Mr. Raul mentioned that once the contract is signed, it would officially mark his entry into the amateur boxing world. The training gym would be responsible for arranging food, training, promotion, and organizing matches, and they would also help him find a professional boxing coach. While others might view signing the contract as losing a lot of free time, Luo Tao did not mind any of it. As long as he could receive professional guidance and technical training to steadily improve his skills, he was not afraid of any hardships. Upon arriving at the training gym, Raul called him into the manager's office and took out a thick document from the drawer. Tao, this is the sample contract specially drafted for you. Take a look, and if you have any questions, feel free to bring them up now so we can negotiate and modify it. Looking at the thick manuscript on the table, Luo Tao was a bit dazed. Mr. Raul, is the amateur boxer contract really this detailed? I don't understand much, but I trust you. How about we just sign it directly? Raul smiled and shook his head. Tao, the legal system in America is very comprehensive, especially for sports like boxing that have a high risk of accidents. There are too many special circumstances, so everything must be stipulated in the contract. Since you don't want to read it, I'll explain the main points to you for your consideration. Luo Tao nodded, slightly apprehensive, and sat down. Raul understood his current mood and poured him a glass of water before speaking. The main parts of the contract are divided into 4 sections. The first part is naturally about your salary, which includes a fixed income and match earnings. Tao, since you are just entering the boxing field, the initial monthly salary is relatively low, tentatively set at $300. As your skills and recognition in the amateur boxing scene improve, this income will continue to fluctuate, which is detailed in the contract. Additionally, the earnings from matches include appearance fees, challenge bonuses, and various match bonuses. In the future, they will be taken at a ratio of 40 for you personally. Do you have any opinions on this? Luo Tao shook his head in confusion. I have no objections, but Mr. Raul, what about my sparring work? Well, you don't have to worry about the strength training sparring with Letus. I will arrange that separately. As for the practical sparring with Kaiman, you can continue to participate. His level is very high, and it will be greatly beneficial for you. Of course, that portion of income is personal to you and belongs entirely to you. Luo Tao was very pleased with this. Just this one item would add nearly 4,000 to his monthly income, and by sparring with Kaiman, he would learn a lot. Raul continued, since you have no issues with this part, let's move on to the second part. From the date of signing the contract, the training gym will fully arrange your diet, training, and schedule, and will regularly conduct various health checkups for you. These are all stipulated. You need to quit smoking and drinking, and especially stay away from drugs. If any drug use is discovered, it will result in severe penalties. You should strive to maintain a healthy lifestyle. Of course, if there are any special circumstances, you need to call and notify me. The third part is training content, for which we have an obligation to devise a professional training program, assign a professional technical coach, and provide training equipment. The fourth part concerns dealing with unexpected situations and responsibility assignment. Overall, Luo Tao was glad he didn't read the contract. Just hearing about it once made his head hurt. In his view, it simply meant that the training gym had essentially prepared everything he needed. He just needed to focus on training seriously. There was nothing else to consider. Luo Tao stood up directly. Mr. Raul, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely train hard to repay you. Raul also stood up. Tao, don't say that. This contract is something you earned through your own efforts. I just hope you can continue to work hard. Remember, you are still young, and there are plenty of opportunities ahead. But never stop moving forward. Maybe one day you can stand at the very top of the Empire State Building. After the contract was signed, Raul assigned him a dedicated training room equipped not only with punching bags, medicine balls, resistance machines, and a boxing ring, but also with some treadmills and aerobic exercise equipment. From today on, Luo Tao could complete his training here alone. All of this made Luo Tao feel somewhat dreamlike. During lunchtime, he was even more astonished. Sashimi, milk steak, turkey chunks, and 2 fresh eggs. The nutrition was incredibly rich. Used to eating vegetarian dishes at home, Luo Tao wasted no food, clearing everything completely. After resolving the dining issue, he didn't have to run around anymore. The time saved was all used for training, and under the influence of a heightened emotional state, today's training was particularly good. Ding. After diligent training, your boxing skills have improved. Coach Pedro's training methods are truly effective. In just one day, both his footwork and boxing techniques have improved significantly. It seems this is the right path for training. If only Coach Pedro could guide him long-term, but he feared that Pedro might not think highly of him. In the afternoon, filled with energy, Luo Tao rushed to Kaiman's training gym to perform his sparring duties. As soon as they met, Kaiman joked, "Hey, our handsome guy is here. How about grabbing a coffee together tonight?" Haha, alright, let's not mention that anymore. It's gross. Kaiman found it quite amusing. You missed a shortcut to becoming rich overnight. You chose to be my sparring partner instead of seizing the chance to become wealthy. I'm truly flattered. Luo Tao couldn't take it anymore. How about this? If I see that woman again, I'll bring her to you. Maybe you prefer someone more to your taste. Oh no, I don't have abs like you, ha ha ha. After some banter, Kaiman became much more serious once they got on the boxing ring. After a few rounds of offense and defense, Kaiman was surprised to find that Luo Tao's movements were noticeably more agile, which puzzled him greatly. Taking advantage of a break in training, he directly asked, "It's strange how come after just one match you seem like a different person? This improvement is quite significant. You weren't hiding your strength before, were you?" Luo Tao, wiping sweat off his brow, felt very pleased hearing Kaiman's words. Really? Yesterday, Coach Pedro taught me a new training method, and it's very effective. Moreover, this morning, I signed a contract with Mr. Raul. I am now a real amateur boxer. To be honest, sparring with Kaiman brought great pressure to Luo Tao, as the opponent's movements were very agile, making it nearly impossible for Luo Tao to pose a threat. After both sides became familiar with each other, Luo Tao's initial strategy of counterattacking based on predicting the opponent's rhythm began to fail. Moreover, Kaiman had a knack for launching a flurry of combination punches once he attacked, which made Luo Tao suffer greatly. Thankfully, he wore various protective gear, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold on. As a result, Luo Tao thought of many ways to counter, but they were quickly solved by Kaiman, which left him quite frustrated and somewhat disheartened. On the stage, he felt like he was a big clumsy bear being toyed with, while the opponent was a hungry wolf ready to strike a deadly blow at any moment. In desperation, Luo Tao tried to emulate Kaiman's style by using rapid combinations during his counterattacks, but with a few agile steps, Kaiman quickly evaded his attack range. After a feeble offensive, Luo Tao soon realized he was running out of stamina. Why can others do it, but it doesn't work for me? Kaiman also noticed that Luo Tao was consciously trying to imitate his style. Frowning, he paused and said, "Why are you also throwing quick punches? I want to learn your style, but I just can't seem to get it. Brother Kaiman, can you teach me?" "Luo, listen to me, you're not suited to do it my way right now. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but your current condition doesn't support this style. To achieve quick and sustained punching ability, your punch speed needs to be fast. You must gradually get your body accustomed to this rhythm in daily training. Most importantly, you need stamina and recovery. It's like warfare. Without strong logistical support, even if you push the front line aggressively, it can only be an empty phrase. Do you understand? Luo Tao lowered his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Cai Ma smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged, Tao. Everyone's boxing style is different. Speed is a form of strength, but it is not necessarily the strongest. Just look at Foreman's matches. Although his punch speed isn't particularly fast, who dares to challenge him easily? That formidable power and punch intimidation is also a realm. Keep training diligently, and under the guidance of your coach in the future, I believe you will find your own boxing style." With this, Luo Tao regained some confidence. "Thank you, Brother Cai Ma. I will work doubly hard, and one day I will punch like the wind and strike like thunder, just like you." Haha, if that happens, it would be incredible. Tao, there are very few boxers who can combine the advantages of a technical style and an offensive style. They are undoubtedly top figures at the championship level. When that time comes, I will be your sparring partner. After finishing a day's training and taking a shower at home, it felt so comfortable. He picked up his phone to call Hui. He informed him about his signing, so he wouldn't have to come looking for him at noon in vain. On the phone, Tianqi was also happy for Tao, but soon complained that he wasn't informed about any matches. "Tao, do you know? I passed my driving test. I'm just waiting to get my license." "No way, it was that easy. I heard many people have to take it 2 or 3 times. "Of course. Who do you think? The second Schumacher can easily get a driver's license. Once I get my license, I'll take you on a tour of the entire Chicago." "I think your dad might not be willing to lend you the car, though. If he doesn't lend it to me, I'll just buy one myself. At the used car market, you can get a working car for a few $100s. That won't be a problem for me. You can buy a car for a few $100. Luo Tao was a bit stunned, seriously doubting if the $60 he spent on his bike was a ripoff. "Of course. I've already inquired. They're all old vehicles that have run 15000 to 2000 miles. Who cares? As long as it runs." "Oh, I see. You scared me there. But I think if you're going to buy one, it should be a reliable one, otherwise it would be too... You make it sound so easy, but we don't have money. Let's not talk about this anyway. My license isn't in hand yet. He'll come find you once I've got it. Okay, call me in advance. I need to ask Mr. Raoul for leave if I want to go out." "Got it." After hanging up the phone, Luo Tao was also happy for Tianqi. What young person doesn't love cars? He truly hoped that one day he could drive his own car. However, Luo Tao knew that he had just signed and needed to hurry to strengthen his training and not let Mr. Raoul down. Life was simple yet repetitive, but Luo Tao didn't feel bored at all. He tried out many of the new facilities in the training center. The pair ball seemed useless, and he couldn't play it well, but the resistance machine was quite good and should be very helpful for strength training. The treadmill combined with aerobic exercise equipment also had great effects. However, the focus of training still remained on boxing practice. Coach Pedro would be coming back in a couple of days, and it was best to make some progress to satisfy him. Unexpectedly, just a day later, Pedro actually came back. After observing Luo Tao's training, the old man was clearly a bit surprised. This kid had made a certain degree of progress in footwork and timing of punches in such a short time, which was rare. However, don't expect Pedro, who was known for his strictness, to say any words of praise. Pay attention to maintaining your center of gravity. Your waist rotation needs to be flexible, and your footwork isn't light enough. Stop. Luo Tao, who was called to stop, was a bit dazed, thinking to himself, "It's over, he must not be impressed." After sizing Luo Tao up and down for a moment, Pedro spoke. "Are you Tao?" "Yes, sir. My full name is Luo Tao." "Luo Tao, forget it. I'll just call you Tao. Chinese names are too hard to pronounce. Now listen to me, your physique is not bad, but your agility and technique are too poor. If you learn from me, you will endure a lot of hardship. Of course, you can also choose to give up. Your agent will help you find other coaches. The difference here is that other coaches might let you choose to become an offensive boxer, while I will guide you towards a technical style. The choice is up to you." Luo Tao understood. This was already a positive sign. He quickly responded, "Coach, I am willing to learn from you. Please believe me, I grew up in a poor family, and I am not afraid of any hardships." Pedro nodded. "I already know about that. Do you know why I am willing to train you?" Luo Tao shook his head, and it's because you can resist temptation and because you are willing to think on the ring. Remember, boxing is not just a physical sport. Only a boxer who uses their wisdom has the potential to reach the peak. Luo Tao never expected that after becoming his official coach, Pedro would actually have him practice jump rope. What does this have to do with boxing? But since he was the coach, it should be correct. Let's just practice. To his surprise, even this simple jump rope exercise could provoke the irritable Pedro into a roar. "Jump rope, and you're almost shaking the floor apart. You need to stay light on your feet." "Oh my God, how can you be so clumsy? Let me demonstrate." The over 50 Pedro picked up the jump rope, lightly tapping his toes, jumping quickly and steadily, as light as a ghost. Luo Tao even suspected he was floating in the air, as it was almost impossible to detect any movement in his upper body. This is way too difficult, and what good does this practice do? But upon seeing Pedro's stern face, Luo Tao gave up on the idea of questioning him. Since an old man could do it, he should be able to as well. After trying to land on his toes, he found it improved quite a bit, but he was still far from the coach's level. Speed up and maintain your breathing rhythm. Good, now keep this up for 15 minutes. Don't slow down. Hold on, just 3 minutes left. Goodness, after just one round of jump roping, Luo Tao almost couldn't hold on any longer. After just a few minutes of rest, he began a new round of boxing training. This time the coach brought in 3 sandbags and drew a few red circles on them. You may think hitting a moving sandbag is easy, but that's because the sandbag moves much slower than a person, and its trajectory is predictable, making it easy to judge. Luo Tao felt quite wronged, silently grumbling, "When did I ever say it was easy? Can you be a bit more reasonable?" But Pedro obviously didn't care about his thoughts. For a technical boxer, it is crucial to score points by hitting effective areas and establishing an advantage. This requires a high punching accuracy. Now I need you to accurately hit the effective area on the middle sandbag, while all 3 sandbags are moving. Remember, only with force can you score. Now start. After saying this, he randomly shook the 3 sandbags. Goodness, how do you hit these? After colliding with one another, the 3 sandbags moved in an utterly unpredictable manner, and even getting close became difficult. If he wasn't careful, Luo Tao would get hit by a sandbag, and it didn't feel good to be struck by all 3 at once. Maintain your center of gravity, don't dodge, punch fast, and retract faster. Pay attention to your defensive moves, speed up. Don't get distracted by the other 2 sandbags, keep your eyes on your target, and keep your footwork up. In the training room, Pedro's commands never stopped driving Luo Tao nearly crazy. The fast pace was something he couldn't quite adapt to, and with so many difficult movements required, how could someone with his rough boxing background possibly remember everything in such haste? Pay attention to your punching technique, breathe. Make sure to maintain a steady breathing rhythm or your stamina will run out. Luo Tao could no longer hold it in. Coach, please slow down. There are so many points to remember, I can't take them all in at once. If you can't remember, then that's fine. Let's take a break. Pedro seemed quite satisfied to hear this. Looking at the panting Luo Tao, Pedro lowered his voice and said, "Boxing is a very intense competitive sport. Once you're on the ring, you must concentrate all your energy to observe your opponent and capture openings. You can't afford to pay attention to these small punching details, but these points are all very important. So what should you do? Habit. Let them become your habits, your muscle memory, and form conditioned reflexes. Only then can you become a true boxer. Your current training is still at the beginner stage. To practice punching correctly with your eyes on the punch is just the first phase. The next phase is to forget the techniques and strike left while hitting right. Do you understand the reasoning behind this?" Luo Tao completely couldn't understand this and could only shake his head. Sighed. Pedro sighed. "Your understanding of boxing is too superficial. From now on, add 20 minutes of professional explanation each day, otherwise your training will lack purpose. Today, let's discuss punching techniques. Proper punching is actually to help you master scientific force application techniques, but the downside is that it can easily be predicted by your opponent, making it easier to dodge. That's why many professional boxers seem to punch casually in the ring, yet the effect is very good. That's the reason behind it. Later, if you enter the professional boxing realm, many skilled fighters have excellent predictive observation capabilities. They can determine your punching timing and attack route based on your expressions, gaze, and a series of subtle movements, so you must pay attention to this during training. Don't develop bad habits like biting your lips, blinking, or straining your facial muscles while punching, or you'll suffer greatly in the future." A few words made Luo Tao break out in a cold sweat. He had never considered that one could judge the rhythm of punches through gaze and expressions. That was terrifying. Pedro glanced at him and continued. "Now let's talk about footwork. Agile footwork not only helps you dodge your opponent's heavy punches, but also allows you to find openings from different angles. However, be careful, keep your movements small to minimize energy expenditure. The importance of stamina is particularly prominent. When 2 evenly matched opponents face off, the utilization of stamina often determines the outcome. Control the pace of the match and maintain good stamina reserves so that when opportunities arise, you can explode with force and achieve your goal of knocking out your opponent." Pedro's detailed explanation opened Luo Tao's eyes to the world of boxing. From this moment on, he truly began to understand boxing, or it turned out that the seemingly simple offense and defense on the ring were INFL. For an entire morning, while explaining and practicing, Luo Tao absorbed every bit of knowledge in this professional field like a dry sponge thrown into water. Having long lacked professional guidance, it felt as though he had stepped into a new world. Boxing became both unfamiliar and intriguing to him. Just as Coach Pedro said, with this knowledge as a foundation, Luo Tao began to understand the direction and purpose of training, and he also grasped the importance of those points. Without the coach's supervision, he started to demand more from himself. Even if progress was slow at the beginning, he was determined to cultivate good habits in his form. After seeing the changes in Luo Tao, Pedro nodded slightly, indicating that the Asian kid had taken his words to heart. "Keep practicing like this. I will give you 2 days. If you can hold on for 2 days, we will officially start. Otherwise, you can let Raul find someone else." Coach Pedro initially planned to test Luo Tao's perseverance over 2 days, yet unbeknownst to him, under his comprehensive and systematic training, Luo Tao found the arduous practice to be an enjoyable endeavor. Remarkably, within just one morning, Luo Tao received 2 system notifications indicating simultaneous improvements in his boxing technique and reaction time. Such efficiency was simply astonishing. Luo Tao understood that he had finally discovered an effective training method, and considering his initially low foundation, it was no surprise that he was experiencing such rapid progress. With the recovery brought about by attribute breakthroughs supporting him, Luo Tao found training to be significantly easier. How could he possibly retreat from this? The following morning, his footwork and coordination improved one after the other. On the 3rd day, his dodging anticipation also broke through. Coach Pedro, who had been observing his training, was astonished by Luo Tao's rapid progress. To be honest, Luo Tao was the least talented boxer he had ever coached in his career. It was Luo Tao's sincere qualities that moved him to give it a try, and yet in just 3 days of contact, the speed of this kid's progress was simply jaw-dropping. A genius. As Pedro looked at Luo Tao's now agile figure, he found himself at a loss for explanations. Suddenly, a saying from an unknown source flashed through his mind. For the Chinese, all technical difficulties are not a problem. Could it be that Chinese individuals are inherently suited for technical research? Their learning ability is truly terrifying. In his lifetime, old Pedro had trained at least 20 boxers, and never had anyone achieved such a noticeable technical improvement in such a short time. He never expected that growing old would lead him to discover a treasure. As the agreed-upon deadline approached, Pedro felt a bit relieved, thankful that this kid had persisted. Otherwise, even if Luo Tao wanted to leave, he would not have let him go. Alright, your training over the past few days has been quite diligent. Since you've been able to stick with it, we will formally commence training starting tomorrow. There are still 3 months until the Chicago Golden Gloves competition. If you wish to try your hand at it, you will need to increase your training intensity. Coach, can I also participate? Of course. Aside from a few amateur boxers who have gained some notoriety and are invited as seeded players, other boxing enthusiasts can qualify for the competition through auditions. This is a great opportunity for newcomers like you to gain experience. Furthermore, as long as you pass the auditions and enter the main competition, it equates to having a ranking in the amateur circuit, which will greatly benefit your future development. However, this is no easy feat. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I require you to wake early every day to train 5 kilometers of steady running, 100 push-ups, 80 frog jumps, and 100 squats, followed by 2 sets of 15 minutes of jump rope. You can manage that, right? No problem, coach. I can definitely do it. I often train at home. That's good to hear. As Pedro turned to leave, he suddenly noticed Luo Tao's abdominal muscles and paused, saying in a different tone, "There's one more important thing. To become an excellent boxer, you must learn to control certain desires and maintain a good lifestyle. For example, when it comes to nightlife, you must exercise restraint. Do you understand?" Luo Tao looked at himself, and after processing this, shyly replied, "Coach, I'm only 18, and I don't even have a girlfriend." Unexpectedly, Pedro replied, "Cough, without a girlfriend, it's best not to explore other avenues." After he finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Luo Tao in a daze. Other avenues. Wow, this old man is quite something. The intense morning training had given Luo Tao quite an appetite, and fortunately lunch was unlimited. However, with his enhanced nutrition, he felt he was starting to gain a little weight. Several times while eating, he bit his own tongue. His mother often said during his childhood, chubby people bite their tongues, while thin people bite their cheeks. He was definitely on the path to gaining weight. This won't do, but seems I need to control my diet. Chicago Golden Gloves competition. Just thinking about it excited Luo Tao. Let's had already begun preparations, and Cayman would surely participate as well. A boxer as exceptional as him would definitely become a seeded player. As for himself, he would need to work hard. The recent training had been very effective, and he couldn't wait to see how much he could grow in 3 months. In the afternoon, he engaged in practical training with Cayman, as usual. Cayman, his opponent in the ring, could directly observe Luo Tao's changes. His body movements, reactions, and footwork had all improved. His punches were also more purposeful, and even during punches, his face showed almost no change in expression. This kid's progress is astonishingly fast. During a break, Luo Tao began to inquire about the boxing competition. Coach said I could participate to gain some experience. Do you think I have a chance in the auditions? Cayman shook his head. That's hard to say. In auditions, opponents usually aren't too strong, but sometimes you might get unlucky and face some skilled fighters. It's unpredictable. However, such occurrences are rare. I think you should focus on your training and not worry about that. Speaking of which, what has your coach had you practicing? You've made significant progress over the past few days. I feel like you're becoming more agile. Are you aiming to develop a technical style? Yes, Coach Pedro is guiding me toward a technical style. What's wrong with that? Cayman frowned, somewhat puzzled. It's strange, your physical attributes clearly lean towards an offensive style. Why would he have you switch to a technical direction? However, based on your performance, it seems like a viable path. Luo Tao cheerfully responded, yes, I enjoy practicing this way. Cayman, you have no idea how helpless I felt when facing Jonathan's agile dodges. It was unbearable. Cayman shook his head, saying, but have you considered that as a technical boxer, after a series of flashy punches, your opponent might feel no pressure, and the moment they land a heavy punch, you could go down? Both sides experience frustrations. In the ring, it all comes down to who can control the pace of the match. As long as you can lead your opponent into your rhythm, victory will be within reach. Patting Luo Tao on the shoulder, Kamen continued, I suggest you don't completely abandon your physical advantages. Keep at it. Perhaps you can carve out a completely different path. Luo Tao felt a bit troubled after hearing this. But coach has scheduled tight training times, and besides, I don't know how to train for an offensive style. How am I supposed to practice that? Kamen chuckled lightly. I've already thought it through for you. For offensive boxers, power punches and resilience are undoubtedly the two most important qualities. Your resilience is decent. Are you willing to take off the protective vest? This way during our sparring it would essentially be like training for resilience. Wouldn't that be real fighting? We want to take off the helmets for now. What are you afraid of? If you're scared, then forget it. Who says I'm scared? Bring it on. In fact, Luo Tao had long wanted to test himself against Kamen, not because he was confident in challenging him, but because Kamen was too agile. So far, Luo Tao had not come up with a good way to deal with Kamen. He simply wanted to see how powerful Kaiman's heavy punches were, to gauge if they were within his tolerance level, and to verify the punching power of mainstream amateur boxers, enabling him to make a more accurate assessment of himself. On the ring, after removing his protective vest, Luo Tao cautiously said, Brother Kaiman, why don't you throw a few jabs first? I'm feeling a bit uncertain. Kaiman also didn't know if this training method would work, but he nodded. Alright, get ready, I'm going to throw a punch now. With that, a powerful jab landed heavily on Luo Tao's chest. Luo Tao, with all his muscles tensed, braced himself for the blow. Fortunately, the jab wasn't too much of a problem. Although the punch was not light, it was still within his capacity. Luo Tao signaled Kaiman to throw a few more punches, and Kaiman replied with several jabs. In his mind, Luo Tao estimated that Kaiman's jabs had a power level of around 8, but this made it difficult to gauge the power of Kaiman's rear hand punches, which might have already exceeded his limit. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tao exclaimed, Come on, brother Kaiman, unleash your rear hand heavy punches. After all, if I don't take your heavy punches now, I'll suffer even more from others in the future. Falling in the ring would be embarrassing, but falling in training no one would know. Kaiman's eyes lit up at this remark. Well, falling in training isn't shameful. Today I'll accompany you to practice hard. After saying that, Kaiman surprisingly removed his protective vest as well. Let's practice together. This way you can also practice your heavy punches. Haha, today let's see who can't hold on first. Thus the two of them simultaneously launched their attacks. With Kaiman's agile footwork and dodging, it would normally be difficult for Luo Tao to hit him. However, Kaiman abandoned evasion and took Luo Tao's heavy punches head-on, clearly aiming to let Luo Tao's heavy punches be unleashed, while also training his own ability to withstand blows. After a round of frenzied exchanges, both retreated a few steps. Luo Tao was struggling. Kaiman's rear hand heavy punches were significantly stronger than his endurance limit. Fortunately, both sides had consciously avoided hitting vital areas like the ribs, heart, and liver during their exchanges. Otherwise, it was certain that after so many punches, he would have definitely lost his fighting capacity. Kaiman was also feeling the strain. Although Luo Tao's punch speed was slow, the power of his rear hand heavy punches was not to be underestimated. As a technical boxer, Kaiman's ability to absorb hits was not his strong suit. After taking a few punches from Luo Tao, he felt breathless, his heart racing. Good, lad, you've got strength. These heavy punches are quite powerful. If I were hit by one of your punches in the ring, I might really be knocked down. So what do you say, shall we keep training? Luo Tao suddenly laughed. Why do I feel like we're both being a bit foolish, with a serious tendency for self-harm? This is about being a hero in the ring and a punching bag outside of it. Fair point, let's do it again. Alright, I'm going to flatten those abs of yours. Half an hour later, both collapsed on the ring, gasping for breath. Tao, who fell first? You. Bullshit, I don't believe it. It was definitely you who fell first. By the end, you were nearly out of energy. How could I fall first? Same for you. I just collapsed from exhaustion. I will definitely make you see clearly next time. I'm waiting for you. It was really exhilarating, so exhilarating. No wonder you love boxing so much. It turns out you're a masochist. Could someone help me up? I can't get up. This kind of training is too brutal. Both of us are struggling to cope. After the training ended, they both walked out together. Kaiman pointed to a newly purchased Ford car and said, So what do you think? How about I give you a ride home? No need. Luo Tao straightened up and said, I have a bicycle. Riding it is a great way to exercise my muscles too. Environmentally friendly and healthy. Kaiman glanced at his abdomen and chuckled, still training. Be careful your aunt doesn't come looking for you, haha. Luo Tao's face turned crimson. I'm doing this for my health, but don't talk nonsense. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, but I must remind you, make sure to apply medicine before going to bed tonight. Otherwise tomorrow you will regret it. After finishing, he started the car and drove off with a stylish drift. TCH, what's with the show off? It's just a car, Bill, buy one too in the future. As he rode his collectible bicycle, he soon felt a severe soreness and pain in his chest and abdomen muscles. This training routine is truly deadly. No way, I really need to get some medicine, otherwise tomorrow I might not even be able to get out of bed, let alone train. Gritting his teeth, he made his way to a nearby pharmacy. After buying 2 bottles of red medicine and several ice packs, as he turned to leave, he unexpectedly bumped into Miao Jipu. Ah, Dr. Miao, what are you doing at the pharmacy? Oh, it's you, Xiao Tao? This store is mine, I came by to pick up some medicine. Oh, what happened to you? You look like you've been through a lot. Did you encounter some trouble? Luo Tao hurriedly replied, No, I'm now an amateur boxer. All of this is from normal training. Haha, it looks serious, but it's really nothing. Just apply some medicine and you'll recover completely by tomorrow. Oh, Dr. Miao examined the injuries on his body and said, How did you train so intensely? If this were judged as a violent incident, you'd be close to an 8-level disability standard. You're just buying some red medicine. Is that enough? It's fine, Uncle Miao. I usually don't take medicine, maybe we've just gotten used to it with our training. Dr. Miao thought for a moment and took out a VIP card. Xiao Tao, this is the best discount card we have at my store. Take it. In the future, when you buy medicine, you can enjoy a 65% discount. I'm not very professional with external injuries, but it's best to not be careless and use good medicine. After saying that, he stuffed the card into Luo Tao's hand. Luo Tao felt a bit embarrassed. How can I accept this? Uncle Miao, you've already helped me a lot. Take it. Dr. Miao's expression turned serious. Oh, by the way, your father's alcohol addiction has been initially controlled with medication. Now is the most critical psychological phase. But don't worry, the hospital has specialized psychologists to help them manage their emotions. Considering your father's special situation, the psychologist hopes you can provide some photos of your mother and similar items. He must let your father open up and let go, otherwise the probability of relapse after discharge will still be very high. Upon receiving news of his father, Luo Tao brimmed with joy and nodded eagerly. Thank you, Miao Shu. I will bring it over tomorrow. I appreciate your trouble. Let me treat you to a meal sometime. If you are free tomorrow evening would be fine. Mr. Miao smiled. Let us wait until your father is discharged before deciding. I had no idea you were a boxer. That is no small thing, Xiao Tao. Well done. I enjoy watching boxing myself, but as you know, Chinese fighters are still uncommon in the ring. Keep it up. Try to make a showing. If you have a match, tell me. I will certainly come to cheer you on. You like boxing too? That's wonderful. But I only just signed a contract and my skills are still raw. You might laugh at what you see. How could I? You are young, you have time and opportunity. Remember to notify me. After all, I am a doctor. Perhaps I can be of help. Though of course I hope I will not be needed. Miao Jipu suddenly realized he had misspoken and felt a little embarrassed. Luo Tao, however, sensed genuine concern. Alright, if there is a match I will message you in advance. That's the spirit, Xiao Tao. In America, we Chinese stick together like family, help one another without too much formality. If you ever run into trouble, tell me. If I cannot solve it, there are Chinese community organizations. We can introduce you. Joining them will bring many benefits. I understand. Thank you so much. I should be going now. And leave the package at the pharmacy. After bidding farewell to Dr. Miao, Luo Tao felt elated. With the psychologist's help, perhaps his father could finally lay down the burdens in his heart. Truly a most joyous prospect. His father had been the greatest pressure upon him. In that instant the world seemed clearer and lighter, and Luo Tao nearly burst into song. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a sharp pain stabbed his chest and abdomen. He inhaled sharply. Well, he would tend the wound first and dress it properly. From their sparring today, he could estimate that Kai Man's rear heavy punch had at least a value of 10, perhaps even 11. Kai Man weighed a bit less than him, only around 73 kilograms, placing him in the junior middleweight range. By that reckoning, for Luo Tao to reach top-tier heavy punch standards in the amateur middleweight class, he would need an attribute value of at least 13 to 14. And that was only for amateurs. What then would the limits be for professional fighters? The next day, per the coach's orders, Luo Tao rose promptly at 6. He ran long distances, did push-ups, squats, jump rope. Each exercise performed with earnest care, then pushed his bicycle to the training hall. He arrived at the gym at 7:40. The coach had not yet come, so he warmed up alone using resistance machines to strengthen both arms, work that would help increase the power of his heavy punches. When Coach Pedro arrived and saw Luo Tao training, he nodded slightly. The initial novelty will wear off quickly. Only those who persist stand a chance of succeeding. Now we begin formal training. Since you intend to enter the boxing tournament to hone yourself, we must accelerate the pace. Before that, however, my priority is to determine your natural style and find the boxing approach that suits you best. That is crucial, so these 2 days will be dedicated mainly to testing. First, I need you to strike the heavy bag with heavy punches as rapidly as you can for 1 minute. Be sure to use full power. This will measure your explosive force and punch speed. Luo Tao was eager to learn his exact numbers. With them, he could compare against the system data. The tally showed that in 1 minute he threw 63 punches, but the coach judged the final 6 strikes invalid, leaving 57 effective heavy punches. Coach Pedro told him that for an offensive fighter that figure was barely passable, and if he wished to become a qualified technical boxer the minimum benchmark would be no less than 75 punches per minute. Next came shadowboxing, punch accuracy, heavy punch strength tests, endurance trials. The heavy punch strength test mattered most to Luo Tao. His lead hand punch peaked at 275 kilograms, while his rear heavy punch reached 378 kilograms. Numbers that left Coach Pedro fairly satisfied. From his calculations, Luo Tao gained a rough understanding of the system metrics. A 4-point difference between lead and rear heavy punch attributes corresponded to a 100 kilograms difference in measured force, meaning each attribute point represented about 25 kilograms of striking power. After assessing these figures, the coach told Luo Tao that at present only his rear heavy punch qualified, and every other aspect needed urgent improvement. The next 3 months before the tournament would be critical. Without concentrated effort, his chances of passing the preliminaries were slim. Luo Tao asked in confusion, "Coach, why didn't you test my ability to take a hit? I think I could pass that too." Pedro lifted his eyes from his notebook. "Durability is unreliable. That is exactly why I will not let you develop into a pure aggressor." Seeing Luo Tao still puzzled, the coach gave him a sharp kick to the butt. "Does that hurt?" The blow stunned Luo Tao. He could not stay angry at his own coach, and only muttered no. But that was not all. Pedro snapped his fingers on Luo Tao's forehead with a loud stinging flick, and the pain was unmistakable. Luo Tao had no idea what the coach was trying to teach. "It hurts now, doesn't it? That is the difference. The force of a kick is far greater than the force of a fingertip. Every body has weak spots. If an opponent finds one and lands a heavy blow there, no matter how high your durability, you will still go down. The same punch delivered onto a pad of fat and onto vulnerable soft tissue produces worlds apart results. That is why I demand precision in your punching technique." This time Luo Tao truly understood. Even if he had a durability value of 9, a punch to the eye would still hurt. Pedro then jabbed a finger toward his abdominal muscles and continued, "Put all your energy into training and stop wasting time on useless things. Do you know why so few boxers pursue sculpted abs? Because pure muscle offers far less cushioning than fat. The aesthetic standards of bodybuilding do not apply." "What?" Luo Tao blinked. "So do I have to gain weight?" "Not at all. Maintain a normal diet and immediately stop those silly exercises. The current priorities are threefold: punch speed, rhythm, and evasive movement. I will give you at most half a month. I must see clear progress. Understand?" Luo Tao felt both embarrassed and constrained. He had never deliberately trained his abs, and if he told the coach they had grown on their own, the old man would doubt him. He could only nod and answer, "Understood." Days slipped by in quiet repetition. Under Pedro's tutelage, Luo Tao's understanding of boxing deepened, and he discovered that many of his former assumptions were wrong. He had believed that boxing meant meeting an opponent head-on, that was what made it heroic and thrilling, but his coach promptly corrected that notion. The coach told Luo Tao that a professional boxer advancing from amateur to pro and onward to the pinnacle must be battle-hardened. If every bout relies on brute force and slugging it out, one simply cannot endure the long road. We are flesh and blood, and the head is the most vulnerable target in boxing. After thousands, even tens of thousands of blows, the brain and central nervous system can suffer irreversible damage. That reality is terrifying. Therefore, no matter how great your ability to take a punch, you must avoid being struck in the head in the ring whenever possible. Accidents can happen at any moment. Luo Tao also learned from the coach that there are 2 paths for an amateur boxer to advance. One path is to build strength and reputation through constant competition, attract the attention of professional managers, sign a management contract, and register with the Boxing Association as a professional fighter. The other route is to compete in the Olympics. By placing there, one naturally draws the interest of many managers and can then transition directly to the professional ring, a kind of shortcut. But Pedro believed that those who move from the Olympics to the professional arena wrapped in a halo of acclaim often lack the foundational trials of the pro ranks. Their starting point may look high, yet few truly succeed by that road. Luo Tao asked, puzzled, "Coach, why must one sign with a management company? Can't one compete as an independent?" Pedro smiled at his naivety. "Kickboxing is among the most lucrative sports in the world and has long been fully commercialized. As a professional, you must operate within the major organizational systems. If you go in as an independent, you won't even know where the gates of the WBC are. How would you enter? Arranging opponents, promotion, venue rental, ticket sales, negotiating purses, advertising deals. Could you manage all of that by yourself? Even your current amateur standing depends on agents, let alone the life of a professional. Remember, now that you have one foot in the boxing world, train earnestly and don't overthink other matters. If you keep winning, earning millions a year is not an idle boast." Luo Tao jumped in surprise. "What? Millions a year? Why are you startled? Not long ago, Mayweather and McGregor, those masters of trash talk, made over 100 million from a single fight. But all that is far beyond you for now. You are still a rookie, and a rather clumsy one at that. Effort is your sole hope. Sharpen your beak and hone your claws. When your wings are full, then seek the sky that Luo Tao felt heartened, yet muttered in dissent, "Coach, fine if you call me a rookie, but am I really that dumb?" "Aren't you?" Pedro shot back. "You've been practicing evasions for days with no progress. You still can't find the rhythm in pairball drills. Of all the fighters I've taught, you're the slowest to learn. Don't deny it. Get back to training." "Yes, The familiar roar rang out, and Luo Tao hurriedly returned to the intense regimen. How many times must I tell you keep evasive movements small, slipping the target is enough. Fix your eyes on your opponent. It's then you often catch an opening. Learn to find opportunity within crisis. Good, throw your punches a little faster. Yes, add more power. Though Pedro's words were fierce, he was actually pleased with Luo Tao's progress, diligent, obedient, quick to learn. Only somewhat young, still a boy at times, which softened even the notoriously harsh Pedro. After the morning session, they as usual went to spar with Kaiman, though they did not engage in relentless exchanges every day, as such brutal training could only be undertaken intermittently, otherwise no one could withstand it. In the ring, confronted with Kaiman's agile dodges, Luo Tao remained helpless, reduced to defensive counters while his speed and reactions lagged. He was almost a practice target. Day after day of that, Luo Tao could not bear it. In frustration, he slammed his fist against his own head, wondering if he truly was that dull. Kaiman, seeing him so angry, could not help but laugh. What, training yourself to take punches? No, it's suffocating to spar like this. Training with you drains my fighting spirit. In a real match I'd feel like surrendering. Nonsense. Kaiman suddenly turned serious. Tao is a boxer. If you ever entertain the thought of giving up, even once, you will lose the spirit of daring forever. Losing in the ring is normal, but you must never cower before an opponent. But Luo Tao's face flushed, and he could not reply. Let me speak for you. Kaiman said earnestly. You treat me as the adversary to defeat, to prove yourself. That's natural and fine, but because you cannot find your own attacking rhythm, you grow discouraged. Am I wrong? Yes, exactly. Brother Kaiman, your footwork is so fluid, and my lead hand is no threat to you, and my rear hand never finds purchase. Could you give me some guidance? Guide you? Kaiman laughed. Guide you how to beat me? Luo Tao froze. Of course, who would reveal their own weaknesses? Although for the moment they were not of the same level, who could guarantee that they would not be rivals in the future? Kaiman leaned on the ring and looked at Luo Tao. Tao, you have not understood the true purpose Mr. Raul and the coach had in sending you here. Think carefully. Besides earning a salary, what else can you gain from this place? Let me give you a saying that will serve you for life. Sometimes an enemy is your best teacher. That's all I can offer. Many lessons you must discover on your own. Go home and contemplate it. Kaiman's words struck Luo Tao profoundly, yet he could not fully comprehend them at once. Learn from an opponent. He had long wanted to emulate Kaiman's style, but his own technique and speed were far from adequate. How could he possibly learn it? At night, Luo Tao practiced boxing alone at home, but today he couldn't get into the right state, as his mind kept replaying Kaiman's words. Learn from the enemy. How should I learn? Kaiman was indeed much stronger than him, with agile footwork and swift punches, delivering a flurry of attacks like a raging storm. However, due to his limited strength, he couldn't replicate these techniques at all. Frustrated, Luo Tao vented his feelings on the sandbag, but after a series of wild punches he quickly exhausted himself and had to stop, panting heavily. This won't do. If I punch like Kaiman, I can only last one round at most. If I can't defeat my opponent within that round, wouldn't I just be waiting for death? This path is blocked. Kaiman's half-hearted words are driving me mad. Could he mean something else? Sitting on the floor and drenched in cold sweat, Luo Tao carefully recalled his sparring sessions with Kaiman. During their heated confrontations, Kaiman always utilized his lead hand to jab at him, and as soon as he spotted an opening, he would swiftly deliver a small combo, and then retreat, without lingering, which was incredibly frustrating for Luo Tao, who wanted to retaliate up close. Whenever he attempted to close in for a strike, Kaiman would quickly back away, while throwing counter punches, resulting in him taking hits without making any progress. What other methods could he use to pressure Kaiman's movement space? Luo Tao was at a loss. The most unbearable part was Kaiman's gaze, which seemed to predict all of his thoughts. How could he fight like this? I am being too passive. No wonder Coach Pedro insists that I develop into a technical fighter with this fighting style. As long as I can control my opponent and keep them at bay, it's essentially bullying. Wait. Luo Tao suddenly remembered why he had to think about getting close to Kaiman. It seemed he was also practicing a technical fighting style. If that's the case, isn't Kaiman the best template for him to learn from? With this realization, Luo Tao's eyes brightened and his mind became clear. Haha, now I understand everything. Coach's guidance in the morning and the training with Kaiman in the afternoon were essentially practical lessons. He just needed to play the role of an offensive fighter. As long as he observed carefully during sparring and learned, it would be the best strategy to deal with similar offensive fighters in the future. Although he couldn't achieve everything just yet, he could still imitate and learn about controlling distance attack, rhythm, footwork, and timing. So it turns out on the surface he was Kaiman's sparring partner, but in reality Kaiman was also his practical instructor, and he didn't even have to pay. No wonder many famous fighters come from sparring. It turns out that being a sparring partner is like being pampered in disguise. With his thoughts cleared, Luo Tao found his training direction again. During his sparring with Kaiman, he diligently studied the timing of Kaiman's punches and foot movements and began to apply them in practice. In terms of attacking, Luo Tao abandoned plans to rush in and pressure his opponent, wholeheartedly focusing on defensive counterattacks, trying to throw as many counterpunches as possible to improve his prediction abilities. Upon noticing the change in Luo Tao's fighting style, Kaiman smiled slightly, realizing that this kid had figured it out. But this was just the beginning. He hoped Luo Tao could continue to comprehend. Some things learned from books are ultimately shallow, and he still needed to give him a push. Thus Luo Tao clearly felt Kaiman's punches becoming faster and heavier. Wow. It was only then that the exhausted Luo Tao realized this was the real Black Storm. So strong. Sweat intertwined with time, evaporating unknowingly. 20 days later, Luo Tao looked at the system binder. Luo Tao. Age 18. Height 184 centimeters. Wingspan 187 centimeters. Weight 76. 2 kilograms. Occupation amateur sign boxer. Reputation emerging. System talent primary greedy wolf power. After defeating an opponent, extract 15 of their excellent attribute points. Strength 8. Stamina 9. Boxing skill 6. Footwork 7. Reaction 5. Punch speed 6. Coordination 7. Explosiveness 5. Recovery 7. Dodge prediction 7. Resistance 10. Lead hand power 5. Rear hand power 9. Free attribute points 2. Overall assessment. Although your skills are still rough with excellent physical condition, you may already possess combat strength among entry-level amateur boxers. What are you waiting for? Go fight, kid. In 20 days, Luo Tao's improvement in attributes was not substantial, but his understanding of boxing had significantly changed. His fighting style was beginning to take on the shape of a technical fighter, and he started to grasp a new understanding of stamina and boxing techniques. In the training hall, Coach Pedro diligently provided Luo Tao with various boxing knowledge every day. Your dodging movements are too repetitive. You can't let your opponent grasp any patterns. As I always say, keep your movements as small as possible to maintain your balance, and be ready to counterattack at any time. Uppercuts should be used cautiously in offense. While they pose a significant threat to the opponent, they also leave large openings. If you miss, your situation will become extremely perilous. After the explanation, the coach continued. Training has been nearing a month. You've made some changes, but it's still far from enough. Many things can only be solidified through real combat. I've notified Raul to help you find a suitable opponent. You need to prepare yourself. Luo Tao was so happy he almost jumped up. Training every day like this was monotonous and lacked passion. He had long wanted to have a match to test his training results. No problem, coach. I guarantee I won't embarrass you, Luo Tao said confidently. However, Pedro frowned. You don't even know who the opponent is yet. You're guaranteeing me. Do you think you're already invincible? Haha, how could that be? Luo Tao scratched his head and said, the opponent selected by Mr. Raul should be very close to my strength, but I'm confident I can win this match. Otherwise I would be letting down your guidance. Kid, pretty words won't help. The ring only speaks of strength. This match will be your first fight since signing, and Raul takes it seriously. Whether you can hold your own in boxing depends entirely on this match, so think about it. Understood, coach. I will strengthen my training in the coming days and bring out my best condition. The next day, Raul indeed came with the information to find Pedro and Luo Tao, but this time he surprisingly brought 2 sets of information. Luo Tao leaned over to take a look and asked Mr. Raul, why are there 2 sets of information? This is your first fight since signing, and it will be recorded for future reference by professional management companies, so it is of great significance. We must be cautious. These are the 2 fighters I have filtered out, and now it's up to you to decide whom to challenge. Stephen Hurd, a 37-year-old British boxer, boasts an amateur record of 27 wins, 14 losses, and 6 draws. With 2 experiences in the Golden Gloves competition, he is a seasoned veteran in the boxing arena, possessing a comprehensive set of skills. Height 1.76 meters. Weight 75. 9 kilograms. Reach 182 centimeters. Udabel, a 22-year-old international student boxer from Turkey, has a rough boxing style, but a robust approach. His tall stature and youthful stamina are his advantages, and he excels in using right hooks, currently holding an amateur record of 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Height 1.94 meters. Weight 74. 9 kilograms. Raul added, although Stephen was once a second-tier amateur boxer, his performance has seriously declined over the past 2 years, and his stamina has also lagged behind. However, his rich experience should not be underestimated. As for this Udabel, as you can see from the data, his tall build and reach provide a clear advantage, especially his right hook. His size and strength must be taken seriously. Pedro frowned while holding 2 sets of data, saying one is experienced and the other is a special case. It's hard to choose. Let's let the kid decide for himself. Luo Tao was also troubled. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he towered over me. To be honest, I rarely look up at others in my daily life. If I have to keep staring at my opponent's head, my neck will surely ache. I think he'll choose Stephen. I can learn from his experience. Luo Tao felt that fighting against a normal person would be easier. Raul and Pedro exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. He'll arrange the match with the opponent, and if there's any news, he'll call you. Tao, follow the coach's advice and train hard. We all believe you will succeed. After Raul left, Coach Pedro said to Luo Tao, since you have already chosen a target, let's discuss our strategy. I want to hear how you plan to deal with this veteran. Luo Tao considered the data and said the opponent is experienced, so I plan to play it safe. I'll use my better stamina and strong ability to absorb hits to engage him in a war of attrition, exhausting his energy. As long as he runs out of steam, my opportunity will come. Pedro nodded. Your idea is fundamentally correct. Additionally, compared to him, you have a slight advantage in height and reach. Throw more jabs and hooks and pay attention to your defensive posture. If you want to wear down his stamina, you must firmly occupy the center of the ring, forcing your opponent to move on the perimeter, thus increasing his energy expenditure. Alright, I'll remember that. These are just our assumptions. It won't be so simple once you step into the ring. I need to warn you in advance that veteran boxers often have less than clean fighting styles. Holds, headbutts, knee strikes, elbow hits, slaps to the back of the head, and even ear biting are their common tricks. When faced with such situations, remember to keep your emotions stable and not lose your rationality. Luo Tao frowned after hearing this. How can that be? Won't the referee do anything? They do, but these little actions can sometimes be very subtle. It's difficult for the referees on the scene to notice them in time. Even if such actions are detected, they usually only receive warnings as they don't significantly affect the match's progress. That's why I want you to control your emotions. Once you get angry and act irrationally, you've fallen into their trap. So, does that mean I have to let my opponent violate the rules? Luo Tao said angrily, wondering how such a boxer could exist. Of course not. One way is to stay close to the referee when you're in close contact with your opponent, which will make them think twice about their actions. Another way is to use your fist to tell your opponent that getting close to you is a very unwise decision. Luo Tao looked at his fist, somewhat confused. What do you mean? You're so slow. Hit him hard. When your opponent tries to hug you, don't give them any chance to get close. Beat them mercilessly. Unless they are willing to risk their life. If they have already grabbed you, use hooks to jab at them. If they feel pain, they'll loosen their grip, and that's the best time to throw a hook, often ending the match with just one punch. Luo Tao's eyes lit up. So if my opponent tries to hug me, that's actually a good thing. Pedro shook his head. In an embrace, an experienced opponent will press down hard on your neck, making it difficult for you to exert force or control your arms. At that point, it depends on your strength and stamina. The situation in the ring can change rapidly, so you need to respond flexibly. Pedro sighed. Alright, let's wrap it up early for today. Go home and watch some real fight videos to pick up some tips. Get a good rest tonight, and stay in good shape for Raul's call. In the afternoon, Raul called to inform Luo Tao that the match was scheduled for the next day at 2 p.m. at the usual place. He had already notified Kaiman, and the afternoon sparring session was cancelled, allowing Luo Tao to rest well. Kaiman would also be there to watch the match, and would pick Luo Tao up. Kaiman is such a good friend. After hanging up, Luo Tao felt very pleased. Having accustomed himself to solitude since childhood, he never expected to meet so many worthy friends through boxing, which further strengthened his confidence to continue on his path. He picked up his phone again and sent a message to Dr. Miao to notify him of the match information. To his surprise, the response came back quickly. I will definitely be there. Good luck, Tao. Dr. Miao is so busy, yet he is really willing to come. Luo Tao quickly replied, thank you, Uncle Miao, I will do my best. Dr. Miao responded, I believe in you. See you tomorrow. This feeling is amazing. Encouraged, Luo Tao felt his spirits soaring as he quickly called Hua Tianqi. Once the call connected, he hadn't even spoken yet when Tianqi jumped in, saying, I was just about to call you, Taozi. I finally got my driver's license, ha. What do you think? Do you have time tomorrow? I want to take a stroll through the used car market. If I find something suitable, I'll buy it right away, and it'll take you to explore all of Chicago. Tomorrow might not work. I have a match to fight, so. What? You have a match tomorrow? Why didn't you say earlier? What time? I have to go. Haha, I thought you weren't planning to come. It's at 2 p.m. at the same bar. Perfect. After the match, they'll take you to see Car. Okay, I'll come find you tomorrow morning and mooch some food off you. The next day, Hua Tianqi arrived at Luo Tao's house early in the morning. I say, Taozi, in just a few days you've become more muscular. Look at those abs, how did you train them? Mentioning this made Luo Tao annoyed. He had been berating himself for those few abs, but he never actually trained specifically for them. What a pain. Alright, enough about that. Why are you here so early? You haven't even called me lately. What have you been busy with? Hua Tianqi flopped onto Taozi's bed. It's so much better here, filled with the air of freedom. I have no personal space at home. My dad is forcing me to apprentice under Uncle Lin the plumber. It's dirty, exhausting, and I keep getting scolded. Oh, come on. Being a plumber pays well. Just look at the quality of life in Uncle Lin's house. You should be grateful. Oh, it's already quite good. Good? You'll understand after a couple of days of unclogging toilets and drains. It's disgusting. Yesterday, I went to a house where the toilet was clogged, and I pulled out a bunch of condoms. It was a nightmare. Don't say it like that. It's just a job. For the sake of earning money, who doesn't endure some humiliation? I go home with a bruised face every day. Why don't you try my job then? No thanks, I can't handle it. By the way, do you have training in the morning since you have a match in the afternoon? No need, the coach said I should maintain my fitness, and I've already trained this morning. Hua Tianqi's eyes brightened. It's not even 9 yet. How about we check out the used car market first? If we're lucky, we might even drive a car before lunch. Clearly impatient, Hua Tianqi was eager, and after a moment of thought, Luo Tao agreed. Sure. I've been training a lot lately, and I'm bored out of my mind. I've wanted to go out for a while. Let's hurry, we must be back before 1 o'clock. Haha, let's go. The two ran out to the street and took a bus to the used car market. There are several used car markets in Chicago, but most are located on the outskirts of the city. After getting off the bus, they casually wandered into the nearest market. Wow, Towsy, look at that Mercedes-Benz and that Ferrari sports car. Aren't they cool? If I could get one of those, I'd be so proud. Upon entering the market, Hua Tianqi was dazzled, inspecting every car, while Luo Tao had little knowledge about them. To him, a car was merely a means of transportation. Seeing them wandering around the display area, a salesperson quickly approached. Hello, gentlemen. How can I assist? Oh, Hua Tianqi was about to speak, but felt a bit shy, realizing a few $100s might not be enough for her. However, Luo Tao thought differently, having been through the process of buying a bicycle last time. We just got our driver's licenses and don't have much money, so we're looking for a car that's relatively affordable. Do you have anything like that here? The salesperson smiled. Of course. And there are many options. This year's economy is terrible, and cars at lower prices are in high demand. Gentlemen, please follow me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. He led them to the back hall, pointing at a large group of cars. Here you go, cars under 800 are all here. Feel free to choose, all have been inspected and repaired. Now please tell me your budget, so I can make some recommendations for you. How can we look by ourselves first? This time Hua Tianqi eagerly responded. The salesperson shrugged. No problem. Take your time, I'll be over there. If you need anything, just wave, and I'll be right there to assist you. The service attitude was commendable. After the salesperson left, Hua Tianqi said, This guy is too polite, it makes me feel embarrassed. Do you think he'd hit me if he knew I only brought a few $100s? Luo Tao laughed. I don't think so. A few $100s is still something. Besides, I'm here with you. Oh right, I forgot you're a fighter. That makes me feel more at ease. Let's check out some cars. Look at the color of this Opel, it's really nice. I like it a lot. This Chevrolet looks good too, it's very bold, but it's too big and probably consumes a lot of gas. Not knowing the prices, they decided to call the salesperson over after browsing for a while. This time Hua Tianqi took a deep breath and directly asked, First, which one is the cheapest here? The salesperson was taken aback. The cheapest? Are you sure? Hua Tianqi was determined, as he had no money. Yes, I'm sure. Just a moment, let me check. Oh, here it is. It's a 2008 Fiat, currently has 21,000 miles on it. The condition, well, it's quite worn, but it runs fine. The most important thing is it only costs $730. Gentlemen, are you interested? Upon hearing this, Hua Tianqi was genuinely excited. Of course I'm interested. Where's the car? Not far, it's nearby. Please follow me. However, upon seeing the car, both Hua Tianqi and Luo Tao frowned. The body was rusted, the glass was covered in adhesive tape, and the windshield was on the verge of collapse. Could this car even drive? The salesperson enthusiastically introduced, Fiat's quality is excellent. The engine of this car is currently running well. Of course, it may have some cosmetic flaws, but that doesn't significantly affect its driving performance. Luo Tao interrupted the introduction directly. Such a car is way too unsafe. If something happens, can you take responsibility? The salesperson looked at him awkwardly. At this price point, there's really not much we can do. We've inspected the braking system, and it should be fine, but there are indeed some hidden dangers with the tires. If you want to ensure safety, it's best to replace them. Hua Tianqi was extremely disappointed, saying to Luo Tao, Forget it, Taozi, don't put him in a tough spot. It's all my fault for being too impulsive, thinking I could buy a car for just a few $100. Let's go back, I'll come again once I've saved enough money. Luo Tao grabbed him and said, We've come all this way, let's look around a bit more. He turned to the salesperson and said, Could you help us see what cars are available for around 300? Oh, there are many options in that price range. I can guarantee your safety and driving experience at this level. Look at this Ford and that Honda, both are of good quality. Moreover, they have not exceeded 1,000 miles. The salesperson became animated, starting to introduce them enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Hua Tianqi whispered to Taozi, Don't put him in a tough spot, we can't afford anything anyway. What are we even looking for? Luo Tao smiled at Hua Tianqi, saying, What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, once we have money, we can always buy it from him. Let's choose the car first, saving money gives us motivation, right? You're right. Haha, that makes sense. Hua Tianqi then felt cheerful again. After much deliberation, Tianqi still liked the Opel the Safra he initially set his eyes on. It was a compact MPV, and the beautiful cobalt blue exterior was quite appealing with practical interior space. Luo Tao also liked the car very much, even with his height, sitting inside was comfortable. The salesperson offered the lowest price of only 3,100 yuan. Looking at Hua Tianqi, who was sitting in the driver's seat with great excitement, Luo Tao made up his mind. Salesman, we've decided to buy this one. Can you give us a better price? Oh, may I ask what your payment method is? Cash. The salesperson let out a sigh of relief. That's good. If it were a loan, the process would be quite troublesome and we wouldn't be able to offer any discounts. If it's cash, the best discount I can give you is a 5 reduction. That means you only need to pay 2945 yuan and the car will be yours. Okay, we trust you. Is there any paperwork we need to complete or can we just pay directly? As he spoke, Luo Tao took the money out from his pocket. Wait a minute. Taozi, what do you mean? How can I buy a car with your money? Hua Tianqi suddenly realized that Luo Tao was planning to buy the car for him. Why not? Tianqi, did you forget what you said during dinner last time? My dad's matter relied entirely on your help. If you can help me, why can't I help you? That's different. Uncle Luo's situation is urgent, but I can earn money to buy a car myself. How can I let you buy it? No way, absolutely not. Then take your time saving. Once you have enough, you can just pay me back, right? You promised to take me for a ride today, without a car, how can we do that? Besides, I don't have a driver's license. Once you have the car, I'll need your help to pick my dad up when he gets out of the hospital. That's definitely not a problem, but this. After much debate, Luo Tao ultimately convinced Tianqi. After completing the paperwork, the salesperson informed them that the ownership documents would be mailed to them once the transfer was complete, and the fuel tank was already full, which was quite satisfactory in terms of service. Finally, we have a car. Hua Tianqi was overjoyed as he drove the car, cranking up the sound system to the max, listening to a song called Reality repeatedly, while singing along loudly. Let's go whenever we want in the waves of time. Today we're affluent, tomorrow our fate is unknown. Luo Tao looked at Tianqi, who was as happy as a child, helplessly laughing as he turned off the sound system. All right, the car is bought, and I'm out of money. It's your turn to treat me to a meal. This car is amazing. Dinner. Oh, we must have a feast today. Taozi, what do you want to eat? It's on me. Hua Tianqi was so happy that he was almost dizzy. Don't be so extravagant, a feast. I think the restaurant we went to last time in Chinatown was pretty good and not expensive. Let's go there. All right. I knew you were thinking about that girl, Yuhi. Nonsense, you're the one who's thinking about her. Haha, you won't even admit it. As they joked around, once they entered the restaurant and ordered their food, they found out that Yuhi was no longer working there. According to the owner, her mother's condition had worsened and no one was there to take care of her, so she had voluntarily resigned. Luo Tao and Hua Tianqi fell silent, realizing it was another family in distress. Suddenly, they lost their appetite, hastily finishing their meal. Hua Tianqi hesitated before speaking. Taozi, the owner, should have Yui's contact information. Shouldn't we try to help her out? Luo Tao thought for a moment and finally shook his head helplessly. Let's forget it. Even if we can find her, there's little we can do. A few $100s is just a drop in the bucket for treatment. Our abilities are limited. Moreover, we only met her once, and she's a girl. It could easily lead to misunderstandings. Hua Tianqi scratched his head, sigh. It would have been better not to come. It just weighs heavily on my heart. Life is so unfair, it always makes kind people suffer so much hardship. Yes, but at least we still have hope. Let's go, Tianqi. When we have the ability, we can help others relieve their... After they got in the car, Luo Tao suddenly remembered Kaiman and hurriedly called him to notify him that he didn't need to be picked up. After wandering around the street for a bit, they drove to the Morsal Tavern. In the afternoon, there were quite a few more people in the tavern. Luo Tao scanned the room and did not see Dr. Miao. However, Kaiman, who had arrived earlier, saw him and came over. Tao, relax a bit, don't be so tense. Mr. Raoul and your coach are waiting for you in the back. Hurry up. Thank you, Kaiman. Oh, this is my friend Tianqi. You two chat while I go meet the coach now. After saying that, Luo Tao headed straight to the changing room where Raoul and Pedro were indeed waiting for him. Coach, did I arrive late? I'm really sorry. Pedro shook his head. Not at all, we just got here as well. You arrived just in time. Now, let's quickly discuss the battle strategy. Luo Tao quickly sat down. Okay, coach, you say it, and I will definitely follow through. Follow through. No, Tao, boxing is not like football. On the field, you have to rely more on your own judgment. I will give you some guidance and suggestions from the sidelines, but these are not orders. Do you understand? Luo Tao nodded. Pedro spoke seriously. Now listen to me. I've studied this Stephen and found that he is not simple. To be precise, he belongs to a mobile fighting style possessing excellent distance control along with his rich combat experience, making him difficult to deal with. Luo Tao quickly asked, is there any way to counter him? Pedro stood up and said, it's not really about countering, but you should try to avoid straight-line attacks. Otherwise, he will kite you. Maintain your own rhythm, control his movement range, and driving him toward the corner of the ropes should work much better. Also disrupt his distance judgment. Rush in quickly and engage him in close combat. Don't let his front hand straight punches take effect. I hope you throw more punches and don't worry about whether you can hit him or not. Keep him in a state of dodging, and there will always be an opportunity. More punches. According to your strategy, does that mean I have to launch an all-out attack as soon as I step onto the stage and continue until the end? Luo Tao did not expect Pedro to propose such a reckless fighting style. Exactly. In this match, both technically and experientially, you are at a disadvantage. But youth is a Tao. If you want to achieve victory, you must charge in aggressively, forcing your opponent to exhaust his energy alongside you. He has already passed his peak, and endurance should be his weak point. I believe if you can hold on until the third round, he will show signs of fatigue. Pedro seemed confident, and his resolute tone gave Luo Tao a great deal of confidence. All right, coach, I will follow your lead. After finalizing the battle strategy, Pedro demonstrated several combination punches. Raul, glancing at his watch, said, "No time left, hurry up and get ready to go on stage." Pre-fight instructions had to end here. After changing into his fighting gear, the front desk attendant came to notify them that it was time to enter the ring. The three of them walked out from the dressing room, and Pedro encouraged Luo Tao along the way, saying, "As a fighter, you need to exude presence, hit harder. This time my requirement for you is that even if your punches don't reach him, you should smear him with your snot." Luo Tao looked at his coach in surprise. Such tactical guidance was too down to earth. Seeing Luo Tao's reaction, Pedro frowned. "What, can't do it?" "I can. I'll make sure to carry it out strictly. But coach, if you had taught me this earlier, I wouldn't have been so foolish." "Is that so?" "That's easy. Just make sure to drink a few more cups before I teach you in the future. Now get ready to go on stage. If you lose this match, watch out for me kicking your butt. Don't let that guy Sonny laugh at me, got it?" "Understood, I will definitely win." The announcer on stage had already begun the introduction. The next match is about to begin. The challenger is the Chinese fighter from this city, Tao. This newcomer is only 18 years old, while his opponent is the amateur veteran from England, Stephen Hurd, who is 37 this year, has a wealth of experience in the ring. In this clash of youth and experience, who will ultimately prevail? Let's wait and see. Now let's welcome both competitors to the ring for the final inspection by the referee. Luo Tao and Stephen entered the ring from opposite sides, and the referee conducted a thorough check of their gloves, mouthguards, and shoelaces. Taking this opportunity, Luo Tao scanned the audience and indeed spotted Dr. Miao, who was seated a bit further back with another Chinese person. Seeing that Luo Tao noticed him, Dr. Miao smiled and gave him a gesture of encouragement, then signaled for him to focus on the ring. After the referee completed the inspection, he briefly explained the rules, which mainly included not striking below the belt, not hitting the back of the head, and prohibiting elbow strikes, then signaled both fighters to touch gloves as a sign of respect. This time Stephen was quite polite and proactively extended his gloves. Luo Tao lightly touched them, and the match officially began. The first round officially commenced. Luo Tao followed his coach's arrangement and charged in aggressively from the moment they engaged, but Stephen seemed to have been prepared. He quickly maneuvered, dodging while countering with punches, showing no signs of panic. As Coach Pedro had anticipated, Stephen was very agile. Although Luo Tao's combination punches were fierce, they posed little significant threat to his opponent. While all his heavy punches missed, he also received quite a few counterpunches. However, Luo Tao had a strong ability to absorb hits and was unfazed, constantly occupying the center of the ring, repeatedly attempting to corner Stephen into the ring's corner. Continuous punching drained his stamina rapidly, and Luo Tao gritted his teeth to persist. This round was even more exhausting than the usual 3 rounds, but he firmly believed in his coach's strategy. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on Stephen's brow, and his counterpunches began to decrease. The toll of dodging and striking was too great, and the relentless pace without any pauses was simply too fast. Stephen began to reduce his punches, focusing on defense and evasion. Stephen understood that the Asian kid had a decent ability to absorb hits, and it was nearly impossible to knock him out with his heavy punches. Given this, he who had already gained the advantage in points didn't need to waste too much energy. By the end of the first round, although it looked lively, there had been little actual collision between the two. One chased while the other dodged, expending all their energy on footwork. The audience, being seasoned boxing fans, were not satisfied with such a match. Many began to boo, unsure of who they were displeased with. Back in the corner for rest, Pedro fanned Luo Tao with a towel, saying, "Kid, take deep breaths, just listen to me without talking. You did well this round, keep it up. However, when you get close to your opponent, use more jabs to block his lateral movement. Keep your footwork tight and don't let him escape so easily. If that happens, his energy consumption will be much lower than yours, and that's not advantageous." Luo Tao nodded while taking deep breaths. In reality, he had already burned almost half of his stamina in this round. Continuing to launch fierce attacks in the next round would be very difficult. Seeing the excitement in his coach's eyes, he gritted his teeth and activated the system panel, adding a bit to his explosiveness and utilizing the state recovery ability to restore his stamina to optimal levels. "Coach, don't worry, I will definitely win this match." "That's good. Don't talk, conserve every bit of energy. Maybe knocking him out just requires that one punch. Listen, stay sharp. Once your opponent's energy dips, there will definitely be openings. When your heavy punches land, make sure not to give him a chance to breathe. Press forward and crush him. This is the boxing ring, not a place to showcase gentlemanly decorum." Before the coach could finish the second round, after re-entering the fray, Luo Tao, whose stamina had been restored, charged forward once more, and with his enhanced explosive power, his attacks became even more ferocious. Stephen furrowed his brow after dodging twice. This kid is a freak, isn't he? How can he still be so vigorous after a whole round of relentless attacks? Instead of showing any signs of fatigue, he seems even more ferocious. If this continues, I might not be able to outlast him. Meanwhile, Luo Tao, following his coach's guidance, increased the frequency of his punches as he approached the ropes, making it increasingly difficult for Steven to change direction, forcing him to resort to grappling to interrupt Luo Tao's continuous assault. Now guided by his coach, Luo Tao did not rush to break free when his opponent embraced him, but instead began to strike fiercely at Steven's abdomen. However, the experienced Steven, despite the pain, refused to loosen his grip, pressing in closer, leaving Luo Tao's fists with no room to swing. Luo Tao, lacking experience, didn't know how to deal with this situation, at which point Pedro shouted from the sidelines, "Tuck your waist and abdomen. Create a little space and keep attacking." Luo Tao immediately felt overjoyed, taking a deep breath before executing a series of punches aimed at Steven's torso with swift hooks. Steven's expression changed. Because Luo Tao was taller, he could only hold onto his neck tightly, leaving him with no ability to block Luo Tao's punches. Although the distance affected the power of his strikes, Luo Tao still managed to land a few hits. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the grapple, quickly sidestepping as he released his arms. Indeed, as he let go, Luo Tao delivered a powerful uppercut that whizzed past Steven's head like a gust of wind, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. If that punch had connected with his chin, the match would have ended right there. The audience gasped in amazement. That punch was indeed perilously close, but unfortunately missed. Nevertheless, the crowd's excitement was ignited with some shouting, "Keep going, hit him again. Now that's more like it, keep smashing him. Hee, this Asian kid, although his technique is still rough, has an impressive momentum. That's the kind I like." On the field, Luo Tao, who had missed his punch, felt a bit regretful. Steven was indeed seasoned. He must have anticipated Luo Tao's routine. Otherwise, in such close quarters without visibility, it would have been impossible for him to evade that punch. But it's fine. If it didn't work this time, he would try again. This round was entirely different from the first. Luo Tao could clearly feel that Steven had been forced into his rhythm of attack. It felt fantastic. The more Luo Tao fought, the smoother it became. He knew that as long as he continued like this, there would eventually come a time when his opponent couldn't defend. Steven realized he was now at a disadvantage. Luo Tao's reckless style was making him uncomfortable. Although he was technically superior and had the upper hand from a distance, this kid could take hits and was bursting with energy. He couldn't push him back and couldn't afford to exhaust himself further. It was incredibly irritating. Seeing Luo Tao charge at him again, Steven steeled himself. He decided not to dodge anymore. He had a clear understanding of his stamina and knew that if this dragged on, he would have no strength left to counterattack. Grappling was no longer an option, so he could only go all out. Luo Tao joyfully discovered that Steven had actually started to engage him in a stand-up battle, just what he wanted. "Let's do this." The two began to attack each other in place. In terms of the number of hits, the technically skilled Steven had a slight edge, but unfortunately his punches had little effect on Luo Tao. However, once Luo Tao hit Steven, the situation changed completely. As a technical fighter, Steven's ability to absorb damage was not his strong point. After just 2 rounds of exchanging blows, he could no longer endure. At that moment, Luo Tao threw a straight right punch aimed at Steven's face. Steven raised both fists to guard his face, but his weakening stamina meant his fists weren't tight enough, allowing Luo Tao's solid punch to slip through the gaps, sending Steven staggering backward, seeing stars. Seeing his opportunity, Luo Tao did not hesitate and unleashed a flurry of wild punches, disregarding any formal technique. He swung wildly, hitting Steven like a rattle, making the seasoned fighter struggle to even stand, let alone counterattack. The crowd erupted, people leaping to their feet, cheering and shouting, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, hit hard. Put in more effort. He can't take it anymore. Throw a hook, yes, just like that. No one more, punch quickly." As the referee counted down for Steven, he noticed the pain etched on his face and realized he could hardly stand, thus he waved his hand to terminate the match. Another victory by knockout. Luo Tao joyfully dashed towards his coach, exclaiming, "Yay. Coach Mr. Raul, I told you I would win, and I did." However, Pedro interjected, "At this moment you should be concerned about your opponent. Although he lost, he is equally deserving of respect." "Alright, you are correct." Realizing this, Luo Tao hurried over to help Steven up, a scene that endeared him to the audience, prompting a sparse round of applause in the tavern. Due to Steven's minor injuries, the referee directly announced Luo Tao as the victor of the match. Ding! Congratulations on achieving your 3rd victory in your boxing career. Your greedy wolf talent has extracted 1 point each from your opponent's excellent attributes of reaction speed and footwork. Additionally, you have accomplished the minor achievement of 3 consecutive wins, and the system rewards you with 2 free attribute points and a qualification for a minor reward draw. Please check it out. The system's notification chimed, but Luo Tao was too distracted to check it. After stepping down from the ring, Huo Tianxi and Kaiman approached him. "Ha Taozi, you were amazing. You fought so fiercely in this match, or I'll call you Little Tyson from now on." Luo Tao chuckled and punched him playfully. "Stop joking, I still have self-awareness, I'm far from that level." Kaiman laughed as well. "You did perform well today. Although Tyson won the championship at 20, he wasn't significantly stronger than you at 18. Your progress is rapid, have confidence in yourself. Who knows, in 2 years you might also earn the title of champion." Luo Tao quickly waved his hand, "Don't kid around. I know my own limits, I'm nowhere near that level. Just then Pedro and Raul walked over. That's right, kid. Don't get arrogant. Just because you achieved a small success, you all still have a long way to go. Upon hearing this, Kaiman realized that Pedro included himself in that remark, but instead of anger, he felt joy. You're right, Pedro. We were just momentarily excited joking around. I know I still have many shortcomings, and if you have time I would appreciate your guidance. Pedro nodded. Kaiman, I know you and have watched your 2 matches. To speak frankly, you are currently like a toothless cheetah. You may seem swift and fierce, but you struggle to deliver any lethal damage. The moment you can match that with some teeth, you might have a chance in the professional field. Kaiman didn't expect Coach Pedro to be so blunt. What do you mean by that? Pedro did not respond directly. Figure it out yourself? If it weren't for this kid having learned a bit from you, I wouldn't bother to point it out. Kaiman hit a soft spot, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Raul, seeing the situation, quickly interjected. All right, let's let Tao go to the changing room to rest. You young folks can chat later. Back in the changing room, as Luo Tao changed clothes, he said, Coach Kaiman is really a good person. He helps me a lot. If you can assist him, please do. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable asking him for advice in the future. Pedro chuckled softly. You're quite the strategist, selling me out for your own benefit. However, Kaiman's situation is different from yours. He has already developed his own boxing style and has a solid foundation in technique and experience. But now he is facing a ceiling. Whether he can break through depends on his talent. Ceiling? What do you mean by that? Luo Tao asked, confused. Pedro moved a chair over and sat down, saying, there has always been debate in boxing about whether technique or physical condition is more important. Now that you have a preliminary understanding of boxing, share your views. Well, Coach, I think technique is more important. Boxing isn't like arm wrestling or weightlifting. No matter how good your physical condition is, if you can't hit your opponent, it's of no use. I am currently at a disadvantage in technique. Pedro nodded. Indeed, at your stage that is true. However, Kaiman's situation is the opposite of yours. Once your technical level reaches a certain height, physical condition becomes your biggest limitation. Steven from today's match is the perfect example. In terms of technique and experience, he far surpasses you, but due to his physical condition, he ultimately lost to you. Have you ever considered what would happen if Steven's punches were heavier, or if he had more stamina? Luo Tao lowered his head in silence. If Steven's powerful punches exceeded his threshold, he might not last even a round. If his opponent had abundant stamina, he would certainly be able to keep evading, making it difficult for him to escape defeat. Seeing that Luo Tao seemed to understand, Pedro continued, for Kaiman to enter the professional boxing arena, his greatest challenge right now is his stamina and the power of his punches. Professional boxing is entirely different from amateur matches. The minimum match format is 6 rounds, with each round lasting 3 minutes instead of 2. This will highlight the importance of physical condition even more. Furthermore, as the strength of opponents clearly increases, without the support of powerful punches, there will be no intimidation in the ring. In such a situation, no matter how good your technique is, it will not help. After emerging from the changing room, Luo Tao initially intended to greet Dr. Miao, who was his great benefactor and had come specifically to support him. It would be remiss not to express his gratitude. However, after taking just a few steps, he found his path blocked by a group of people. Looking up, Luo Tao's cold sweat began to flow as he recognized the leader of the group. None other than the wealthy woman dressed in an extravagant black velvet gown that was slit so high it was nearly scandalous. Oh, young and handsome boxer, it seems our fate is not yet over. We meet again. And have you noticed? Every time I am present, it coincides with your moments of victory. Kindred spirit, I'll say it again, come work at my company. If you truly love boxing, I can provide you with the best training environment and benefits. I love helping young people with dreams. Luo Tao's good mood dissipated instantly. Could this woman be persistently pursuing him? He hadn't even sought her out. While others returned from their systems possessing beautiful sisters or cute little sisters, why had he been saddled with a wealthy aunt? Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Luo Tao glanced sideways, but Kaiman and Huatianchi, who should have been by his side, had now retreated to the back. Kaiman was whispering something to Huatianchi, while Pedro and Raul had moved on to chat idly with Sunny, casting a glance back here every now and then, either intentionally or unintentionally. It appeared he had no choice but to face this alone. Luo Tao steeled himself and said, Madam, thank you once again for your kind offer, but I have already signed a contract with Mr. Raul, and so far our cooperation has been quite pleasant. Therefore I must respectfully decline your generous suggestion. The woman seemed unfazed, chuckling lightly. Don't just call me madam all the time. My name is Ruabella. Why are you so tense? I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Since you've already signed a contract, I won't force you. Can we at least be friends? As she spoke, she extended her right hand into the air. Luo Tao felt a twinge of impatience. This woman was too clingy. If he were to shake her hand in front of so many people, they might think he had promised her something. Ms. Ruabella, pure friendship is desired by all, but I'm currently just a poor kid making a living by being a sparring partner, which hardly aligns with your esteemed upper-class society. Perhaps one day, if I achieve some success in boxing, I would be worthy of establishing a true friendship with you. Ruabela slowly withdrew her outstretched hand, her expression turning cold. You have offended me. Do you really think you are a boxing prodigy? You've only won 2 low-level matches by luck, and now you're dreaming of achieving something great. It's laughable for an Asian like you to boast like that. Very well, let me show you your place. With that, she gestured behind her, and a tall, muscular boxer stepped forward. Kid, you say boxing is your dream. Now I'm giving you a chance. Moradok was already preparing for the Golden Gloves tournament, but for you, making a minor adjustment won't hurt. Do you dare accept his challenge? The atmosphere shifted quickly. Looking at the fierce-looking boxer before him, Luo Tao's thoughts drifted in another direction. Goodness, does this lattice harem consist entirely of muscle-bound men? Though women at 40 can be fierce, wouldn't all these strong men be hard to digest? He hesitated to respond, leading Ruabela to think he was intimidated. With a hint of mockery, she said, Why are you afraid to accept the challenge? It seems you still have some self-awareness. The title of Moradok the Bone Crusher is not given lightly. With a record of 11 wins, 9 by knockout, his strength is simply not on the same level as yours. Luo Tao, lost in thought, remained completely unresponsive. Moradok furrowed his brows. Kid, are you going to accept the challenge or not? With that, he shoved Luo Tao. This push startled Luo Tao awake, but having just finished a match, his body was still in a tense state. Reacting on instinct, he threw a punch back. It came so suddenly that Moradok was caught completely off guard, getting hit squarely in the face. This was a punch without gloves, and even with his excellent resistance, he took a significant hit. Moradok was seething with anger and turned to teach Luo Tao a lesson. Just as things were about to escalate, Ruabela panicked and quickly held him back, while Kaiman Huatianchi and others rushed over to protect Luo Tao. The tavern erupted into chaos as Ruabela questioned Luo Tao about his sudden aggression, while Luo Tao claimed it was Moradok who pushed him first. The argument intensified, threatening to incite a brawl, prompting Mr. Raoul to rush over to intervene. Madam, I am his manager. What exactly happened here? As a brawl seemed imminent, the patrons in the tavern were not in a panic. Instead, they were all excited, eagerly craning their necks to watch the spectacle unfold. However, Mr. Raoul intervened in a timely manner, managing to control the situation. Only Moradok, who had taken a punch, continued to grumble. That damned brat actually dared to lay hands on me. Ooh, I will kill him. Kid, if you have guts, let's go on stage and settle this right now, otherwise this matter won't end here. If we fight, we fight. I will still beat you even on stage. Luo Tao, being young and hot-blooded, decided to let loose, thinking to himself, what are you, a parasite? Upon hearing this would lead to trouble, Raoul quickly stopped him. Calm down, Tao. After signing the contract, your matches and training can only be arranged by me, that's the principle. Moreover, you've just finished a match. Can you really fight in this state? Stop talking, I will handle this. Turning to Ruabela, Raoul asked, Madam, how do you plan to resolve this? Ruabela, feeling quite frustrated, had originally intended to win over Luo Tao, but things had turned into this predicament. Now that Moradok had taken an unjust punch, it certainly couldn't be settled hastily. Looking at the still furious Moradok, Ruabela said in annoyance, what else can be done? My man took a punch. Unless that brat apologizes and compensates, we will settle this on stage. Why should I? He pushed me first. Luo Tao grew anxious upon hearing this. He wasn't afraid to fight on stage, but being asked to apologize and pay compensation was unacceptable. Huatianchi and Kaiman also stepped forward to testify that Moradok had indeed pushed first. This was becoming somewhat complicated. Moradok jumped with rage, shouting, You little brat, I don't want your compensation. You must go on stage today, or even if you're off stage, I will kill you. Just then Mr. Miao and his friend approached, saying, Wait a moment, sir, please mind your words and actions. According to what you just said, I have the right to sue you for threatening my friend. It was Mr. Miao's friend speaking. Moradok was momentarily taken aback. Don't give me that, I'm not easily scared. Oh, is that so? The middle-aged man took out a business card stating, Let me introduce myself. Oh, I am Chao Jiwen, a director of the Chinese Lawyer Association. If convenient, please give me your lawyer's number, as we can resolve this through legal means. Moradok, after glancing at the business card, immediately deflated. In America, lawyers were like a pack of vampires. Even a listed company could go bankrupt due to lawsuits, let alone an individual. Thus, upon realizing Chao Jiwen's identity, Moradok felt as if cold water had been poured over him, and he calmed down instantly. So you misunderstood. Oh, I was just joking. This little matter doesn't need to be resolved legally. Chao Jiwen frowned. Are you sure? One should trust in the fairness of the law. I suggest you reconsider. Whoever sues this kind of violent behavior could lead to a substantial compensation if successful. He had a unique aura about him, who, despite speaking civilly, Moradok felt as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake, causing chills to run down his back. Seeing someone starting to intervene, Ruabela, who didn't want any more complications, stepped forward, saying, All right, gentlemen, there's no need to get hung up on one slip of the tongue. We are merely asking that brat to accept the challenge, which doesn't violate any laws and is the best way to resolve this matter. Mr. Raoul, however, shook his head repeatedly. That's definitely not possible today. He just got off the ring, and that would be too unfair. As for whether we will accept the challenge, I cannot give a response right now. I need to understand both parties' technical details and discuss with his coach before making a decision. TCH. Moradok sneered. Just say you're afraid to accept the challenge instead of making so many excuses. The match can be postponed. Just say whether you are fighting or not. The opposing side was aggressive and the tavern patrons joined in shouting, fight. You're all fighters, why play with words? It's much more thrilling to settle this on stage. Exactly. A dispute caused by fists should be resolved by fists. Just then Coach Pedro, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. We accept your challenge. The time is set for 3 days later. The outcome will be determined on stage, and neither party may pursue this matter further. Ruabella looked at Raul, who nodded in agreement. Since the coach says so, then it's settled. Here's my contact information. We will discuss the match details tomorrow. Good. That's best. Regardless of the outcome, I hope this will be a fair match. After Ruabella finished speaking, she cast a glance at Luo Tao, saying, Don't blame me for not reminding you Moradok's last opponent hasn't been discharged from the hospital yet. With a satisfied smile, she left while Moradok, as he departed coldly, made a gesture across his throat. Due to the unexpected events, everyone naturally lost the heart to celebrate and dispersed hastily. Luo Tao followed his coach back to the training hall, while Mr. Raul went out to collect information on their opponents. Seeing Coach Pedro's displeased expression, Luo Tao could only lower his head and say, I'm sorry, coach. I lost my composure for a moment and disrupted your training and competition plans. However, Pedro shook his head and said, Tao, there's no need to apologize. You did nothing wrong. A boxer's fists are meant for competition, and that is true, but if one cannot uphold their own dignity, then what is the meaning of it all? Luo Tao did not expect his coach to think this way, which delighted him unexpectedly. Yet Pedro continued, however, this upcoming match will not be easy. From his physique and muscle definition, it's clear he is a power-type boxer and likely possesses considerable strength. Luo Tao did not mind, as long as the coach was not angry with him, it was fine. It's okay, coach. My ability to take hits is quite decent. I won't embarrass you. No, Tao, that's not the right way to think. The coach became serious. Your ability to absorb hits is indeed better than average, but I hope you will forget about that from now on. Listen up to now, no boxer has ever endured their opponent's assaults to achieve victory, and no champion has climbed to the pinnacle of their career solely through their ability to take hits. Even if you had an iron chin, it wouldn't guarantee you victory. Offense is the best defense. Oh, I understand. Luo Tao nodded reluctantly. Your performance in the last match was decent, but you are still far from being a qualified technical fighter. To deal with this Moradok, it is best to utilize straight jabs to control the attacking distance and prevent him from getting close. Now let's start practicing straight jabs and counterpunches. We will devise a combat strategy once Raul brings back detailed information. Before the training ended, Raul finally returned with Moradok's information. Moradok, 26 years old, a Mexican. After moving to the United States, he has an amateur record of 11 wins with no losses, with 9 victories by knockout. He is a typical Mexican-style boxer, skilled in close to mid-range exchanges, and is known for his powerful punches, earning the nickname Bone Crusher. Pedro looked at the information in surprise. It seems this guy's heavy punches really need to be taken seriously. That knockout rate is quite high. Luo Tao rolled his eyes at this, thinking to himself that he also had an undefeated record with all his wins by knockout, though he had simply fought fewer matches. However, he kept this thought to himself. The coach glanced at him and said, it seems we are facing a formidable opponent. In that case, you should go back and strengthen your practice. I will study this evening. Try to formulate a restraining strategy to increase the chances of victory. Luo Tao nodded and then asked, Coach, what does Mexican style mean? Is it very powerful? Pedro smiled. The so-called Mexican style is a form of boxing that emphasizes aggressive and oppressive tactics. This boxing style has a development history of nearly 100 years, is extremely popular in Mexico, and has a profound influence throughout the southwestern United States. Fierce exchanges are the hallmark of this boxing style. Once boxers of this style get close, their attacks become more multifaceted. The ribs and abdomen are also favorite targets for them, making defense quite challenging, so controlling the distance is crucial. Alright, don't think too much about it. You should go home early. Besides practicing, make sure to rest as well. Adjusting your condition is the most important. Okay, I understand. Coach, I'll take my leave now. After Luo Tao left, Pedro put away his smile. Raul seemed to sense something and came over to ask, so coach, do you have confidence? Pedro shook his head. It's going to be tough. If things go wrong, Tao may experience his first defeat. Is the opponent that strong? Raul asked in surprise. Pedro sighed, not necessarily. The main issue is Tao's foundational skills are too weak. If his techniques were already mature, using a technical approach could greatly increase the chances of winning on points. It's a pity that. Raul also knew that Luo Tao had been in the boxing world for too short a time, but still felt a bit unwilling. Coach Tao's ability to take hits is quite good. Perhaps he can pull through. It's difficult. Once Mexican boxers get in close, it's not easy to escape. I need to think this over again. Don't worry too much. Perhaps facing defeat early isn't a bad thing for this kid. Back at home, Luo Tao was unaware of his coach's pessimism. Although the information indicated that the opponent was strong, Luo Tao believed he was not inferior, and besides he still had 3 unused free attribute points. He opened the system panel to take a look. System binder: Luo Tao, age 18, height 184 centimeters, wingspan 187 centimeters, weight 76.2 kilograms. Profession: amateur, contracted boxer. Reputation: emerging talent. System talent: beginner. Wolf power: after defeating an opponent, you can permanently extract 15 of their excellent attribute points. Strength 8, stamina 9, boxing technique 6, footwork 8, reaction 6, punch speed 7, coordination 7, explosive power 6, recovery 7, evasion prediction 7, ability to absorb hits 10, front hand punch power 5, backhand punch power 9, free attribute points 3, overall assessment. Though your techniques are still rough, your excellent physique gives you a fighting chance among entry-level amateur boxers. What are you waiting for? Go fight, kid. I almost forgot there is still one lottery chance left to use. It would be best to draw a free attribute point that would greatly increase the chances in the match. After clicking to start the lottery, the interface began to scroll wildly. People are like this, even knowing they can't see clearly. Luo Tao still fixedly stared at the screen, hoping for a satisfactory outcome. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the beginner talent Indomitable Body. Please check it. Indomitable Body beginner. Upon being knocked down for the first time in a formal match, you will fully recover and gain a 15 boost for the next 3 minutes. However, after 3 minutes, a period of weakness will follow, resulting in a 20 decrease in all states. Luo Tao stared at the newly drawn talent, speechless for a long time. Such a talent exists. It is simply too powerful. He certainly knew the feeling of being knocked down by a heavy blow. If the head is struck, one can become disoriented for a short time, unable to focus their vision and mind, requiring strong willpower to stand back up. In such cases, his opponent would surely take the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, making it difficult to withstand while in such a poor state. But now, after being knocked down, he could actually recover to full status directly and even have a 15 increase in all stats. What does this mean? Like an indestructible cockroach, growing stronger with each battle. Although his basic attributes were not strong and 15 was merely a slight increase, it was still a significant boost overall. This was simply a divine skill. The only downside was that this state could only be maintained for 3 minutes. In amateur competitions, each round lasts only 2 minutes with a 1-minute break in between. This means that no matter when he is knocked down, he only has 2 minutes of counterattack time left on the field. If he cannot defeat his opponent and win within these 2 minutes, he will enter a weakened state, which would basically signal his defeat. However, as long as the strength difference isn't too vast, this situation should not arise. At this moment, Luo Tao felt as if he had found a cheat in his hands. A sense of invincibility surged within him. In that case, if he were to deliberately get knocked down by his opponent every time he stepped into the ring, wouldn't that be? A slight smile crept onto his lips. This silly idea was just too enticing. But Luo Tao quickly shook his head, forcing himself to abandon this temptation. Low profile, low profile. He was just an entry-level amateur boxer, and so far this was his greatest trump card. It's best to keep it hidden. Exposing all his strength too early would definitely not be a good thing. He initially hoped to draw a free attribute point, but unexpectedly hit the jackpot. This was about to take off right where he stood. With this divine skill in hand, it seemed that this competition was going to be a breeze. After carefully observing his attribute panel, Luo Tao realized that his jab power was too low. Such a punch was unlikely to pose a threat to his opponent. Moreover, his explosive power, reaction, and boxing technique remained his shortcomings. Since he now possessed an indomitable body, it would be a waste to keep the free attribute points. It was better to directly bolster his weaknesses, which would be more beneficial for the competition. After careful consideration, Luo Tao allocated the 3 free attribute points to reaction, explosive power, and jab power respectively. As for boxing technique, he could improve through diligent training. Adding 3 points all at once, the wonderful cool sensation was unforgettable. Luo Tao felt himself becoming addicted. The feeling was absolutely more satisfying than a beautiful woman giving a full-body massage. Taking advantage of this feeling, Luo Tao practiced boxing at home. However, the current striking training was yielding little results. After a whole night of practice, he made no progress. The next day at the training facility, Coach Pedro adjusted the training direction, saying, "Tao, your upcoming opponent is quite strong. I hope you can effectively control their attack distance and rhythm, and try to avoid engaging them in close or mid-range combat. This will be difficult for you, but it's the only way to increase your chances of winning." Luo Tao scratched his head after hearing this. "Coach, I understand your point, but I'm afraid I can't do it. You know, my boxing technique is still very rough. Although I've been practicing hard, the results aren't ideal." Coach nodded. "I know that you lack a deep understanding of boxing technique. Now tell me, what is your understanding of boxing?" Luo Tao thought for a moment. "Of course, it's about being faster, steadier, and more accurate. Is there anything else?" Luo Tao shook his head. Pedro smiled slightly and said slowly, "Punching must indeed be fast, accurate, and fierce, but in practice 2 other factors are equally important: timing and intent of the punch. Let's start with the timing of your punches. Boxing is a competitive sport, and on the ring it is also a psychological battle between both sides. When both parties are highly focused, the timing of the punch becomes particularly crucial. If you punch too early and your opponent anticipates it, they can dodge easily, or worse, they might exploit the opening to. After hearing this, Luo Tao recalled his experiences in the ring and realized it was indeed the case. So that's how it is. No wonder my punches are so hard to land on my opponent, but I can't just not punch at all. Pedro looked satisfied and nodded. Of course you need to punch. There are several optimal timings for punching. One is when you realize your opponent is about to punch, but hasn't yet. You should punch first to interrupt their rhythm, commonly known as a disrupting punch. The other is when your opponent has already thrown a punch, but hasn't retracted it yet. Take advantage of their unsteady balance and defensive openings to punch in time, creating a counteractive situation for your opponent. Luo Tao felt somewhat helpless. This is so difficult, coach. I really want to master this technique, but my body is too clumsy. Sometimes I clearly realize it, but my body just can't keep up. Pedro patted his shoulders, smiling. Don't be discouraged. How long have you been training? This competitive awareness is the hardest to improve. It will gradually get better with training and experience. But you also have to consciously guide yourself. Now let me talk about the intent of your punches. I've already mentioned that to improve the accuracy of your punches, there must be intent behind them. Blindly throwing punches is a big taboo in boxing. When throwing a jab, you must have a purpose. Is it to maintain attacking distance, or to cover for your rear hand punch? Or is it to disrupt your opponent? You must have clarity in your mind. An experienced boxer will typically utilize their advantages, freely combining a set of combination punches that suit them to create favorable conditions for their powerful strikes. Therefore, the intent of the punch is also extremely important. Pedro's words gave Luo Tao a sense of clarity, and his understanding of boxing technique instantly ascended. In response to this Mexican-style fighting technique, Luo Tao spent the entire morning intensifying his practice in controlling attack distance and escaping pressure. Coach Pedro's strategy was clear. He planned for Luo Tao to gain a scoring advantage by establishing points with jabs, avoiding close combat, and ultimately achieving victory through points. To be honest, Luo Tao did not fully agree with this style of fighting. However, Coach Pedro was the professional, possessing far more experience and insight than he did, so he did not dwell on it too much. Regardless, this training was undoubtedly beneficial for him. As for how he would perform in the ring, it would depend on the actual situation. The coach had mentioned that fighters must rely more on their own judgment in the ring and not overly concern themselves with the coach's tactical guidance. During the training, Pedro observed with surprise that Luo Tao's reactions, footwork, and overall performance had improved to some extent. While this difference might seem minor to outsiders, Pedro, having spent a lifetime as a coach, understood that every bit of progress a fighter makes comes from professional and arduous training. However, how could such a situation arise when Luo Tao was clearly in regular training right under his nose? Could it be due to his mental state? Fighters are not machines, as emotional beings. Even professional athletes can be influenced by feelings and emotions, leading to fluctuations in their performance. Age is also an important factor. Typically under the age of 27, fighters experience an upward trend in performance as they develop and utilize their physical capabilities. However, after 30, they gradually enter a decline, though there are always exceptions. Pedro felt increasingly perplexed by Luo Tao. This kid was hardworking, diligent, and had a solid character, yet he lacked the foundational skills, and his physique was not agile enough. The coach sometimes pondered whether training him as a technical fighter was the right choice. In the afternoon, Mr. Raul returned, appearing somewhat angry. After taking a few sips of water, he exclaimed loudly, "These people act as if victory is assured, which is truly disgusting. Not only do they demand that the challenge amount be raised to 1-0, but they are also moving the venue to Bodiate." What? Bodiate? Pedro seemed quite surprised. That's not possible. That's not a place you can just go to casual. Raul sighed. That woman has some capabilities. If she guaranteed there wouldn't be any issues. It's said that we might become a preliminary match before a significant showdown. Coach Pedro responded with an O, turning sharply to Luo Tao and saying, "In that case, let's fight back. That little punk from Mexico can just go back where he came from. The Mexican fighting style isn't unbeatable. We can handle him just fine." If it was the first time he had seen the coach this excited, he couldn't help but look curiously at Raul. Raul smiled and explained, "You probably don't know Bodiate, do you? It's known as the sacred ground of amateur boxing, hosting elite events from the amateur scene, and even some professional matches choose to be held there. The standards are very high and the impact is significant, which is why Pedro is so serious. This opponent is very strong. They plan to use you as a stepping stone for that Mexican kid to gain more attention before the Golden Gloves tournament. However, this is also an opportunity for you. Don't be nervous. In the ring, nothing is absolute. You must have confidence in yourself." Upon hearing this, Luo Tao felt excited. So he was going to step onto a big stage. Looking at his coach, he said loudly, "Understood. No matter how strong the opponent is, I will not back down. We Chinese have a saying, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. I am just a poor kid with nothing to lose. If it weren't for meeting Mr. Raul, I wouldn't have this opportunity today. Now, to prove my worth to my coach, I will persist until the end." Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Pedro carefully considered this phrase, and understanding its meaning smiled, and said that's quite interesting and well said. Don't feel pressured, you are still an unknown fighter. Losing won't bring you shame. However, we must take this seriously. To achieve victory, I think controlling isn't enough. We can utilize the rules to launch a full counterattack within the last 30 seconds of each round, otherwise we will be too passive, which will affect the judge's scoring, and it can also effectively exhaust the opponent's stamina. Coach, I also want to throw some counterattacks while pulling back. I thought about it last night. It's currently a bit difficult for me to predict the opponent's punches in advance, but it should be relatively easier to catch openings when they strike. I want to try this more during the match. The coach contemplated for a moment and replied, that's fine, but do it in moderation and ensure your defense is up. Sometimes opponents will intentionally leave openings to catch you off guard. Alright, I understand. 2 days quickly passed. On the eve of the match, Luo Tao sent a text message to Mr. Miao expressing his gratitude and informing him of his match time and location. This time Mr. Miao did not reply promptly, but Luo Tao did not think much of it. He picked up the phone and called Huo Tianqi. As soon as the call connected, Huo Tianqi eagerly said, hi, I was just about to call you. So are we still meeting at the usual place? This time we changed locations. The opponent selected Bodhi 8 as the venue, which is said to be famous and known as the sacred ground of amateur boxing. It shouldn't be hard to find. Oh, then he'll drive to pick you up tomorrow, and we can go together. By the way, I got a live streaming software ready to broadcast the whole thing tomorrow. You must do your best. Luo Tao paused for a moment. Tianqi will go with Mr. Raoul tomorrow. They take this match very serious, and the opponent is quite strong. To be honest, there might be a chance of losing. Huo Tianqi was also taken aback. Hey, look at what you're saying. In any match, the chances of winning or losing are always 50-50. I'm still saying what I believe, my friend, and maybe that kid already has an injury from taking one of your punches. Haha, anyway, my brother Tao will definitely win. Luo Tao enjoyed chatting with Tianqi. This guy was an optimist, and being with him always brought joy. Alright, you come alone tomorrow, and after I win, you can take me back to celebrate together. No problem. After your victory, I'll treat you to a big meal. Huo Tianqi exclaimed loudly. The next day, Mr. Raoul and Pedro drove with Luo Tao and the others towards Bodhi 8. Bodhi 8 was established in the 1990s as a comprehensive sports venue funded by the government. However, over time it has evolved into a sacred place for boxing enthusiasts in Los Angeles, hosting amateur elite competitions almost every day. Amateur boxing is divided into 11 weight classes, and only those ranked near the top 50 in each class are eligible to apply for competitions here. Therefore, the level of competition is high, attracting a large number of fans to become regulars here. Additionally, many insiders from the boxing community are also a major source of spectators. Boxing scouts, agents, journalists, coaches, and boxers. The boxing scene in America has formed a complete commercial cycle. When they arrived at their destination, Luo Tao was immediately astonished. This place was enormous. Before him stood a magnificent venue, and the parking lot was filled with vehicles exuding an aura of wealth, with global limited edition cars in abundance. Unlike spectators at sports events, those attending the boxing matches were all dressed extravagantly, as if attending a banquet. Surprisingly, there were an unusually high number of female spectators, which made Luo Tao even more nervous. He was still haunted by that woman Ribera. Upon entering the venue, the Grand Performance Hall was brilliantly lit with various lights sweeping across the central boxing ring, and the audience was densely packed, roughly estimating there were at least 7,000 to 8,000 spectators. Wow, in such a grand setting, losing the match would be utterly humiliating. Luo Tao nervously swallowed, and seeing him dazed upon entering, Raoul couldn't help but laugh. Don't look around too much. In a setting like this, it's nearly impossible to find your friends. Focus on your own match. Come with me to the locker room to prepare. We don't have much time left. Following Mr. Raoul to the locker room, the conditions here were far superior to those in the tavern. The spacious and bright waiting room not only had showers and resting areas, but also some simple warm-up equipment available for use. However, at that moment, Luo Tao was feeling an overwhelming excitement that was hard to calm. When he first started boxing, he merely wanted to find a way to make a living. Little did he expect that in less than 2 months, he would have the opportunity to step onto such a grand stage to compete, making it difficult to adapt. Coach Pedro, being older, was slightly sweating after walking around the vast venue. He glanced at Luo Tao, and noticing his nervousness, narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? Are you scared? Before stepping onto the stage, Luo Tao blushed. No, coach. With so many spectators, I'm not used to this kind of setting. I'm really nervous. Nonsense. Coach Pedro sternly replied, you're a boxer. No matter the setting, you must keep your full attention on your... Do you think those spectators are here to watch you? They are here to see the important matches of the day. We are merely lucky to be part of a preliminary bout. If you want to truly be a competitor here, you still have a long way to go. Your opponent, Moradok, is currently ranked over 2,000 in the super middleweight amateurs, not even a second-tier boxer, so you better not overthink it. The coach's words felt like a bucket of cold water, awakening Luo Tao. Indeed, everything before him appeared close at hand, yet was still far out of reach. Seeing Luo Tao bowing his head in silence, Pedro perhaps felt he had been too harsh and softened his tone. Boxing is a sport full of opportunities. As long as you are willing to work hard, it can change your whole life. But because of this, countless excellent boxers have lost themselves in the allure of money from the outside world. Tao returned to the basics. Everything revolves around victory, and it must be continuous victories. As long as you can stick to your original intention and continually surpass yourself, there will be even greater boxing stages waiting for you to conquer in the future. Luo Tao lifted his head, his gaze regaining clarity. Thank you, coach. You are right, I came here to compete. My only goal is to send that Mexican kid back home. I want to become stronger. Stronger. Those riches and fame are merely byproducts of this process. Pedro stood up happily, exchanging a glance with Raul, his eyes filled with delight. Not bad, not bad. Your ability to express this shows you truly understand, which is not easy. Kid, as long as you can think this way and stick to it, I guarantee you will achieve something in the boxing world. Just for your words, this match will not be in vain. Raul nodded repeatedly. Many people box for a lifetime without realizing this truth. Your early enlightenment truly excites us. If you box for money, it's difficult to persist and achieve success. Many boxers have thus gone astray, throwing fake punches, inflating records, engaging in gimmicks, and marketing, ultimately leading to a dismal reputation and a tragic end. As they spoke, a faint voice from the front stage announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Podiate. Today, 3 important matches will be held here. They are the lightweight match between Finney and Grolta, the super welterweight match between Gorlison and Horiot, and finally the light heavyweight main event between Gudea and Muller." One could say that the 3 matches today are of extremely high caliber, full of highlights that will definitely delight you all. The old boxing fans must have been looking forward to this for a long time. However, before that, we have carefully prepared an appetizer for you. The preliminary match will take place in 5 minutes. The contestants for this match are Moradok from Mexico and local Chinese boxer Tao. The fierce boxing style of Mexico has always been beloved by fans, while the rarity of Chinese boxers is akin to diamonds. Their duel is equally anticipated, so let's wait a moment. The excitement will be unveiled in 5 minutes. A strong atmosphere of competition enveloped the venue, and Luo Tao quickly began his pre-match preparations. Raul was tying his boxing gloves, while saying, "I forgot to tell you, in this kind of venue, there will be commentators explaining the match process. Sometimes these sharp-tongued commentators can be as annoying as reporters. To enhance the atmosphere, their commentary may carry personal preferences, so don't mind it. Focus on the match and don't let them distract you." Coach Pedro quickly added, "That's true. A piece of meat dropped on the ground not only attracts lions and tigers, but also flies and bugs. But that's fine, everyone can eat their fill. Let's focus on the match. Once you're in the ring, control the pace, prioritize defending against your opponent's powerful punches, and while establishing a point advantage, try to exhaust your opponent's stamina." In the brilliantly lit Podiate Sports Training Center, the lights suddenly focused on the central boxing ring, and a unique long sound resonated. "All right, my dearest audience friends, I am your live commentator, Wallace. Now let us enter the first match of today, a showcase challenge between rising stars in the boxing arena. According to the information, the challenger is Moradok, a boxer from Mexico, aged 24, standing at 182 meters tall, with an amateur record of 11 wins, all by knockout. While this knockout rate clearly indicates that this guy is a dangerous contender. However, considering the popular boxing style from Mexico, this is quite normal data. On the other side, the challenger is our local Chinese boxer Tao. To our surprise, this kid is only 18 years old and stands at 184 meters tall, with an amateur record of 3 wins, all by knockout. This makes us quite expectant. It's evident that this will be a fierce battle of heavy punches, as both fighters have such high knockout rates. Who will ultimately win the cheers of the Podiate audience? Let us enjoy slowly as we welcome both fighters to the stage. As the audience offered a rather lukewarm applause, Luo Tao and Moradok entered from either side of the boxing ring. Once on stage, Luo Tao took off his jacket, revealing a well-defined physique, especially his washboard abs, which immediately caught the attention of many female spectators. These American ladies are quite open, and many began to point at him, with some even whistling enthusiastically. Luo Tao, who had little interaction with women, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. The commentator, noticing Luo Tao's flushed face, offered a kind diversion. Our young Chinese fighter clearly lacks extensive experience in the ring. It's a good thing to be liked by female spectators. You can interpret it as their unique encouragement. Perhaps today you have received the blessings of goddesses and will become incredibly formidable. In the boxing ring, the judges began checking both fighters' gloves and mouthguards, as well as their mental states. However, when they exchanged punches as a courtesy, Moradok completely ignored it. The commentator continued, "It seems that the 2 fighters are not friendly. It is said that there is some minor friction. This is quite normal. In our boxing world, there is no grudge that a match cannot resolve. This is precisely the charm of boxing. Between real men, principles are communicated through fists. It seems this match is going to be intense. Now let us officially enter the match. Everyone stay alert. This rough style of confrontation could end at any moment." We see that as soon as the match began, the Mexican fighter Moradok occupied the center of the ring, starting to apply pressure on the young Chinese fighter, relentlessly advancing. Surprisingly, the young Tao did not engage immediately, but chose to step back and create distance while continuously using jabs to disrupt Moradok. This appears to be a technical style. Could this young Chinese fighter actually be a technician in boxing? In the ring, Luo Tao diligently executed the tactics taught by Coach Pedro, fighting while retreating. Over 2 months of training had made him quite familiar with the ring. Even without looking back, he could estimate the distance to the ropes and corners. The moment he approached the boundary, he would change direction, promptly not allowing his opponent any chance to corner him. Moradok also seemed unhurried. So far, he had not thrown many punches. After ensuring his defense, he moved forward, absorbing Luo Tao's jabs, while keeping his rear hand ready, which placed considerable pressure on Luo Tao. Luo Tao was no fool. Knowing the opponent's high knockout rate meant that his heavy punches would be formidable, he focused on Moradok's rear hand, not daring to relax for a moment. Thus, after circling the ring twice, Moradok suddenly lunged forward. He swung a powerful left hook while preparing a right uppercut. Caught off guard, Luo Tao sensed the imminent danger. If he ducked to avoid the hook, the opponent's uppercut would pose a lethal threat. In a rush, Luo Tao had no choice but to cover his cheek with his right glove, bracing for the opponent's hook. Seeing that Luo Tao was not fooled, Moradok altered his uppercut to a diagonal strike aimed at Luo Tao's ribs. Luo Tao recognized this as the opponent's rear hand heavy punch, and knowing it was a charged attack, he dared not be careless, quickly sidestepping to evade the punch, while taking advantage of the gap created by Moradok's simultaneous punches to deliver a straight right punch to his opponent's face. However, the opponent's defense was timely. Moradok shielded his face with his glove, absorbing Luo Tao's punch. After feeling the impact, he surprisingly spread his arms and smiled, the implication being quite clear: he was mocking Luo Tao's punch for being too light. This bastard! Luo Tao felt a surge of anger. At that moment, his coach shouted from the edge of the ring, "Don't fall for it, he's trying to provoke you. Tao, you're doing great, just keep it up." Although it was just a brief exchange, Luo Tao already felt the pressure. This guy's punches are indeed heavy, just withstanding one of his front hooks made him feel an intense power. If it were a rear hand heavy punch, even with defense, it would not feel good. So far, this was the strongest opponent he had encountered. Luo Tao began to focus intensely, re-establishing distance for his attacks, while concentrating on defending against his opponent's heavy punches. The commentator, of course, was not idle. We see that Moradok has finally launched an attack, executing a beautiful low body rush, followed by a combination assault. Luckily, the young Chinese fighter is very focused, managing to block and evade this crisis. However, his counterattack seems to pose little threat to Moradok. If this continues, young Tao must be cautious, as an unrestrained opponent is not easy to handle. We can see that the Mexican fighter's style is quite fierce, with each move being potentially lethal. For many years, Wallace has been quite accurate in judging the dynamics of the boxing ring. Sure enough, after sensing that Luo Tao's rear hand punch was not particularly terrifying, Moradok began to act recklessly, charging and striking fiercely, making it extremely difficult for Luo Tao to control the pace of the match. Fortunately, Luo Tao's ability to withstand blows was also commendable. Under the pressure of his opponent's heavy punches, Moradok had yet to find a good opportunity with just his lead hand. In the midst of their tug-of-war, Luo Tao began to appreciate the advantages of his nimble footwork. If it weren't for his improved reactions and attributes, he would surely be at a significant disadvantage in the current situation. As the first round drew to a close, amidst their mutual struggle, Luo Tao caught a glimpse of Coach Pedro out of the corner of his eye. The coach nodded slightly at him, a signal they had agreed upon, indicating that it was time to launch a counterattack. If he continued to be chased and beaten by Moradok, it would leave a negative impression on the judges, which could affect the outcome of the match. With a firm resolve, Luo Tao suddenly halted his retreat and unleashed a flurry of punches at his opponent, catching Moradok off guard, resulting in 2 heavy blows landing squarely on him. However, Moradok's resilience was formidable. After being struck by the 2 punches, he merely shook his head and immediately engaged Luo Tao in a counterattack. Counterattack! Young Tao finally showed his sharp fangs. "I told you, this guy doesn't look like a technical boxer at all." His previous response seemed merely tactical. This counterattack was executed at a very unexpected and scientific moment right before the round ended. Whether it succeeds or fails, it doesn't matter, as he has prevented his opponent from launching a continuous counterattack. While we see the surprised Mexican boxer taking 2 rear punches, will he have a chance? The physical condition of the Mexican is truly remarkable. Such heavy punches still do not pose a threat to him. What a pity. At this moment, young Tao must be cautious. We see Moradok beginning his counterattack as both sides enter a state of full and firepower. Could this match end in the first round? Young Tao's mind is extremely clear. In the exchanges, he is closely watching his opponent's rear hand punches. He dodged several of Moradok's heavy punches, cleverly using this grappling to significantly deplete his opponent's energy. However, this method is also extremely dangerous, as it appears that the Mexican possesses the ability to end the match. The audience below is holding their breath, and the sharp sound of bang 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 can be clearly heard. With each punch thrown, sweat beads are sent flying from both fighters, indicating the tremendous force behind them, yet the two continue to exchange blows, neither retreating an inch. In a distant corner, Hua Tianxi is filming the match with his phone. Seeing the situation, he nervously breaks into a sweat, mumbling, "Hang in there, buddy. Come on, you must take that son of a gun down." Meanwhile, in a seat slightly closer, Dr. Miao is watching the match with his daughter Miao Xian. Miao Xian initially did not want to come, but her father insisted she cheer for Luo Tao, saying that the Chinese should unite and support each other. However, it seems that Luo Tao is clearly at a disadvantage compared to his opponent. Oh, what's there to see? In the end, isn't he going to lose? The two fighters on the ring are still fiercely exchanging blows. Wallace analyzes currently the situation is that the Chinese fighter Tao has a slight advantage in points, but his heavy punches pose no lethal threat to Moradok. With just 10 seconds left in the first round, if he can hold on, then this strategy of exhausting his opponent's stamina will be successful. Before his words could finish, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Moradok, seeing that Luo Tao was fixated on his rear hand punch, continuously threw lead punches to disrupt Luo Tao's vision, then amidst the chaos landed a heavy uppercut to Luo Tao's abdomen. The force of this punch was overwhelming, far beyond what Luo Tao could endure. Struck by this fierce blow, Luo Tao staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. A wave of intense pain surged through his abdomen, making it nearly impossible for him to straighten up. However, Moradok seized this opportunity and pounced like a hungry wolf. In a moment of desperation, Luo Tao no longer cared about his dignity and tightly wrapped his arms around Moradok's neck, pushing down with all his might, while stepping forward to press his body closely against his opponent, denying him any space to punch. It's quite amusing. I never expected to resort to the same dirty defensive tactics as Jonathan so quickly. But now, with my abdomen aching unbearably, I truly cannot withstand my opponent's fierce assault. Luo Tao had a slight height advantage, and with a tight grip on his opponent, Moradok found himself at a loss for a moment, struggling a few times before realizing he couldn't break free and had to signal to the referee. The referee stepped in to separate the two. However, due to this delay, there was not much time left before the end of the first round. Just as the referee signaled for both fighters to reinitiate their attacks, the bell rang, signaling the end of the first round. Moradok was quite frustrated, but found himself powerless. Holding his injured abdomen, Luo Tao moved back to the resting area of the boxing ring and sat down heavily. Pedro hurried over to check on him, discovering that the muscles in his abdomen had already turned purple, but it seemed that no bones were injured. "You see, I told you not to practice your abs. Look what happened. Can you still hold on?" Luo Tao gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, coach, I'm fine now." "Damn it, I didn't see that punch coming. This guy is..." The coach frowned. "Tao, you've done very well. It seems that your opponent is stronger than we anticipated. If you're feeling too much pressure, you might consider giving up. You're still young. If anything happens, I and Raul wouldn't know how to explain it to your family." Hearing this, Luo Tao's eyes widened in shock. "No, coach, I still have fighting capacity. I will not give up. He is indeed strong, but if I retreat every time I face a strong opponent, what meaning does practicing boxing? But continuing to fight in your current condition is too dangerous. The Mexican kid will definitely attack with full force in the next round, and it will be extremely difficult to make it through this stage." Upon hearing Luo Tao's response, Pedro felt a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, Luo Tao's unwavering determination brought him comfort, yet on the other, he worried about the possibility of the young man encountering trouble in the ring. Glancing at his watch, he realized that the minute of rest was almost over, and he could only say, "All right, but you must be careful. Your opponent may attack your abdomen again. If you take another heavy hit, the situation will be dire. One must not neglect head defense either. Once in the ring, it's best to exert every effort to create distance. If he can survive this round, the odds will improve significantly." Luo Tao smiled bitterly and nodded. He regretted his earlier carelessness before the match. He shouldn't have exhausted all his free attribute points. If only he had the full recovery effect when distributing points, he wouldn't be so passive now. Moreover, if he could promptly address the weakness in the power of his follow-up punches, this is truly a lesson learned. He must have reserves in the future. However, deep down, Luo Tao felt a hint of defiance. Could it be that without the system, he couldn't claim victory? Would Zheng the butcher truly feast on a pig still covered in hair? Although he still had his trump card, the unyielding body, and used Luo Tao's stubbornness kicked in. He had no intention of resorting to this last resort unless absolutely necessary. The coach seized the final opportunity to add, "Don't just focus on defense. That will only make you more passive. I observed carefully, your rear hand heavy punch isn't entirely ineffective against him. You must believe in yourself, as sometimes the opponent is intentionally trying to confuse you." Time was running out, and before the coach could finish his words, the bell rang, signaling the start of the second round. The match has entered the second round. Before the last round ended, the young Tao was hit in the abdomen by a heavy punch from the Mexican boxer, facing a moment of crisis. Will the brief rest allow him to regain his condition? As both fighters stepped into the ring, Moradok launched a full-scale assault, clearly aiming to finish the match in this. Confronted by the aggressive opponent, Tao chose to create distance to avoid the brunt of the attack. However, from his movement, it was evident that the injury to his abdomen still affected him, which posed a problem. The commentator was right. Luo Tao was indeed affected by his injury. Whether throwing punches or moving quickly, he felt sharp pain in his abdomen. While he could bear it, the key issue was that Moradok relentlessly pursued him and targeted the abdomen, adding to his woes. Moradok was very experienced during the pursuit. He wasted no energy, rarely throwing punches as he closed it. Only when Luo Tao began to change direction did Moradok seize the small opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Remembering his coach's advice, Luo Tao did not abandon his punches and defensive posture. Whenever he had the chance, he threw punches with all his might to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, then jumped out of the fighting circle to create distance. Moradok has completely taken control of this round. It seems the Mexican is indeed stronger in terms of power. However, Tao is fighting back fiercely. His counterattacks seem to tell the opponent that the battle is far from over. As the match progressed, Luo Tao felt his stamina rapidly declining. Being relentlessly pursued and attacked by his opponent took a heavy toll. Meanwhile, Moradok, occupying the center of the ring, consumed far less energy compared to him. Continuing like this would only widen the gap. Moradok started to ramp up his efforts. He no longer wished to continue this cat and mouse game. After pushing Luo Tao to the edge of the ring, he suddenly unleashed a barrage of left and right hooks to block Luo Tao's escape routes, and launched a full-scale assault. Having failed to break through twice, Luo Tao decided to take a stand. To hell with it. Did he really think he was afraid? If it came to a fight, then let it be. However, in the exchange, Luo Tao still adhered to one principle: he could take hits from the front hand, but must be vigilant against the opponent's rear hand heavy punches. The Mexican has begun to exert his strength. He forced his opponent into the ropes, and at that moment the Chinese boxer Tao had no choice but to fight back fiercely. The two entered another phase of direct confrontation. At this point we can truly see the terrifying aspects of the Mexican style. Head, ribs, abdomen. His attack points were everywhere, making it extremely difficult for the defending party. Could the young Tao withstand such a comprehensive and multidimensional onslaught? Indeed, it appears that Tao's counter-strategy is worth emulating. He is currently letting his front guard handle the distraction of the front punches, while focusing on evading and blocking the opponent's heavy punches. This clear-headed and calm adaptive ability allowed him to temporarily survive the opponent's torrential assault, which is truly commendable. However, I still suggest he break out quickly. After all, prolonged exchanges inevitably lead to mistakes. In truth, Luo Tao was also aware that continuing this way would surely put him at a disadvantage. For this reason, he disregarded his stamina reserves and unleashed a series of intense combination punches, striving to push back his opponent slightly and preparing to change direction to create distance. Yet Moradok would not allow him to escape as he wished. At that moment, Moradok was fueled by determination. He had come from Mexico to America to make a fortune and originally planned to make a name for himself in the Los Angeles Golden Gloves competition. Now he was struggling to deal with a novice who had just entered the boxing world. This was simply ridiculous. Seeing Luo Tao attempting to evade again and play tricks with distance control, Moradok rushed in to pursue him. In the midst of this chaos, an unexpected effect occurred that even he did not anticipate. In his haste, Moradok landed a front punch on Luo Tao's shoulder. This punch wasn't particularly heavy and didn't strike a vital area, but fortuitously Luo Tao, who was changing direction, lost his balance. Following that, Moradok's rear hand swing punch came, and although Luo Tao sensed the danger, his body, having lost balance, found it difficult to evade, and he could only watch as his head was struck by the heavy punch. That punch was devastating. It struck Luo Tao squarely on the jaw, sending his mouthguard flying. Luo Tao's entire body collapsed like a wooden doll. Oh no. The young Tao had originally broken through his opponent's blockade, but during the opponent's pursuit, he lost his balance and suffered a heavy blow. Oh god, that punch was too strong. His mouthguard was even knocked out. It's over. Oh, everything is over. I bet no one can withstand such a level of attack. It's such a pity. I thought he could hold out for this round. The referee hurried over to check Luo Tao's condition, while Moradok, filled with confidence, began to climb the ropes to celebrate wildly. On the sidelines, Raul and Pedro were both stunned, ready to rush in at any moment to provide aid. In the distance, Hua Jingqi was shedding tears, frantically pushing forward. Taozi, please don't scare me. You mustn't get hurt. Get up quickly, please. After falling, Luo Tao felt as if his soul had left his body. He could vaguely see the faces of those around him, but could hear no other sounds. His head felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Even moving was a luxury, let alone standing up to fight. But this sensation lasted less than a second. Ding! Detected that you have suffered a heavy blow and fallen, meeting the activation conditions for the unyielding body. The unyielding body has been automatically triggered, but please note that this ability can only last for 3 minutes. Please establish an advantage on the ring quickly. After 3 minutes, you will directly enter a weakened state until the end of the match. As the prompt sound, faded waves of warmth seemed to emanate from his very marrow, swiftly coursing through Luo Tao's entire body, bathing him, as if in a sea of stars. The indescribable comfort was beyond words. His heavy head suddenly felt light, and the world around him became bright and clear. In an instant, various sounds began to filter back into his ears. At that moment, the referee had just crouched beside him preparing for a routine check, though in truth, he held no hope. Given Luo Tao's state when he fell, it appeared he had lost consciousness from a heavy blow to the head, making it impossible for him to continue the match. Now, they could only hope there were no severe symptoms of a concussion. But as the referee reached to lift Luo Tao's eyelid for inspection, Luo Tao's eyes suddenly opened wide on their own, and he shot upright. Goodness! This startled the referee greatly. He nearly stumbled. Luo Tao quickly reached out and grabbed him while the referee looked at him with a ghostly expression. Are you all right? Luo Tao felt fantastic, filled with boundless strength, his mind exceptionally clear. Additionally, an unknown energy surged within him, churning and making him slightly uncomfortable. He just wanted to find someone to vent to. So he quickly replied to the referee, "Yes, sir, I'm fine. Please continue the match." His thought was simple, but the referee dared not take it lightly. This situation was far too bizarre. How could someone who had just collapsed like a corpse stand up again in 2 seconds? Yet before him, Luo Tao was articulate and clear, appearing to be in excellent spirits, causing the referee on the scene to seriously suspect this was a case of miraculous revival. The shock of seeing Luo Tao suddenly stand up wasn't limited to the referee. The entire arena fell silent, with everyone wide-eyed. Some women even covered their mouths in fright, while commentator Wallace's congratulatory words for the Mexican fighter were abruptly cut off. Pedro and Raul were also frozen in place, and the rushing Huatianchi halted, thinking he must be hallucinating, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, except for Moridoc, who was facing away from Luo Tao, wildly celebrating on the ropes, unaware of the anomaly, until he turned around and nearly fell off in shock. How could this be possible? The referee was the first to come to his senses. Regardless of the situation, he needed to check Luo Tao first. If something was wrong, they had to act quickly to provide treatment. This was no joke. He first checked the corner of Luo Tao's eyes and found no signs of hemorrhage, then asked him to spit, finding no blood. The referee let out a slight sigh of relief and waved 3 fingers in front of Luo Tao's eyes. How many fingers? Luo Tao found the question amusing, but understood the referee was following protocol, so he answered honestly. The referee then extended 1 finger. Focus on my finger, concentrate. He waved it in front of Luo Tao, but Luo Tao's gaze followed without any issues. All signs indicated that he was indeed a healthy person. The referee had no choice but to shrug. He had done all he could, and in this situation, he could only proceed. As the referee indicated that Luo Tao was fine and prepared to resume the match, the arena finally erupted. What does this mean? That Chinese kid is fine and wants to continue the match. My goodness, I've been a boxing fan for so long, but I've never seen anything like this. Am I imagining things? How is this possible? Unless the fall was staged, could this be a prearranged fake fight? This is so convincingly real that it scared me. The buzz of discussions began, and Wallace picked up the microphone again, shouting excitedly, "Oh my God, what am I seeing? I saw something incredible." After hitting the ground, Tao actually stood up again, and the referee confirmed he could continue the match. This is just too miraculous. Friends, I swear I've never witnessed anything like this in my commentary career. It's truly astonishing. All the boxing fans present know that after getting hit hard, standing up again requires immense willpower, let alone after a devastating blow like just now. How did this young Chinese boxer manage it? Can anyone tell me? The referee brought Luo Tao back to the center of the ring and waved to Moridoc, who was still dazed on the corner post, clearly signaling, "Come down, kid, the match isn't over. Stop clowning around up there." Moridoc looked at Luo Tao, utterly unable to accept the reality before him. He was the one who had landed a punch that barely grazed Luo Tao. The second heavy punch had hit solidly. When his opponent fell, Luo Tao's eyes rolled back, showing clear signs of unconsciousness. Didn't he have enough experience from all the matches he had fought? How could he stand up again so quickly and continue the match? Damn it. He had already begun celebrating victory, and his opponent was awake again. Was this like sending someone to their grandmother's house? Moridoc felt like a clown, but as the referee waved him over, he had no choice but to return to the center of the ring. At this point, laughter erupted from the audience, and Moridoc's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. Damn that Asian kid. Just wait, he'll knock you down once more, and this time you'll never get back up. Once they were set, the referee waved his hand, and the match resumed. Filled with anger and embarrassment, Moridoc charged forward, planning to knock his opponent down swiftly, but Luo Tao, already pinned up with energy, had been waiting for this moment, showing no intention of retreating, and met him heated. The match has resumed. Oh, what is Tao doing? He actually started to take on his opponent's attacks heated. This is so irrational. He just got back on his feet, and should be protecting himself, giving himself some time to recover. How can he go all out? Wallace found Luo Tao's actions hard to comprehend. What He's actually holding up and countering with impressive. As they exchanged blows, Moradok was startled. Luo Tao's condition exceeded his expectations. The speed and power of his punches were entirely different, and this kid's body had become agile. His own two heavy punches, which he had charged for so long, were easily dodged by Luo Tao. What was even more terrifying was that after being hit by Luo Tao's heavy punch, he felt a wave of dizziness. In truth, Luo Tao's heavy punches were never light. Moradok had merely pretended to be unaffected, of course, due to his own strong resistance to impact. But now, after Luo Tao's overall improvement, the power of his heavy punches had exceeded Moradok's capacity to endure. After another round of powerful exchanges, Moradok could no longer maintain his facade. After being struck by one of Luo Tao's heavy punches, he felt a slight dizziness. How could this be happening? Did this kid take a strength-enhancing pill or something? Moradok could no longer afford to be careless. He began to evade and no longer dared to take Luo Tao's heavy punches heed. Luo Tao immediately sensed this and felt a sigh of relief. If his enhanced heavy punches couldn't pose a threat to his opponent, that would be a problem. One must know that the effect of the unyielding body enhancement only lasts 3 minutes, and the match was only in the second round. If he couldn't knock down his opponent by the fourth round, he would enter a period of weakness, making victory impossible. By the boxing ring, Raul stamped his feet in anxiety as he saw Luo Tao unexpectedly engage in a hard fight with Moradok. Is this foolish boy's brain damaged? How could he not understand such basic common sense? If he gets seriously injured again, it could lead to a major incident. Pedro, think of a way quickly. If something happens to this child, how can we explain it to his family? Pedro, however, stared intently at the ring, his expression serious. As a professional coach, he keenly sensed that Luo Tao's current condition was unusual. His punches were swift and powerful, and his movements were agile and quick, showing no signs of falling behind, and even gaining some advantage. Moradok's reactions did not escape his notice, indicating that Luo Tao's heavy punches were starting to take effect. But what was going on? Even the experienced Pedro couldn't make sense of it. Calm down, let's wait and see. Even if Tao doesn't want to fight hard, Moradok won't let him off the hook. Only he knows his own situation best. We should trust him. Although the coach said so, Raul still felt uneasy, but there was nothing he could do, anxiously pacing at the sidelines. At that moment, Dr. Miao, holding a medical kit and sweating profusely, rushed over. It turned out that as soon as Luo Tao was knocked down by a heavy punch, Dr. Miao, who was watching the match with his daughter, immediately dashed out of the hall, retrieved the medical kit from the car, and rushed back to provide emergency aid for Luo Tao. However, upon returning to the hall, he discovered that Luo Tao had surprisingly gotten back up and resumed the match with vigor. Confused, he couldn't understand what had happened and had to approach Luo Tao's coach for clarification. Raul had met Dr. Miao at the tavern before. Seeing him come over with the medical kit, he hurried forward. Dr. Miao, you're a doctor and also his friend. Please analyze the situation quickly. This child can't be having issues, right? Dr. Miao spoke sternly. What happened just now? He was knocked down and I went to get the medical kit. How could he have gotten back into the match in such a short time? How could you allow him to do this? Dr. Miao's tone was not friendly, but Raul understood it was concern for Luo Tao. He had no choice but to recount the subsequent events to Dr. Miao. After hearing Raul's explanation, Dr. Miao was left speechless in shock. Is this even possible? I haven't encountered such a situation either. I think it's best to conduct a simple equipment check. A heavy blow to the head is most concerning for intracranial bleeding and concussion. As long as we rule those out, the other aspects shouldn't be problematic. Coach Pedro spoke up. All right, Dr. Miao, there are only about 20 seconds left in this round. Please prepare quickly. If any abnormalities are found, we will immediately halt the match and provide emergency treatment. Hearing this, Dr. Miao had no choice but to comply. He quickly opened the medical kit and took out a blood pressure monitor, a strong flashlight, a stethoscope, and other relevant instruments to prepare for Luo Tao's examination. Luo Tao was still fighting hard in the ring. Although his heavy punches had increased in power, Moradok began to dodge and defend, making it difficult for him to land a hit. As an aggressive boxer with a Mexican style, Moradok's dodging wasn't very agile, but his defense was excellent. Even when he launched an attack, his other fist was always tightly guarding his openings, so when he started to play it safe, Luo Tao's heavy punches became increasingly difficult to land on his vital spots. Nevertheless, the situation in the ring began to turn around. The audience noticed that ever since Luo Tao got back up to fight, he had become aggressive, and even Moradok started to show signs of dodging and retreating. It seemed like the rhythm of a comeback was on the way. The spectators outside the ring became excited. This dramatic reversal was simply too captivating. Almost everyone was now eager for Luo Tao to knock Moradok out with one punch, achieving a classic comeback victory. Suddenly a voice echoed from an unknown corner. Come on, go for it. Soon the entire hall was filled, although it wasn't specified for whom the cheers were directed. Upon hearing it, Luo Tao felt a jolt of energy surge through him. Since his mother's passing, he had tasted the bittersweetness of life and had never received such recognition and support from so many people. The rising chorus of encouragement instantly pierced his soul, igniting a fervor in his mind. If not now, when should he fight? Defend. I will smash through your shell. Luo Tao no longer held back his strength, wildly unleashing a flurry of punches. He swung his arms, delivering hooks and jabs in a whirlwind towards Moradok, who was unwilling to fall behind. This guy was also holding back his anger. He wouldn't accept defeat. What right does an injured Asian rookie have to stage a comeback? Seeing Luo Tao begin to unleash his power, Moradok also retaliated fiercely. As a Mexican-style boxer, exchanging blows was their forte. But after a few exchanges of heavy punches, Moradok sensed something was off. Luo Tao's ability to withstand blows had actually increased. His heavy punches failed to disrupt Luo Tao's attacking rhythm. With less than 15 seconds remaining in the second round, a scene of frenzied exchanges erupted in the ring. Commentator Wallace shouted hoarsely to be heard over the cheers, "They're unleashing their power. They're unleashing their power." Both fighters had directly entered a state of fierce combat, so thrilling. Luo Tao, who had risen to fight again after being heavily injured, seemed to be possessed by the god of war. He was growing stronger with each battle, and was even showing signs of suppressing Moradok. If one hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Could he create a miracle? Come on. As a commentator, I should refrain from overly expressing personal feelings and opinions, but tonight he has given us so many surprises and shocks. He's fighting real boxing, and I can no longer contain my emotions. Go Eastern Boy. After another 2 rounds of exchanges, both fighters had paid a heavy price. Luo Tao's face was swollen while Moradok had a bleeding nose and 2 large bumps on his forehead. But at that moment, Luo Tao had forgotten the pain. His only desire was to take down his opponent. In contrast, Moradok felt somewhat weak. The changes in Luo Tao were beyond his comprehension. Seeing Luo Tao still attacking wildly, Moradok began to feel the urge to retreat. Just as he took a step back, a heavy punch from Luo Tao came crashing in. Moradok had to hurriedly guard with both fists. He managed to block it, but the force sent him off balance, causing him to stagger backward. Luo Tao's eyes lit up. Seizing the moment of Moradok's unsteady footing, he charged in with a fierce assault. Unable to regain his balance, Moradok could only passively endure, and after taking several heavy punches from Luo Tao, he finally lost his balance completely and was knocked down to the ring. To be continued. Only 4 seconds remained until the end of the second round when Moradok fell under Luo Tao's relentless assault. Although this fall did not completely incapacitate the Mexican, it severely shook his confidence. This marked the first time he had been knocked down in the ring since arriving in America. What further disheartened him was the eruption of thunderous cheers from the entire hall after he went down. He couldn't understand what he had done to offend the spectators, feeling as if he had become the villain. He's down. The Mexican has been knocked down. He did it. Young Luo Tao achieved an epic turnaround on the podium of Bodhi 8. Oh my god, I can hardly believe my eyes. Indeed, the fearless young bull faced the fierce punching style of the Mexican fighter Hedon and knocked his opponent down. Is there anything more courageous than this? This preliminary match is undoubtedly the highlight of the evening. Even several elite fighters waiting backstage couldn't sit still, peeking at the match. Haha, I should remind the staff to issue them tickets after the match. However, we can see that although Moradok is down, he still possesses fighting capability. This thrilling match may continue. In just 4 seconds of match time, Luo Tao managed to throw a combination of punches before the bell rang, granting Moradok a precious moment to catch his breath. Back in the resting area, Luo Tao was immediately surrounded by everyone. Dr. Miao nervously conducted various tests on him. The blood pressure in his head was basically normal, and the pupil observation showed no issues. Apart from significant swelling, there were no other abnormalities detected. Dr. Miao sighed in relief and said to Raul, "Everything seems normal for now. There shouldn't be any major problems." Raul and Pedro relaxed a bit and hurriedly applied medicine to reduce the swelling. The coach quickly laid out the strategy. "We can discuss everything else after the match, but now is the best opportunity. Since your heavy punches have started to take effect, take advantage of the moment and finish him off while he's still reeling from the knockdown. Kid, don't underestimate him. If he regains his composure, the consequences could be severe." Luo Tao knew that unless his opponent lost his balance, it would be exceedingly difficult to break through the opponent's defenses. Moreover, time was running out, and he had limited time to enhance his effectiveness. He must secure victory in the next round. Pedro added, "I know the opponent's frontal defense is solid, but there are still opportunities. You can't go in hard. Instead, try to move quickly and attack from the sides, targeting his ribs. Once you land a hit there, it will prevent him from lifting his arms. Then you can return to the front." Luo Tao's eyes sparkled, wanting to hug his coach and give him a kiss. This strategy was brilliant. But before he could implement it, the bell rang, signaling the start of the third round. As both fighters entered the ring, Luo Tao charged forward. Moradok, having rested for a minute, was not fully recovered yet, but accustomed to a fierce fighting style, he pushed through. However, Luo Tao suddenly sidestepped, cutting directly to Moradok's left side, landing a right hook to the opponent's ribs. This unexpected change left Moradok shocked. As he charged forward, he couldn't stop in time and was rocked by the heavy punch. A wave of intense pain surged through him, but Moradok gritted his teeth and immediately counterattacked fiercely. After landing a punch, Luo Tao's confidence surged, and he began to frequently attack the opponent's side. Naturally, Morodok, having suffered a setback, dared not be careless, and could only passively follow Luo Tao's movements. The critical third round has begun. If I'm not mistaken, this will be the most crucial round. The situation in the ring currently favors Luo Tao. Beautiful. We see that as soon as they make contact, the Eastern lad swiftly strikes from the side, landing a punch to the opponent's ribs. Excellent, he has secured a clear point right from the start, and it seems he has changed his fighting style, likely due to adjustments made by his coach. This tactic is indeed quite effective. He forced his opponent into the ropes, and at that moment the Chinese boxer Tao had no choice but to fight back fiercely. The two entered another phase of direct confrontation. Oh, at this point we can truly see the terrifying aspects of the Mexican style. After circling twice, Luo Tao suddenly feigned to the right while shifting his body to the left. Morodok, caught in his own momentum, fell for the ruse again, and the left side opened up once more, just like before. This time Luo Tao quickly followed up with two heavy punches. This time Morodok could no longer withstand it. Old injuries flared up with new wounds, causing cold sweat to pour out. The flesh on his face trembled twice, and his leading hand could no longer maintain a high guard, forcing him to tighten his arms to protect his ribs. Seeing this, Luo Tao immediately turned back to launch a fierce attack. With one of Morodok's hands compromised, he could no longer defend effectively. Yet his resilience was formidable. Even in this situation, he did not give up on counterattacking. But how could one hand withstand Luo Tao's fierce onslaught? To prevent the enhancement effect from fading, Luo Tao unleashed his full power, clenching his fists and swinging with all his might. Finally, after being repeatedly struck, Morodok could no longer hold on, retreating continuously and losing his ability to counterattack. However, this fighter was tough, despite being in such a state, he refused to fall. Luo Tao pushed him into the ropes and continued to attack. At this moment, the referee could no longer watch and rushed forward to separate them, using his body to shield Morodok while raising his arms high to signal the end of the match. Victory. The referee promptly halted the match, and he did so correctly. In reality, since Morodok suffered significant damage to his ribs, he had already lost the ability to fight fairly. Continuing would only cause him greater harm. This match has introduced us to two resilient fighters whose strong wills left a profound impression on us. You are both true boxing warriors. Audience members, let's give them a warm round of applause, and also congratulate today's victor, Luo Tao. Although this was just a preliminary exhibition match, your performance has already captivated today's audience. I hope to see you both again in official matches in the near future. I firmly believe in this. Especially you, Luo Tao. If you are willing, I will call you the miraculous Eastern lad. Ha. The moment the referee signaled the end of the match, Luo Tao felt as if he had entered a dream. Ding. The system notification rang, but Luo Tao was too overwhelmed to listen. This battle had been incredibly arduous, and he believed that everything about today would be unforgettable for a lifetime. The cheers from the audience nearly lifted the roof off. Raoul ran up to the ring and twirled him around in excitement. Ho Tianchi finally made an appearance, and amidst the deafening cheers it was unclear what he was shouting. Luo Tao, however, focused on his coach at the edge of the ring. He saw the old man smiling at him, squeezed out from Raoul's embrace, and dashed up to his coach, tears gently streaming down his face. Coach, I didn't let you down. I did it. Though the bout was thrilling, it remained merely a preliminary match. The referee granted Luo Tao little time to celebrate. After summoning both fighters to the center of the ring, he raised Luo Tao's arm high and declared him the victor by TKO. As Wallace began introducing the next bout, Luo Tao descended from the ring. Once offstage, Lore smiled and guided him toward Dr. Miao. Many thanks to Mr. Miao for your assistance. Please accept our sincere gratitude. If any expenses were incurred on our behalf, do let me know, and I'll settle them immediately. Oh no. I truly did very little, Dr. Miao waved dismissively. I was merely startled. Young Tao fought superbly today and brought honor to our Chinese community. I'm practically your devoted boxing fan now. Luo Tao stepped forward and bowed deeply before Dr. Miao. Uncle Miao, thank you so much, not only for coming to support me, but also for worrying on my behalf. How can I ever, Dr. Miao quickly interrupted. No need for such formality. We Chinese are all family. And I'm not the only one who came today. Look, my daughter Su Yin is here too. He gestured towards Su Yin standing nearby. Upon seeing her father's signal, she reluctantly approached. You've already met, so no introductions are needed, Dr. Miao chuckled. She insisted on attending once she heard about your fight. And what a resounding victory it turned out to be. Haha. Su Yan's large eyes widened in protest. Her father had dragged her here, yet now he was implying she'd come willingly. Wouldn't that mislead Luo Tao? Yet she couldn't publicly contradict her father. Flustered, her lips puffed up, but glancing at Luo Tao, she suddenly burst into laughter. You look absolutely ridiculous right now. Flustered, this was his first encounter with such a situation. Luo Tao touched the swelling on his face and laughed. Miss Su Yin, thank you for coming to watch. Boxers always look like this after a bout. We're practically unrecognizable for days afterward. I hope you'll forgive the sight. Seeing the two conversing easily, Dr. Miao smiled and stepped closer. Well then, this isn't the time for lengthy chats. You're nearly the same age, both young people. Plenty of opportunities to spend time together later. Let's take our leave now. No need to disturb others' treatment or rest. After Lore and Pedro offered their renewed thanks, Dr. Miao departed with his daughter. Wow, never knew Dr. Miao had such a beautiful daughter. Tao, you never mentioned her. Looks like romance is knocking at your door. Hua Tianqi exclaimed, leaping forward. Luo Tao's cheeks flushed faintly. Please don't tease. I doubt someone like her would ever consider me. What about you? You showed up only after the match ended. Were you even here at all? That's hardly fair. What a... Hua Tianqi exploded, jumping up. I've been filming your entire match. What a nightmare. No money, no rights. Tickets here cost an arm and a leg, and even standing grummanly passes barred me from approaching the ring. When you went down, security held me back. I nearly got hauled away. And you're blaming me. Ah, I see. My apologies then. Haha. Not so fast. You owe me reimbursement for that ticket. If standing room tickets cost this much, I dread to think how much a championship bout will cost. Maybe I won't even afford entry if you become world champion. Cough, cough. Coach cleared his throat twice. Let's go. Get that swelling treated now, or it'll worsen. You two can catch up later. Luo Tao nodded eagerly. Hua Tianqi grinned. Count me in. I'll tag along and finally get a peek inside the locker room. Today's bout was both perilous and grueling. Coach sighed upon returning to the dressing room. Training is cancelled for this afternoon and tomorrow. Rest at home, but don't idle. Reflect thoroughly on this match and document every shortcoming. Identify its pivotal moments and analyze the fatal causes behind both knockdowns. Then submit a detailed written report. Precision and rigor are mandatory. Huh. Luo Tao's face fell. Can't we just talk it through, coach? I'm not strong academically. Writing feels impossible. Out of the question. Pedro's expression hardened anew. One day you'll face journalists and advertising agents. Without foundational literacy, you'll inevitably suffer setbacks. Seize every chance to learn. Yes, coach. The earlier spark of excitement vanished instantly. Luo Tao wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Lore smiled sympathetically. Defeating that Mexican earned you over $7,000 in challenge prize money alone, and you've now ranked in the amateur super middleweight division. Per contract, I'm raising your salary. Delighted. Whoa, Tao, you raked in $7,000. Good grief. You still complain our plumbing rates are exorbitant. Hua Tianqi gazed starstruck. Luo Tao beamed, then sighed, remembering, if only Dad's hospital bills could have been covered by income like this back then. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Tianqi opened it, to find Sunny stepping in grinning. Old sorcerer. Congratulations. That bout was electrifying. Clearly this lad has grown tremendously under your tutelage. True mastery breeds true excellence. Empty flattery. What's your stake in all this? Pedro retorted coldly. Sunny merely chuckled and settled into a chair. How can it not concern me? After all, if I hadn't wagered with you, who knows whose disciple he'd be today. That was undeniable. But Pedro knew Sunny well, a man who never moved without profit. What scheme was brewing now? Spit it out fast. And let me warn you, don't fabricate falsehoods about him in your newspaper column for the sake of circulation. Now. Sunny leaned forward. I bring gifts. Just now I watched the bout with Old Brown, and he was genuinely impressed. This is golden opportunity. Let him refine the lad's punching power and stamina while you oversee technique. Imagine the synergy. Absolutely not. Pedro rejected it instantly. Negotiation might apply to others, but George Brown shall never lay hands on my disciple. Lore's eyes lit up. George Brown, the coach who once stormed a venue over his fighter. Sunny nodded. Precisely. Tell me, old sorcerer, must you dig in your heels like this? You two share no blood feud, just divergent pedagogies. This decision concerns his future. Isn't such rigidity selfish? Pedro looked at Sunny with a faint cold smile. Don't act all high and mighty. Don't think I don't know. You are just trying to curry favor with that old man Brown to snag a few interviews with his rising disciples, aren't you? Dare to say otherwise. Sunny, however, was unyielding. So what if I am? I am straightforward. Old man, let's get down to business. I know you want to train this kid to be a technical fighter. His progress has indeed been notable lately, but based on today's match, his physique, talent, and combat style are more suited for an offensive development. Having Brown supplement his physical training and explosive power training would only be icing on the cake. Am I harming him? You? Pedro was momentarily speechless, stood up, then angrily sat back down, unable to muster. Seeing the coach so furious, Luo Tao couldn't hold back. Sir, thank you for your concern. Perhaps you have more professional knowledge than I do. But what I want to say is, aside from my coach, I don't plan to learn from anyone else. I was just an ordinary poor kid, and it was Mr. Raul and the coach who nurtured me little by little to get to where I am today. Although my current achievements may not mean much, I am content. Training with my coach allows me to learn a lot. He treats me sincerely, and I feel that I am already quite happy now. I hope you won't make my coach angry, otherwise I won't welcome you. Sunny was dumbfounded after hearing this. Looking at Luo Tao's tightly clenched fists, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, are you planning to hit me, kid? Truly a little monster spawned from an old monster. Do you know what my relationship with your coach is, eh? Raoul beside them also found it amusing and quickly pulled Luo Tao back. Silly boy, they've known each other for over 10 years. It's always been like this. When they talk, it's like they've taken gunpowder. And there are so many people here. When did it become your turn to speak up? Luo Tao, however, retorted, I don't care, he can't make my coach that angry. That stubbornness made him seem like a clueless child. Even Pedro couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a warmth in his heart. Sit down, what do you know? You'll just be the subject of mockery. Isn't it because you're foolish? I've let you practice your skills properly, and now you've become a mess. Of course others can't stand to see it. Luo Tao scratched his head. Who cares if it looks good or not? As long as I can take down my opponent, that's all that matters. Pedro rolled his eyes at him and turned to Sonny. I don't oppose strengthening this kid's physical training, but you know I don't get along with that fat man. Going to him now is like belittling myself, right? Moreover, I don't think that fat man will agree easily. This matter is simply not reliable. Well, that shouldn't be the case. He seemed quite satisfied with this kid during today's match, and I've already told him that Tao is your disciple. He didn't react strongly, so I think it's worth a shot. After all, when it comes to enhancing physical strength, his expertise is among the few that can compare. Sonny didn't dare to make a definitive statement. Pedro clenched his teeth. All right, then you go and sound him out. For this kid, I'm willing to risk my old face. If I don't invest a bit, my wish will probably remain unfulfilled in this lifetime. Sonny stood up, overjoyed. That's the spirit. I'll go right away, and I'll contact you as soon as I have news. With that, he turned and dashed out excitedly. Once Sonny left, Pedro surprisingly began to usher Luo Tao and Hu Tianqi away. You two finish up and leave quickly. I need to discuss something with Mr. Raoul. Remember the tasks I assigned. Take time to watch more boxing videos, and don't forget the essentials. After being shooed out of the lounge by the coach, Luo Tao felt strange. They were training well, why bring in another coach? Isn't that redundant? Hu Tianqi, however, pulled out his phone and uploaded the footage online, happily showing Luo Tao the comments from Ned. After they left, they randomly found a restaurant for a meal, and then Tianqi dragged him to Universal Studios Hollywood, where they played wildly for an entire afternoon. You wouldn't believe it, this place is really great. Being here feels like traveling through different times and spaces with medieval castles, epic movie scenes, King Kong's 360-degree 3D adventure Waterworld, and the Jurassic Park River Expedition. The two young men played until they were exhausted, but they finally relaxed and had their fill of excitement. After a delightful day of fun, Luo Tao returned home to find the place empty and let out a bitter smile. His father had been hospitalized for nearly 2 months. He truly hoped he could return to normal life. Now that he had hope in boxing, there was no family member around to confide in, making it all feel so tasteless. Exhausted, he threw himself onto the bed and began to sleep soundly. After a night of sleep at home, Luo Tao felt fully rejuvenated and returned to a state of full vitality. Although it was a rest day, he still couldn't skip his morning exercise. It was part of a long-term routine. Morning runs, pull-ups, frog jumps, quick air punches. He put his all into each task. While these exercises wouldn't lead to a dramatic increase in strength, Luo Tao firmly believed they would be beneficial. Moreover, after practicing every day, he felt particularly invigorated, and once it became a habit, he truly enjoyed this process of free exercise. However, today's workout felt somewhat unusual, as if his strength had increased overnight. Pulling himself up on the bar had become significantly easier. Could it be? At that moment, Luo Tao suddenly recalled that there had been a system notification at the end of the match. He had been so absorbed in his joy that he hadn't paid attention to what it said. He hurriedly checked the notification records. Congratulations on your victory, having conquered this match. Your Wolfish Ambition talent has automatically extracted power, impact resistance, and counterattack strength from your opponent's excellent attributes. Additionally, it has been detected that you have garnered substantial affection and support from the audience during this match, meeting the criteria for a prestige increase ahead of time. You have achieved the minor reputation prestige achievement, and the system directly rewards you with 1 talent skill point, which can be used to enhance the level of your talent skills. This is a precious resource, so please use it wisely. Indeed, his strength had increased, and he was rewarded with a skill point to enhance his talent skills, skipping even the lottery phase. It seemed even the system acknowledged how hard-fought his victory was, and this reward was quite generous. Currently, Luo Tao had 3 talent skills: Wolfish Ambition, Robust Build, and Indomitable Body. The most important one was still the Wolfish Ambition, which was his primary means of enhancing his power. There was no need to choose, he would upgrade this one first. However, just as he focused his mind to select Wolfish Ambition, his phone suddenly rang. Startled, Luo Tao accidentally selected Robust Build instead, which immediately upgraded to Athletic Form. Athletic Form intermediate long-term exercise training has made your body stronger and more agile, filled with resilience. The firmness of your key joints has increased, and your recovery rate after injury is improved by 20. Your physique has become more attractive, increasing your allure to the opposite sex, while also providing some enhancement to your functions related to male beings. Damn, Luo Tao cried out in despair. How could it be such a coincidence? That damned phone. Looking at his phone, it was a call from Huo Tianqi. Luo Tao really wanted to smash his phone. After working hard for a skill point, it ended up allocated to the least useful talent. What kind of nonsense is this? However, after glancing at the description of the upgraded talent, Luo Tao's anger dissipated significantly. What had originally held no practical value, robust build, seemed decent after the upgrade. Still, it couldn't compare to the direct enhancement of wolfish ambition. He was in dire need of strength right now. Sigh. With a huff, Luo Tao answered the phone with a barrage of complaints. You've really caused me trouble. Why didn't you call earlier or later, but right now? What is it? Huo Tianqi didn't understand what he had done wrong. What? It's early in the morning, why can't I call? Besides, what could you possibly be busy with that I would disturb? Wait, what? You didn't hit the jackpot yesterday and call for services at night, did you? Fine, buddy, I understand. Sorry for the abrupt disturbance. You stop right there. Luo Tao was so angry he felt like crying. What kind of absurd thoughts were these? If you say any more nonsense, be careful when I see you next time, I might just take action. Seriously, am I that kind of person? Do you have something to say or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Huo Tianqi was not intimidated at all. Well, that's hard to say. You live alone, so it's quite convenient for you. If you get a whim. Anyway, even if there is, it has nothing to do with me. I called to tell you that the video of that match has gained some traction online. Many of our fellow Chinese have started to pay attention to you, and some even sent small gifts. Haha, combined it's worth a bit more than that ticket. However, many people want to get in touch with you, and am not comfortable agreeing to that. What should we do? Luo Tao was also quite surprised. So soon. I don't understand this stuff either, and I definitely can't provide contact information. You know how tight my training schedule is. You figure it out. At worst, I can take the time to thank everyone in a video. All the benefits will go to you, but you better research this more. Some matches might prohibit broadcasting, so don't get tangled in legal trouble later on. Alright, I'll study it carefully and won't interrupt your special training. Get lost. Unexpectedly, the effect of online dissemination was so quick. Luo Tao, who had just received the prestige reward, thought that perhaps Huo Tianqi's actions had also played a certain role in promoting it. Although it was a rest day, Luo Tao couldn't afford to forget the tasks assigned by his coach. He earnestly took out paper and pen and began to recall and summarize. The next day, feeling refreshed, Luo Tao still ran to the training hall. Upon meeting Coach, Pedro immediately checked the homework without any preamble. Tisk, your writing is indeed lacking, you need to practice more. Moreover, your summary is incomplete. The analysis of both sides falling is well done, but maintaining balance in a match is extremely important. The last match was a bloody lesson, I hope you will remember this and pay more attention during training. Luo Tao nodded solemnly. Once balance is lost in the boxing ring, opponents will not give you the chance to adjust. He had learned this the hard way. Pedro continued, most of your shortcomings are mentioned in terms of technical means, but in reality your physical qualities are still lacking. Otherwise you wouldn't have been so passive in the earlier rounds of the match. It seems that it's time to help you find a professional coach to develop your physical potential. Luo Tao was genuinely confused. Coach, why look for someone else? You're a professional coach, learning from you should be enough. Finding another coach is too much trouble, I don't think it's necessary. Pedro shook his head. Every profession has its specialization. While I have training methods to enhance physical quality, when it comes to scientific and professional aspects, I am somewhat inferior to specialized coaches like Brown. After all, he has dedicated his life to this. He can comprehensively enhance you in areas like dietary structure, muscle group coordination, and power techniques, and even tailor a combined offensive strategy for you. It's not as simple as you think. With the system in hand, Luo Tao was not particularly attentive to what the coach was saying. He was just eager to compete in more matches, believing that continuous victories would naturally enhance his physical fitness and striking power. However, these thoughts could only be kept to himself as he couldn't express them openly. The series of victories had made Luo Tao a bit frivolous and anxious. Moreover, during this period of interaction, he had developed some reliance on his coach, placing Pei Lao in his heart like a father figure due to the unique growth environment. Pedro was particularly gentle today. After calling Luo Tao to sit aside, he slowly said, Tao, there are less than 20 days until the Golden Gloves tournament begins. Once it starts, whether it's the preliminaries or the official matches, as long as you are not eliminated, the schedule will be quite tight, which will be a significant test of your stamina, ability to adjust your condition, and even your recovery from injuries. Therefore, before that, obtaining professional physical development is crucial. Initially, I only wanted you to experience this tournament, but since you managed to defeat Marduk, it shows that you already possess the strength of a third-rate boxer. You should have no problem getting through the preliminaries. Since that's the case, strive for it. Perhaps you can achieve a relatively good ranking. Luo Tao was not very satisfied with the coach's words. Coach, don't worry, I will compete seriously in this tournament and strive to bring a trophy back to you. What? Pedro laughed. You silly boy, you really dare to brag. Not even that Kaiman kid would dare to boast like that. I know you've won several matches and started to build confidence, which is good, but it can't turn into arrogance. Right now you are at best just starting out. Once you enter the official matches, you'll understand that everyone on the ring has their own trump card. If you can push your ranking in the super middleweight category into the top 1500, I would be very satisfied. As for trophies, Luo Tao felt a bit unconvinced, but he couldn't dismiss the coach's analysis. Will there really be that many skilled fighters in the amateur boxing tournament? That's for sure. Do you think you're the only smart one? Pedro said somewhat helplessly. This world is always like this. The most profitable industries naturally attract more people. Once the tournament starts, almost all amateur boxers from around the world will swarm in. Sometimes, even the preliminaries can be extremely fierce. I'm telling you this today to hope you can maintain the right mindset. His words calmed Luo Tao's somewhat restless mind. The coach gently patted Luo Tao and continued, don't rush. Considering that you've only been in boxing for 2 months, your progress is already significant. Tao, I see a glimmer of hope in you. Perhaps my wish may still be fulfilled in this lifetime. Take your time. So your wish is? Luo Tao had an inkling, but dared not confirm. Of course, to train a world champion. Pedro sighed, but it's difficult. I've been a coach my whole life, and every time I've missed the opportunity due to twists of fate. This feeling is something you cannot understand. Kid, you are my last hope. I'm not afraid to tell you that 6 months ago the doctor informed me that my liver cirrhosis has caused cancer. But I don't want you to be overly eager. It's essential to maintain a good mindset and lay a solid foundation. What? Luo Tao suddenly stood up, unable to believe that the elderly man before him was suffering from a terminal illness. Remembering how strict the coach had been with him, he felt as if he had matured immensely in an instant. He didn't know how to comfort the coach and could only hurriedly say, I'm sorry, coach. I didn't know. I will train seriously in the future and never make you angry again. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. Seeing that he was genuinely moved, Pedro smiled. You're grown now. How can you still act like a child? Many people live with this disease for decades. I'm not pessimistic, so why are you crying? Stand tall, you are now a man. Remember, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, never give up. Even if death stands before you, you must remain strong and smile. Luo Tao nodded repeatedly, and Pedro seized the moment. So, what about contacting the new coach? I will follow your arrangements. As long as you're happy, I'm fine with anything. While they were talking, Raul walked over quickly. Hey, what's up today? I haven't heard the old man's stern guidance, but I'm not used to it. Pedro regained his composure. It's nothing. Just giving this kid a wake-up call. Is there something going on? Raul paused for a moment. Pedro, hey, race the thing. I might not be able to meet with Coach Brown tonight. Newbert hurt himself during training, and I have to accompany him to the hospital. It's really unfortunate. I can only ask you to represent me. If the discussion involves compensation, you have full authority to decide. As long as the other party is willing to teach, the cost won't be an issue. Pedro waved his hand. Got it. You go ahead. Oh, it probably won't be that simple. That evening, Sonny drove the two directly to Coach Brown's house. It was a very distinctive villa estate, clearly indicating that Coach Brown was quite wealthy. After getting out of the car, they passed through a small man-made forest and saw Coach Brown, whose face was glowing. Sonny stepped forward to greet him. Hey, old friend, I brought someone for you. As for Pei Lau, I don't think I need to introduce him. Brown laughed heartily. Of course not, old buddy. You look good after all these years. I really have to thank God. Pedro forced a smile. Likewise, I was surprised to hear you were still alive, so I specially came to see an old friend. Luo Tao listened nearby, completely puzzled. What kind of relationship did these two have? The implications of their conversation were truly difficult to decipher. Sonny quickly mediated. Oh, you two haven't seen each other in many years, so there will surely be much to talk about. However, I think it's best to discuss business first. Coach Brown seems to be quite fond of Tao. Now that he's here, what do you think? It seems there is a way out. Upon hearing this, Sonny immediately became cheerful, saying, Oh, I see. His agent is temporarily unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, but he asked me to convey his regards to you and stated that the guidance fee will be according to your request. Everything is negotiable. George Brown waved his hand repeatedly, saying, No hurry, no hurry. He then turned to Pedro and said, Old buddy, over a decade ago we had a discussion where you believed boxing should be a high IQ and highly technical sport, while I insisted that this sport is inescapably influenced by the aesthetics of violence. Haha, we were still young back then. Now after so many years as we meet again, I wonder if you still think the same way. Pedro frowned slightly and asked, What exactly are you trying to say? Haha, old buddy, don't get agitated just yet. This kid has a strong physique, large bones, and long reach. He has quite good potential in all aspects. However, precisely because of this, he has possibilities in both technique and strength. To be honest, I think he is more suited to being an offensive fighter. Pedro seemed to sense a strange undertone and replied calmly, It's up to this kid to decide which direction he develops in the future. We are only responsible for teaching you. I think there's no need for debate. Brown said with a hint of pride, Over the years, although I haven't achieved anything significant, my disciples have done well. At least 2 champions have emerged from them. Of course, I can't use these achievements as a standard to measure our debate, but since both of us plan to train him together, I think it's best to clarify the main and secondary roles. Pedro's expression darkened as he asked, Oh, then in your opinion, how should we distinguish the main and secondary role? Brown quickly surveyed Luo Tao again and stated, My request is very simple. As long as this kid joins my camp and officially becomes my disciple, I won't charge any guidance fees. And am not bragging, as long as he undergoes my systematic training, I guarantee he will break into the professional scene within 3 years, achieving great success and making a fortune, thus reaching the pinnacle of life. As for you, old buddy, just assist me in supplementing his technical training. The air in the courtyard suddenly became tense. Pedro's face turned frighteningly dark, and he began to cough violently due to his suppressed anger. Sonny could no longer listen and exclaimed, "Old Brown, what you just said is excessive." Luo Tao finally understood this old man was incredibly treacherous. This morning Coach Pedro had just said that he was his last hope, and now this old fool wanted to overshadow him. Even if he truly became a champion in the future, it would have little to do with Coach Pedro. This was essentially threatening the coach's life. Unable to endure any longer, Luo Tao supported his coach and directly cursed, "Old bastard, you've lost your sight. I only recognize this one coach in my life. What are all the champions in the world trained by you? Coach, let's go. Although I may be a bit foolish, I will surely strive to learn the tactics and techniques you teach me and carry them forward. In this lifetime, I, Luo Tao, will risk everything to bring you back a championship belt, letting these people see how blind they were. Also, I warn you, old man, if it weren't for your age, I would knock you down with one punch. I absolutely will not allow anyone to insult my coach in front of me." After saying this, Luo Tao helped his coach up and walked out. But after a few steps, still not feeling satisfied, he turned back and shouted, "Absolutely not." This shout was heart-wrenching and intimidating, and his red eyes were filled with endless fury, startling both. Supporting his coach, Luo Tao walked forward without looking back, comforting his coach. "Coach, don't be angry. It's not worth it to engage with such a person. Your health is important. If you get sick from anger, I can only go back to being my poor self." But just then Brown burst into laughter, saying, "Please wait. Old buddy, please stay, and let me explain." Pedro slowly stopped, and Luo Tao had no choice but to turn back as well. Brown jogged over, saying, I give in. Old buddy, everyone says you have a unique eye for talent, and now I truly see it." After being scolded by this kid, he did well, and was refreshingly straightforward. "All these years you've not encountered a promising disciple. Just now I was merely assessing this child's character on behalf of an old friend. Haha, I think this kid is good, at least he is not an ungrateful wolf. Just for that it's worth investing some resources in him." Sonny was taken aback for a long time and couldn't quite process it. He approached half convinced and asked, "I say, old Brown, you've confused me too. I warn you, if you set a trap for the old demon again, I will cut ties with you too." "Hey." Brown became even more excited, his face turning redder. "Don't you guys think? At my age, I can't still be bothered by those trivial matters from back then. What nonsense about being technical or power-based. The only purpose of boxing is to knock down your opponent and achieve victory. Today it's all my fault, I'm sorry, okay? Come on, let's go into the room. I've prepared some fine wine, let's drink and talk." Pedro's expression softened. "So does that mean you agree to guide this kid then?" "Of course, old buddy, rest assured. I just want to see how far this kid can go with our joint effort in the future. I am getting old, and with no other hobbies I can't resist when I see good talent. Haha, if I don't find something to do, I'll eventually get bored to death in this big courtyard. Come on in, let's have a good drink. I've specifically prepared some top-notch shivas for you." Brown suddenly became incredibly enthusiastic, making it hard to refuse. However, Luo Tao still held a grudge against Brown and stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Coach's health is not good, he has quit drinking." Brown was taken aback. Quit drinking? Did I hear that wrong? How is that possible?" Pedro was also quite surprised. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who has quit drinking?" Luo Tao stood firm. "I'm not talking nonsense. From today on you're quitting drinking entirely." Pedro understood why Luo Tao said this, and not wanting more people to know about his condition had to agree. Thus, after a minor upheaval, Luo Tao gained another professional coaching instructor. However, this also made his schedule even tighter. In the morning, technical training took place at the training hall, and in the afternoon, he had to spar with Kaiman. After finishing sparring around 4 o'clock, he rushed to Brown's estate, leaving no time for leisure. However, after starting strength training, Luo Tao resolutely refused to call Brown coach, simply referring to him as sir. Brown didn't mind at all, responding with a smile. But the following scene unfolded like this. Luo Tao stood with his legs apart, maintaining a horse stance, while straining under a barbell weighing 50 kilograms on his shoulders. Brown, glowing with a reddish hue, leisurely explained the development of physical fitness can be divided into 3 main parts: the development of endurance and strength, the mastery and application of force, and practical application, forming a complete and efficient fighting style. The stimulation of endurance and strength is fundamental. Let's talk about strength first. Strength is just a general term encompassing absolute strength, explosive power, upper limb strength, lower limb strength, penetrating power, and impact. Each type of strength involves different muscle groups when in use, and I will gradually analyze, test, and train you. This old man is truly devious. While he spoke slowly, Luo Tao could barely hold the 100-pound barbell in the horse stance. Despite this, Brown continued to speak at a leisurely pace. In less than 3 minutes, the muscles in Luo Tao's thighs began to quiver violently, and he was drenched in sweat. Look at you, you usually focus solely on upper body training, resulting in a severe lack of lower body strength. This is a common issue among most boxers. In reality, lower body strength is equally important for boxing. Thud. Crash. Luo Tao simply couldn't endure any longer. He collapsed, nearly injuring himself under the barbell, but Brown paid no attention and continued his lecture. With sufficient lower body strength, your center of gravity becomes stable. When the force is sufficient, it converges to the waist, gathering the power of the waist and abdomen, then directed to the upper limbs. Only after this triple force overlaps can a perfectly powerful strike be delivered. Lying on the ground, Luo Tao caught his breath, and seeing that Brown showed no sign of stopping, he clenched his teeth in anger. This old man must be getting back at him. Luo Tao gritted his teeth, determined not to embarrass himself in front of the coach on the very first day. He got up from the ground, bracing himself as he squatted down with the barbell. Brown seemed oblivious, saying, "Force is truly fascinating. It originates from muscle contraction and extension, yet a person's mental state, will, and emotions can also influence it. Its limits far exceed our understanding and imagination. Only when you break free from your own restraints can you vaguely grasp this point." Another 2 minutes passed, and Brown finally paused his explanation, while Luo Tao was already trembling, as if he had suffered a stroke. "All right, stop." At that moment, Luo Tao collapsed onto the ground, his legs feeling as numb as wooden sticks, completely unable to move. Brown squatted down and began to massage his legs. "Kid, don't think I'm intentionally making things difficult for you. I just want to tell you that to develop physical fitness, merely a few hours of training here is far from sufficient. I'm systematically showing you the ways and methods to develop strength, but much of it depends on your own willingness to persist in training below, and it all relies on self-discipline. As for my disciples, I rarely impose strict supervision on them, because if someone doesn't genuinely want to become strong, what achievements can be made by forcing them to do things they don't want to? Only when you desire to gain strength will I help you achieve that goal." It was yet another test. Luo Tao felt like throwing up. Can't he say things nicely? "I don't believe you don't have any ulterior motives here. Rest assured, Mr. Brown, I can endure even more hardship than this." "Is that so? That's good." Old Brown smiled brightly. "Now you can rest for a bit while I check your muscle groups." After saying this, the old man carefully examined Luo Tao from head to toe. Surprisingly, his techniques were quite good, leaving Luo Tao feeling refreshed. This skill could definitely earn money. The trapezius is not functioning well, the latissimus dorsi needs strengthening, the sacrospinalis requires correction, and the lumbar muscle lacks flexibility. Brown meticulously recorded his findings. His somewhat overweight body found it not easy to bend down for these tasks. After making detailed notes on paper, he panted as he waved the paper, saying, "We must address these issues before we can move on to the next stage. Additionally, improving and storing physical fitness must be prioritized. The old demon said you are preparing for the Golden Gloves competition, so this aspect must be accelerated." Feeling relieved, Luo Tao got up from the ground. "Sir, may I ask a question first?" "Oh, go ahead. I feel strange, as if I'm not practicing boxing, but rather becoming a weightlifter. Are you trying to turn me into a strongman?" "That's a good question. However, you got it wrong. Although both fall under the category of strength, what we boxers pursue is striking power, not absolute strength. Conversely, if absolute strength is too weak, it will affect the upper limit of striking power. It's still too early to discuss this. Now let's start with equipment training. You can gradually experience this during the training." As he spoke, Brown led him to a room filled with various equipment, even more than in a professional gym. Resistance bands, pull machines, weightlifting equipment, cardiovascular exercise machines, electronic muscle stimulators, dehydration devices. Luo Tao had never seen such an array of equipment and had no idea how to use them. Brown brought him to the pull machine. "Let's start by strengthening the latissimus dorsi. There are two positions you can use: the upright pull down and the seated rowing. When using the pull down position, your shoulders should sink, your elbows should be tucked in, and you should pull down slowly. The movements must be precise, otherwise you could easily develop rounded shoulders. The initial training should not be too intense. 10 minutes per set is sufficient. Slow down the rhythm to allow the muscles to adapt and maintain steady breathing." Luo Tao was somewhat surprised. Once formal training began, Brown became very focused and patient, appearing much friendlier. Every training detail was explained thoroughly, and this professional knowledge continuously reshaped Luo Tao's understanding of strength. Time flew by. Before the training ended, Brown handed him a recommended food combination list. "This is the food recommendation during training. Give it to your manager when you return. Also pay attention to nutritional balance in your daily meals. Strengthen your physical conditioning when you go back, but don't let it affect your rest. I shouldn't have to explain this, right?" "All right, I understand, sir. See you tomorrow." After this entire training session, Luo Tao's perception of Brown changed. This coach didn't seem so bad after all. After coming out of Brown Manor around 8 o'clock, Luo Tao, exhausted from training and feeling weak all over, hopped onto his bicycle and began to head back. As soon as he got on the bike, Luo Tao intended to ride faster, but found himself lacking the strength. His legs felt numb and weak, almost as if borrowed from someone else, rendering him unable to exert any force. With a bitter smile, Luo Tao realized that this further indicated that his lower body truly needed more training. Well, he might as well just take it slow on his way back. In this area, the street was lined with individual houses. At 8 o'clock, it was the time for families to gather with lights shining in every home, and the sounds of women's laughter and children's play making the atmosphere particularly warm. Luo Tao pondered over his training. Both the coach and Brown had repeatedly emphasized the importance of enhancing his physical fitness at home. However, there was nothing at home to train with. How could he practice with just a sandbag? Moreover, time was tight. His schedule was packed every day, and the only time he could squeeze in a bit of practice was in the evenings. But at this hour, most training facilities were already closed, which was truly frustrating. Must he spend his own money to buy equipment? Luo Tao felt a bit reluctant. He had indeed saved some money over these days, but his father would be discharged in a month, and he needed to save money for his recovery and medication. Besides, his father couldn't just sit idly. If he couldn't find a job, having some money on hand would allow him to start a small business or something. It was really tough. As he rode on, he noticed the surroundings looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this near Boeing Company? More than 2 months ago, the scene of working hard here with Tianqi resurfaced in his mind. Haha, indeed, compared to then, what was this little difficulty worth now? Continuing to ride forward, Luo Tao suddenly stopped again. Right? Since he had poor conditions to practice physical fitness at home, why not look for some physical labor? Isn't that also a way to train? When he was engaged in moving goods, he had gained several attribute points, and could also earn some extra money. The house was filled with broken furniture. It was time for a change. When his father returned, it should at least look decent. Let's do it. Luo Tao immediately took out his phone and called Tianqi. Tianqi, could you help me check if there are any evening jobs available recently? Preferably something with short hours. A bit of hard work is fine. Lousy, what's wrong? Have you run into some trouble again? If you need money, although I don't have much, you can take it for now. If it's not enough, we can figure out something together. What Tianqi didn't understand the situation. No, our coach wants me to enhance my physical training. You know, since I'd be sweating anyway, it's better to find some work to do, right? Oh, so that's it. You scared me. I thought you were in some real trouble. Alright, leave it to me. The contact I had last time has been doing this for a long time and has all sorts of jobs available. It shouldn't be a problem. That's great. Please contact me as soon as possible. Got it. He'll give you a response before tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Luo Tao felt much more relaxed, but upon returning home, the desolate house made him feel somewhat gloomy again. He thought about his father and longed for a warm home. Whenever he thought of his father, a mix of emotions surged within him. Would his father's drinking problem be completely resolved this time? What attitude would his father have towards him after being discharged? In the past 6 years, he hadn't smiled even once, nor had he ever shown Luo Tao a good face. What would happen this time? Would he support Luo Tao in practicing boxing? If he staunchly opposed and tried to stop him, how could he continue to train? Wouldn't all his earlier efforts be in vain? Troubled, Luo Tao shook his head, trying to avoid thinking about these distressing matters. He would take it step by step. He still needed to practice. After wandering around the house for a while and finding nothing to train with, he finally picked up the broken bicycle that Raoul had given him and used it as a makeshift barbell. However, after lifting it dozens of times, it was too light and awkward to handle, yielding no results. Frustrated, a wave of intense sorrow erupted from his heart. He tossed the bicycle aside and retrieved his mother's portrait from under the bed. Luo Tao had kept this photo hidden, though if his father saw it after drinking, his emotional state would surely collapse. He wiped off the dust with a cloth and looked at his mother, tears streaming down Luo Tao's face. Mom, I'm sending Dad to quit drinking. I don't know if it will work this time. Please bless us from above and make sure he succeeds in quitting. I really can't take it anymore. Mom, I miss you. When you were here, our family was so happy. Everything changed after you left. Now I'm living like a wandering soul. I don't want to live like this. Please help him wake up. I want a home. At least someone to talk to. I beg you. Luo Tao suddenly lost control and began to cry loudly. Since he was the only one at home, all the emotions that had accumulated over the years were finally released. After crying for a long time, Luo Tao felt much better. He placed his mother's portrait on the table and lit incense. With his mother accompanying him, the house seemed to have gained a bit of warmth, no longer feeling so desolate. Mom, I'm now practicing boxing, and it seems to be going quite well. I will work hard and definitely make a name for myself. As long as my father can quit drinking, I will hold this family together. I can do it. Today's physical training was out of the question, so Luo Tao had to hit the sandbag for 2 more hours. Then, looking at his mother's photo, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Tianqi called, and it turned out he had found work. There were part-time jobs at the cargo yard during the night, although the hours were short and the pay wasn't too high. Luo Tao agreed immediately. The main goal was to train, so the pay wasn't that important. In the morning at the gym, Pedro began to have Luo Tao practice dodging and countering. Sometimes when facing a southpaw in the ring, the standard boxing stance would feel uncomfortable, making it necessary to practice the counter stance. Even if the opponent wasn't a southpaw, if you suddenly switched to a counter stance, it could sometimes effectively disrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm. In the afternoon, while sparring with Kaiman, Luo Tao noticed that Kaiman seemed preoccupied and not in a good state. What's wrong, brother Kaiman? Is something bothering you? Kaiman sighed. It's nothing much, just a lot of pressure. The Golden Gloves are about to start, and I must achieve a good ranking this year to advance to professional boxing. Otherwise, my manager will arrange for me to participate in the Olympic boxing qualifiers. Luo Tao didn't quite understand. Isn't Olympic boxing great? Aren't many champions made through this path? Kaiman shook his head. I don't want to go. Olympic boxing involves protective gear, and the fighting style is quite different from professional boxing. I won't adapt well, and would have to train all over again. I still intend to return to professional boxing eventually, and by then I might not adapt to that style either. It would be a hassle. Moreover, the competition for Olympic boxing qualifiers is very fierce. I still need to strive for a good ranking this time. Oh, I see. Hey, with your strength you're bound to achieve good results. If you're worried, I might as well not go at all. After chatting with Kaiman, Luo Tao also grew tense. Kaiman's strength surpassed his by a significant margin. If he was this nervous, it seemed the Golden Gloves tournament indeed hid many capable individuals and should not be underestimated. Luo Tao felt uncertain about his current level. His coach had mentioned after a match that he possessed the strength of a third-rate boxer and had also said that Kaiman was considered a second-rate expert. How strong could a top amateur boxer be? Pulling up his attribute panel. System-bound user Luo Tao. Age 18. Height 184 centimeters. Wingspan 187 centimeters. Weight 76 kilograms. Profession amateur contracted boxer. Reputation somewhat well known. System talent beginner Wolf's Power. After defeating an opponent, 15 of their excellent attributes will be fixedly extracted. Agile physique intermediate minor talent long-term exercise has made your body stronger and more flexible, full of resilience. The firmness of your joints has increased. Recovery speed from injuries is enhanced by 20. Your physique is more attractive and your charm has increased, while also providing some enhancement to male biological functions. Unyielding body beginner minor talent. In official matches, being knocked down for the first time will fully restore your condition, and for the next 3 minutes your condition will be enhanced by 15. However, after 3 minutes you will enter a weakened state, and your condition will drop by 20. Strength 9. Stamina 9. Fist technique 6. Footwork 8. Reaction 7. Punch speed 7. Coordination 7. Explosive power 7. Recovery ability 7. Dodge prediction 7. Resistance to hits 11. Power of front hand punch 6. Power of backhand punch 10. Free attribute points 0. Comprehensive assessment. Your technique remains insufficient while your physical attributes are quite outstanding. The system analysis suggests that you are still at the bottom level in the amateur ranks, but with the system, you need not fear, dare to challenge yourself, and your future will be bright. The system's comprehensive assessment has unexpectedly changed again. When did this happen? From rookie to intra-level, and now to bottom-tier strength level. I wonder if this means the same as a third-rate boxer. This system is not user-friendly at all. It's as simple as a single-player game interface. Other systems can chat and act cute, are they all just deceiving? As for the system's encouraging words, Luo Tao ignored them. He also wanted to challenge himself. If he could fight more matches, his strength might grow rapidly. He understood this principle and mentioned it to Raul when he delivered food recommendation forms that morning. But Raul told him that the Golden Gloves tournament was about to start, and everyone with some strength was preparing for it. After all, if they got injured in the next few days of competition, it would definitely affect their performance. So it would probably be hard to organize any more matches recently. It seems that before the tournament, he could only rely on training to improve his strength. It was really unfortunate that he didn't receive any free attribute point reward in the last match. After finally obtaining a talent skill point, it was misallocated. Complaining won't help. He might as well train diligently. In the evening, while training with Brown, the old man was still adjusting his muscle groups, which made Luo Tao a bit anxious. Mr. Brown, I don't mean any offense, but the tournament is about to start. Could you teach me some quick ways to improve my strength? I've heard there are many experts in the tournament, and if I can't even get past the preliminaries, how will I have the face to come back and see you all? What are you anxious? Brown smiled. It is indeed very difficult to achieve a good ranking in the tournament, but you must also keep a long-term perspective. Rushing the growth of seedlings is absolutely not advisable. Recklessly increasing muscle training will only backfire. However, while rapidly improving strength may not be feasible, tapping into your potential is possible. Luo Tao's eyes lit up. Tapping potential? What does that mean? Brown called him over to the sandbag. Give me your strongest punch. Luo Tao didn't ask further, set his stance, gathered strength in his backhand, stepped forward, and swung a powerful punch. The sandbag flew backward as a result. Luo Tao was quite satisfied with this punch. Now his backhand punch power had risen to 10 points, something he couldn't have achieved before. Brown nodded slightly. Not bad. As a newcomer, you do possess some talent and strength. Now start dodging. When I yell hit, you throw your punch with force. Understand? Luo Tao nodded. He trusted Brown had his reasons, so he followed the instructions. While feinting and dodging, Brown shouted hit, and Luo Tao immediately punched. This time the sandbag only swung back slightly with much less force than before. Brown then explained, if we define the power of your full output as 10, that is merely an idealized figure. In an actual match, no opponent will simply stand there like a sandbag for you to hit. they will defend and dodge. Even when an opening appears, the opportunity is fleeting, so you won't have time to gather strength. When you throw a sudden punch, its power will definitely be reduced, perhaps to 6 or 7. That is your actual combat strength. Do you understand? Brown's definition of a heavy punch as 10 startled Luo Tao, but he quickly realized that it was merely an arbitrary number, albeit a bit too coincidental. Through Brown's guidance, Luo Tao seemed to comprehend. So you mean due to the conditions of the match, my strength isn't fully displayed during intense confrontations? It's not just you, nearly all boxers are like this. Brown explained. In other words, you cannot convert your absolute strength into effective striking power in a very short time. At such moments, the technique of exerting force becomes crucial. Only by mastering scientifically effective techniques can you improve this conversion rate and gradually bring your actual combat strength closer to the level of 10. Luo Tao understood this. It meant that while his attribute panel showed a heavy punch power of 10, the actual data hitting an opponent would only be a fraction. Now, by mastering and practicing force exertion techniques, he could enhance his actual power, which effectively meant improving his strength. That's great. Then please teach me the force exertion technique quickly. That's exactly what I want. Luo Tao became impatient. However, Brown smiled and waved his hand. Don't rush, there's more to it. Now watch closely. Saying this, Brown also struck the sandbag with a powerful punch, but it didn't make the sandbag move at all. Kid, did you see that clearly? Luo Tao blinked. Wasn't that just a punch? What was he supposed to be looking at? It seems you still don't understand. Brown pointed at the sandbag. Your punch looked fierce, but due to the long distance of your arm swing, a portion of your strength was converted into thrust, which is why the sandbag swung violently. This kind of punching technique can be used if you intend to disrupt your opponent's balance during the match. But if you want to strike your opponent more effectively, it's best to stabilize your punch upon contact with their body, allowing the force to explode on the punch surface and create penetrating power. Such punches can cause internal damage to the opponent, and the cumulative effect is evident. Mr. Brown then elaborated on the 3 principles of basic boxing techniques. To Luo Tao, a straight punch must be quick. When executing a straight punch, both parties are generally at a medium to long attack distance, making it easy for the opponent to predict and evade and counterattack in time. Therefore, the punch must be quick and the retraction must be even quicker. Timely retraction for defense is crucial to avoid giving the opponent too many opportunities. A hook punch must be powerful. When using a hook punch, both parties are typically at medium to short attack distance. The punch must be fierce to create an imposing force that compels the opponent to either evade or defend. Although the hit rate is not high with this type of punch, the threat level is significant and can easily disrupt the opponent's balance. A hook punch must penetrate deeply. When executing a hook punch, the 2 parties are already in close proximity, primarily targeting the abdomen and ribs. To inflict maximum damage on the opponent's internal organs, one must deliver a punch with as much penetrating power as possible. An uppercut strikes the jawbone and is not included in the ultimate techniques, but it has significant vulnerabilities. It should be used cautiously unless one is confident. Luo Tao nodded repeatedly at these practical techniques, taking them to heart, yet he couldn't help but ponder the technique of applying force. Mr. Brown, how should I apply force correctly and scientifically? Mr. Brown smiled at him, saying, You little rascal have only been here for 2 days and already want to drain me dry. Mastering the technique of applying force is not that easy. You currently lack the conditions for learning. On one hand, your muscle groups have not been fully adjusted, and forcefully learning it may lead to strains. On the other hand, your physical stamina is insufficient. Once you master the technique of applying force, it means that every punch you throw will engage all your muscles for a maximum attack, which will certainly consume a significant amount of energy. Given your current condition, how many punches can you throw? Luo Tao understood. So if I upgrade my weapon now, my logistical support will not keep up. Mr. Brown displayed a teachable demeanor, saying, Yes, exactly. That's very accurate and vivid. Moreover, if several of your muscles are not properly adjusted, it's like vital bridges in a transportation network being damaged and neglected, so there's no rush. Luo Tao lowered his head helplessly. Understood, sir. I'll leave the muscle adjustments to you. As for my stamina, I'll find a way to improve it as soon as possible and master the technique of applying force before the match. Good, having a goal brings motivation. Now let's begin correcting your sacrospinalis muscle. This muscle runs along the spine and is crucial for force transmission. Before formally engaging in boxing, Luo Tao never imagined it could be so profound and expansive. The guidance from these predecessors continually reshaped his understanding of boxing. Muscle training is both arduous and monotonous, and correcting muscles often comes with intense pain. However, Luo Tao gritted his teeth and persevered. Fortunately, the pain did not last long. Time flew by during the intense training, and when Mr. Brown announced the end of the session, Luo Tao suddenly remembered that he had promised someone to work tonight. After leaving Mr. Brown's house, Luo Tao hurried to the cargo yard. After asking numerous people at the cargo yard, he finally found the person introduced by Tianchi. Oh, so you are the one introduced by that kid Tianchi. You should come earlier next time. Here the work is quite simple, It involves taking goods from the containers and loading them onto the trucks. Payment is settled according to the workload. There is only one requirement: be gentle. If there is damage, you will have to compensate. Following the direction of his finger, Luo Tao saw some people carrying goods from several containers to load onto trucks. A line of mini cargo vehicles was parked in front of the containers ready to be filled. Got it, I will definitely come early tomorrow. Now I will get to work. Go ahead, be quick with your hands and feet. The cargo yard will clear out by 10:30. We'll settle up then. All right, thank you. Luo Tao ran to the container, found an empty truck, and started loading it. The goods in the container were quite mixed, containing both large and small items. Unlike others, Luo Tao specifically chose the larger items and lifted them rather than carrying them. He performed a sort of overhead press while walking, which drew the attention of many. Luo Tao didn't mind. His main purpose for being there was to build stamina. If he just carried things, it probably wouldn't be. After making 2 trips, Luo Tao suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. That person looked so much. Not daring to make an assumption, Luo Tao stood still for a moment. When the person turned back, carrying a small item, he finally saw clearly it was indeed her. Yuhi, what are you doing in a place like this? Luo Tao rushed over. Yet Yuhi seemed to completely not recognize him and dodged cautiously, saying, "You, who are you? I don't know you. How do you know my name?" "It's me, Luo Tao. Have you forgotten? At the restaurant in Chinatown during that time, when you spilled soup all over us, we went back to eat there later, but you had already left." "Oh, so it's you. But how have you changed so much? I almost didn't recognize you." Yuhi relaxed her guard. "I've changed it." Luo Tao touched his face, not feeling any different. Yuhi blushed slightly and laughed. "Your face hasn't changed, but your body has changed quite a bit. You've grown taller and more muscular." "Oh, that's true. With a robust physique and a vigorous posture, there has indeed been some change." Luo Tao still didn't understand. "How did you end up doing this?" Yuhi lowered her head at his question. Taozi, don't ask. We need to get to work quickly. They will clear the yard by 10:30. Let's talk after we finish our tasks." Saying that, she walked away carrying the goods. "You?" Luo Tao wanted to catch up, but the peculiar gazes of those around him made him hesitate. After considering, he decided to let it go and talk later after finishing work. Having discovered Yuhi, Luo Tao became distracted while working. He observed her. Since she could only carry small items, her truck was loading slowly. The driver seemed to be growing impatient, honking occasionally to hurry her along. Seeing this, Luo Tao took advantage of Yuhi's absence to load the large goods he had onto her truck and climbed up to the window to tell the driver, "Master, don't worry, I'll have it ready for you soon." When Yuhi returned and saw the large items on the truck, she quickly figured out what happened. She turned around to stop Luo Tao, who was holding the goods, saying, "You don't need to help me. I can do it myself." Her flushed face showed a hint of stubbornness. Luo Tao smiled. Not every driver is impatient. Let's get him out of the way first. Saying that, he loaded the goods onto the truck again. This time Yuhi seemed a bit anxious. She looked around and said, "If you keep doing this, I'll get angry. I know you want to help me, but I want to rely on myself." Looking into her determined eyes, Luo Tao felt his heart soften. "All right, I won't help anymore." After seeing Luo Tao step back, Yuhi began to jog while carrying goods to fill the truck as quickly as possible. The stubborn girl soon became drenched in sweat, her long hair sticking to her face. She brushed it aside with her hand, and the sweat mixed with the dust on her hands turned into mud, painting her pretty face into a calico cat. Once the truck was fully loaded, the driver stepped on the gas and drove away while another empty truck came in. After finishing a truckload, he seemed to regain her pride. Seeing Luo Tao still occasionally glancing her way, she slightly raised her chin as if declaring victory. Luo Tao exaggeratedly displayed an expression of admiration while giving a thumbs up. "P.S. The long one is a gun, and the short one is a cannon. I may be short, but I am proud." Luo Tao was not the sort to persist stubbornly. Seeing that the young woman refused his help, he respectfully withdrew and focused instead on his physical training. After all, the driver was waiting nearby. To maximize his physical conditioning, Luo Tao intensified his efforts. One large crate was insufficient. He stacked a smaller one atop it, then performed repeated overhead lifts and shuttled them back and forth. No one had ever seen such an unorthodox method of labor. Bystanders stared in astonishment, whispering as if they'd encountered a simpleton. Meanwhile, Yuhi managed to load the first truck with great exertion, but by the second her strength waned visibly. Watching Luo Tao work so fiercely, she could no longer hold back. Straining under her load, she approached him and murmured softly, "You're incredibly strong, but why work like this? It's exhausting, and people will mock you." Luo Tao smiled upon hearing her speak up. "No trouble at all. I'm a boxer. I'm here both to earn money and to train my body, though it is rather warm." As he finished loading another crate onto the truck, he casually shrugged off his shirt, revealing a sculpted athletic physique. Why did you take off your shirt? Hurry, put it back on. It's autumn, you'll catch a chill." The sight of his vigorous, well-toned frame flushed Yuhi's cheeks crimson. Luo Tao pointed toward an older man nearby, also bare-chested, while hauling cargo. "See, others do it too. They're used to it. They've done this for years." "Ha ha, I'm accustomed to hard work too. Labor should feel natural." and a light breeze on the skin is actually quite refreshing. Stripped of his shirt, Luo Tao felt markedly lighter. Months of boxing had accustomed him to working without one. Wearing it now felt strangely constricting. His rhythm grew smoother and more efficient. Given his current physical condition, sustaining this intensity through an entire night would indeed be grueling. But 2 hours posed no challenge whatsoever. The more he worked, the more energized he became, while Yu-He by contrast faltered. Midway through carrying each crate, she needed to pause and catch her breath. Exhaustion was rapidly overtaking her. Noticing her struggle, Luo Tao furrowed his brow and strode forward. Yu-He, don't push yourself. This kind of labor isn't meant for you. Let me propose a better solution. How about we cooperate? Cooperate? Yu-He asked, utterly spent. Yes, look, the truck bed is too low for me and my height, makes loading awkward. So here's the plan, I'll carry the crates to the vehicle and you'll load them. We'll split the earnings evenly. What do you say? Yu-He glanced at the compact delivery van. It was indeed low for Luo Tao. She sensed his proposal was tactfully designed to ease her burden. Yet her arms trembled with fatigue. After biting her lip several times, she resolved, very well. But the pay must be split 7-3 in your favor. Otherwise I'd rather walk away. This girl was truly tenacious. Luo Tao didn't press further. As you wish. Let's move quickly. The driver's growing impatient. Once they began cooperating, Luo Tao instinctively avoided heavy crates, knowing Yu-He couldn't lift them, and instead carried 4 smaller ones at a time. Yu-He's sole responsibility was loading. Her workload diminished significantly, granting her much-needed respite. With man and woman working in tandem, fatigue faded and efficiency soared. They filled the truck in astonishingly little time, so absorbed in their task that even conversation ceased until the freight yard began clearing out and workers gradually paused their labors. When it came time to settle accounts, Luo Tao sent Yu-He alone to collect payment. She soon returned clutching a wad of cash, but crouched on the ground, fumbling for minutes to tally it correctly. Luo Tao chuckled. Are you sure you can manage this? Still haven't figured it out. Something's wrong. Why so much? Usually I earn 60 or 70 yuan, yet this adds up to over 100. How much exactly? Hand it over. I'll calculate it for you. Oh, 353 yuan total. Here, you work it out. Taking the money, Luo Tao immediately extracted 120 yuan and handed it back. 7-3 means 3/10, essentially 1/3. 360 divided by 3 is precisely 120. What's there to calculate? Yu-He accepted the bills, unsettled by something indefinable. Yet Luo Tao pressed gently. Now you can tell me. Why are you doing work like this? This labor is far too demanding. It simply isn't suited to you. Yu-He hesitated, reluctant to speak. But after Luo Tao's persistent questioning, she finally whispered, my mother passed away. All our savings went toward her treatment, yet we couldn't save her. A kind soul helped me land a sales clerk position, but during those days I simply couldn't smile. My supervisor claimed my gloom hurt sales and dismissed me. Later someone urged me to work at a nightclub. I refused. The landlord demanded rent, so I took odd jobs just to survive. Don't worry, I will find proper work again. Luo Tao fell silent, then after a long pause asked quietly, and where is your father? At once Yu-He's expression transformed, sharp, wounded, defiant. Don't mention him. I have no father. She turned abruptly to push her bicycle. Luo Tao hurried after her. After walking a few paces side by side, Yu-He halted. Brother Tao, thank you. Today you've helped me again. But I don't want pity. I have hands, I have feet. I won't starve. No one remains unlucky forever. Things will get better. Luo Tao gazed at the young woman before him, speechless. Here stood a blossom of 17 or 18, yet beneath her delicate exterior beat a heart forged in resilience. So fierce it shamed even him, a man. Yu-He, you're right. Things will improve. And understand this, I help you not from pity, but because I too lost my mother. My father is hospitalized, undergoing alcohol withdrawal. I thought my fate was bleak, until I met you. Oh, what? You're joking, aren't you? Yu-He couldn't believe it. Luo Tao offered a wry smile. Do I look like the sort who fabricates stories about his parents? Yu-He, you have my word, I harbor no ill intent. Since you call me Brother Tao, I'll treat you as my own sister. Agreed. Her lips trembled. You must be lying. It's too coincidental. I don't believe you. I can't believe you. Luo Tao lifted his face skyward and sighed deeply. I wish none of this were true, but I know you distrust everyone now. You fear being hurt again because you have no one to rely on, and yes, I've known that feeling too. Yet deep within us burns a quiet, aching longing for a warm home, for someone who listens without judgment, for hands that offer tea, for eyes that welcome your laughter. Yu-He, believe me, kindness still abounds in this world. His words pierced her guarded heart. Since her mother's passing, no one had spoken to her with such sincerity. Gazing at his earnest expression, she finally lowered her walls. Brother Tao, thank you. If what you say is true, then from now on I'll regard you as my real brother. Her voice broke, and tears poured forth uncontrollably. Luo Tao stood flustered, patting his pockets frantically for a handkerchief, finding none. Don't cry, someone might see you. Wipe your face quickly, a mud smearing into your eyes. Startled Yuhi stifled her sobs, pulled out a clean tissue, and dabbed her cheeks, only to discover thick grime. "Oh, my face is that filthy, and you didn't even tell me. How utterly embarrassing." Luo Tao pointed to a spot she'd missed, then said gently, "There's nothing shameful in earning your keep through honest labor. If purity is measured, you are the cleanest soul in this world. It's getting late. I'll walk you home." "Oh, no need. I ride fast alone, and Brother Tao, you've worked hard all day. Please go rest." "That won't do. It's far too late for you to ride alone. What if danger finds you?" "I'll be fine. I've ridden this route every day. I know it by heart." Luo Tao's expression hardened. "No compromise. Right now I'm your elder brother, and I'll see you home before returning myself. Let's go. Time grows short." "Oh." Hearing his firm, familial tone, he unexpectedly brightened. This warmth was something she couldn't refuse. On a deep autumn night, a hint of chill lingered in the air. Luo Tao and Yuhi rode their bicycles together, sharing their struggles in life, quickly drawing closer in spirit. When they reached a block near Chinatown, Yuhi stopped her bike and pointed to an old residential building. "This is where I live, Tao Go. It's getting late. Let's meet tomorrow. You should head back and rest." Luo Tao steadied his bike, walked over, and pressed the remaining over $200 into Yuhi's hand. "Yuhi, listen to me. First pay your rent. If it's not enough, they'll bring you more tomorrow. You must not go back to the market. That's not for you. Take the time to find a proper job, and I'll help you look. Will you be obedient?" Yuhi recoiled as if scalded, quickly withdrawing her hand. No, that's not possible, Tao Go. Your family also needs money, and I've almost gathered enough for my rent already." "Then take it. Buy a few nice clothes. A girl should look pretty to find a job." Yuhi attempted to refuse again, but Luo Tao's expression turned serious. "Be obedient. As your brother, I can't just take advantage of having a little sister. Besides, if I encounter difficulties in the future, I might need your help. We should help each other like family." Yuhi was moved by these warm words, tears streaming as she accepted the money. Luo Tao continued, "Keep the money safe. Don't let me see you at the market tomorrow, understand? Also give me your phone number. If I find a suitable job, I'll let you know." Luo Tao assumed a big brother's demeanor, causing Yuhi to nod repeatedly. After exchanging contact information, Luo Tao finally let her go. Watching her enter the hallway, Luo Tao turned to leave, feeling an unusual warmth in his heart. After being alone for so long, suddenly having someone to care about was a feeling that was truly hard to express. The next morning in the training hall, Coach Pedro began adjusting the training regimen. "Since you're starting to strengthen your physical attributes, your technical skills must keep pace. If the core of a technique-focused approach lies in control and evasion, then the core of a power-based approach is in organizing offense and pressure, with the most crucial element being the charge. Today we will focus on practicing the charge. A charge allows you to quickly close the attack distance with your opponent, achieving close-range attacks. Common forms include the bob and weave charge, the cover charge, and the shift charge. The bob and weave charge is Tyson's signature move, also known as the pendulum charge. When using it, your center of gravity lowers, swaying quickly from side to side while rushing forward. The cover charge uses a series of jabs or wide swings as cover to confuse your opponent, swiftly stepping forward to achieve close range. The shift charge focuses on timing. By retreating, changing lines, or turning sideways, you can suddenly rush forward, causing your opponent to misjudge and catch them off guard. It is important to note that a charge requires precise timing, footwork, and even explosive power from the lower body. You must practice diligently and be cautious of using charges in the ring. This method carries both rewards and risks. If you're not proficient, it's easy for your opponent to anticipate your move, resulting in severe consequences. During the explanation, the coach personally demonstrated various techniques, clearly showcasing the key points of each move while detailing which charging method is most suited for different situations. Luo Tao focused on learning, but worried about the old coach's health. However, Pedro scolded him, instructing him to concentrate and not to concern himself with irrelevant matters. Charging was indeed difficult to master. Luo Tao struggled to keep up with the footwork, his explosive power lagging behind. His speed and suddenness in rushing forward never met Pedro's expectations, leading to continuous scoldings from the coach in the training hall. "What's going on? Lower your center of gravity. Lower it. Speed up. At this slow pace, your opponent will have reacted already. Keep up with your footwork, stay alert. Never let your guard down, focus on your opponent and react to their movements." "Good, that was slightly better. Let's go again. Faster. Even faster." The entire morning's training unfolded in an intensely rigorous atmosphere. To say it wasn't tiring would be a lie. But thinking of the old coach's wishes, Luo Tao gritted his teeth and persisted. He wanted to become strong quickly for both the coach and himself, determined to break free from the shackles of fate and change the difficult living situation. To Luo Tao's surprise, the intensity of the technical training in the morning was so high that the evening's physical training felt relatively easy in comparison. Aside from muscle adjustments, Brown focused more on using equipment and high-tech methods to enhance physical qualities. For some specific muscle groups, Brown employed electronic muscle stimulators for development and training. After inserting electronic needles into the muscles, he controlled muscle contractions and extensions through electronic pulses to achieve training goals. This method appeared easy, but the entire process was both painful and itchy, leaving him unable to exert strength for a while after finishing. Fortunately, only a few hard-to train muscles required such treatment. Brown also informed Luo Tao that in addition to using the equipment, certain medications could aid training. Taking small amounts of synthetic steroids could effectively improve muscle fiber structure and increase muscle strength. After finishing a day's training, Luo Tao hurried to the market, uneasy about Yu, he fearing she might secretly go. However, when he arrived at the market, he didn't see her figure. Luo Tao nodded in satisfaction and knew she was indeed obedient. Since she wasn't there, he focused on his work, or rather he had started new training. To enhance his physical capabilities, he devised various methods to ensure all parts of his body were exercised. The goods in his hands became training tools: lifting, carrying, shoulder pressing, and back carrying. It was almost like performing acrobatics. Those watching shook their heads, thinking, what a good young man, it's a pity his mind is off. Despite all this, Luo Tao's efficiency was not slow. In fact, he worked faster than others. To put it simply, enhancing physical capability required exertion, and through repeated consumption, he increased his muscles' ability to store nutrients. Just as he was fully engaged, a familiar figure appeared. Yu, he rode her bicycle back again. Luo Tao's expression twisted in frustration. Why are you back again? Didn't we agree you'd be obedient? Yu, he smiled gently. Brother, don't be angry. I just came to see you. Here, this is the pork soup I specially made at home for you. Try it, it'll help replenish your strength. Luo Tao was taken aback. You came all the way just to bring me soup? Yes, what's wrong with that? Hurry and taste it before it cools down. You trained so hard, and still have to work. Drinking more will help with calcium. Yu spoke kindly. Luo Tao sniffed and found it fragrant. To be honest, since his mother passed away, neither of the two men at home knew how to prepare such time-consuming food. It had been many years since he had drunk a proper bowl of soup. Under Yu's urging, Luo Tao reluctantly accepted her kindness. After the first sip, he couldn't stop. It was simply delicious. Seeing him gulping it down, he was very pleased. Haha, drink slowly. Here are chopsticks for you. Don't just drink the soup. How is it? Is it good? After finishing the soup in one go, Luo Tao pretended to frown. Not good at all. Oh, it's terrible. Don't bring me these things in the future. What's a girl running around at night? Yu's eyes widened. Impossible. I tasted it when it came off the stove. It was quite good. You're lying. Oh, I see. You just don't want me to deliver to you, and are saying this on purpose. Seeing her so anxious, Luo Tao couldn't hold back his laughter. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Whoever marries you will be lucky. After finishing his work, Luo Tao escorted Yu home again repeatedly, reminding her not to wander around at night, as the security situation in America was quite poor. The next morning after the training session, Luo Tao took advantage of the lunch break to rush to the pharmacy owned by the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to see if there were any synthetic steroid drugs, as Mr. Brown had mentioned. As soon as he entered the pharmacy, he saw 3 white youths entangled with Miao Su Yin behind the counter. Haha, beautiful lady, don't be nervous. We want to buy products. You have to explain clearly what are the characteristics of these types of... Which one is better? Haha. Miao Su Yan's face turned red with anger. Please show some respect. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, just leave quickly. I warn you, the store is under surveillance. Oh, I'm so scared. Surveillance, humph. We just want to buy something and have you explain. Does this violate the law? Beautiful lady, honestly, which one do you prefer? Miao Su Yin shouted to another saleswoman. Xiao Ling, call the police and say there is someone harassing here. Seeing Xiao Ling really pick up her phone to dial, one of the 3 whites immediately stepped forward to snatch it from her hand. Luo Tao shouted, stop. The 3 whites were startled. When Miao Su Yin turned around and saw it was Luo Tao, she was immediately overjoyed. Luo Tao spoke. Miss Su Yin, don't worry with me here. They won't dare to act recklessly. Don't call the police, I'll handle it. The 3 white youths looked Luo Tao up and down and didn't dare to act rashly. Kid, who are you? Luo Tao didn't answer directly. Gentlemen, this is a pharmacy. If you are here to shop, we welcome you, but if you continue to harass, I can only ask you to leave. The leader among the 3 chuckled lightly. Ask us to leave? You're quite bold, kid. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you're bigger. To be honest, all 3 of us are Taekwondo experts. I advise you to mind your own business, or you won't be able to get out of bed for half a month. Luo Tao was about to speak when Miao Su Yin interrupted. Let me tell you, Luo Tao is a boxing star. With one punch, he can take down a bull. You guys combined can't withstand a single blow from him, so hurry up and scram. Miao Su Yin intended to scare them off, but the other party became interested. Oh, guys who knew we'd run into a boxer, interesting. Hey Asian kid, if you really have some skills, do you dare to spar with us? If you win, we'll leave, but if you lose, you just have to admit that boxing is nowhere near as good as Taekwondo. What do you... These ruffians had been on Luo Tao's mind to teach a lesson to, and since they proposed it themselves, it was just what he wanted. Sure, it's not convenient inside the store, but let's find a place outside to spar. Let's go. Several of them walked outside, and a somewhat worried Miao Su Yin followed them out. In a small alley near the pharmacy, the leader of the whites said, how about here? We want bully you bits onion on. Luo Tao nodded. Alright, the consequences are on you. Good Sanchez, you go first and teach this kid a lesson. The white guy named Sanchez stepped forward without saying a word, first performing 2 airborne kick motions, and surprisingly it did look quite intimidating. Luo Tao didn't dare to be careless. After all, he had no experience fighting Taekwondo practitioners. After preparing for defense, he awaited his opponent's attack. Sanchez on the opposite side was also somewhat intimidated. Luo Tao was half a head taller than him, and his muscles were well-defined, clearly indicating great strength. Seeing that Luo Tao was not initiating an attack, Sanchez had no choice but to strike first, launching a high whip kick. Seeing the leg whip through like a whip, Luo Tao didn't counterattack immediately. He wanted to see what Taekwondo was really about. So he raised his hand to block the kick and slightly retreated. Unexpectedly, Sanchez pressed on, relentlessly attacking with a series of swift kicks, side kicks, sweeping kicks, then switching to a high kick and low whip kick. After a while of blocking and dodging, Luo Tao found it strange that despite it being called Taekwondo, why was there only kicking and no punching? After several rounds, Luo Tao had a bit of understanding. The opponent's kicks were indeed quick and agile, but they lacked power. They might be adequate against ordinary people, but in front of him, they posed almost no threat. The only trouble was the low sweeps. Accustomed to boxing rules, Luo Tao didn't like responding with small jumps, and had to retreat or sidestep to avoid them. Fortunately, Sanchez only made a few low sweeps. He preferred to use high whip kicks. Luo Tao shook his head, inwardly wondering what kind of master had taught this student. This high whip kick was similar to a big uppercut in boxing. It seemed to directly target the vital points with considerable force, but due to its large range of motion, it left wide openings. Once blocked, one could expect to get beaten. It's time to end this. Sanchez launched another high sweeping kick. Luo Tao blocked it with his hand and pushed forward. Sanchez's supporting leg immediately became unstable, and Luo Tao casually punched him in the abdomen. The kid let out a wow and squatted down, unable to get back up. In Taekwondo training, both sides usually wear protective gear, so they rarely practice with real impact. Without boxing gloves, Luo Tao's bare fists doubled in power, so even a casual punch was not something an ordinary person could endure, especially not to the sensitive abdomen. The two whites were dumbfounded. Originally, Sanchez had been attacking smoothly, so why did he suddenly fall down? Seeing their companion's pained expression, the two felt a bit uneasy. Kun Sanchez must have been careless. Help avenge Sanchez. Miao Su Yen, seeing Luo Tao win, jumped around happily while Luo Tao was stunned, because after Sanchez fell, a system prompt suddenly sounded ding. Congratulations. You have defeated your opponent in an outdoor battle. The talent of the Greedy Wolf has automatically extracted 2 points in leg techniques from the opponent's excellent attributes. Please check it out. Luo Tao was bewildered. How could he extract attribute points even after fighting outside the ring? Moreover, what was this about extracting leg techniques? This won't be useful in the ring. While he was lost and thought the guy named Kun was also a bit reckless, he wasn't scared off by Sanchez's miserable state. After taking a few steps to run up, he leaped into the air and kicked toward Luo Tao. By the time Luo Tao noticed, it was too late. The kick struck his chest, sending him stumbling backward. Kun was delighted and launched a series of powerful kicks in a fierce attack. Miao Su Yen, seeing this, turned pale with fright. Luo Tao, be careful. I'm going to call my dad. Realizing she didn't have her phone, she hurried back to the store for help. Although Luo Tao had been kicked by Kun, it wasn't a big deal. The chest wasn't a vital area, and coupled with his strong resistance to impact, he absorbed the damage. He only felt a bit of heaviness in his chest. However, Kun's leg strength was clearly greater than Sanchez, and his attack point wasn't that high, making his center of gravity much steadier. Luo Tao, who didn't understand leg techniques, found himself somewhat passive. Kun's confidence surged as he continued his barrage of attacks, becoming increasingly fierce. Luo Tao also counterattacked a few times, but with his shorter arms and legs, Kun maintained a relatively distant attack range. Luo Tao's jabs were barely reaching him, and he couldn't use his rear punches at all. Striking was ineffective, and the opponent didn't throw high kicks. He could sweep at the opponent's legs, but that wouldn't count as boxing techniques. Luo Tao didn't want to break the rules unless absolutely necessary, lest the opponent use it as an excuse to entangle him. After being attacked by the opponent again, Luo Tao was furious, thinking, damn it, do they really think I can't do anything about them? Kun kicked again from the side. Luo Tao twisted his hip to evade, then lowered his center of gravity. After 2 feints to the left and right, he quickly surged forward. Kun was confused by the feints and couldn't find the target, and the next second Luo Tao suddenly closed and scaring him into retreating repeatedly. However, Luo Tao's punch was already on its way. To be fair, Kun wasn't entirely unskilled. He managed to block somewhat. But when it came to boxing, he was far behind. Once close, Kun's legs could no longer maneuver. In a moment of panic, after 2 knee strikes were blocked by Luo Tao, he had no other means left. Luo Tao, on the other hand, was like a fish in water, landing punch after punch on Kun, leaving him with a face full of bruises. As for the rear punches, Luo Tao held back, knowing this wasn't a boxing ring. If he hurt someone badly, it would be a huge problem. After being approached by Luo Tao, Kun continued to retreat, yet he could not escape from Luo Tao's attacks. With his long legs unable to kick effectively, and lacking close-range combat skills, he fell into a passive situation of being beaten. Although Luo Tao only used a jab and held back his strength, being struck by a bare fist on the face was still quite terrifying, and Kun's face quickly became distorted. "Stop, we concede this round, no more fighting." The leading white man quickly called for a halt upon witnessing the situation. Luo Tao also appropriately withdrew. After defeating the two, he gained some understanding of Taekwondo. It had its flaws. Although the leg techniques were indeed flashy and fluid, they lacked substance, and with no inherent power or close combat skills, they were only suitable for fitness. In real combat it was. Ding! Congratulations on defeating your opponent in the off-site battle. The talent of the Greedy Wolf has automatically extracted 1 point each from the opponent's attributes related to leg techniques and leg strength. Please check it out. Clap, clap, clap. The leading white man, instead of panicking upon seeing his two companions defeated, lightly applauded. "Haha, I didn't expect you to have some skills, not bad, but next I will show you what real Taekwondo is." After saying this, he removed his outer clothing, adjusted his belt, and slowly raised one leg, suddenly kicking rapidly in the air over a dozen times the speed, astonishing with the fabric of his pants making a whooshing sound as it brushed against the air. And after that he continued to raise his leg, finally holding it in a skyward kick position, his body remaining exceptionally steady throughout, without even a slight wobble. Luo Tao's expression changed. This person truly had some skills, and he could feel that this individual was significantly stronger than the previous two. Although he didn't yet know the power of those kicks, Luo Tao had to admit the previous moves were indeed stylish, and this guy's legs seemed to be equipped with springs, causing him to become internally vigilant. After completing a set of moves, the man slowly lowered his leg, crossed his fists downwards into an upright position, and bowed seriously, saying, "I am Filjin, a disciple of practical Taekwondo. Please enlighten me." Wait, this kid was just a complete ruffian in the pharmacy. How did he turn into such a gentleman in the blink of an eye? Seeing his solemn demeanor, Luo Tao could only return the salute with cupped fists. "I am Luo Tao, a boxer. Please enlighten me. But may I first ask, you say you are a disciple of practical Taekwondo. Does that mean you train differently from them?" "Yes, they practice competitive Taekwondo while I practice the most ancient and authentic practical Taekwondo from the Korean Peninsula, so you are bound to lose today." Oh. Luo Tao didn't dare to be careless, focusing his mind to prepare his defenses, while Filjin did not charge forward like the previous two. Instead, he slowly squatted down into a half-bow stance, gradually approaching. Once they reached striking distance, neither made the first move. Instead, they exchanged a glance, and then Filjin let out a loud shout and suddenly kicked. He launched into a series of rapid kicks, starting with a flying kick followed by a side kick, a high swing, and sweeping kicks culminating in a skyward kick. What fast legs! Luo Tao was taken aback. This guy's attack speed was directly twice as fast as the previous two. Moreover, the power in his legs was also formidable. If he were hit continuously, it would not be child's play. His legs were much thicker than his arms, which naturally meant more force behind the strikes. In addition, his attacking techniques were also more varied, with knee strikes and elbow hits in abundance. Luo Tao kept retreating, finding himself in a defensive position with no opportunity to counterattack. He couldn't even fully defend himself. As a boxer, Luo Tao had defense techniques only for the upper body, never having practiced any defenses below the hips. After a few kicks from his opponent, although Luo Tao's physique was significantly larger than Filjin's, and his overall resilience was strong, he was still holding up for now. However, noticing this, Filjin immediately adjusted his attack strategy, starting to launch a series of fierce attacks on Luo Tao's lower body. But with this shift, Luo Tao finally found an opportunity to counterattack, immediately throwing a punch. To his surprise, Filjin did not dodge or evade, but instead used his hand to deflect and neutralize Luo Tao's jab. Seeing this, Luo Tao could no longer afford to hold back, otherwise he might really lose. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Filjin's chest, knowing that the head was a critical target, and if he landed a solid hit, it could lead to serious repercussions. Filjin, unaware of the danger, still attempted to deflect the punch, but this time not only did he fail to deflect it, but instead took a punch directly to his wrist, being forced to step back several times before stabilizing himself. This punch left Filjin somewhat stunned. Shaking his painful wrist, he looked at Luo Tao. "What a heavy punch. You really have some skills. Come again." This time both sides were much more cautious. Luo Tao focused on Filjin's legs. As long as he attacked Luo Tao's lower body, he would respond with a heavy punch against him. As a result, after several exchanges, Filjin frowned slightly. Continuing like this didn't seem to be advantageous. This boxer kid was tough and resilient, and his attempts to kick his lower body did not pose much threat, yet taking a punch from him was somewhat uncomfortable. He needed to change tactics. Filjin then began to attack Luo Tao's upper body again to draw his defenses, then suddenly delivered a powerful kick to Luo Tao's lower body, which left Luo Tao unable to retaliate. Certainly Luo Tao's resilience was strong, but he could not withstand his opponent's relentless attacks. Gradually he began to feel discomfort in his knee and hip area. Luo Tao became anxious. This was too frustrating. The opponent's attack speed was too fast, and with such long legs it was exceedingly difficult for him to throw punches in the midst of such a dense offensive. Moreover, Luo Tao had also tried throwing punches, but his opponent merely had to lean back slightly to evade the attack range, then deliver a front kick that sent Luo Tao reeling back. After taking several fierce blows, a slight pain began to emerge in his lower joints, and if it continued like this, his mobility would be affected, leading to certain defeat. Furious, Luo Tao threw a punch at Filjin's attacking leg, unexpectedly landing a solid hit on Filjin's shin, causing the guy to grimace in pain. The heavy assault ceased suddenly, and both were left stunned. Luo Tao suddenly saw the light. Right legs are not weapons, they are also a part of his body. Why was he always thinking about hitting his head? Haha, yes. Let's do it this way. If you extend your leg, I will hit your leg. After I cripple your leg, let's see how you handle it. Filjin was also taken aback. From Luo Tao's expression, he realized trouble was brewing. The next step, this kid would surely target his legs. If it were an average person, the arms couldn't compete with the thighs, and using punches against legs would undoubtedly lead to disadvantage. But this kid was a boxer, his punches were too heavy and Filjin genuinely couldn't withstand it. Filjin dared not recklessly extend his legs anymore, and could only take advantage of Luo Tao's moment of inattention to quickly attack and retreat. However, as soon as Luo Tao felt less pressure, he immediately counterattacked. In response to such a fierce charge, Filjin had no choice but to dodge, but while pushing Luo Tao away, he would inevitably take a punch in return. After only 2 kicks, Filjin couldn't take it anymore. Balancing on his toes, he repeatedly waved his hands at the rushing Luo Tao. No more fighting, no more fighting, this is unfair. Luo Tao was somewhat dissatisfied. This guy had kicked him for so long, and now he had only received a few hits back. He hadn't even recouped his losses. How could he just surrender? That's not fair. We haven't determined a winner yet, let's go again. No more fighting. Filjin simply sat down on the ground. You win, you win. However, this is unfair. You're too tough, I kicked you for so long, and you showed no reaction, you're a freak. Luo Tao laughed. That's just your skills not being up to par, how can you blame me? But honestly, your kicks are truly beautiful, and the speed is fast, just not enough power. Filjin shot him an annoyed glance. You just wait, I will train for another 2 years and come back to find you. Luo Tao suddenly found himself liking this guy a bit. He reached out to help Filjin up from the ground. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. When the time comes, we'll have another match. How's your leg, is it alright? Filjin, balancing on his toes, retorted defiantly. It's fine, I'm just not feeling well these days, so you got lucky. Ha ha ha. Ding. Congratulations on defeating your opponent in the outside battle. The Greedy Wolf talent has automatically extracted 1 to your movement speed, 1 to leg explosiveness, and 2 to leg techniques from the opponent's excellent attributes. Please remember to check in time. As Luo Tao was chatting and laughing, he became even happier upon hearing the system notification. The improvements in movement and leg strength would certainly aid in boxing. While leg techniques couldn't be used in the ring, they were still beneficial. If he could showcase the 2 leg techniques of Fei Erjin, it would surely be impressive. Overall, today's fight was extremely rewarding. From the system's rewards, it was evident that Fei Erjin's strength far surpassed that of Sanchez and Kun. The 3 of them collectively allowed Luo Tao to gain 5 points in leg techniques, 1 point in leg strength, 1 point in leg explosiveness, and 1 point in movement speed. It was truly a bountiful harvest. The rich rewards made Luo Tao unable to resist the urge to engage in another fight, but he knew it was unrealistic. In a lawful society, it's impossible to fight every day. Feeling satisfied, Luo Tao supported Fei Erjin, while Kun and Sanchez helped each other as they walked out of the alley. Suddenly, Miao Xian appeared at the alley's entrance, followed by several middle-aged men holding mops and spatulas, and shockingly, Miao Xian was running towards them, holding a large electronic calculator. Upon turning into the alley and seeing Luo Tao supporting Fei Erjin, Miao Xian froze. Luo Tao, what did they do to you? I warn you, let go of Luo Tao quickly, or we won't hold back. Fei Erjin looked awkward, and Luo Tao quickly replied, it's nothing, Miss Xian. We were just playfully sparring with each other. You're too tense. Who are these gentlemen? Oh, these are friends from nearby businesses. I couldn't reach my dad on the phone, he might be in surgery, so I had to ask them for help. Miao Xian approached and checked Luo Tao, who had no obvious injuries. Instead, Sanchez and Kun behind him were in worse shape, one holding his stomach and the other with a face full of welts. And Fei Erjin was limping. Could it be? Oh my, you didn't really defeat all 3 of them, did you? Miao Xian found it hard to believe. She clearly saw Luo Tao being kicked by Kun before she left. What on earth happened? Luo Tao couldn't respond directly and nodded in gratitude to the older man behind her. Thank you all for coming. It was just a misunderstanding, sorry for the trouble. Seeing that Luo Tao was indeed fine, Miao Xian hurriedly thanked the shop owners. After they left, Fei Erjin nodded apologetically to Miao Xian. We keep our word. We offended you, beautiful lady. I'm sorry. Having said that, he turned to Luo Tao and said, this time you won. I will come to find you again in the future. Let's go. After they walked a few steps, Luo Tao suddenly called out, aren't you all injured? Why not buy some medicine? No need to go elsewhere, this is a pharmacy. Upon hearing this, Miao Xian's eyes lit up. Yes, I'll give you it. Fei Urjin nearly fell over upon hearing this, and without looking back, he hurried his pace. Ha 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 ha. After seeing the group quickly turn out of the alley, Luo Tao and Miao Xian burst into laughter together. Today's events were indeed delightful. After laughing for a while, Miao Xian insisted that Luo Tao tell her what happened next. Just as Luo Tao was about to speak, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no! Miao Xian jumped in surprise. What happened? Oh, I snuck out during lunch to buy medicine, and with all this going on I forgot to buy the medicine. If I go back late the coach will be angry. You scared me. I thought it was something serious. Miao Xian exhaled. What medicine do you need? Synthetic steroids, do you have any? Yes. Then let's hurry. My coach is quite strict. If I'm late, he'll get scolded again. After grabbing the medicine from the store, Luo Tao threw down the money and ran back. As soon as he entered the training facility, he was stopped by Raoul. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time, but couldn't find you. Oh sir, I just went to buy some medicine. Is there something wrong? Actually, I just wanted to inform you that considering your recent victory over Prudok, the coach believes your strength has indeed increased significantly. I've adjusted your base salary to 4,200 yuan. Oh, everything else remains unchanged. Additionally, as long as you train diligently and can advance in this upcoming competition, achieving a certain ranking, I guarantee a salary increase as well. Work hard. Really? Luo Tao's eyes lit up. Of course, hurry up. Pei Lao is also looking for you. Raoul said with a grin. Got it, thank you, Mr. Raoul. Who wouldn't be happy about a salary increase? Luo Tao turned and ran, not knowing if it was due to his joy or the increase in leg techniques, but he felt particularly light on his feet. Upon seeing the coach, Pedro noticed Luo Tao was cheerful and still holding a bottle of medicine, so he didn't get angry. He only said, what are you running around for? You still haven't practiced your advance yet. Hurry up and get to it. Oh, we'll start right away. During this round of advanced training, Luo Tao, with improved leg strength and explosiveness, was clearly different. His steps kept pace and his speed naturally increased. Pedro rubbed his eyes. After a meal, he wondered why this kid had changed so much. Could it be because he hadn't eaten enough in the morning? However, the old coach rarely directly praised Luo Tao. Seeing this situation, he merely stated, now that's more like it. Keep it up, continue. After spending a long time with the coach, Luo Tao understood that such words on the training ground were the highest form of reward. Don't expect Pei Lao to directly tell you that you're doing great. That would be impossible unless you were in the ring, where he would say some encouraging words for himself. In fact, Luo Tao could also clearly sense the changes in his body. If it weren't for the coach watching, he would have wanted to try out his leg techniques to see if he could perform a sky-high kick. After practicing for another hour, the coach corrected some minor mistakes in the advanced training and indicated that they could pause this training for now. Starting tomorrow, they would begin training new projects, step drills, and short jabs. After finishing the morning training, the coach began to walk outside. Luo Tao, filled with curiosity, immediately tried out his leg techniques. He suddenly raised his leg to see if he could perform a sky-high kick, but the result was sizzle, thud. As soon as his leg reached chest height, he felt a pull in his thigh muscle and immediately fell down, quickly starting to rub his leg. The noise attracted Coach Pedro's attention. He looked back and saw Luo Tao quickly rubbing his leg. The old coach shook his head, gently wondering if he was being too impatient. It seemed he should appropriately reduce the training volume to avoid injuring this kid. The evening training became increasingly intense as Brown gradually increased the muscle-strengthening exercises, including tire rolling, rock, climbing, elastic traction, and high-pressure aerobic burst training. Luo Tao was drenched in sweat. Ding, through hard training, your explosive strength has improved, and your explosive attribute has increased by 1. Please continue to work hard. The wonderful sensation returned once more. After a refreshing coolness enveloped him, all traces of fatigue vanished. The effort finally bore fruit. Although it became increasingly difficult to raise attributes through training as time passed, it was indeed effective in the end. Without the assistance of the system, becoming a powerful boxer would require countless sweat and effort behind the scenes. After finishing training, he proceeded to the warehouse to lift goods, as usual, only to find he had come again, bringing fresh meat buns today. Luo Tao really had no way to deal with her. Once her tough exterior was peeled away, she gradually revealed her lively side in front of him. In the end, she was still just a child. It was life's hardships that forced a facade of maturity upon her. Yuhi was not idle either, helping to load the truck while chatting. During their conversation, Luo Tao suggested that once his father was discharged from the hospital, they should find an opportunity for his dad to recognize Yuhi as a goddaughter. Yuhi nodded in agreement. Yuhi no longer kept her father's matters a secret and shared them with Luo Tao. It turned out that Yuhi's surname was Sun, and her family immigrated to the United States 5 years ago. Both of her parents originally worked in a small county in Shaanxi province. Her mother was a middle school teacher, while her father was the credit director of the local credit union. In her childhood, the family was relatively well off and they lived a happy life. However, due to work-related interactions with several coal mine tycoons in the area, her father gradually fell under their influence and became addicted to gambling. These tycoons had substantial financial resources. Her father was trapped and accrued massive gambling debts. On the surface, these scoundrels pretended to help him by paying off his debts, but in reality, they used it as leverage to force her father to sign off on many illegal loans. Soon several loans went awry, and her father resorted to borrowing from one place to pay another, yet ultimately the truth could not be hidden forever. Eventually her father sensed that he could no longer hide the situation. However, instead of coming clean to the government, he took a risk and embezzled over 100 million yuan from the credit union, secretly sending them to the United States, using the funds to process investment immigration paperwork. Later her father also arrived, but not long after the government, in coordination with the American police, captured him again. It was later reported that he was sentenced to 30 years. My mother and I were left in America without any relatives to rely on in an unfamiliar land. All our money was confiscated, and we dared not return home. It was said that several local coal mine tycoons were also implicated due to my father's actions, and were fined heavily. There were rumors that they sent people from the underworld to take revenge on my father. Thus the two of us had no choice but to struggle to survive in America. My mother was a physics teacher with limited English proficiency and could only find some irregular jobs in Chinatown. However, the meager income was not enough to support my education, and I, who originally had good grades, had to drop out. Over time, my mother missed her hometown more, and her spirits were low due to the hard work. Her health deteriorated until finally, after hearing Yuhi's story, Luo Tao was left speechless for a long time. Just as he was about to comfort her, his phone rang. It was unexpectedly Dr. Miao calling, and "It's not about my father, is it?" No, Xiao Tao, don't think too much. Your father is doing well. He has completely overcome his physical addiction to alcohol and is now in the psychological recovery phase, receiving guidance from a specialized psychologist. Rest assured. Oh, that's good. Thank you so much, Uncle Miao. I appreciate your concern. Luo Tao was worried about his father's condition. Why are you thanking me? Haha, Xiao Tao, I am specifically calling to thank you. Thanks to your presence today, Yin Yin just informed me. How is it? Were you injured? If so, I can come over to give you a checkup. Hey. No need, Uncle Miao, it's the least I could do. It's fine, we just sparred a little. As long as you're fine. How about this, come over to my place for lunch tomorrow. I'll have Yin Yin thank you in person. No. You're too kind, Uncle Miao. Let's do this. I've been training intensively lately, as you know, with the Golden Gloves competition coming up soon. So after my dad is discharged, I'll treat you to a meal. I'm really sorry about this. Well, okay. You kid, if there are any difficulties at home, just tell me. Don't be polite. Alright then. Luo Tao was about to hang up when he suddenly saw he beside him, and a light bulb went off in his mind. Dr. Miao's family owned a pharmacy. Maybe there was an opportunity. If it were just for himself, Luo Tao wouldn't dare to lower his pride, but for Yuhi, well, it was worth a shot. Luo Tao's face turned red as he stammered. Uncle Miao, can I ask if your pharmacy is in need of staff? Dr. Miao was taken aback for a moment. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Oh, it's like this. I have a sister who just lost her job and is looking for work, but jobs are hard to come by right now, so. Your sister? What a coincidence. A female staff member just left the store, which is why I asked Yin Yin to help out. No problem. Have your sister come to the store tomorrow. We can discuss the salary when we meet. Dr. Miao readily agreed. Great. Haha, thank you, Uncle Miao. You've really helped me a lot. As for the salary, I think we won't discuss it. Oh, just having a job is good enough. I'll make sure she works hard. Alright, your sister will do just fine, and the store won't mistreat her. Having secured Yuhi a job, Luo Tao's face beamed with joy. Yuhi, it's done. Working at the pharmacy is neither tiring nor unstable, and she doesn't have to put on a fake smile for anyone. I think it's great. How about it? Do you like this job? Yuhi was also delighted. I love it. I love it so much, brother. Thank you, you're even better to me than a real brother. As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. Hey, silly girl, I am your real brother. This is wonderful. Now that you're working at the pharmacy, we're close by. I can visit you often, and after a while you can rent a place and move in nearby, okay? Luo Tao was planning for Yuhi. Yuhi nodded repeatedly. I'll listen to you, brother. I will definitely work hard from now on. I'll listen to everything you say. That night their laughter never ceased. The two young souls, stifled for too long by life's pressures, finally breathed fresh air. They had never been this sincerely happy in all these years. Fate seemed to be quietly changing. P.S. Alright readers, the main character background introductions are complete. There's no need to detail daily training anymore. Let's quicken the pace and enter the competition. The tense and monotonous training life continued day after day, yet the infinite yearning for a better life bestowed Luo Tao with unwavering willpower. He was determined to fight against fate, declaring, my destiny is determined by me, not by the heavens. Time flew by, and 19 days later Luo Tao finally welcomed the day of the Golden Glove Championship. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants, the preliminary rounds could only be conducted in batches according to their levels. The super middleweight preliminary round was scheduled for 2 days later. The preliminary rounds consisted of 3 competitions, with those who achieved victory in all 3 rounds advancing directly to the main event. Those who won 2 rounds would be considered as alternates, while winning only once meant little hope. Amateur boxers from all over the world gathered here, causing local hotels to be fully booked. Most of these fighters had lower educational backgrounds and volatile tempers, severely impacting public safety. Police cars could be heard rushing through the streets, filling the city with a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the training hall, Luo Tao gazed at the system attribute panel with a faint smile on his face. System binder: Luo Tao. Age 18. Height 184 centimeters. Wingspan 187 centimeters. Weight 76. 8 kilograms. Profession: amateur contracted boxer. Reputation: somewhat famous. System talent: beginner's greed of the wolf. After defeating an opponent, a fixed 15 extraction of their superior attribute points. Agile physique: intermediate minor talent. Long-term physical training has made your body stronger and more flexible, infused with resilience. The firmness of critical joints has increased, and the recovery rate after injuries is boosted by 20. Your physique has become more attractive to the opposite sex, enhancing your charm, while also assisting male biological functions. Indomitable body: beginner minor talent. In official matches, if knocked down for the first time, you will fully recover and gain a 15 boost for the next 3 minutes. However, after 3 minutes, you will enter a weakened state, resulting in a 20 decrease in overall status. Strength 9. Stamina 10. Boxing technique 8. Footwork 9. Reaction 7. Punch speed 7. Coordination 8. Explosiveness 9. Recovery 7. Dodge prediction 8. Resistance 11. Lead hand power 7. Rear hand power 10. Free attribute points 0. Overall assessment: your technique is average and your physical attributes are quite solid. The system analysis indicates that you belong to the lower middle tier of amateur level strength, but with multiple system talents, your overall strength is not weak. Be bold in battle. With the careful guidance of 2 coaches and over 20 days of rigorous training, Luo Tao gained a total of 8 attribute points: 2 in explosiveness, 2 in boxing technique, and 1 each in dodge prediction, lead hand power, stamina, and coordination. These improvements and attributes are only a part of the training results. More importantly, Luo Tao now possesses a deep understanding and application of various boxing technique strategies, rules, physical conditioning, and power techniques. He was no longer the novice who relied solely on brute force. Coach Pedro was giving him pre-match guidance, saying, "Tao, the championship has begun, and our training must come to a pause. Due to the high stakes and dense participation, the schedule is tight. To ensure optimal competitive conditions, regular training will cease for the next 2 days. Just continue your morning exercises and regular workouts. I've said enough already, so I won't repeat myself. I just want to remind you that even in the preliminary rounds, you must remain serious and cautious. I know you believe your resistance is good, but if you encounter a genuinely strong boxer, that ability will be far from sufficient. So don't be reckless. Take steady steps and make greater use of technical means. Do you understand?" Upon hearing that he would no longer have to train, Luo Tao felt a wave of relief. He was utterly exhausted and bored. "Don't worry, coach," I'm almost bursting with excitement, just waiting for the competition to start. Seeing his excitement, the coach didn't want to dampen his spirits too much. "All right then, for this championship, I have only one basic requirement for you. You must pass the preliminary round. Just think it over." "Sure, I guarantee I will." Luo Tao felt confident, believing that he could defeat any opponent even without using his indomitable body. Coach Pedro shook his head slightly, thinking that young people often fear neither heaven nor earth and only learn humility through hardship. Let him be. Some things must be experienced. Training is canceled. If you're interested, you can check out the beach venue. Today, the featherweight and lightweight preliminaries are being held. Although the punches are lighter, the technical quality is quite high. You can take a look for reference. "Oh, coach, I will go." Due to the enormous number of participants, the venue space was insufficient, so every year the preliminaries are held on the beach. Thus, the entire preliminary period lasts a grueling 10 days. When Luo Tao and Tianqi arrived at the preliminary site, they finally understood what spectacular meant. The entire beach was packed with people stretching for dozens of miles, seemingly endless. A few poles were driven into the sand, simply enclosed with red cloth, thus forming a boxing ring with a judge supervising the matches inside. The entire beach was divided into countless small squares surrounded by spectators and friends of the contestants, as well as boxers from various countries waiting in line for their matches. Some matches ended swiftly due to stark differences in strength, with the victors bouncing around in joy while the defeated left covered in dirt. Some matches were evenly matched, extremely fierce. Whenever such a match occurred, the surrounding audience would gather, gradually erupting in cheers. Luo Tao and Tianqi were drawn in as well. Once squeezed into the crowd, they realized this was a featherweight match. Due to the weight limit of 52 kilograms, the 2 boxers on the stage appeared somewhat thin and not very tall, yet this weight class had its own unique flavor. Due to the weight restriction, heavy punches typically lacked power in the lower classes, but the speed and agility were exceptional. Both fighters displayed finesse with rapid exchanges of offense and defense, moving swiftly and avoiding attacks. Unlike the higher classes where one had to focus on defending against heavy punches, taking a hit here was less concerning as it merely cost a point. Thus the fighting was more open, relying on speed and defense. A knockout usually only happened when there was a significant skill gap. This match continued for 4 full rounds before concluding with the victorious smaller fighter immediately performing 4 backflips on the sand, elated beyond measure. Good gracious, this kid isn't trying to switch careers to acrobatics, is he? Luo Tao felt a twinge of envy, pondering whether he should come up with some unique celebration moves of his own. After all, who wouldn't want to look cool as a young person? Tianqi was busy taking pictures with his phone. He was filming a video. After making a small profit from his last video, he wasn't about to miss out on another chance to earn. Tao, look. Some netizens are still asking about you, inquiring when your match is. Come on, show your face, and give— Alright. Thank you everyone for remembering me. It won't be long, the day after tomorrow is our super middleweight preliminary round. Honestly, I'm a bit nervous, not sure what kind of opponents I'll face. I'll do my best and I hope everyone supports me. Although the lower level competitions are quite agile, they lack the brutal beauty of boxing. Luo Tao initially planned not to attend the match the next day, preferring to rest and rejuvenate. However, Hua Tianqi came to pick him up early, and coincidentally the Moon Lotus, who had a day off today, joined them. She had never seen a boxing match before and wanted to enjoy the excitement while it was free during the auditions. Seeing that there was Moon Lotus, Hua Tianqi was even more excited and unceremoniously dragged Taozi into the car. When they arrived at the beach stand, Moon Lotus quickly lost interest. Brother, let's go back. I can't bear to watch this. The two people clearly don't know each other, yet they fight as if they have a deep grudge. Look at that person, he's bleeding. And still fighting, how cruel. Luo Tao smiled and explained to her, I found it a bit cruel when I first got into boxing too, but gradually I understood. Human development is getting faster, but a comfortable life can easily make people lose their fighting spirit. Boxing, through the physical confrontation between two individuals, seeks to stimulate tactics and willpower. Just think about it, in the future, would you want your boyfriend to be timid and cowardly? Moon Lotus, her face slightly flushed, thought for a moment and slowly shook her head. But I still think it's too brutal. Brother, you have a match tomorrow, so please be careful. Luo Tao could only nod. Alright, since you don't want to watch, let's go back. Hua Tianqi, hearing this, became anxious. He glanced at Moon Lotus and quickly said, don't. It's not easy to come out. Going back so early would be boring. One wanted to leave and the other wanted to stay, which put Luo Tao in a predicament. Suddenly he had an idea. By the way, let's take care of something important. My dad is about to be discharged from the hospital and the furniture at home is all wrecked from his drunkenness. I want to replace it before he returns. Since you're both here, can you help me pick it out? Moon Lotus clapped her hands repeatedly. That sounds great. I know where to buy cheap and beautiful furniture. Oh, Hua Tianqi naturally had no objections. As long as Moon Lotus said it was fine, he would go anywhere. The three of them drove to a second-hand market under her guidance. Although it was called a second-hand market, there were many new furniture items, just at generally low prices. Moon Lotus mentioned that she often came here to buy small items, so she was quite familiar with several shop owners. After entering a store with Luo Tao, they quickly selected a sofa, wardrobe, tables, chairs, and a small kitchen cabinet based on the size of their home. The prices were indeed low for so much furniture. The owner only asked for $670. However, Moon Lotus was very dissatisfied. Pouting, she said, Boss Yang, I dragged my brother here because your prices are reasonable. If you quote us, this will leave and I won't come here again, and I'll tell others that you only cheat young girls. Alright. Boss Yang felt overwhelmed and said, Moon Lotus, you might as well slap me. When have I ever cheated you? Fine, how about 620? Consider it that I didn't make this sale. But you have to deliver. What? Hiring a truck costs $40, how can that be? No, you have to deliver. After a lot of bargaining and coaxing, the owner finally relented. Luo Tao and Tianqi watched in astonishment as the girl who used to blush at the sight of strangers was now completely transformed. After buying the furniture, the three of them hurried back to prepare for the delivery. As soon as they entered the house, Moon Lotus took the initiative to start cleaning, while Tianqi and Luo Tao went outside to clear the old furniture. After tossing the old items into the trash, Tianqi eagerly helped Moon Lotus, while Luo Tao began to sense something was off. He pulled Tianqi aside and asked, What are you up to? Keep your distance from my sister, okay? Why? You're already her brother, why can't I be nice to her? Tianqi, she's still young. Besides, you're full of schemes, I have to protect her from being led astray by you. Oomph. Nonsense. I'm known as the infatuated little prince. Unless you have ulterior motives. Moon Lotus heard everything and blushed furiously. Unable to stand it anymore, she pushed both of them outside, saying, You don't need to help, I'll handle the cleaning. Just lift the furniture and go check if the truck has arrived. After saying that, she shut the door, leaving them outside. It's all your fault for making Moon Lotus shy. Hee, it's really cute. Tianqi had a lewd smile on his face. Angry Luo Tao kicked him in the rear. When the truck arrived, they carried the furniture upstairs, assembled it, cleaned, and arranged everything. After a busy morning, the house looked brand new. Although it wasn't high-end furniture, it had a unique warmth. Exhausted and sweaty, they sat down to rest for a while. Moon Lotus stood up and said, I'll go cook, Luo Tao hurriedly stopped her. You've worked hard all morning. Let's eat out. It's on me to thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do it alone. Moon Lotus shook her head repeatedly. I'm not tired. Eating out would waste money. We've already spent so much today. Let me cook, it'll be quick. Luo Tao adamantly refused. There's nothing at home, and we'd have to go grocery shopping anyway. It's rare for us to get together and be happy. Let's just consider it an early celebration for my victory tomorrow. Tianqi chimed in. Right, let's eat out. But this meal is on me as payment for the video rights for Taozi's upcoming match. But Taozi, you have to do well. The more you keep fighting, the more money I can make from the videos. After hearing this, Luo Tao and Moon Lotus were both curious. How much can you earn from a video? Let me hand. Hehe, you don't know? After I uploaded the video of your last match, I've made nearly $500 so far. If I upload all the videos from your upcoming matches, I might make a little profit. After hearing this, Luo Tao and Moon Lotus exchanged glances and said in unison, all right, it's on you. They enjoyed a delightful meal together, and Moon Lotus took Luo Tao's change of clothes to wash. He couldn't stop her, so he let her be. Luo Tao then asked Tianqi to find a suitable apartment nearby, planning to have Moon Lotus move in. Otherwise, the distance to work was too far, and it wasn't safe for a girl. Tianqi pounded his chest, promising to complete the task, and even volunteered to take Moon Lotus home. After sending them off, Luo Tao looked at his transformed home and thought of his father, who would be discharged in a few days. What if he strongly opposed boxing provided he wasn't eliminated? It was truly worrisome. He lit incense for his mother, bowing his head to pray for everything to go smoothly. Finally, the day of the match arrived. Luo Tao, full of spirit, felt a bit nervous, wondering what kind of opponent he would face. Hua Tianqi drove him to the beach stand and soon found the coach and Mr. Raoul. After gathering together, they went to the 79th match point, waiting in line for the competition. Mr. Raoul went out for a while and quickly returned with a piece of information. This audition is too rough. There's barely any information on the opponent. I can't discern anything. Let me read it for you. Oh, he's a 19-year-old study abroad student from Jamaica named Abulata Papari Plaka. Baduni competition. Good heavens. What is his name? Let's just call him a bull. I can't pronounce this anymore. He's 180 centimeters tall with a wingspan of 179 centimeters. There's no amateur record filled out, and his personal hobbies include basketball, boxing, and street dance. What kind of nonsense is this? It's better not to look at it. Raoul, frustrated, directly tossed the information to Luo Tao. Pedro chuckled softly. Calm down, you're an experienced manager. It's just the first round of auditions, and what's there to be excited about? How can I not be excited? It's been years since we've had good results. If this continues, I'll be unable to hold my head high. Pedro spoke strangely today. You're quite amusing. Do you expect a newbie who has only trained for a few months to help you save face? It's already impressive that he can make it through the audition. Raoul defended Luo Tao. Pedro, how can you say that? In the ring, anything can happen. Perhaps if Tao is in good form, he might become famous in just one match. Oh, perhaps. The two were chatting casually, but it seemed they were intentionally saying it for Luo Tao to hear, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. Just wait, he would definitely show them what he could do. The next group, Luo Tao, Abalam Papari Praka. Apologies to this contestant, but it's your turn to enter the arena. The referee at the 79th match point felt a bit awkward. Finally seeing his opponent, it was a young black guy who looked quite fresh-faced, but energetic. After both removed their outerwear, Luo Tao's muscular physique drew everyone's attention. After strengthening his physical condition, and with his agile build, he now possessed a nearly perfect form, and his yellow skin appeared somewhat striking. Raoul tightened his boxing gloves, put in the mouthguard, and applied a bit of Vaseline. After the referee checked again, even though it was the preliminary round, Luo Tao did not dare to be careless. Losing a match would make advancing difficult, so he needed to win every bout. Therefore, he couldn't underestimate any opponent. Right from the start, Luo Tao prepared defensively, intending to gauge his opponent's strength first. Surprisingly, neither of them threw a punch, and it seemed they were competing to see who could be more patient. The spectators at the sidelines chuckled at the situation, but such occurrences were quite common in preliminaries. After all, no one knew the other's capabilities, so caution was key. Finally, the contestant referred to as Ab threw a punch, executing a standard combination with impressive speed and apparent momentum. Luo Tao dodged slightly while intentionally absorbing a punch from his opponent in a protective stance, allowing him to roughly estimate the opponent's strength. However, after receiving that punch, Luo Tao frowned. It wasn't that the punch was too heavy, but rather too light, lacking any threat. Yet that was just a jab. Some boxers focus on practicing their heavy punches. Regardless, his opponent had already thrown 6 or 7 punches in succession. If he didn't counterattack, he would lose momentum. After blocking a left hook from Ab, Luo Tao launched a direct rear punch, a diagonal uppercut aimed at Ab's jaw. Ab had been anticipating Luo Tao's counterattack, so he immediately halted his offense and switched to defense. But he clearly did not expect the force behind Luo Tao's rear punch. Although this punch only hit his defensive gloves, Luo Tao, having mastered the technique of force generation, combined the strength from his abdomen, chest, and biceps, making this punch far more powerful than before training. With a bang, Ab from Jamaica felt a tremendous force travel through his gloves to his jaw, then the impact exploded, causing his head to jerk violently to the side. It was terrifying. Ab was scared and stumbled backward. Although he mostly absorbed the force through the momentum of his head movement, this was under protective conditions. If he had taken that hit directly, what would have happened? Ub was a student who loved basketball and boxing. He had rarely encountered opponents in school. This time, with the Golden Gloves competition starting, he wanted to test his skills, but he never expected to face Luo Tao right away. That punch made him question his life, and he no longer dared to take Luo Tao's rear punches heat in. This was true strength. Your intimidation factor is evident. The moment you throw a punch, your opponent can immediately feel it. In the boxing ring, what matters is strength and courage. Ub was currently lacking in both. Although Luo Tao had only thrown one punch so far, Ub immediately switched from offense to defense, relinquishing the central area of the ring and starting to circle. After throwing a punch, Luo Tao was surprised that his opponent was so weak. Goodness, this black guy had neither a heavy punch nor good resistance. How could he dare to participate in a major competition? Seeing his opponent retreating, Luo Tao wasted no time, took command of the central circle, and began to pressure Ub, narrowing his opponent's range of movement while organizing a powerful attack. Ab's strategy was quite correct. He attempted to distract Luo Tao with jabs, while moving to control the distance for attacks. However, due to his limited strength, Luo Tao ignored Ab's jabs and closed in, launching a series of combination punches. As Ab tried to clinch to neutralize the assault, Luo Tao's powerful left hook destabilized him. The next second, an uppercut arrived. Ab had already raised both fists in defense, yet he still couldn't block it. The punch sent him staggering backward until he collided with the ropes, breaking through the surrounding tape and landing on the sand pit. The disparity in strength was too great. Luo Tao now realized that he had unknowingly developed such a significant gap with ordinary people, which inevitably filled him with a sense of pride. After Ab got up from the sand pit, the referee approached to count. In reality, the Jamaican youth had not suffered much damage, but he already understood that he had no hope. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. High school students against elementary school students, he was too intimidated to even try. Ab lowered his head and gently shook it, indicating his voluntary surrender. The referee was pleased to see this, walking over to announce Luo Tao's victory, and the next contestants entered the arena. Ding, congratulations on defeating your opponent in the formal match. The Greed Wolf talent has automatically extracted 1 point of punch speed from the opponent's excellent attributes. Additionally, due to achieving a 5-match winning streak, the system rewards you with 1 free attribute point. Please check it. Is that it? Just like that. A total of only 5 punches were thrown, 3 hitting the defense, and not a single real hit scored, yet he won. Luo Tao, who had trained diligently for nearly a month for the competition, felt a deep sense of disappointment. The recording of Hua Tianqi, who was filming with his phone, was equally frustrating. I mean this. This video is pointless to upload online. Damn Jamaican kid, why couldn't you hold on a bit longer? How could you give up like that? What a match this was. Luo Tao felt no excitement at all, though anyone unaware would think he was the loser. He returned to his coach and Raul, who were not even looking at him, focused instead on another match. How that kid is definitely going to lose. His punches are slow and his defense is not tight enough. I wouldn't be so sure. His rear punches are quite threatening. Pedro, how about we place a bet? Luo Tao got angry. What kind of people were they? Why were they not paying attention to their own match and focusing on others? Coach, I won. Luo Tao shouted deliberately loudly. Oh, it's over. Finished with the match. Pedro showed no sign of acknowledgement. Raul stepped forward to help him take off the gloves and mouthguard, remaining silent about the match. Luo Tao had to remind them again. I said I won. Can you at least react a little? Raul smiled. What do you want us to say? Right after you started, Pedro knew the outcome. You can only say you were lucky to face a novice. No matter how you look at it, this round is settled, but there are still 2 rounds left. You must maintain a perfect record. Don't expect this kind of luck to last. Look around, there are plenty of formidable boxers. Don't be careless. Luo Tao finally started to pay attention to his surroundings. Indeed, many matches were intensely contested, and he could frequently see boxers going down only to rise again amidst cheers and continue fighting. Yes, it was a good thing not to encounter a strong opponent in this round. With preliminaries, he didn't need to worry about tough fights. Why was he so anxious? P.S. This. I want to say that Luo Tao winning so easily was not my intention. Do you believe it? After helping Luo Tao tidy up, Mr. Raul said to them, we can't leave yet. The coach and I will find out about the schedule for the second match. You just stay here and don't wander around. Pedro threw in, watching other people's matches is very beneficial. Don't just watch with your eyes, experience it with your heart. Once the coach left, Hua Tianqi leaned over dejectedly. What a loss. This match you fought had no entertainment value at all. This won't do, Taozi. If your next opponent is still like this, can't you let up a bit and at least last 2 or 3 rounds? Luo Tao widened his eyes. Isn't that throwing a fixed match? Absolutely not. Tianqi, throwing a fixed match on the arena is a serious insult to a boxer's integrity. Don't even think about it. Seeing Luo Tao getting serious, Tianqi had to abandon the idea. Alright, you have a point. But this video can be sent to Yuhi to report good news. After all, she's the only one who likes to watch this stuff, sigh. Saying this, he went to contact Yuhi while Luo Tao kept an eye on the nearby matches, focusing on those where both sides had similar strengths. One particular match caught his strong interest. A white fighter was dominating a black opponent with relentless strikes. The opponent was not weak either, but his punch speed was too slow, constantly interrupted by the white fighter, making it impossible for him to mount a successful offense. Over time, this led to a disadvantage, forcing him to the ropes and subjecting him to continuous hits. Fortunately, the white fighter's heavy punches lacked sufficient power, allowing the black fighter to hang in there. Just when Luo Tao thought he would lose, the black fighter suddenly erupted, landing 2 punches in quick succession that knocked the white fighter down and ended the match. What a cunning black fighter. Seeing his exuberant energy and spirit during the celebration made it clear he had been acting all along. Knowing he could never win due to the significant speed gap, he intentionally lulled his opponent into complacency, waiting for the perfect moment to strike decisively. Such clever planning. It seemed the coach's words to him back then were correct. Boxing requires wisdom, and it's quite important. After watching 2 more matches, the coach and Raul returned, but their expressions were somewhat serious. Luo Tao hurriedly approached Mr. Raul. What happened? Raul forced a smile. Actually, it's nothing serious. The next match is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, but the opponent we've drawn is likely to be a bit tricky. Here, take a look at the information yourself. Luo Tao took the information with confusion. Silva Lev from St. Petersburg, 26 years old, 177 centimeters, tall, 175 centimeters, arm span, weighing 77 4 kilograms, with an amateur record of 11 fights, 8 wins, 1 loss, and 2 draws. Raul added, I found out that Silva Lev has already won a match in the preliminary rounds, and he won by knockout in the second round. Luo Tao understood Raul's implication. So you mean he is probably another power-type fighter who relies on heavy punches? This time Pedro spoke. That should be correct. First, his physique characteristics are only suitable for power-type boxers. Second, he comes from Russia, so we must take him seriously. Luo Tao, without a television at home and not fond of fiddling with his phone, had limited knowledge of such trivia, asking, are Russian fighters really strong? Pedro looked around at the noisy environment and didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, Tao, I'm afraid you need to undergo targeted training. The rest period is cancelled. Now we're heading back to the training center to discuss a strategy. Okay, I'll let Tianchi know, and we'll leave right away. With the situation changing, Luo Tao briefly explained to Tianchi, and then ran back to join the coach as they hurried back to the training center. Tao, let me briefly introduce you to Russian boxing. It is one of the most important boxing technical systems in the world today, second only to American boxing, and is widely spread in Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and other countries. This Russian boxing is very straightforward, more concise and practical, but also more threatening. Russian boxers typically have precise counterattack abilities and generally strong resistance to hits, so trading blows with them is not wise. Of course, Russian boxing also has its weaknesses. Fighters of this style usually do not throw punches very frequently, but their power and lethality are astonishing. Their footwork is generally not very nimble, but their center of gravity is quite stable. I believe a technical approach is the most appropriate way to deal with this style. After listening to the coach's analysis and advice, Luo Tao nodded repeatedly. Russia's harsh cold regions are known for producing strong men, and anyone who can make a living in the boxing ring must be strong. In the face of such an opponent, Luo Tao was unsure if his ability to take hits would hold up, so using a technical approach seemed the most prudent. Seeing Luo Tao nod, Pedro continued. He throws punches slowly, so we'll use speed to counter his slowness. His footwork is stable, so we'll use skill to overcome his clumsiness. By utilizing agile footwork and a high-frequency output of punches, we can build a scoring advantage while identifying and exploiting the opponent's weaknesses for heavy strikes. Luo Tao thought for a moment. Coach, I completely agree, but one thing, such an opponent must also have means to quickly close the distance for an attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a record. This is a tricky point as he has tough skin and flesh, and it may be hard to shake him off once he gets a hold of me. Pedro's eyes lit up slightly. Good point. You've thought this through. I plan to resolve it in this way. After saying this, the coach took a whiteboard and began to draw while explaining. You see, if you retreat in a straight line while dodging, then the opponent can easily launch an advance and close the distance. However, if you feint to the sides while moving laterally, it will be difficult for him to determine the target and direction of his advance. Luo Tao understood and imagined it in his mind. So I need to circle around him and try to minimize straight line retreats. Exactly, but also pay attention not to let the opponent figure out your patterns. The side-to-side changes must be unexpected. Well, Coach, I can't promise that. So we need to conduct simulated training in advance. Now I'll stand here and you circle around me, throwing punches, trying not to let me touch you with the stick. It's easier said than done, and the training center echoed with Luo Tao's frustrated cries. Ouch. Coach, be gentle. You're going to knock my head off. You're so stupid. Add some feints. Do you? Oh. Be sudden. Without suddenness, just wait to take the Russian's punches. Punch. Punch. Make the opponent feel your threat. Coach, you can't attack below the waist. You've committed a foul. I'll kick you to death. The next morning in the training hall, The match is set for the afternoon, and to maintain good physical condition, Coach Pedro decided not to let Luo Tao train anymore, opting instead for a technical briefing. Listen, Tao, your evasive movements are still not proficient enough, but time is running out. The only remedy is that you must enhance your self-defense during your evasion and try to disrupt your opponent's rhythm with jabs. Additionally, make use of your height and reach to control the attack distance. Once your opponent gets close, you can use your height to overpower him. Luo Tao firmly committed these key points to memory. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. Haha, old devil, you're still using the same old methods after all these years. Pedro and Luo Tao turned to see it was Mr. Brown. Pedro's expression shifted slightly. George Brown. What brings you here? Brown's face seemed to be perpetually smiling. Of course I came for this kid, Tao. I heard from Raul that you seem to be encountering a bit of trouble, so I rushed over. After all, this kid is also my disciple. If he can't even get through the preliminary round, it wouldn't look good for me. Pedro snorted softly. No need for you to worry, we can handle this little trouble ourselves. Oh, is that so? Let me guess, it's your old strategy again. Controlling the distance with technical means, and then building a points advantage. What? Is there something wrong with this combat strategy? Pedro's tone rose several notches. Calm down, old devil. I'm not here to argue with you today. Just listen to me. This strategy isn't wrong, but the key issue is Tao. Pedro, you know the situation with this kid. If he were a seasoned fighter, I would wholeheartedly support your strategy, but the reality is he has only trained for a few months and is neither familiar nor experienced in using techniques. Facing a fierce Russian fighter in this condition is probably not safe. In fact, this is exactly what Pedro is worried about. So what good solution do you have? Brown looked at Luo Tao and said slowly, I pondered this problem all night last night. Tao, as it stands, your strength still lies in your physical attributes. Abandoning your advantages to engage in a technical battle with your opponent is a way to effectively avoid risks, but I hope that once you get on stage, if the opportunity arises, you should still leverage your strengths. I primarily study physical attributes, so I have a deep understanding of Russian fighters. Their physicality is excellent, with remarkable explosiveness, resilience, and stamina. When dealing with such fighters, you need to deliver punches with penetration. If their defense is too tight, consider targeting crucial joints like the shoulder, inner elbow, or the base of the ear. One more thing I need to remind you, Russian fighters have a unique, fierce aura in the ring. You must eliminate this psychological interference and display your own momentum. Never let your opponent intimidate you. Tao, Coach Pedro mainly guides technique, but in our aggressive style of play, momentum is especially important. If you can suppress your opponent with momentum during the match, you can limit their performance. So when you engage, be fierce, be aggressive, and bring your passion. I've seen one of your matches and you performed decently, but it's still far from enough. Your eyes are filled with the desire to knock out your opponent, but my requirement is that you must have the desire to kill your opponent. Only then will it be fierce enough to fully unleash your potential. Tao, during training rely on effort, on stage rely on desperation. Now tell me, do you want to win? Yes. Do you want the audience around you to cheer for you? Yes. Do you want the Russians to submit under your fists? Yes. Then go on stage and appropriately showcase your intimidation factor. Let your opponent know that approaching you recklessly is a bad idea. Boxing and business are similar, as sometimes just relying on hard defense won't suffice. As long as they can't profit, they naturally won't come. In short, for this match, utilize your height and reach advantage for evasive technical strikes. If he charges in aggressively, then counter him. What a guy. This old man, who always has a smile on his face, ignited Luo Tao's blood with his words, yet Luo Tao remained clear-headed. Sir, but my opponent has tough skin and strong muscles. Once we get into a tangle, it may be hard to push him back. I know. That's why I want you to focus on penetrating punches. 1 or 2 punches may not register with him, but as they accumulate, by the time he realizes it, it will be too late. Oh, and focusing your strikes on a single point will yield quicker results. Also, let me teach you a close-range ultimate technique. When your opponent closes in for an attack, bend your knees and squat down, then explode upward, channeling your power through your waist and abdomen, and deliver a powerful uppercut. This is called Thunderstrike. Once you land it, he'll be buying his return ticket. Luo Tao followed the instructions, but why did this move feel so familiar? Isn't this the ultimate move, Oil Drain, from the white-haired character in Street Fighter? Just missing the jump. Would this work? Sir, this technique is quite formidable, but what if I fail to land it? Luo Tao felt insecure inside. Fail to land it. Even that would scare him to death. Brown, however, was unfazed. Tao, you're still young only at this age. Don't always think about being foolproof. Nothing in this world is absolute. Just let loose and do it. As long as you put in the effort, the results will come naturally. This is quite different from Coach Pedro's usual teachings. Luo Tao secretly glanced at the coach, only to find him lost in thought with no sign of displeasure on his face. All right, sir, in the match, I will make my opponent know my strength. That's right. The great Chairman Mao Zedong of China once said, in strategy, underestimate the enemy. In tactics, value the enemy. I really like this saying. When facing the enemy, you must never be timid before the battle. Suddenly, Luo Tao realized he was starting to like this rosy-cheeked old man. At this moment, Pedro finally came out of his reverie, slowly walked over first, glanced at Brown, and then said, "What this old fellow said is not without reason. I admit I am getting old, and some of my ideas are too conservative. You are young, and it's the right time to fight. Once you're on stage, take control yourself. Remember one thing, bring home the victory." Luo Tao jumped up. "Yes, coach, I will ensure my opponent remembers my name forever." In that moment, Luo Tao felt as if he had been reborn, and a fierce light burst forth in his eyes. Lake Michigan, one of the Great Lakes of North America, is vast and spectacular. On the beach, the number of spectators is increasing as the Golden Glove tournament's preliminary rounds have fully entered the second round, significantly raising the competition level. Boxing fans begin to swarm in as the preliminaries are free to watch, and those who love competitive sports naturally won't miss such a great opportunity. This time, Luo Tao's match point is scheduled for number 577. Raul told him that for this tournament, there are over 10,000 participants just in the super heavyweight category. The pass rate for the preliminaries is only about 1/3, so the competition is quite fierce. Mr. Brown has also come claiming it is to observe Luo Tao's power during training to adjust his training regimen later. Although Pedro is somewhat reluctant, he has no choice. Hua Tianchi arrived early shouting, "Taozi, I'm here." Haha, holding a competition in a place like this is great. There are so many beautiful women, and many are wearing bikinis. Just a little dance, and wow, it's truly eye-catching. Luo Tao rolled his eyes at him. "I told you you're not a good person. Stay away from my Yueha in the future, or I'll tell her all about your usual nonsense." "Don't. I'm just looking okay. Can't a person look at someone who dares to wear such clothes? Come on, pretending to be a Seinu. I don't believe you haven't looked." "Me? I only admire them. It's different from you." Luo Tao felt a bit flustered. American women are really strange. Their bodies tend to gather in the critical places, and those tall buildings on their bodies are hard to resist. "See, you've admitted it. On a serious note, don't end the matches too early today. Have a little mercy. The netizens are about to explode with complaints." Luo Tao didn't want to engage with him. If today was as easy as the first match, that would be a miracle. As they spoke, it was already their turn to prepare. Raul began to put various protective gear on him, while the coach and Brown cheered him on. "Come on, Tao, keep your rhythm, believe in yourself." Brown helped him massage his muscles a bit. "Kid, hit harder. Seize the opportunity to unleash your power. First establish your momentum before anything else." Their words are a bit contradictory, but Luo Tao understood their key points. "Don't worry, if I can control the rhythm, I'll keep it steady. If it doesn't work, then I can only fight fiercely." Both elders nodded simultaneously. "Good, as long as you understand, let's keep it this way for now. We'll adjust after." At that moment, across from the match point, Luo Tao immediately recognized his opponent Silvalev, a typical Russian strongman, with distinctive white skin, a large head, a short neck, and a robust physique, complemented by his fierce gaze emanating a unique aura. After removing his shirt, his muscles were fully exposed, particularly the sternocleidomastoid muscle at the back of his neck, which was exceptionally thick. Luo Tao had also started training this muscle group, as it is the strongest support point for the head, enhancing its ability to resist blows and dodge quickly. It seems that having a big head and thick neck doesn't necessarily mean one is wealthy or a chef. This is going to be a tough fight. Luo Tao also took off his outerwear and prepared to enter the ring. His muscles shone brightly, completely contrasting with Silvalev's style. The Russian indeed looked very strong, but he stood there like a fierce butcher, while Luo Tao's muscles conveyed a sense of beauty, with square pecs and chiseled abs complementing his well-proportioned figure, resembling a Spartan warrior, evoking endless imagination. Surrounding female spectators cast intriguing glances, and soon the ratio of women near this match point increased significantly. These Western women were unabashed, pointing at Luo Tao and chatting merrily. These shameless women. Luo Tao felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, the previous match ended with a knockout, drawing everyone's attention away. The fallen boxer could no longer continue, and it was now Luo Tao's group's turn to enter the ring. "Taozi, go for it. Tao, relax, you can do it." Amidst everyone's encouragement, Luo Tao stepped into the ring. As soon as he entered, the surrounding women became excited, as some applauded, some shouted encouragement, and some whistled at him. Silvalev, entering at the same time, noticed that the women favored Luo Tao and felt somewhat displeased. He glanced at Luo Tao's abs, scoffed, and then suddenly performed a display move typical of bodybuilders, using his massive arms and muscular physique to convey to the audience that he was stronger. The referee was not pleased. This is a boxing match, not a muscle competition. After pulling the two for a check, he signaled the match to begin. As the two approached each other, Silvalev struck his face with his fists twice, signaling Luo Tao to strike first, while also humiliating him, indicating that he didn't care about Luo Tao's powerful punches. Luo Tao ignored him. He was much more mature now. Following the pre-match plan, he focused on steady progress. Silvalev didn't throw punches either, but was continuously closing the distance. Luo Tao used jabs to control the distance, gradually retreating. Under this rhythm, Luo Tao wouldn't recklessly strike with a rear punch. If the opponent anticipated it, it would only lead to losses. The rear punch should only be thrown when the opponent dodges and leaves an opening, effectively reducing energy consumption. Silvalev didn't even look at Luo Tao's jabs, just kept his gaze fixed on him. When Luo Tao retreated to the ropes, he knew Silvalev was about to strike. Sure enough, the opponent's eyes shifted, his arms slightly retracted, and his shoulders suddenly tensed. Luo Tao immediately reacted, quickly changing direction to evade. However, Silvalev was just feigning a punch. He hadn't thrown a single punch. Seeing Luo Tao frightened and fleeing, he began to laugh. Luo Tao didn't expect his opponent would do such a thing in an official match. Enraged, he prepared to teach this guy a lesson. "Tao!" Coach Pedro shouted at him. Luo Tao looked over, and the coach gently shook his head, making Luo Tao understand that this was a warning to prevent him from acting impulsively. "All right then, I'll deal with him later." The two approached again, but this time Silvalev suddenly launched an attack with a jab coming at Luo Tao. Though it was just a jab, Luo Tao didn't dare to be careless. He sidestepped a couple of steps to evade, seizing the opportunity to throw a rear punch, officially engaging in combat. Once they engaged, Luo Tao realized the difference in Russian boxing. Their footwork wasn't agile, yet their bodies weren't cumbersome. In a ground battle, when he struck with heavy punches, Silvalev would slightly dodge, dissipating much of the attacking force, unlike Mexican fighters who would take the hits head-on. Silvalev's combination punches were few, but each one carried tremendous force, even his jabs whipped through the air. This caught Luo Tao off guard, making it difficult to keep track of both hands. After the first 30 seconds, both fighters gained some understanding of each other. Silvalev struck first, making a small advance to shorten the attack distance, followed by 2 rapid punches to the liver. He was actually hitting his own abdomen. This Russian guy is quite clever. His height is a bit short, so he needs to attack Luo Tao's head from below, which gives Luo Tao an advantage from above. However, if he attacks Luo Tao's abdomen, that position conveniently allows him to exert force, making it more troublesome for Luo Tao to defend. To be continued. Fortunately, just before the match, the coach had instructed Luo Tao to be wary of his opponent's method of attack. As one of the most influential boxing champions of this century, Mike Tyson has had a profound impact on the boxing world. Since his time, many boxers of smaller stature have begun to adopt this method of attack that targets the abdomen and ribs. Thus, the current situation did not surprise Luo Tao too much. This boxing defense is not easy to manage. He had to move sideways to evade the opponent's double punches while launching a counterattack with his rear hand. In this way, Silva was constantly applying pressure while Luo Tao feigned and moved side to side, circling around his opponent like he was maneuvering around a post. However, despite scoring points, the actual effectiveness was not great. The Russian's head defense was not particularly tight, but each time Luo Tao threw a heavy punch, he would execute a subtle unloading action, preventing the full power of Luo Tao's punch from being unleashed. Moreover, Luo Tao was quite skeptical. Even if he did land a hit, it probably wouldn't pose much of a threat. Silva was also finding it frustrating. He didn't expect Luo Tao to circle around him, and with his unpredictable movements, the less agile fighter found himself somewhat dizzy. Silva didn't care much about Luo Tao stealing some points. However, this style of fighting was extremely annoying to him. After a few failed interceptions, Silva calmed down. The Silva who dared to compete in America was no ordinary fighter. Soon he found a counter strategy. He stopped focusing on Luo Tao's upper body and shifted his gaze to his opponent's legs. "If your upper body can feint, I will target your legs instead. Let's see how you respond." Now it was Luo Tao's turn to feel the pressure. His footwork was only slightly better than Silva's, and with such a focused strategy from his opponent, his circling maneuvers became difficult to execute. The left feint met a left jab, and the right thrust encountered a right hook, making the situation increasingly dire. Once again, during a feint, Silva anticipated Luo Tao's move. This time the Russian went all out, swinging a powerful backhand, while Luo Tao was still moving sideways. Unable to evade, he could only cover his head with both fists, taking the brunt of the fierce punch directly on his raised arms. Bang! What a heavy punch. He managed to block it, but a tremendous force surged through him. The sand beneath his feet was not the boxing ring, and couldn't withstand such power. Luo Tao was actually pushed back nearly half a foot. The flat sand beneath him was hard pressed into a pit. Hiss! Oh my God! The audience was shocked by the force of that punch. How much strength does it take to deliver a blow like that? If he hadn't defended properly and had been hit in the head, he could have ended up a fool. Luo Tao felt a chill. This brute was too fierce. He felt fortunate that he had strengthened his leg power. Otherwise, even if he could block it, he would have lost his balance from such a punch. What a formidable opponent. No, he had to change his approach. The circling strategy was no longer feasible. After failing to knock Luo Tao down with a heavy punch, a disappointed Silva immediately focused on Luo Tao's legs and moved in. But this time Luo Tao stopped moving sideways and began to retreat in a straight line, also abandoning his jabbing attacks, opting instead for rear straight punches to control the distance. This was because his lead punches had almost no effect on the Siberian bear. However, using the backhand still posed the same problem. Silva's head unloading technique was quite skillful. Even when hit repeatedly, he could dissipate much of the power with a flick. One had to wonder how he developed such a magical skill. With little time left in the first round, Silva saw that Luo Tao had changed his strategy and was no longer moving side to side, but retreating instead. A slight smile appeared on his face, but retreating wouldn't help. He bent down, slightly shifting his center of gravity while powering up his legs to launch himself at Luo Tao like a cannonball. At the same time, he swung his lead punch in a wide arc, aiming directly at Luo Tao's head, while his rear punch was coiled and ready. As long as Luo Tao defended against the swinging punch, he would deliver a hook to send this Asian kid home. Watch out. Both the coach and Brown noticed the danger simultaneously. The Russian was looking to end the fight in the first round. They must not let him succeed. Luo Tao also sensed the danger. At this moment, he had retreated to the ropes and had nowhere else to go. Blocking the wide swing would certainly leave him vulnerable to the opponent's rear punch. But if he didn't block, although it was just a lead swing, the force of the swinging punch combined with his momentum could still be deadly. For a moment, cold sweat broke out on Luo Tao's forehead. This was undoubtedly the Russian's ultimate move. What should he do? What should he do? Though he had an indomitable body, even if he stood up again, he wouldn't be able to defend against this move. He had to find a way to break this technique. Seeing his opponent rushing forward, Luo Tao had no time to think. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and charged forward with all his might, using his hands to block the wide swing before diving into Silva's embrace. Silva was stunned. The rear punch that he had coiled up hadn't been unleashed, and with Luo Tao hugging him, he lost his striking distance and couldn't exert any force. In the 3 years he had fought in Russia, Silva had never encountered such a situation. In the past, whenever he unleashed such a trick, it was nearly foolproof. He had only lost matches when his strength was vastly inferior to his opponent, but this time, he was utterly baffled that Luo Tao had managed to break his ultimate move with such a shameless tactic. Silva was left speechless. Luo Tao clung tightly to his shoulder, knowing he must not let go. If Silva broke free at such close range, he wouldn't necessarily withstand the hook. But just then a foul odor wafted over. Luo Tao sniffed, and oh my goodness, how unbearable. What is that smell? Compared to that, his own stinky feet seemed 10 times better. Luo Tao nearly couldn't hold back his urge to vomit on Silva. Having grown up in America, Luo Tao was aware that Westerners generally carry a body odor due to genetic factors, which wasn't much of a concern. However, he had never encountered a smell this awful before. It was beyond unbearable, worse than feces. He felt as if he had endured a lifetime of bad luck. Luckily, the referee timely intervened, separating the two, allowing Luo Tao to breathe in fresh air. Now Luo Tao was left with a psychological shadow, quietly praying that his opponent wouldn't use any more ultimate moves. Otherwise, he would rather take a punch than endure that stimulus. It was disgustingly unbearable. After having his ultimate move neutralized by Luo Tao, Silva felt even worse. His steps were steady, but not agile enough to catch up with Luo Tao. He relied on such aggressive advances to secure victory, but now that his opponent had found a countermeasure, how would the rest of the match unfold? P.S. Today is New Year's Eve. I wish all readers a happy new year. May you have good fortune, and everything goes smoothly. May luck come, daily joy always accompany you. May your wealth fill the bottomless pit, and blessings pave the Pacific Ocean. The old man bows to everyone to celebrate the new year, loudly calling out 3 times, Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Next, Zaire Waliev slowly advanced while Luo Tao retreated while fighting, and for a moment neither side found a better breakthrough. Stop. Time's up. The referee's voice sounded, marking the end of the first round. In this competition venue, one could rest directly outside the ring. The coach and others gathered around with Raul, eagerly saying, That was dangerous, Tao. Thankfully your adaptability is strong. Ooh, I never thought of that method. Brown added, Yes, that makes it easier. Once you break his move, he becomes a big clumsy bear. As long as you move flexibly, winning by points should be secure. Pedro squatted down and patted his stomach, saying, You still need to be careful. That punch earlier didn't hurt, right? It's a pity the side attack strategy won't work. If you move back, you must guard against him striking again. Be cautious, it could be a trap. I will be careful. Luo Tao felt a sense of bitterness. That guy smelled terrible. Brown hurriedly said, Tao, I noticed that guy's head defense is indeed solid, and I think with a head that big, even if you hit it, you won't be able to do much. If it doesn't work, change your target and try attacking the ribs and joints. After all, those are all critical points. It seems unrealistic to expect to knock him down directly. This reminded Luo Tao, yes, it was time to change the attack target. Hitting his head felt like hitting cotton, so it was better to attack other parts to at least make himself feel comfortable. As for knocking him down, Luo Tao didn't have high hopes unless he increased his attributes, but after all his hard work saving a free attribute point, he didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. After 1 minute of rest, they barely exchanged a few words before the second round began. This time Luo Tao finally experienced the small joys of a technical fighting style. As long as the opponent did not close in his short stature and slow steps, meant he could only advance under Luo Tao's barrage of strikes. However, with Luo Tao's height and long legs, 1 step back equaled 1.5 steps of Zaire Waliev. How could he catch up? After circling twice, Zaire Waliev could not hold out any longer. After hitting Luo Tao only once or twice, this was unacceptable. He had no choice but to lower his center of gravity and prepare to charge again. Upon seeing this, Luo Tao was terrified and hurriedly moved in to embrace and defuse. Although he said he would rather take a punch than embrace, when it came down to life and death, he still had to rely on this means to resolve it. He might as well hold his breath. Seriously, did this guy not know to take a bath before coming out? The stench was unbearable. The match was losing its entertainment value as Zayrwaliev could no longer produce any effective offensive maneuvers, and his lack of agility made it difficult to force Luo Tao into a corner. If this continued, all that awaited Zayrwaliev was defeat. The referee was even contemplating stopping the match, as continuing made no sense. At that moment, Zayrwaliev once again lowered his center of gravity. Luo Tao thought he was going to charge again, and quickly moved forward to embrace him, but this time he fell for it. Zayrwaliev did not charge, but instead quickly threw a punch, a backhand long punch aimed squarely at Luo Tao's face. Though the punch was thrown in haste, it still carried significant force. Luo Tao rushed to block it with one hand, but it was already too late, merely grazing him before slamming into his brow. This punch knocked Luo Tao's forward movement back, causing his head to jerk back, sharply breaking the skin over his brow bone, blood spraying out. Luo Tao, who had retreated 4 steps before stabilizing himself, felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had entered a large venue filled with chaotic sounds. One eye was stained red with flowing blood, and things appeared somewhat blurred. However, Luo Tao still vaguely noticed Zayrwaliev rushing towards him with a look of surprise. Subconsciously, he seemed to hear his coach calling, "Step back quickly, danger." Trusting his coach immensely, Luo Tao instinctively retreated 2 steps. Just as he moved back, Zayrwaliev delivered 2 heavy punches, missing him by inches. If those punches had landed, Luo Tao would have surely fallen. Sweating from the scare, Luo Tao wiped the blood from his eyes with his arm, his vision somewhat restored, but blood quickly flowed down again. At this moment, Luo Tao finally regained his composure and heard Brown and the coach shouting together, "Pause. Pause, we request a pause. Someone is injured on the field, affecting his vision, which is unfair. We request medical attention." The referee swiftly grabbed Zayrwaliev, who was charging, allowing Luo Tao to attend to his eye injury. The Russian lost the best opportunity and stomped his feet in frustration. Meanwhile, Luo Tao's team was in a frenzy, with Pedro pressing down around the wound, shouting, "Quick, ice packs, gauze, and adhesive bandages, hurry." Brown was also frantic. "Kid, how are you? Is your head still dizzy? Say something. Just say anything." Tianchi even threw his phone aside. "Taozi, it's all my fault. It's fine, sir, coach, I'm okay. I just felt dizzy when I got hit, but I'm fine now. I can still fight, but don't worry." Seeing Luo Tao speak somewhat normally, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Brown quickly checked his pupils and nodded to Pedro. "Good, it's fine, thank goodness." "Tao, listen, don't rush forward. Wait for the right moment before engaging. If you're unsure, actively retreat. This guy is too dangerous." "It's fine, coach, it was my carelessness just now. My mistake. I can handle him, and I definitely can. Raul promised me a raise, so I can do it." Luo Tao's fixation on money made everyone anxious and angry. Raul scolded him while bandaging. "Useless kid. Can that little money buy your life? I should have never told you." With this situation, more spectators gathered around the ring. Upon seeing the blood, the female audience could no longer laugh. They all began to worry for this young Chinese fighter. "Wow, that Russian is too fierce. One punch, and he's beaten him like this. Can that handsome guy hold on? I don't know, if it were me, I would give up. This isn't a competition, it's simply life-threatening. Exactly, this is too dangerous." The referee checked the time and walked over. "Gentlemen, I cannot give you more time. What do you think? Do you want to continue?" Everyone looked at Luo Tao, who stood up. "Of course I will continue. Victory will eventually belong to me." After saying this, he stepped back into the ring. "Tao, steady, slow your pace first. Taozi, go for it. Be careful." The audience erupted into applause as they saw Luo Tao re-enter the ring injured.